Chapter 121. Zhong Zemo, sitting closest to Yuan Huan'ai, was about to stand up when he heard this, but Yuan Huan'ai stood up first, smiling and gesturing for everyone to remain seated. Don't be so formal, just follow your pace as young people. No need for so much formality, it makes you seem too polite. After Zhong Zemo introduced himself, Yuan Huan'ai nodded slightly. A top school, a top class, a teacher, and so young, a promising young man. Yuan Huan'ai praised enthusiastically. I heard about your case from Xucheng and Lao Zhang. Divorce cases rarely go this smoothly these days. He then changed the subject, asking curiously, you received a lot of money in the settlement. Does it hurt? Zhong Zemo frankly admitted, it hurts, but I'm more afraid of my life falling apart. The longer things drag on, the more frightening it is than losing money. Yuan Huan'ai's approval deepened. The jailer could tell that his father found everything about Zhong Zemo pleasing to the eye. It's just that he doesn't have any older or younger sisters, otherwise I'm afraid he'd suddenly say, since you're divorced, you could consider our families so-and-so. Wait, why didn't Dad tell him to learn from MOU today? Dad used to say things like that in these kinds of situations. How strange. Upon learning that orange tea, original fries, and the blanket were all freshmen, and Jianghe had just graduated, Yuan Huan'ai kept muttering about how promising young people were. Even the slightly older fourth primal from the boundary between reality and illusion received his praise of late bloomer. During the conversation, his gaze couldn't help but drift towards his good son, who was deliberately sitting diagonally across from him, far away, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The jailer pretended not to notice, flipping through the menu in his hand. With Yuan Huan'ai's order whatever you like preceding it, and the jailer's addition except for the porridge, everyone quickly ordered. While the tea and snacks were being served, Yuan Huan'ai said with a smile, it might be a shame. Xucheng told you guys that locals rarely come here to eat, and they'd probably say I'm looking down on this place. Beiwo reacted quickly, feigning surprise. No, uncle, you're mistaken, jailer. Yeah, why did you choose this place? There were clearly better options. Beiwo's words came one after the others. One was trying to salvage the situation, the other was undermining it. Beiwo's smile didn't immediately fade, a testament to her composure. Yuan Huan'ai merely glanced at the jailer, his smile undiminished. No need to try and salvage it for him. I raised this piece of char siu myself. Do you think I don't know who he is? Yuan Huan'ai explained the reason for treating everyone here. After all, it has a reputation. We locals don't like it, but what if you guys do? Not every tourist falls for our old Cantonese ways. You're here for tourism, taking photos, checking off attractions, uploading to WeChat moments. I know how young people operate. They need some kind of memento to let their friends know you've been here. People are always willing to make mistakes for added value. I'm paying for you to make those mistakes, so it's not a loss, right? Completely different from what they imagined, the jailer's father wasn't a rigid, old-fashioned person. He clearly understood the current trends among young people. When treating them, he also made arrangements based on the young people's ideas. The aroma of tea filled the air, and the refreshing aftertaste seemed to cleanse their stomachs. The lingering aftertaste, even more so than last night, was intoxicating, making them want to smack their lips and savor it further. Good tea, isn't it? Everyone nodded eagerly. Since you think it's good, take some home for your family to try. As if knowing what everyone was going to say, Yuan Huan'ai preemptively said, it's not expensive. Most of you young people don't drink tea, so you don't have a concept of price. Take it without worry. The jailer finally found a use. Sigh, just take it if he gives it to you. We have plenty at home. This made Yuan Huan'ai feel very gratified. At least they could cooperate with him. Steamers of shrimp dumplings began to be served. This was the most frequently ordered dim sum at the boundary between reality and illusion, covering all the flavors and types in the shop. No one touched their chopsticks. Yuan Huan'ai was sipping his tea, but seeing everyone observing him, even the jailer had abandoned his usual relaxed demeanor and followed their lead, waiting for something. He was immediately overjoyed, casually picked up a steamer of shrimp dumplings, placed it in front of him, and took a bite without eating. Eat, everyone eat up. I told you not to be so formal, eat at your own pace. Don't wait, it tastes different if it gets cold. Everyone finally picked up their chopsticks, and the quiet room was filled with the sounds of chewing and exchanging pleasantries. Good food is the best comfort, and the wonderful flavors quickly helped everyone adjust to the atmosphere in the private room. Just as Yuan Huan'ai had said, the atmosphere of casual conversation had returned. Yuan Huan'ai looked on, with increasing satisfaction and delight. Having built his fortune from scratch, he wasn't yet old and senile. He could glean some insight into the character of these young people from their first meeting. sensible, polite, and well-mannered. What good fortune this unworthy piece of char siu had to meet such a group of friends. When are you guys having your world championship? Hearing this, Jiang He quickly spat out the chicken claw bone and replied, I heard it's around New Year's Day. Oh! Yuan Huai nodded, in your daily games, has Xu Cheng been a burden? Jiang He reacted quickly, Jailer is amazing. He's saved the guild from dire situations many times. He's absolutely indispensable. Zhong Zemo quickly chimed in, when the team is in dire straits, he always delivers a brilliant performance. Yeah. Orange Tea added, Jailer is incredibly strong. When we're clearing dungeons, I always prioritize giving him my blessings. The 4 primal bodies didn't hold back their praise. I only need to give my magic shield to Jailer, but someone like Jailer, who can turn the tide, has to consider so much more. The woman in the blanket blinked, deciding to shut up. Everyone's perspectives were so good, they said everything. She had nothing to say. French Fries was so engrossed in eating that he only glanced up at the topic before grabbing another steamer of shrimp dumplings from Jiang He's plate. Yuan Huai chuckled, really? Of course it's true, Jiang He declared confidently. Yuan Huanya's expression softened considerably, his eyes showing more tenderness as he looked at the jailer. I underestimated you. Keep up the good work. Don't let your friends down. The jailer, unusually, didn't spout any nonsense but nodded earnestly. I have another question. What exactly does the game name Xu Cheng mean? Yuan Huan asked, puzzled. What's so interesting about Jailer's appreciation? Gulp. French Fries nearly choked. The jailer was sweating profusely, his neck stiff, and could only plead for help with his eyes. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's literally what it sounds like. The jailer is really into a female jailer in a game. It's a really popular anime/manga enthusiast thing among young people. He's totally obsessed. He even bought a lot of figurines related to that jailer at home. You know, little plastic figures. Between two evils, choose the lesser. Liking paper figures probably isn't considered a weird hobby by parents, but if you insist on explaining the jailer. I see. I learned something new from you young people. Huh? There's no need to learn that. Please don't tell anyone else this as a piece of knowledge. During the meal, Yuan Huai asked everyone many questions, some related to the jailer, and some related to themselves. The morning tea was a pleasant affair, and Yuan Huanya's smile never faded. As he was about to leave, he took out the red envelopes he had prepared beforehand. Come on, take these. I know you heard about the custom of giving red envelopes in Guangzhou. Don't worry, I'm giving you big ones. Although he wanted to say, how can I accept this? Or no, Yuan Huanya's movements were so swift and decisive that he stuffed the envelopes into everyone's pockets, leaving them no room to refuse. After doing all this, he kept Jiang He alone. In the private room with only the two of them, Jiang He, though somewhat uneasy, maintained a calm expression. I know some of what you said today was true, and some was false, but I don't want to distinguish between them. Yuan Huanya's lips curled up, his eyes full of kindness as he looked at Jiang He. Old foxes are shrewder, Yuan Huanai said, gesturing for Jiang He to listen first. They were supporting the jailer, but they were still exposed. Uncle. Yuan Huanai gestured for Jiang He to listen first. You're the guild leader, the soul of the entire guild, their leader. This is the heaviest burden. The challenges outside the game are far greater than those inside. A team's longevity often depends on how the guild leader manages it. But you're still young and inexperienced. Sometimes, you might not consider things thoroughly enough, so perhaps you need some advice? Jiang He understood the implication. Please advise? I can see that the 7 of you have a good relationship. Actually, when the family first started, I also had a very good friend, but in the end, I had to sever ties with him for 20 years. Do you know why? Money? Jiang He understood immediately. The social media account you created in the guild's name. Yuan Huanai stopped there. Jiang He smiled slightly, confidently stating his pre-planned strategy. After listening, Yuan Huanai burst into laughter. Good. For goods for different tones. He patted Jiang He on the shoulder. Xu Cheng is a bit of a slowpoke, take good care of him. He's not bad, just a little carefree. Actually, everyone in the guild likes him. A guild always needs someone to liven things up, which often requires playing the role of the clown. Brother Yuzue enjoys this feeling, and we're all used to his silly antics. If he's happy, you're happy, and I'm relieved. After seeing Jiang He off, sitting in the private room, Yuan Huanai recalled the various times he enjoyed morning tea with these young people, and he still couldn't help but smile. He dialed a number. Yes, it's me. The gift I asked you to prepare before, Go for the highest standard. Yes, I confirmed it. That kid Shucheng has met a very good person. I even think he's a little unworthy of her. Chapter 122. I passed. I passed. Thank you everyone. The jailer was extremely grateful. When his father asked what jailer meant, his heart almost stopped. Thankfully the blanket reacted quickly. Overall, Yuan Huanai was very satisfied with the entire guild. The jailer's days at home would probably be much more comfortable in the future. You said to only eat until you're 40% full for breakfast, and we did as you said. What are your plans for the rest of the day? Jiang He asked. The jailer perked up. You guys go back to the hotel first, I go get the car. The four primals asked in surprise, you have a car? Original Fries raised an eyebrow. You can drive? Jiang He asked curiously, when did you get your driver's license? It was clear everyone had many questions, so the jailer had to answer them one by one. Of course. I got my driver's license right after the college entrance exam. Even though my grades weren't great and my family was upset for a long time, I still managed to scrape together some money and bought one. While waiting, see you on his side, with money at home, prison guard's car seems worth looking forward to. Jiang He didn't think so. For a long time between the end of the college entrance exam and starting university, prison guard was financially strapped. His suggestion to buy a car would most likely get him a dismissive response from Yuan Huanai. Alright, I'm here. Seeing the message in the group chat, everyone rushed to the parking lot. Their eyes scanned the area, and finally, they spotted prison guard waiting next to a white van. It was a brand highly praised by delivery drivers. Some models were known for their durability, passed down through 3 generations, remaining even after the driver's death. It was also a staple for ordinary people. Retired drivers had to actively appease the spirits of these tough vehicles. Prison guard's model was slightly newer, not an old-fashioned minivan, and hadn't been through the rigors of delivery work. It was very well maintained. The girl with her hands in her pockets walked around the fairly shiny and tidy car, clicking her tongue in amazement. Unique taste, huh? What made you decide to buy this car? No money, the jailer said frankly, shrugging. My family wouldn't pay, so I had to save up myself and borrow some from my older brother to buy a used one. Although my dad wasn't willing to contribute, he still helped me find a friend so I wouldn't get ripped off. This one was the best value among those used cars, and in the end, it only cost me a little over 20,000 yuan. Orange Tea opened the car door. The interior was new and clean. The jailer had sprayed a lot of perfume, and although the scent had dissipated considerably in the wind, it still smelled very fresh. Original Flavor Fries sat in the back 3-seater, pressing down on the soft cushions, and affirmed, not bad. The 3 girls filled the back perfectly without feeling cramped. After urging everyone to fasten their seatbelts, the jailer looked back and chuckled. This is the first time my car has been filled with 7 people. The car slowly started moving, entering the heavy holiday traffic of the city. Zhong Ziming, sitting in the passenger seat, opened the window to let in the breeze and remembered something. Do you drive often? Oh, not very often, about 2 or 3 times a month during university, the guard replied. Each time was to go out for food. I couldn't help it, I was poor, so I had to limit how often I went out for a treat. Only then did he understand why Zhong Ziming had asked that question. Don't worry, I haven't had a single accident so far, I drive very steadily. Look, I even hung a sachet and a red envelope in the car today, consider it a blessing. If you don't like this setup, you can praise the machine spirit and ask Orange Tea for a blessing, it'd be fine. The orange tea drinker in the back row took out the water that the jailer had prepared and handed it out to the front, casually asking, so where are we going now? To eat something good, of course. Jiang He glanced at the time, 9:30. They only been having dim sum for a short while. Sigh, the place isn't in the city center, it's in the countryside on the outskirts, the jailer grumbled. People filming food reviews are digging up our hidden gems everywhere. Who knows if there will be any seats available on holidays? We have to go early to reserve a spot. Is there anything else I can eat to tide me over? Plain Fries looked around. This left everyone speechless. Fries had eaten the most during dim sum, devouring basket after basket of shrimp dumplings, and also enjoying chicken feet and ribs. Did he really need to eat something else? I feel like you've eaten more than 4/10 full, the bedside vendor exclaimed in surprise. Exactly 4/10 full, Plain Fries replied seriously. Jiang He explained, people's physical fitness is indeed different. No wonder French Fries has such a good figure, all the meat she eats goes to the right places. The jailer wailed, why? Why can you eat so much but aren't fat, while I'm gaining weight? It's unfair. Because you don't exercise. A fatal blow. Original French fries onslaught continued. I exercise every day. How long have you been doing it? Completely unable to refute, the jailer only regretted taking the subject. Orange Tea nodded. This amount of food is normal. I can eat this much after helping out on the farm. According to Orange Tea, the most she ever ate was 2 large bowls of rice after a long day of work, having only had some corn porridge. She only realized her enormous appetite after finishing. No, tea god, saying that will only make everyone think fries eats a lot. Besides, eating like that, and you even restrict your food intake at school, it's kind of heartbreaking to think about. Fortunately, it's all in the past. With the 200,000 yuan from the competition, Orange Tea doesn't have to live on a shoestring budget every meal anymore. The group's conversation was all about how Jailer Bro doesn't exercise, which really hurt him. They thought everyone would be glued to their phones texting after meeting, but they unexpectedly had a lot to talk about. Besides gaming, they got along perfectly well with everything else. The drive was about an hour, but it wasn't boring at all. The restaurant Jailer Bro took them to had a bit of a farmhouse feel to it. The vegetable garden was nearby. You could pick the vegetables on the spot, wash them immediately, and stir-fry them. The chickens, ducks, and geese were lively and energetic. If you didn't like any of them, just point them out, and they serve you everything except soup right away. Not far away, a rooster that crowed the loudest had already been called out by a young boy. Simply because it crowed loudly, it was grabbed by the neck and taken to the kitchen in the next second. Fish in the pond can be caught by yourself while waiting for the food, or you can simply grab a net and catch one by hand to be deep-fried. The key point is that the jailer commented that this restaurant's operating style is proper. Unlike those restaurants that arbitrarily raise prices after becoming popular and call themselves internet celebrity establishments, this place has fair and reasonable prices. Even without tourists, locals still come here from time to time to enjoy a meal. The jailer's concerns are not unfounded, because with the rise of restaurant review videos in recent years, these hidden gems of local cuisine, even those tucked away in the suburbs, have been unearthed. Before 11 a.m., the open space outside the restaurant was already full of cars. Tourists were holding their phones or carrying cameras, looking for the right composition to press the shutter. The jailer said smugly, "See? I told you so. If you come any later, you wouldn't have gotten anything to eat." He was a regular customer, and the proprietress spotted him as soon as he appeared with Jiang He and the others. "Oh, little Yuan's here. You brought so many people?" The proprietress greeted cheerfully. "It's crowded on holidays, so we might not be able to get there as quickly as before." "Such good business. Dozens of dogs a day, huh?" It was a sudden, encrypted conversation, but surprisingly, Jiang He and the others understood that the jailer was teasing the proprietress about her booming business and how much she was making. That's how it is on holidays. If you want to earn money, come help us out. You're not working right now anyway. This was something only extremely close friends would say. The jailer chuckled and waved his hand. "I can't even beat your animals, let alone help you. Anyway, we won't have to wait too long, right? It's all right. You can line up now, and we arrange your order later. Just make sure it tastes good. You brought a friend. Don't mention it. All my dishes are the same, but since you brought a friend, I give you a complimentary special dish." "Wow, how special." "You see soon enough. Here's the ticket. You know the rules. Catch the chickens, ducks, geese, and fish yourself, or I help you." The proprietress was overjoyed. Clearly, our little Yuan hadn't participated in this activity before. He always drove in, ordered, ate, and left. As for why he didn't participate, it probably had to do with his athleticism in catching chickens. Free-range chickens and ducks are no joke. When they run, they dash away, leaving only a few feathers behind. You chase them, they run. If you don't chase it, it will stop where it is and stroll around leisurely, as if mocking your incompetence. If you leave, it will defiantly raise its neck and follow you. When you get impatient, it will chase you relentlessly. Congratulations, you successfully worked up a sweat in the sweltering heat, and then automatically run to the restaurant to buy a slightly more expensive soda. If you encounter geese, it's a disaster. The owner even cordoned off the geese in a designated area and put up a sign that read, "Geese are fierce. Do not attempt to catch them yourself." The area is also monitored by surveillance cameras, as if afraid these most powerful units in the village might escape. If you want to catch them, you have to be led in by someone, the scene resembling a manager guiding you to challenge a regional boss. As for the fish at the farmhouse, those that survive are the cream of the crop. Bait? I seen plenty. They think they can catch me with that? Earthworms? They're SOSO. I seen plenty of guys who think they're superior only to leave disappointed. Without a landing net, You really can't do anything with these guys. Fortunately, this restaurant is authentic, otherwise, a typical pawn could rake in a lot of money from fishermen. Looking at the proprietress through the boundary between reality and illusion, it seemed like I spotted a quest guide NPC. A clear exclamation mark was now appearing above her head. A quest called Farmhouse Ingredient Collection had been posted. Accept it? Why not? Since I'm already here, I should naturally test the strength of the bosses in this area. Chapter 123. Many people were eating and taking pictures, but very few were willing to actually participate. The jailer, being self-aware enough to know that helping would only make things worse, only issued the orders. Catch 2 chickens, 1 duck, 1 fish, and lettuce for vegetables. Jiang He questioned, can we eat that much? Beiwo and Orange Tea both looked at the silent fries. Jiang He suddenly understood. Then it was alright. According to the jailer's plan, making poached chicken with chicken jelly would take a little time, so the chickens had to be caught first. Beiwo took off her coat and threw it to the jailer. Useless guy, all you do is wait to eat. The jailer nodded, accepting the title of useless. You're absolutely right, please begin your performance. Beiwo walked to the large banyan tree where a bunch of chickens were resting, gesturing for everyone to stay away from her. She first asked the proprietress for some rice, and under her approving gaze, slowly approached the chickens, gently scattering the bait. Seeing the free-range chickens begin to eat, Beiwo turned around and proudly gave AV's sign. As long as you learn how to lure them in, and then are quick and decisive, it's a piece of cake. This perfectly matched her style as a lurker. Many photographers noticed someone taking action and turned their attention to Beiwo. The contrast between Beiwo's bright and shiny appearance and her surroundings, the bright midday sun and the shadows cast by the banyan trees creating a perfect dividing line, made for a perfect composition. All Beiwo had to do was lift the chickens up and press the shutter. Everyone was confident, except for Orange Tea, who seemed thoughtful, and the jailer, who had a smile on his face, as if he had a premonition. The path leading from the plump, white grains of rice to the feet of the quilt was only half eaten before the free-range chickens turned back in unison. The quilt, already poised to pounce, froze. They're too clever. The quilt's eyes widened. She tossed another handful of rice, landing it among the chickens. Because of the distance, they immediately began eating, finishing, and then remaining untouched. The jailer couldn't help but laugh. Did someone just say I'm useless? The quilt wasn't provoked into chasing the chickens. She wasn't stupid, these free-range creatures had impressive short-range bursts of speed. If she were being led around like a dog, the jailer would be even more smug. The 4 original entities and Zhong Zemo, who were catching ducks nearby, were also somewhat embarrassed. These cheating ducks, as soon as they noticed someone chasing them, immediately huddled together and went into the water, quacking mocking them in the pond. Some ducks even defiantly approached the pond's edge and waddled around. It's a bit lacking in cooking wine. The quadruple body picked up a bottle of mineral water, soaked the ground, rolled it into a ball of mud, and aimed it precisely at the duck from a distance, leaving a large, muddy yellow stain. What do you mean by that? Zhong Zemo blinked. Marking it. We eat it today, the quadruple body said. Speaking of which, the quadruple body's aim was surprisingly accurate. Hey, I used to practice skipping stones, so I still have some muscle memory, the quadruple body sighed, but not anymore. Once Zhong Zemo and the quadruple body left the shore, the ducks waddled back ashore, continuing to quack. Won't they cause a ruckus and end up needing help? Zhong Zemo worried. No, I already have a way to catch it, the quadruple body said confidently. Whoa! A distant exclamation drew their attention. They ran to the crowd and, following the gaze, saw Orange Tea carrying a red-crested rooster in one hand, walking like a war god from under the banyan tree. No matter how the rooster flapped its wings, Orange Tea's hand held it firmly, preventing it from making a fuss, only letting out a few shrill cries. Just as they handed the chicken to the proprietress, Blanket snuggled up to Orange Tea. It has to be Tea God, so fast. Orange Tea shrank back shyly. Should we catch another one? The jailer nodded. Catch a hen, the same size as the rooster, not too big. Orange Tea turned back to fight. Having just caught one, the entire flock was on high alert. Even before Orange Tea got close, they scattered, preparing to flee. Orange Tea spotted the nearest well-proportioned hen and darted out. Just as the hen was about to slip and drift around the bend, Orange Tea slammed on the brakes, planted her right foot on the ground, and used her left leg to push off, leaning forward and scooping up the struggling hen with both hands, precisely catching her in her arms. Her coordination and balance were on full display. Holy crap, Tea! Tea Goddess! Anyone could see that Orange Tea was only using this method to catch the chicken because she didn't want to get too dirty. If she were given a uniform, there wouldn't be any living creatures around here. That's incredible. The 2 chickens were quickly sent to the kitchen, and the jailer immediately took orders. 1 poached chicken, one side with chicken jelly, the other side without. Half a soy sauce chicken, and salt bake the other half. Just stir-fry the chicken giblets. Seeing that the 4 primal bodies and Jean Zemo had returned empty-handed, the jailer was about to ask if they should give up when the 4 primal bodies stepped forward and whispered to the proprietress. Suddenly, the proprietress burst into laughter, went into the shop, and brought out a battle-damaged stainless steel basin. Visibly inside were some sticky clumps of bean flour that hadn't been properly cleaned. The proprietress scooped some bean flour and rice bran mixture with some corn kernels into the stainless steel basin, stirred it casually, and then smiled at the 4 primal bodies, saying, "Thank you for helping feed the ducks." The woman in the quilt asked curiously, "Will this work?" "I just fed the chickens, and they were so clever." "It's not easy to fool the ducks, is it?" Orange Tea wiped his sweat. "If you use the right method, it should work." "What method?" Clang, clang, clang. Suckling, suckling. After a few taps, the 4 primal bodies made several suckling sounds. In an instant, ducks from the water and the shore rushed out in a flurry. The duck in the blanket suddenly realized what was happening. The familiar clattering of the stainless steel basin, coupled with the ingrained slurp 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 sound, immediately lowered the duck's guard. Plus, the pre-march had indeed abandoned their favorite food, so in a flash, the duck surged towards the pre-march. The marked duck even managed to snatch food right at the Primarch's feet. By the time it realized something was wrong and tried to escape, it was too late. The duck, being grabbed by the neck and lifted up, was still struggling and quacking, seemingly begging its brethren for help. Unfortunately, they were all busy eating. "What a coincidence! Today I eat you," the Primarch said viciously. "You like quacking, don't you?" Compared to the largely deserted chicken, duck, and goose area, the pond was bustling with people. The proprietress mentioned that fewer and fewer people were willing to fish themselves these days. It was clear everyone was more concerned with cleanliness. Therefore, she planned to gradually close the chicken, duck, and goose experience, and even the vegetable picking experience. Only fishing remained incredibly popular. Some people even fished until all their dishes were served, and they didn't want to leave even after they caught enough fish. Nearly 10 people were fishing around the large pond. The landing net was right there, but it seemed too hot to handle. No one touched it. Jiang He came with plain fries to try it out. They decided to see if they could catch a fish with almost no skill. The proprietress provided mealworms and her own bait, but the anglers here seemed to have their own bait recipes and disdained using the shop's free bait. Finding a spacious spot under the awning, Jiang He recalled watching live streams of anglers, made a bait ball, and tossed it into the water. This action immediately attracted the attention of several anglers nearby. After the 2 cast their lines in unison, the anglers closest to them shook their heads again. "You watched other people's videos, but you have no practical experience, right?" An older man sitting on a plastic chair nearby struck up a conversation. Jiang He didn't shy away from admitting he was a complete novice and nodded. Original flavor fries, meanwhile, ate the cookies the proprietress had given him, curiously observing the anglers under the awning opposite. They seemed as still as meditating monks, as if nothing could affect them. "You can't just blindly copy others, you have to learn to adapt to local conditions," an older man next to original flavor fries whispered at this moment. "The fish here have been screened round after round, those remaining are very discerning. They don't even bother with baiting tricks. Your spot isn't good either. Why do you think everyone's leaving this spot empty? You can't catch anything there. You need to move. You can come here. Here, you can use this bait. It's definitely better than what you guys are using." Like a game that hasn't seen newcomers in ages, suddenly 2 newbies appeared in the beginner area. The seasoned veteran's eyes lit up, wishing they could throw a bunch of equipment at the 2 to quickly help them through the beginner phase. "No need, we're just trying it out." Original Fry's feigned indifference was shattered by the enthusiastic fisherman, but before he could finish speaking, his fishing rod suddenly sank. "Huh?" Very heavy. It felt like a giant hand was tugged of war with Original Fry's underwater. The line was taut and trembling violently. The nearby fishermen all stared wide-eyed. The ripples on the water's surface indicated the size of the prey that had taken the bait. A big one. How could this be? They only been casting for a short time. "Help me." She quickly pleaded with Jiang He for help. "Huh? Oh." Jiang He gripped the rod handle and pulled up along with the fish. A fellow angler yelled, tried to maneuver around it, Wear it down. Now none of the anglers could remain calm. The commotion was too great. Before Jiang Hei's big catch landed or escaped, no one could catch anything. The others, who had already dealt with the chicken, duck, and vegetable trap, happened to come over to check on the fish. Seeing Jiang Hei and the fish so close together, circling the water with the rod, they exchanged bewildered glances. Wow! Working together, the large fish surfaced, its enormous size startling everyone. Seeing their strength waning, the two slowly pulled it ashore. Zhong Zimo reacted swiftly, catching it firmly with the landing net, preventing it from escaping. Holy crap! The surrounding anglers exclaimed in amazement. What a huge grass carp! No wonder they were anglers, they even carried a scale and ruler. 74 centimeters, 17.2 gene, approximately 8.6 caddies. This is the kind of fish you could carry around the neighborhood all day. What does this mean? Many of them had driven here that morning, hoping to enjoy fishing while waiting. They caught plenty of other fish that morning, but rarely anything so big. How could two newbies have such a spectacular catch so soon? Despite catching such a big one, French Fries looked puzzled. She picked up the small bowl of mealworms, looking at the two barely moving worms, and murmured, "Didn't I put bait on it?" Original Flavor Fries continued, "I only took 2, and both are still here. It seems like I really didn't put bait on them." This statement successfully left the group of anglers dizzy. The proprietress came over upon hearing the commotion. "Oh, this should be one of the biggest fish in our ponds. What happened today? It's incredibly clever to have managed to be caught." Upon learning the Fries had caught it without even using bait, the proprietress was also dumbfounded. "How do you want to eat it?" she asked. Everyone looked at Fries. Whoever caught it had the right to decide. Original Flavor Fries looked at the still-throwing grass carp and thought for a moment. "Let's take a picture, and then release it back." Huh? After all, bigger fish aren't always better. That's true, and with a fish this big, besides taking it home to show off, it's impossible to eat it clean here. The proprietress patted the large fish, which had clearly survived only through its cunning habits, and complained, "You got a stroke of luck. It's too big, people might even complain about the meat quality, and we wouldn't be able to finish it." The jailer sighed, trying to be fat, "But it saved my life." The entire group from the virtual real boundary gathered around the giant grass carp for a group photo. Then each person picked it up and took a separate picture. The surrounding fishermen were getting impatient. Once everyone was done, they hurriedly took advantage of the proprietress's distraction while she was giving the fish water to prevent it from suffocating, and asked if they could take pictures too. As they spoke, they started reaching into their pockets. "It's a trip, so have fun. The original flavored fries were free. Feel free to take pictures." Before releasing it, the proprietress looked at the fries. "Let's give it a name. Next time someone catches one, I show them the picture." Original Flavor Fries thought for a moment. Potato chip? After a trip ashore, carrying the name Potato Chip, the large grass carp slipped back into the pond. Before leaving, it even thrashed about, paws facing the group for a moment, and then dove to the bottom. After this experience, this potato chip will probably be hard to catch, Jiang Hei thought. The potato chip was released, and the proprietress immediately grabbed a landing net and scooped it into another pond. As if she knew where the fish were, she scooped up a bass of just the right size. It was somewhat of a scapegoat. After a flurry of activity, the challenge was complete. The difficulty wasn't high, it was just for fun. After all, if you didn't care about getting your clothes dirty, you could have finished much faster. But catching a large grass carp with a bare hook was something to brag about in the group chat for a week. While waiting for the food in the private room, Jiang Hei couldn't wait to share this amusing incident, only to find that everyone scattered across the country traveling was enthusiastically discussing a major news item about the game. Red Feather Heavy Industries, the well-known guild that used self-destruction to clear the Slime King dungeon, not only cleared the 5th floor last night, but also entered what appeared to be the 6th floor area. They posted on the official community, "We enjoyed an unprecedented gaming experience, but we cannot reveal details yet." Wow! Looks like someone has already tasted the power of Black Cat. If the Slime King dungeon is so frustrating, Jiang Hei is very curious whether Black Cat's fan-made content has any chance of surpassing the Slime King. Chapter 124. Compared to the 4th and 8th floors, the 5th floor is a dessert level left by the level designer, designed to soothe players' tense nerves. The abundant experience and material drops at the end ensure players can gain some improvement before entering the next floor. The overall difficulty isn't high. It mainly tests the strategies for dealing with evil spirits and the speed of mowing down enemies. On the first try, There's a high probability of failing due to not understanding the mechanics, but after 1 or 2 attempts and checking a guide, most players can complete a speedrun. Except for those with extremely poor reflexes. But even someone that badly reflexed probably couldn't pass the 4th floor, right? The group chat was buzzing with discussion. A life wasted. Since the self-destruct strategy guide came out, more and more people are passing the 4th floor. The 5th floor isn't too difficult. I feel like Potato will soon release a guide for the 8th floor. La Freesia, Potato, aren't you going to reveal the secret yet? What mechanics are you keeping hidden after passing the level, keeping everyone in suspense? People from Orange Sky also chimed in. 30-year-old Grand Mage. After hearing the news, the international followers of the boundary between reality and illusion are all curious about how long you keep this a secret. They're currently arguing with those who say the boundary between reality and illusion is hiding a strategy to maintain its leading advantage. Jiang He frankly stated, even without a strategy for the 8th floor, I don't think the completion rate will be very high at this stage. This piqued everyone's interest. You only said the mechanics were unique. It seems the 8th floor is ridiculously difficult? Jiang He thought for a moment and let slip. There's a very special team-wide penalty mechanism. If one person doesn't handle it well, the whole team suffers. Other games also have many team-wide penalty mechanisms. I've seen many cases where the whole team is wiped out if not handled well. If it's just suffering, it doesn't match the difficulty you described. Ready to Eat's curiosity was piqued. What's the difference? You can teach others in other games, and the experience gained can be carried over after entering the game, but not on the 8th floor. Why not? It can steal my accumulated experience. Even Orange Sky's Crimson Music box came out. The Orange Sky members were also having lunch. They ordered beer fish, lemon duck, duck feet, and snail stew, stuffed tofu, and taro with braised pork. The dishes were all served, but no one had time to eat. Everyone was glued to their phones, staring at the group chat, waiting for Jiang He's reply. You understand what I mean once you reach the 8th floor. The peculiarity of this mechanism far exceeds your imagination. If Red Feather Heavy Industries from District 11 were a group of game enthusiasts, they would definitely fall silent after discovering this. What if they don't fall silent? Then I can only congratulate them in advance, Jiang He said calmly. Jiang He guessed correctly. Red Feather Heavy Industries was a small guild with only 10 members. After becoming famous for their self-destruct strategy, they became the guild with the second highest progress in conquering the reality/virtuality boundary. After reviewing the walkthrough for the 8th level of the reality/illusion boundary, they were initially puzzled. What made them so silent about the mechanics of the 8th level, even resorting to riddles? The reality/illusion boundary wasn't like this before. Until they entered what they thought was the 6th level, but was actually the 8th, and personally experienced the terrifying mechanics of having their consciousness erased and entering a dream. For a long time after waking up, they were somewhat disoriented. For a moment, they were even astonished to think that they hadn't actually done anything in the game last night. It wasn't until an hour later, as fragments of memories from the dream gradually surfaced and became clearer, that they felt a chill run down their spines. Questioning the boundary between reality and illusion, understanding the boundary between reality and illusion, becoming the boundary between reality and illusion. At this moment, Red Feather Heavy Industries can only worship the boundary between reality and illusion. Admittedly, the first guild to point out the unique nature of the Black Cat mechanic will gain massive traffic, but it will also become the enemy of all players who love the game. This is no less than directly spoiling the murderer for friends who love detective novels. But the more it's done this way, the greater the curiosity of the players becomes. Many players, who were originally stuck on the 4th level, feeling powerless to conquer it, decided to return to the temple after hearing that the 5th level was free and provided a lot of experience. They wanted to see what magic the 8th level held that made the two guilds that first came across it willingly become riddle solvers. The 8th level can't be Gotham City, can it? The dishes at the boundary between reality and illusion are all served. 2 indistinguishable boiled chickens. Soy sauce chicken, salt-baked chicken. It's clear that this restaurant's chicken-related dishes are classic. The jailer directly ordered 2 chickens prepared in 4 ways. White-cut duck. Since white-cut chicken is more famous, almost no one present knew that duck could be prepared this way. The sea bass was steamed, briefly fried in hot oil after cooking, then seasoned with a little soy sauce, for steamed fish and chopped scallions. Very simple. Chicken giblets were stir-fried, and duck giblets were eaten with a dipping sauce in plain water. The dish the proprietress said she was going to give to the prison guard was 2 bowls of stewed chicken with matsutake mushrooms. Without further ado, let's eat. Everyone was very curious. Why did the prison guard order 2 servings of white-cut chicken? What was the difference? Jiang He picked up a piece with his chopsticks, and with just a little pressure, the jelly-like meat jelly under the skin was squeezed out. Slightly yellowish, but overall crystal clear. What is this? The 4 primal bodies examined it, not yet taking a bite. It's like eating jelly. The first bite burst with flavor. The fries didn't care about that, popping it into their mouths, and immediately being amazed by the wonderful texture and rich chicken flavor of the chicken jelly. The jailer slowly ate the boiled duck offal, proudly saying, "How is it? Delicious, right?" When hosting a dinner party, the most impressive thing is everyone's approval of the food. Seeing everyone nodding and continuing to eat, he was very satisfied. "What exactly is this?" asked the woman in bed. "Just think of it as something like pork skin jelly," the jailer said. "It takes a little longer to make this than regular poached chicken." The free-range chicken meat was truly exceptional. Long-term exercise resulted in firm, tender, and springy meat. The 2 chickens that Orange Tea had grabbed were the perfect size, neither too tough nor too dry. After trying each dish, Jiang He gradually understood why the jailer had come here to host a dinner party. This chef was clearly skilled. The cooking style had both the flair of traditional, free-spirited cuisine, and the discipline of a professionally trained chef. Hey, you guessed right. He used to be the head chef at a hotel, but he got tired of the work and ended up coming back, the jailer chuckled. "That's why I call this my hidden gem." Jiang He divided the 2 bowls of soup the proprietress had given him. It was so fragrant. 1 sip, and the aroma went straight to the top of his head, even his breath smelled sweet. So fresh, purely the flavor of the ingredients themselves. Just a few sips were enough to bring immense satisfaction. Everyone wanted more, so the jailer waved his hand and ordered several more bowls. No wonder she gave them away. The proprietress knows how to do business. The jailer was prepared to pack some for his family to try. He initially thought there would be a lot left over, but he clearly underestimated everyone's appetite, especially for the fries. After everyone else had stopped eating much, she devoured almost half a poached duck, a salt-baked chicken, and half a sea bass all by herself. She also ordered a small bowl of white rice to go with the dishes. Having done some exercise today, Orange Tea thought she was quite a eater, having eaten 4 bowls of rice, but compared to fries, she was still a bit lacking. She used to think fries were the king of carbs, but now it seemed they weren't. She just had a huge appetite. The door to the private room opened. A man with slightly graying temples, around 40 to 50 years old, stubbed out his cigarette, blew a smoke ring towards the door, and walked in. "So everyone, how is the food this time?" This was the restaurant owner, and also the chef. The jailer was a regular customer, and as usual, he came over to ask this old customer for his feedback after the meal. Everyone was very satisfied. The chicken was as good as ever. The most important thing is that it tastes like chicken. The soup was still as delicious as ever. They gave us 2 servings, and I made money off 5. The owner laughed heartily. "Jiang," he asked, puzzled. "You left. Is the kitchen still running?" Hearing this, the owner became even more smug. "My 2 sons have taken over now. The chicken jelly you had today was made by them, wasn't it?" This was impressive. He assumed it was the chef's creation, but it turned out they were young and capable. Upon closer inquiry, it turned out the owner's 2 sons were quite capable as well. Their grades were average, and several years ago, they stopped looking for work, citing it's better to acquire skills than continue pursuing academic degrees, and instead began learning culinary arts from him. Now, one had taken over the business, while the other, though not exceptionally skilled, had helped the family launch a short video promotion and monetization channel. The restaurant's sudden popularity was also related to their operating methods, which resonated with the habits of young people. "I heard he's still up to something, some kind of game clip from Proof of the Stars, and I heard his earnings are rivaling his food videos. Sigh, I just don't understand them." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the owner left a large bottle of complimentary drinks and moved on to the next private room. The topic he started was one that Jiang He could pick up on. "Everyone, I want to talk about something." He first showed the guild account's earnings. A total of 2,323 yuan. This is the video earnings from Bilibili since its inception. Although there were many viral videos, the actual earnings weren't high, since Jiang He and Shutyo had never included ads or other money-making methods. The website had contacted them by phone, but they were in the middle of a guild war at the time, and both had temporarily postponed the invitation. "Now, I'm splitting the earnings equally among you, about 331 each." With that, Jiang He completed the transfer. Beiwo blinked. "You've been the ones running the account the whole time. we haven't interfered. Isn't this a bit unfair to you? This opinion was echoed by the others. Actually, they were just doing it for fun. No one was really focused on the guild's income. If Jiang He hadn't mentioned it, no one would have thought about it. Besides, this was practically passive income. Jiang He and French Fries did all the editing and production. Jiang He gestured for everyone to calm down. I thought about this too. If we get any extra revenue from videos, like ad insertions, in the future, French Fries, and I will take an extra 10% from that, and the rest will be split equally as usual. Although Bed and Jailer felt they could easily forego their share, knowing Jiang He was taking precautions to prevent the guild from falling apart like the bottled water god Luo, they nodded in agreement with the distribution plan, just like everyone else. Chapter 125. The 8th layer is still unfolding. Many guilds, having cleared the 4th layer, have already broken through to the 5th. As players across the Europa continent awaken, over 20 guilds have announced their entry into the 6th layer. However, regarding game mechanics, they too have learned the controls of the reality/illusion boundary. When asked, they say it's very special. When pressed further, they say it's best to experience it for yourself. Further pressing for a reveal date, everyone replies, after more players have experienced it. It's as if the reality/illusion boundary, and all the guilds, with the highest progress, have been in cahoots. Only the reality/illusion boundary knows that this is an unspoken understanding among the game's players. Every time a player in a different time zone awakens and realizes the strangeness of the 8th layer, they will also see the choices made by players in previous time zones, and the baton passed to them. This is a unique romance belonging to the Proof of the Stars games player community. To ensure that subsequent players have the most wonderful gaming experience to the greatest extent possible. Even though many players had numerous doubts about the revolutionary nature of this mechanism, and were bursting with pent-up opinions, they still held back, unwilling to break the silence that had been initiated at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds and spanned more than 10 time zones. For an entire day, players refreshed the official community pages of various servers, only to find announcements of entering the 6th level, but no useful information whatsoever. Some well-known guild members, whose identities had been revealed, received a media blitz, yet remained silent. By evening, some gaming portals were already calling the collective silence of the 6th level a spectacle in gaming history. The result of collaborative efforts from players across various time zones. The boundary between virtual and real worlds inexplicably became the initiator of the event. Jiang He, having spent the entire day wandering around, finished washing up, and was eagerly awaiting the next 3 hours to happily enter the game and begin his daily strategy. Just as he was about to browse the community again, Zhong Zemo suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong? Why are you so startled?" Jiang He was startled. "Look!" Facing the phone shoved in his face, he zoomed out. "Huh?" In the community's foreign server news section, a post was becoming a hot topic at an incredible speed. A guild called Inyang Realm, a country that loves all kinds of sauces and kimchi, posted an announcement stating that they would reveal the true nature of the 6th level special mechanism at 10 a.m. tomorrow, hoping everyone would pay attention and arrive on time. This caused a huge stir. All servers in the game have dedicated foreign server news sections, and enthusiastic gamers have formed efficient information-carrying groups to obtain real-time updates from various communities. The announcement from Inyang Realm caused an uproar throughout the player community. Some were excited to finally know what the major guilds were cryptically trying to say. Others flocked to the comments section of the Realm of Illusion forum, asking for their opinions. Jiang He was completely bewildered. What could he possibly think? He could only stare at his phone screen. Inyang Realm was one of the 4 guilds that had qualified for the World Championship. Logically, seeing the relay-like silence across various time zones should have given them an idea of what everyone was holding on to. If they waited another 2 or 3 days, most of the players who had persisted in conquering the underground temple would have cleared the 4th level using their self-destruct strategy and experienced the 8th level, thus revealing the secret. This is the crucial period of secrecy. Their decision to release the announcement at this point clearly indicates careful consideration, not a rash one. Inyang Realm saw the immense buzz generated by the silence of players across different time zones, and couldn't resist reaping the benefits. While not the first guild to enter the 8th level, nor the first guild to reach it, being the first to reveal the 8th level's mechanics would still bring them both fame and fortune through outside connections. Soon after, newly registered accounts flooded the comments section below Inyang Realm's announcement, with messages in various languages appearing like mushrooms after rain. Jiang He scanned the messages using a translator. Some advised Inyang Realm against this, stating they had sent private messages urging them to read them carefully and reconsider. Others gave examples of how this would significantly impact the gaming experience of newcomers. Shortly after these comments surfaced, the leader of Yin Yang Realm appeared in the comments section. This is the result of the guild's hard work. We have the right to decide what to do, and we don't need anyone to tell us what to do. This statement enraged the members of various regional guilds, who had been trying to reason with them. To be fair, the Yin Yang Realm guild leader was right. But looking at the bigger picture, every guild was working hard to protect the best gaming experience for newcomers, while you were trying to gain both fame and fortune by sneaking in, and then righteously criticizing everyone. As the discussion deepened, members of Yin Yang Realm stepped forward one after another, resulting in a flood of comments. For example, entering the 6th level first, and then hiding it is worse than us being open and honest. Why should I follow your rules? Who says we have to do this? The lack of a good gaming experience is their problem, not ours. They should be considering how to improve their skills instead of complaining about the ruined experience. Am I supposed to wait until all those noobs reach level 6 before announcing it? Maybe we shouldn't announce it at all. So fond of playing the good guy, always talking about the boundary between reality and illusion, how disgusting. Amidst the heated exchange, people discovered that one of the other 3 guilds that qualified for the World Championship actually dared to participate in the battle. This was intolerable. Friendly F-words flooded the screen, and the essence of insults from various countries overwhelmed the comments section. A massive ban, citing malicious comments, began in earnest, but only external IP addresses were banned. Members of the Yin Yang Realm Guild, who had originally participated in the insults, were also banned by the AI management of the Stars of Proof, only to be manually unbanned later. AI bans again, manual unbans again. At this point, Jianghe decided to do something. After discussing with everyone, Jianghe contacted Korn's Chosen, Orange Sky Strategy Group, and Funny Tree, and they reached a collective consensus. Half an hour later, the official Chinese server community, the official account of Virtual and Real Boundaries, posted a thread titled Assisting in the Challenge of the Underground Temple of the Clarities. The 4 major guilds promised that tonight, they would be at the entrance of the Underground Temple of the Clarities to provide assistance to guilds that had reached the 5th level, but could not afford the resurrection teleportation fee and were at their wits' end. First come, first served. This selfless act of helping others deeply moved everyone who clicked on the post. The post instantly became a hot topic on the forum, with numerous replies. When asked why the 4 major guilds were doing this, Jianghe was frank. His starting point was very pure. He simply wanted to allow more people to experience the authentic 6th level before some disgusting things ruined the experience. In this matter, he had only one identity, an ordinary player who had experienced the wonders of the 6th level. The various foreign server rapid response translation teams, closely monitoring the developments at the boundary between virtual and real servers, immediately intercepted the post and sent it back to their respective communities. In an instant, guilds from over a dozen countries responded. Regardless of their previous stances or opinions on the boundary between virtual and real servers and the Chinese server, they now acted as ordinary players. The players' spontaneous organization caught the attention of the game operators, and reports converged on Qin Xiaoyu. After reviewing the events in the community, the woman still admiring the night view from her high-rise building smiled slightly. Interesting. Go help them. Don't let these dedicated guilds have their materials stolen, she said. Chapter 126. At 12 o'clock, the boundary between reality and illusion logged on precisely on time. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Mint chasing and playing with several dolls. The boundary between reality and illusion was somewhat like a wanderer too busy with work to take care of her family. All the guild's daily tasks were entrusted to Mint and Garlic Sprouts, hence their excellent relationship. Mint, keep a few materials you need for making potions. Jianghe opened the guild warehouse and began moving the materials he had accumulated. We're taking everything else. What big trouble have you run into? Mint tensed up immediately. Are you all right? Is there anything I can do? Seeing everyone stuffing materials into their backpacks, Mint grew anxious. She ran barefoot to Jianghe's side and circled around. I made quite a few low-quality potions lately. I just need to exchange them for some money. How big is the funding gap? I actually have a little stash of cash outside. Beiwo explained with a smile. It's nothing, just helping some people through a tough time. We're fine. Really not? Really not? Mint stared intently into Beiwo's eyes, and after sensing he wasn't lying, she breathed a sigh of relief, her tone becoming reproachful. Who are we helping? It requires emptying our coffers. We've been saving for so long, and the warehouse is finally full. I was just discussing guild expansion with Garlic Sprout yesterday. Despite saying this, Mint still diligently selected the materials she needed, working quickly. With everyone's backpacks full, before leaving, Jianghe pinched Mint's cheek. It'd only take a few days. Once we finish this, I immediately help you take down the Clear One's grand archives. Mint, hands on hips, snorted. Did you empty your pockets and squander all your money before finally trying to appease me? Please forgive us, Mommy Mint, we earn it back. The blanket clasped its hands together. Once everyone teleported away, Mint finally grinned helplessly. She had already made plans with the dolls, these useless kids sigh. However, thinking of the great archives so close at hand, her lips curled up a little more. Entering the cave entrance to the underground temple of the Clarifier was considered the start of the Instance World Bubble. On the surface, like in Windpod City, it was a public world bubble. Those who had been constantly moving between instances, guilds, guild wars, and Windpod City, the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, hadn't come to the surface since the underground temple opened. After the Clarifier instance was discovered, a player-dominated market quickly formed here, with merchants earning a small profit by traveling between Windpod City and the instance entrance. While they focused on conquering the temple, players on the surface were also exploring their surroundings. The area where the temple was located was very strange. Thick fog blanketed the area during the day, only dissipating at nightfall. Exploration teams heading in all directions encountered powerful monsters, most of which were related to the undead. Due to the extreme danger, and the fact that maps were ineffective within the area, the players' exploration made little progress. Their only option was to go out in groups, hunting spirits, and collecting soul fragments to exchange for other resources. Oh, they're here! The arrival of members from the World Championship guilds caused a stir among the players, who had been waiting. The guilds that were ahead in the raid usually stayed hidden in the dungeon, so this rare opportunity for close contact made everyone very excited. The number of overlapping world bubbles is increasing. Even those ineligible for the 6th level still want to join the fun, and see if the 4 major guilds are truly generous. As the initiator of the event, Jianghe reiterated his original intention. To allow more people to enjoy the ingenious dungeon design of the 6th level before the experience is ruined. He didn't intentionally belittle anyone, simply explaining the situation. The rules for gifting materials are simple. Using the game's temporary chat channel, the person who speaks immediately after Jianghe is considered a winner. Guild Leader Potato, I have a question. How do you determine if a winning guild is truly destitute? Regarding that, I can tell everyone that this event has received technical support from the Chinese server operations team. Please, all players participating in the lottery, don't put yourselves in an awkward situation. Jianghe received a private message from Qin Xiaoyu as soon as he logged in. The same thing isn't just happening on the Chinese server. On other servers, guilds participating in this round of the game will also receive assistance from the administrators. The mysterious Starry Campfire even got involved. The lottery process went exceptionally smoothly, with administrators like Qin Xiaoyu quietly overseeing things, and no one dared to cheat. The boundary between reality and illusion gave away 17 sets of gem infusion materials. Orange Sky gave away 11 sets. The Funny Tree gave away 10 sets. Even Corn's Chosen, who still refuses to bow down to the self-destruct strategy, managed to spare 7 sets. A total of 45 lucky guilds once again had the chance to pursue their dreams. In the words of the 4 primitives, he rediscovered the feeling of leading newbies into the game back in the day. The most common phrases from each of the winning guilds were either "thank you," "big shot," or "big shot, you're awesome." A brief and simple compliment, yet enough to please everyone. Someone in the crowd muttered, they accumulated enough material anyway, giving away a little won't hurt, and was instantly dismissed by the team-building commentator. Even after leaving the reality/virtual boundary guild, the discussion continued. It has to be Guild Leader Potato. He's so generous, giving away so much material so easily. No wonder he's a god of responsibility. Learn from him, you have a lot to learn. But what exactly is the mechanism that makes Guild Leader Potato and other experts so infatuated, praising it endlessly, and remaining silent to maintain the mystery? To be honest, although I really want to know, the thought of the people from Yin Yang Realm makes me nauseous. This was also a true reflection of most players' feelings at that moment. Curious, yet resistant to the name Yin Yang Realm. The reality/virtual boundary guild's generosity has gone above and beyond. How many of the 45 guilds will be able to enjoy the purest reality/virtual boundary experience depends entirely on their own efforts and luck. Returning to the guild and grabbing the 20 improved elemental flame bottles provided by Mint, they once again approached the 9th level of the boundary between reality and illusion. Have you noticed that the information displayed on the map is sometimes inaccurate? Zhong Zimo reported the anomaly. The 9th level, according to the Slime King, is the trial arena, but on the map given by Alna, it sometimes shows as the deep green courtyard. The deep green courtyard, according to the map information, is where the Clarity Keepers raise monsters. But they were currently in the urban area on the outskirts of the arena, facing densely packed houses of various kinds, not an endless pasture land at all. The map is useless, it's not a useful reference. Jiang He closed the map, don't look at it. It will only leave incorrect information in your mind and affect your judgment. The memory projections left behind by Alna before she vanished lost their guiding function. From now on, they could only rely on themselves, measuring the distance with their own feet and witnessing everything with their own eyes. Enemy approaching directly ahead, demi-human puppets, number 4, werewolves, ratmen, mushroom men, cat heads. Another group of enemies is approaching, number approximately 30, cultists of the Church of Eternal Night. The information from the information portal became increasingly concise, clear, and easy to understand. The closer they got to the city, the more chaotic the situation became. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the city, the ripples from the collision of magic completely disrupting the mage's perception. Everywhere they looked, there was acrid smoke, many streets were ablaze, and ruins blocked normal passageways, forcing them to run along rooftops to bridge the gap between reality and illusion. Even running couldn't escape the melee. It was another small-scale skirmish between demi-human puppets and cultists. This time, Jiang He waited until the demi-human puppets had killed more than a dozen cultists before ordering the 4 primitive bodies, with the strongest grip and best aim, to throw incendiary bombs. Years ago, when he was just practicing skipping stones, he demonstrated his mastery of parabolic trajectory. The Molotov cocktail spun rapidly, tracing an arc through the air before landing precisely in the crowd. It was even an airburst. An elemental explosion erupted amidst the crowd, flames mixed with lightning clinging to the dolls and living people, instantly transforming them into graceful dancers, their bodies swaying amidst the fire and arcs of electricity. The power was immense, the effect excellent, and the spinning motion in the air didn't cause an explosion due to the violent shaking. However, the boundary between reality and illusion still involuntarily uttered a holy crap. Men hadn't warned anyone at all that this time, the Molotov cocktail's area of effect was significantly increased, and its spread was much faster. The rooftop where the Molotov cocktail was thrown was completely engulfed in flames, the overflowing flames spreading to the ground and igniting the surrounding houses. The power was too great, it seemed they had set the entire neighborhood ablaze. If it had been thrown from a mid-range distance, the flames would likely have spread, and they too would have been hit. Damn it, when will men ever be more careful? The entire cult has become an acquaintance. The Mushroom Man, severely wounded, didn't even bother to see the enemy before self-destructing. The enemy wasn't harmed at all, but the rat next to him was blown into the air. The werewolf and cat had narrowly escaped the inferno, but before they could extinguish the flames, they were killed by the lurking French fries. She's so lacking in experience. The experience required for the final level is almost equal to the total experience required from level 17 to 19. Everyone took out Mint's potion and examined it again, nodding in agreement. Aside from Mint's absent-mindedness and forgetting to write the label and precautions, the potion itself was simple, effective, and easy to use. The fact that 7 diamond-shaped points of light would rise after a demi-human puppet died and disappear into the distance was something everyone was used to. Regardless of the mechanism or warning indicator, their current advance was unstoppable, a relentless assault with no way to stop and investigate. They advanced, throwing Molotov cocktails along the way. The Eternal Night Church's invasion had only created a few fires, most of which had been extinguished, leaving only black smoke. But after reaching the boundary between reality and illusion, the entire city behind them burst into flames. Every so often, experience points from unknown sources, indicating who they had killed, would enter everyone's bodies. The jailer was inspired. Let's look around, see if there's any kind of kerosene or something in the city. What are you planning? Jiang He had a vague idea. Since the demi-human puppets keep respawning, why don't we create a stage where they ignite as soon as they land? Any puppet that spawns behind us will be eliminated as soon as it lands. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The woman blinked. You mean? You think the Clarity ones are a bit too urbanized. Chapter 127. Gathering flammable materials, the flame spread across block after block, the boundary between reality and illusion transforming into arsonists, turning everything in sight into a sea of fire. It's unclear what magical items the Clarifiers, or the Church of Eternal Night, had stockpiled in the city, But as the flames spread, Jianghe had already heard several deafening explosions. After each explosion, everyone in the boundary between reality and illusion gained a little experience. What era is this? Still painstakingly killing monsters? This is so much more efficient. Soon, the boundary between reality and illusion encountered several dolls struggling to escape the fire. They were likely also victims of the explosions, their bodies mangled and battered. The encounter began hastily. The dolls were powerless to retaliate against the boundary between reality and illusion, and were overwhelmed and killed in less than a minute. With the Black Cat doll as a precedent, the dolls spawning on the 9th floor were truly remarkable. The trial arena, the landmark building on the 9th floor, was now in sight. After wiping out another group of fighting puppets and cultists at the boundary between reality and illusion, she took a moment to prepare and officially stepped inside. The trial arena was like a magnified version of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Dozens of thick, purplish-black columns surrounded the arena, connected by drawbridges large enough for 2 people to walk across. Due to the lighting, some engraved runes were vaguely visible on the columns, but nothing more. These columns were the most jarring architectural feature of the trial arena. Their purpose was completely unimaginable. The entrance passages came in several sizes, the ones for ordinary people being about 3 to 4 meters high, wide and long overall. But after circling around, she discovered a gigantic archway about 10 meters high, even more imposing than the ancient city gates she had seen during her travels. A transportation corridor? Or perhaps, a specially designed space reserved for certain creations to pass through. Upon entering the arena, the first thing that catches the eye is the empty stands. What was the motivation behind the clarifiers designing such a massive arena, conservatively estimated to hold tens of thousands of people? Combined with the meticulous city street planning and the expanded 9th level, it seems the current leader of the clarifiers is already planning a clarifier paradise 10, even decades into the future. The Slime King's statement that the 9th level is still under construction indicates that this colossal project is far from the full scope of the clarifier's plan. Such a scale of construction can only be reasonably explained by considering a population explosion. The clarifier's ideal world is far larger than anyone imagined. The enormous arena, large enough for horses to run, was circled around. I didn't see anything special, anything that could trigger the plot. Zhong Zemo, looking out from the stands, shook his head at the others, indicating he had found nothing. In the earlier levels, players had a clear objective, roughly knowing what methods and conditions would allow them to reach the next level. But on the 9th level, after a grueling hack-and-slash journey to the most prominent coordinates, they couldn't find a single decent clue. Several explosions rocked the city again, this time much more violent, with plumes of smoke visible in the distance. Original Fries looked up. What's going on? Everyone followed their gaze, and saw several more diamond-shaped specks of light floating in the sky towards the city. They're here again. This is a sign that appears only after a puppet dies, but there's no clue matching it at the boundary between reality and illusion. Thump! Thump! The earth trembled. An enormous creature was approaching, its steps slow but heavy. The sound of collapsing buildings echoed through the city. It was very close. Everyone went on alert. Zhong Zemo quickly applied a water elemental enchantment, created by a puppet, to his elemental hard shield to effectively cushion the impact. Holy crap! The jailer's eyes widened in shock. It was nearly 7 meters tall, a goat-headed creature with a thick, serrated dragon tail. Its entire body was deep black, with white jade-like horns growing densely like tree branches, the thick branches intertwined and crowded together. Its eyes were blood-red, fixed intently on the ant-like boundary between reality and illusion. The pillars formed from countless pieces of construction debris on its shoulders were already poised to move. A black-robed mage from the Church of Eternal Night floated behind the goat-headed creature. Amazing! How did you manage to get through the 8th level? How could Lady Lina Chia have let the bug slip through? So the Black Cat's real name is Lina Chia. Thanks for the tip. Members of the Church of Eternal Night entered the arena, but instead of entering the arena itself, they floated above the stands. We're asking you a question. Are you mute? How did you sneak through the 8th level? Seeing that the boundary between reality and illusion was only focused on observing the giant goat-headed man, the members of the Church of Eternal Night raised their voices. You mean that Black Cat? She's already been eaten by the Slime King, Jianghe mocked. She even begged us for mercy. Nonsense! Lina Chia is one of the high priests of the church. Could she be defeated by you weak little bugs? Stop talking nonsense. They must have set fire to the city. Maybe those puppets were sent there by them triggering the mechanism. The clear ones returning from outside, without a doubt, you must die. The information was substantial. Even now, The Eternal Night Church hadn't figured out the puppet's origin and identity, so they weren't an enemy of theirs or the clear ones on this continent. Dap, deal with him. There was no time for analysis. The Eternal Night Church pinned all the blame on the boundary between the real and the virtual. With a command, the giant goat-headed man tightly gripped the pillar, raising it high above his head, one leg raised high, the other on tiptoe. Dodge! Jiang He shouted. At the same time, the goat-headed man, Dap, stomped heavily on the ground. The ground, reinforced by the clear ones, cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. Amidst the earth-shaking tremor, the pillar raised above his head crashed to the ground. A visible shockwave rippled outwards from the point of impact, turning the nearby stands of the arena into dust. Such outrageous power. Humph, don't even think about escaping. A member of the Church of Eternal Night in the stands snapped his fingers, and instantly, dozens of purplish-black pillars surrounding the arena lit up with dazzling light. Magic flowed like electricity, and in an instant, a massive curtain, centered on the pillars, enveloped the arena, the stands, and the outside world. This is a protective measure built by the Clarities to prevent the leakage of battle energy from the arena. Do you like it, you insects? Dap's next attack didn't come. The boundary between reality and illusion, already cleaved by the earth-shattering blow, dared not make a move. I give you one more chance, insects. Explain clearly how you bypassed Lady Renashia to reach the 9th floor. Spatial magic is distorted, teleportation channels are disabled, and the route from the 8th to the 9th floor has been deliberately blocked by the clarifiers. Did you know about the hidden path? Now they've been exposed. The unknown interference affected the entire temple equally. The clarifiers were the first to discover this, even sacrificing themselves to bury the passage. The Church of Eternal Night, on this floor, is indeed trapped. Their haste in questioning Lanalcia shows they're panicked. They simply cannot handle the continuous, periodically deployed puppet army to the 9th floor on their own. If this continues, they will inevitably be wiped out. Knowing this, Jiang He felt relieved. The ram-headed man before him was Eternal Night's biggest trump card. I told you, the Slime King ate your Black Cat Lord, now he's probably just a spirit. Such a stubborn mouth, you're asking for death. Sigh, nobody believes the truth. Dap let out a long howl, the stone pillar split in two, elemental power surged, shaping into two enormous swords. It swung its massive sword with both hands, slashing at the illusory and real boundaries separating the arena. The size difference was too great, and the power too terrifying, no one dared to be even slightly touched by Dap's attacks. Bang! The clear one's defenses against the leakage of magic were severely damaged, cracks appearing on their faces. Another stomp shattered the curtain. No wonder the members of the Church of Eternal Night were hiding in the stands, refusing to fight alongside Dap. Its fighting style was brutal and reckless. Every attack was an area of effect attack. A slight misstep could mean certain death for them. The earthquake, which summoned earth elementals to stomp the ground, attempting to shatter everyone's legs, was easy to dodge. All it took was a good timing jump. The real problem was his erratic, unpredictable swings of the greatsword. It itself didn't know where it was going to strike, so how were you supposed to dodge? Original Fries suddenly had a brilliant idea. She wanted to try a desperate, all-out attack to shatter the blade and create an opportunity. She cancelled the active weapon blessing effect, activating Praise of Pain. Pain perception was paralyzed, increasing resistance to damage. Taking damage would excite the player, further enhancing the effect of the talent skill Bloodlust. Just then, she was injured by the splash damage from the aftershocks of the trampling attack, meeting the usage conditions. With this newfound insensitivity to damage, she bravely combined her desperate attack with the incoming blade. Like a cannonball striking her weapon, the high-quality weapon forged from the heart of elements visibly bent. If it weren't for Garcia's excellent forging skills, giving the weapon good resilience, the longsword would have broken and been unusable. Slinged forward by immense force, the spirit summoned by the jailer, the elemental shield of the four primal entities, and the blessing of Orange Tea all joined forces to absorb the damage. Jiang He fearlessly accelerated to catch up with the blade, risking instant death, barely managing to pull the Fries out of the vortex created by the blade. If he had attribute points, Dap would have allocated all of them to strength. He couldn't engage in a direct confrontation. The size and strength difference were obvious, and whoever touched it would die. The fusion of the four primal entities' elements erupted in a torrent, a massive pillar of magical light shining at Dap's chest, but it was like a tickle. The mountain-like Dap playfully swept his hand away, instantly dispersing the pillar of light. Its resistance to magic was also very high. The jailer's spirit screamed at close range, the terrifying howl successfully slowing Dap's movements briefly. It waved its hands irritably, trying to disperse the flying spirits. I found its weakness. It's an idiot. That's good news, but the bad news is, apart from the jailer's spirit, no one in the entire team knows how to use mental magic attacks. Moreover, the spirits howl and rage Dap. Chapter 128. Mental Magic, the most unique type of magic in the game. Currently, none of the player's selectable classes can learn it. It can only be cast indirectly through derivatives. To use mental magic, the known methods currently available are purchasing specialized items from NPCs, obtaining item recipes, and having them crafted with the assistance of guild dolls or other characters, or choosing a specific class to cast derivatives. Stimulated by the spirits, Dap was like a tireless mad dog, wielding his two great swords like windmills. Stomping, greatsword slashing, the mad dog's two axe blows formed an extreme offensive rhythm, suffocating the boundary between reality and illusion. The four primal bodies lost their casting space, making it difficult to test their other weaknesses using elemental magic. They were like rats trapped in a gladiator cage, dodging and fleeing in rhythm with Dap's cat-like movements. Step by step saved my life, the jailer shouted anxiously after narrowly escaping the danger zone, brushing past the sword winds. Thanks to the superstitious speed boost from everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion, without that speed, their attempts to maneuver would have been futile. The most agile member of the group, Blanket, reacted swiftly, leaping onto Dap's wrist and using his arm as a bridge to lunge towards its head. Whoosh! Dap opened its mouth, its yellow teeth, covered in moss and grass, swirling like a city gate, unleashing a stench that howled out. Willpower couldn't overcome the physiological reaction. The stench was so intense it stung Blanket's eyes, causing tears to stream down its face, turning it bright red. Not one to be reckless, Blanket immediately turned and jumped off the vehicle, avoiding a fatal oxygen deprivation. We need to disrupt its rhythm. If we stay in this stalemate, our stamina will be depleted first, the jailer's summoned spirit said, gathering power to unleash its shriek once more. We can briefly influence it. How do we use this opening? Jianghe and Original Fries exchanged a glance. The weapon greatly extended Dap's attack range. The immediate priority was to prevent him from spinning wildly like a top. Since the size difference was so significant, and immediate fatal damage wasn't possible. Then cut off his fingers, they both said in unison. Their conclusions regarding the situation were always strikingly similar. Just as they were about to loudly announce to the others, "Let's handle this," Zhong Zimo spoke first. "For primal bodies, give me a shield. Orange tea, transfer the wind spirit to me." Having played together for so long, their teamwork was astounding, and they immediately understood what Zhong Zimo intended to do. Original Fries personally tested Dap's strength, concluding, whoever takes the hit directly dies. If whoever touches him dies, then let one die to buy everyone a chance. Protecting teammates and being ready to sacrifice for them was precisely the reason he chose the Flawless Jade class. "You're using a small round shield?" the jailer exclaimed in shock. "Change your shield." "No, I'm using the small round shield." Zhong Zimo gathered all the blessings available to the entire team and resolutely charged into the whirlwind of the Great Sword. The Great Sword wouldn't stop its relentless, mad dog-like attacks. A shield parry was necessary. Zhong Zimo concentrated intently, swinging his arm in a wide arc to create a crescent moon, mingling with the flying sand and gravel. The whistling wind still echoed in his ears, its residual sound greatly impairing his judgment. Zhong Zimo could only rely on his vision and his absolute fastest reaction speed. Bang! The flying guillotine collided violently with Zhong Zimo's shield, the unparalleled force sending him tumbling to the side, already on the edge of the blade. Jianghe and Original Fries together supported the slightly dizzy Zhong Zimo. They only taken 2 steps, when the gust of wind whipped up by the trampling behind them sent shivers down their spines. What saved Zhong Zimo's life was the Flawless Jade class exclusive skill, the Protection of the Flawless. It temporarily boosted all of the player's attributes, strengthening shield defense and blessing effects. With the combined strength of the entire guild, they barely managed to save his life. Something went wrong with Jailer Brother. The spirit's interference hadn't been effective. It wasn't that he failed, but rather that Dap had suddenly changed tactics, spitting foul breath at Jailer Brother, blinding him. Betting joined Jailer Brother and, using its own speed, began to carry him around. "One more time," Zhong Zimo said firmly, "I can see now." Separated on either side, Jailer Brother and Betting could only vaguely see Zhong Zimo's location. The chaotic noise hindered their communication. Unable to communicate, they could only judge the timing of the spirit's attack themselves. The jailer stared intently at the rapidly approaching blade, his eyes narrowing slightly. Considering the delay in the spirit's casting after the first command, he began a silent countdown. Release. The spirit, hidden behind Dap's head, suddenly appeared. Aya! A piercing scream slammed into Dap's brain, his grip on the great sword faltering. Zhong Zemo mentally traced the blade's trajectory, everything slowing down before his eyes. Dust, like a veil, struck the great sword, but instead of tearing it apart, it roared forward, carrying a yellowish-brown veil, the exposed blade reflecting a ghostly light. Clang! The massive blade was deflected with a skillful force, the force rebounding and causing Dap's wrist to tremble violently. Ack! Dap howled in agony, staggering as his great sword fell to the ground with a series of metallic clanging sounds. The distance was calculated perfectly, only at the tip of the sword could he hope to parry. To maintain his balance and prevent himself from falling, Dap braced himself against the ground. A golden opportunity. Jiang He and French fries, who had already aimed at his fingers, transformed into two streaks of light with the blessing of the wind spirit. Wherever their blades struck, blood splattered. 2 fingers snapped off instantly, and the remaining 3 were also mangled by the rapid, relentless barrage of blows. Dap's goat-like face twisted in agony, his eyes wide with pain, like a demon god. His other hand gripped the still controllable greatsword tightly, supporting his body as he prepared to rise, determined to devour the flesh of everyone present. Buzz! Orange T's wind spirit silently teleported behind the 4 primal bodies. A torrent of elemental energy, a fusion of fire and lightning, lashed out like a giant laser pointer, striking Dap's right eye with pinpoint accuracy. The mint potion was incredibly effective, instantly reviving the mana-depleted primal. Skin has strong resistance to magic, but the eyeball does not. In a fleeting instant, a black spot burned into Dap's eye, blood gushing out and staining his cheek. Damn it, damn it, damn it! You will all die! Discarding his weapon, Dap clapped his hands violently, the resulting shockwave sending a sandstorm through the already ravaged, rubble-strewn arena. Gravity restraint. Ugh! Dap's still healthy left eye was suddenly propelled high into the air by a blanket that had somehow landed on his shoulder, plunging it into a knife. The blanket moved with lightning speed, seemingly flying. In his agony, Dap was completely unaware that the blanket had stepped on his arm, and was now upon him once more. The potion's potency is still increasing. Awakening Wind Potion's potency is still increasing. Long live Peppermint Mama's masterpiece. With his eyes damaged and vision limited, Dap's massive body knelt on the ground, wildly swinging his arms like a bulldozer. Kill you all, die, die, die. The Eternal Night Church mages, still watching the show from the stands, could no longer remain calm. Dap was their trump card, their weapon against the puppet invasion. They couldn't afford to lose him here. Even unwillingly, they had no choice but to dismantle the barrier, risking being accidentally injured by the crazed Dap. A teleportation portal appeared, and 6 puppets landed in the deep starry sky. Their timing wasn't ideal, and their landing spot wasn't perfect either, right in front of Dap's knees. Suddenly, before the puppets could do anything, Dap's enormous arm slammed down, shattering the ground and turning the barely reacting puppets into a pile of scrap. Another diamond-shaped mark appeared. Sometimes killing the puppet yielded nothing, sometimes 1 or 2. Unlike the previous diamond-shaped marks, it didn't fly away and disappear. Instead, it plunged straight into the void above the arena. Under Jiang He's command, everyone at the boundary between the real and the virtual world took out the final potential potion, preparing to finish off the crippled Dap in one fell swoop. A strange sound came from above the training ground. Initially, it sounded like a muffled thunderclap. A few seconds later, a high-frequency noise mixed in, bombarding everyone's minds. It sounded like the sound effects of a high-energy weapon being fired in a movie. Aside from the crazed Dap, everyone with reason turned their gaze upwards to the sky. The boundary between reality and illusion witnessed a shocking scene. The sky above the 9th level of the Temple of the Clarity was an illusion constructed of magic, and even the sun was a magical construct. At this moment, the illusion they saw, like wallpaper hanging on a wall, was sliced cleanly by an invisible blade. The wallpaper, unable to adhere to the wall, drooped and fell. The profound void was laid bare before everyone's eyes. Without facial features or details, only a humanoid outline, the object from the void, like a cheap white mold, slowly and gracefully swirled and drifted down, hovering about 10 meters above the arena. Following closely behind, shattering the void, came a massive, dark blue polyhedron composed of numerous rhomboid light spots. It emitted a mesmerizing, crystal-like brilliance. Gazing at it, one could vaguely see their own reflection within. What happened? The guardian of the 9th level wasn't this giant goat-headed man before them? The sudden turn of events left even the boundary between reality and illusion bewildered. The goat-headed man, Dap, suddenly stopped attacking. He half knelt, raised his head, and narrowed his bloodshot eyes, trying to focus on the two strange objects above him. He sensed hostility and a chilling killing intent. A fist-sized rhomboid spot of light floated from the pale blue polyhedron, drifting to the chest of the white-molded doll. The doll's body was like clay. The rhomboid spot of light slowly disappeared into its body, creating ripples on its soft, viscous skin. The instant the two merged, the white-molded dolls lacking in defined lines seemed to have been blessed by the world's best sculptor. Subcutaneous tissue churned, contracted, and deformed. Straight, high-set rabbit ears, a graceful, slender figure, and enviable curves instantly took shape. It looked like Nuwa creating something in front of everyone. The blue light emanating from within her body gave the white model color. After the sculptor finished, the dedicated painter began to color it, which took less than 2 seconds. Her features became fuller and more three-dimensional because of the color. White hair, red eyes, flesh-colored skin. Wait, why is she wearing a black and white suit, with white gloves like a waiter's? Does this combination make sense here? Everything happened too suddenly. 1 second, they were fighting fiercely. The next second, the boundary between reality and illusion and the Church of Eternal Night both put aside their enmity and watched the uninvited guest in midair warily. Intuition told both sides that the puppets constantly appearing on the 9th floor were their handiwork. The moment the rabbit-eared puppet landed, Dap uncontrollably pounced forward. He sensed it, very clearly. This monster was extremely dangerous and had to be killed immediately. Crush you! Like a lion pouncing on a rabbit. Before Dap, the rabbit-eared puppet was fragile and insignificant. A chaotic and cacophonous sound flooded everyone's minds the moment the rabbit-eared puppet opened its mouth. In their consciousness, countless figures flickered, the phantom of the natural disaster flashed, and countless sounds converged and suddenly erupted. The boundary between reality and illusion was far enough that the only reaction was dizziness. The closest Eternal Night Church mages fared much worse, blood streaming from their mouths and noses, their eyes bulging and bloodshot, looking as if they were about to suffocate. Mental magic, Jianghe exclaimed in horror. There were mental enemies on this level. Idiot Dap, with his astonishing burst of power, had already grasped the rabbit-eared puppet in his hand. The sudden eruption of mental magic caused him, who was directly facing the caster, to have a splitting headache, and his already bleeding eyes suddenly gushed blood. Monster, I strangle you. The mental magic meant to destroy Dap's consciousness instead triggered his rage. He gripped the rabbit-eared puppet tightly, squeezing it with both hands. With a series of cracking sounds, Dap couldn't deliver the final blow. He screamed, stood up, pounded his chest, and stomped wildly on the ground. The Eternal Night Church mage, whose mobility hadn't been taken away by the mental magic, was reduced to a bloody pulp by this sudden, berserk attack, inseparable from the ground. Dap's frenzy lasted about 20 seconds. His massive body seemed to be paused, suddenly stiffening before collapsing straight down onto the stands, motionless. The rabbit-eared puppet had killed Dap in one strike. We become the fishermen? The jailer wanted to pop the champagne, but seeing everyone looking up at the sky with grave expressions, he remembered that a monster was still hovering above the arena. Within the rabbit-eared doll, a rhombus burst forth, gleaming as it merged with the doll's body, its light dimming and turning a ghastly white as it departed. Another rhombus detached from the polyhedron, falling directly into the tattered rabbit-eared doll's body. The rabbit-eared doll's fragmented body writhed, and within a few breaths, it rebuilt its flesh and blood, standing perfectly intact. However, this time, she wasn't wearing a suit. Instead, she donned a form-fitting dragon-scale armor. Friendly? Enemy? Just as she hesitated, the dragon-scale armored rabbit-eared girl moved. She charged menacingly towards the boundary between reality and illusion. Chapter 129. With the enemy's information unknown, Zhong Zemo, shield in hand, charged forward, testing the strange puppet's combat strength for the others. He opened his mouth, closed his eyes, and flew back. The blessing failed, and the small round shield shattered into dust, disappearing instantly. 2 punches from Zhong Zemo nearly knocked the game offline. Just after killing one Dapu, another rabbit-eared girl with superhuman strength appeared. Leaving Orange Tea to watch over the unlucky squid, the other 5 swarmed in, carrying out a righteous gang fight. The fastest, Jianghe, and original flavor fries, in perfect unison, swung their swords from the left and right, one attacking the face, the other aiming for the chest and abdomen, trying to overwhelm the puppet. Crack! The long and short swords, their momentum undiminished, trembled violently, as the dragon-scaled rabbit girl precisely caught the already blurry blades with her left and right hands. The incredibly durable, defensively robust dragon-scale gloves rubbed against the top-tier weapon forged from the heart of elements. The blade couldn't penetrate her defenses. The elemental bursts only left visible vortices in the gaps between the silvery dragon-scale armor plates. Such immense strength. The dragon-scale armored rabbit girl's hands were like iron clamps. No matter how hard the two struggled, they couldn't pull the blade away. She smiled sweetly, then her hands unleashed an astonishing power, twisting the long and short swords like braids. If Jianghe hadn't sensed the danger and deliberately abandoned his weapon, casually tearing apart the original flavored fries along the way, both of them would have had their arms broken by this monstrous force. The weapon forged from the heart of elements was as fragile as sand in her hands. Jianghe, original flavored fries, weapon destroyed. Hey! The rabbit girl viciously slashed at her kidneys, her expression as if she couldn't wait to put this big rabbit in a pot and stew it. The dagger got stuck in the gap between the dragon-scale armor plates. Having learned from the previous two, Beiwo quickly abandoned her weapon. A wise move. If the jailer's zombie hadn't jumped out and used its body as a shield, she would have been torn apart. With just one punch, a huge hole appeared in the zombie's chest and abdomen. The rabbit girl reached into the bloody hole and easily tore it apart, then, carrying the half-destroyed corpse, slammed it precisely into Beiwo, causing her to fall to the ground. The heavy blow caused Beiwo to let out a groan. Injured in the thigh, she couldn't get up for a moment. When she raised her head, the rabbit girl, bathed in blood, tilted her head slightly and grinned at Beiwo. In her hand was the half of the zombie's body she had just torn off. This scene was more terrifying than any horror movie. Brutal horror and captivating elegance could be so harmoniously displayed in a doll. Zhong Zemo, struggling to breathe, returned to the battlefield. He switched to his large shield and, in the instant the rabbit girl threw a punch to instantly kill him, stepped in front of her. A shield bearer must always stand in front of their teammates, absorbing the most dangerous attacks. If the small round shield can't hold, what about the large shield? Crack! The rabbit girl's hand broke through the shield, the remaining force striking Zhong Zemo's chest. Orange Tea's wind spirit saved his life. The somewhat sluggish Zhong Zemo managed to accelerate and sidestep before being hit. The ear-piercing sound of his dragon-scale armor scraping against his protective gear made him drenched in sweat. Outrageous. Although Zhong Zemo's large shield was only purple, it provided extremely high defense, far exceeding the small round shield used for parrying. The rabbit girl's punch destroyed it. It needs to be repaired. The same went for her breastplate. Zhong Zemo was wearing heavy armor from the Clarity series, but under her fists, it was no different from tofu. One punch, and she was in battle damage mode. Could this guy's ability be to clear or directly destroy a player's equipment after a heavy blow? Once equipment is destroyed, it must be repaired using the precision repair function provided by the guild or NPCs. This can't be fixed with temporary repair kits. While original fries and the others switched to their backup weapons, Zhong Zemo switched to her last medium shield and threw it like a dart, aiming straight for the rabbit girl's face. She didn't even look at the rapidly spinning shield. She casually extended two fingers and lightly flicked it, as if plucking a leaf, easily confiscating the thrown weapon. Without any hammering, the medium shield shattered inch by inch, disappearing into the wind. The guess was right. What a vicious puppet. It can directly double a player's repair costs. Get out of the way! Jianghe and the four primal bodies shouted at the same time. A torrent of fused water and fire swept past, striking the rabbit girl directly. The rabbit girl assumed a sumo wrestling stance, grasping at the empty air before her. Her dragon-scale armor shimmered, an invisible force surging within her, neutralizing the continuous elemental power. The mint potion granted the four primal entities the power to fire for an extended period. The rabbit girl's unwavering stance lasted only 4 or 5 seconds. Her legs, rooted firmly to the ground, were pushed backward, carving 2 shallow furrows. The silver-glowing dragon-scale armor on her body began to smoke, waves of scorching heat erupting in all directions. Jianghe vaguely guessed that the dragon-scale armor possessed the miraculous power to neutralize magic and elemental power. At this moment, due to the continuous output from the 4 primal entities, this conjured armor was nearing its overload. Jianghe gathered magic in his hands, creating the magic-shaping two-handed sword. He gripped it with both hands, ignoring the elemental turbulence splashing around the rabbit girl as it struck her, and moved behind the immobilized creature, aiming for the back of her head. Despicable bastard. Jianghe's heart nearly stopped. The rabbit girl's head turned 180 degrees, her red eyes glaring fiercely at him. Even with Jiang Hei's excellent mental fortitude, the sudden situation still made his strike awkward, and the one-handed sword ultimately struck the spine of the dragon scale armor. The dragon scale armor, already tinged with red, was suddenly attacked, like a boiler under immense pressure being subjected to external shock. Boom! A large black rat rescued Jiang Hei, who was right in front of him. Stepping with the wind of awakening, the wind spirit, the bed was simply too hot. This is amazing. Who can keep up? Danger always lags behind. After the explosion, the rabbit girl was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a conspicuous crater. Where's the rabbit girl doll? The jailer looked around warily. Look, they're everywhere. The primal pointed to the blood on the ground. The violent explosion turned the rabbit girl into rabbit girl sauce. Melee specialist, weak magic? Not quite. The magic resistance of the dragon scale armor is excellent. It seems to absorb some magic power from such a violent explosion. Thanks to Mother Mint's potion, otherwise how could the primal have lasted so long? After killing the enemy blocking the way again, the expected reward didn't appear, and no experience was gained. No way. The rabbit girl sauce gathered in the air, turning into a blood-red sphere. A dim, rhomboid crystal emerged from inside the sphere and returned to the polyhedron above. A crystal-clear, full, shimmering blue rhombus floated down, connecting with the blood-red sphere and merging into its interior. The blood sphere began to writhe again, and soon, the weak-colored dark elf from the Bed XP Special Attack Team took shape. The mouths of everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion twitched. Are you kidding me? Is it unkillable? Zhong Zemo was completely numb. The polyhedron in the sky is incredibly malevolent. Attack it first. Jiang Hei had already sensed something ominous. If each rhombus represented a puppet form, then this enormous polyhedron would be enough for them to fight forever. It was composed of countless rhombuses. The rabbit girl's terrifying equipment-destroying ability destroyed the weapons of the 3 damage dealers, and Zhong Zemo's shields were all destroyed, leaving him only with his bare hands. Faced with a dark elf puppet that immediately vanished into the shadows upon appearing, Jiang Hei had only one word. Retreat. First, review the situation, then devise a strategy. The mowing down the grass tactic is merely a deception to lull players into complacency. This layer is far more complex than they imagine. The polyhedron cast a phantom blue light, sweeping across the entire trial arena. The arena barrier, closed by the Church of Eternal Night, reopened, a massive curtain separating the inside from the outside. The starry sky jade has failed. Mine too. And mine too. Jiang Hei gritted his teeth, staring up at the polyhedron that was still scanning. It was it. Win the battle, or die in the trial arena. This was the choice the polyhedron gave them. This broken thing could never be a creation of the clarifiers. Its specifications and power far surpassed those of the clarifiers and the Church of Eternal Night. Contemplating the background story and plot was useless. The battle of the Dark Elves had already begun in the shadows. The blankets were kicked out of the shadows, and she opened her mouth and closed her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the entire trial grounds went dark. The Dark Elf puppet was creating her own stage. She had arrived. Dawn broke, and Jiang Hei, awake, stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Zhong Ziming was in a similar state. What kind of monster had they encountered? Relying on the blanket's mutual destruction, they, having lost 4 members, barely managed to defeat the Dark Elf puppet. But the battle was not over. The rhombus descended again. It seemed like some kind of special personality chip. After being replaced, the puppet's behavior patterns, personality, and abilities would immediately change. In the third battle, they faced mushroom men who could spread spores, causing a fungal carpet to grow in the trial grounds. Under the hallucinogenic dust, original flavor fries and jailer brother left Jiang Hei one after the other. The spirit summoned by the prison guard before his death provided Jiang Hei with a second of fear control. In that brief window, the weak flame mushroom was finally ignited. Then, a massive explosion. A lethal dose of spores enveloped the area. The dust it released met the flames, blasting Jiang Hei into the air. A terribly foolish mistake, yet at this point in the battle, Jiang Hei, physically and mentally exhausted, felt a living hell. He even felt that his consciousness had deliberately manipulated him into doing this. He just wanted to be free. Hey, let me offer a hypothetical scenario. Just a hypothetical one. Zhong Zemo gulped down a mouthful of water. The trial arena. The trial part doesn't correspond to this polyhedron, does it? Jiang Hei's face darkened. What does this mean? Is it a test to see if players are qualified to become Hercules with 12 trials? Given the number of rhombuses in a polyhedron, there must be at least 1,200 trials, right? However, thinking about it, Experiencing a variety of different characters with varying abilities in just one level is worth the price of admission. Most games with this kind of intense boss battles simply use a bunch of reskin bosses, or just pile on stats to annoy players. The fact that Proof of the Stars doesn't use reskin monsters already puts it ahead of 90% of game developers. Chapter 130. After grabbing some rice noodle rolls and sweet soup from the nearby old street with the jailer, the entire virtual reality boundary team rushed back to the hotel and gathered in Jiang He's room. Zhong Zemo's laptop downloaded last night's recording. If you were to ask what the most immediate feeling the ninth floor gave the players, the entire virtual reality boundary team would choose chaos. Two churches were locked in combat, and a mysterious enemy had invaded. The constant mowing down of grass, and the ruins everywhere only amplified the impression of chaos. The chaos reached its peak the moment the multifaceted creature appeared with its doll. The equipment is ruined. I wonder if we have enough money for precision repairs, Jiang He pondered. Although virtual reality boundary had reserved some materials, the need for precision repairs was an unexpected situation. They had obtained a large number of repair kits through the Guild War lottery, but they were all for temporary repairs. The scene froze on the dragon-scale armored rabbit girl, and everyone sighed. The attacks from other puppets at most depleted their repair kits, but hers struck right at the player's economic lifeline, dealing true damage. What do you think the key to clearing the game is? Bed and orange tea, chin in hand, dangled from their seats on the bed, swinging their legs. This question stumped everyone. If a rhombus represents a puppet template, breaking through the polyhedron is virtually impossible. Let's assume that defeating a certain number of puppets triggers a special event, Original Fries suggested. A new question immediately followed. A certain number, how many is that? The polyhedron exhibited clear signs of being a series of bosses: the dragon-scale armor rabbit girl, the dark elf shadow stalker, and the fundal carpet mushroom man. They defeated 3 on their first encounter, without gaining any experience. To defeat 5, 10, or 15 guardians. Unlike the previous 4 guardians, this level seems to test the player team's adaptability. The more strategies and tactics the team can come up with, the wider their coverage, the more likely they are to stand out. Tonight, Jiang He must first confirm one thing: whether the puppets' appearances are regular. If they are irregular, they will need to temporarily accumulate some items before challenging it again. They thought the black cat was scary enough, but the 9th floor is even more formidable, requiring extreme rotations to clear without help from allies. The later the level, the higher the difficulty of the bosses. There are still 3 floors left. What will pop out at the end of the Temple of the Clarity? Just thinking about it is exciting. As players, the more difficult the boss, the more challenging it is, and the more it proves their strength. The 4 guilds that qualified for the World Championship all unanimously cleared their schedules for the morning and noon today, staying in their hotels. They want to be witnesses. The community has been buzzing since morning. Of the 45 guilds sponsored by 4 guilds, only 11 unlucky ones failed to break through to the 5th level, collapsing in despair. The remaining 34 lucky ones, having experienced the power of the 8th level's Black Cat mechanism, immediately posted messages of gratitude upon waking. All eyes are on me. I announce something. I am a dog of the boundary between reality and illusion. Having experienced it, one can understand why the boundary between reality and illusion remains silent. Those guilds that reached the 8th level also chose to keep quiet. The more they understood this, the more they gritted their teeth against Yin Yang Realm. At 10 a.m., the guild leader of Yin Yang Realm, wearing a mask, appeared in the live stream. Domestic game media outlets, who had been eagerly awaiting the broadcast, simultaneously aired the event. Jiang He watched the live stream, his heart calm. Although not every player could experience the 8th level, he still wanted to delay the revelation of the mechanics as much as possible. He had done enough. The tacit cooperation of players across different time zones had maintained this romantic atmosphere for nearly half a month. Enough. With billions of people on Earth, there are bound to be a few selfish, attention-seeking idiots. Do you think you're living in paradise? When a domestic player volunteered to act as a simultaneous interpreter mentioned modifying the dream, the live stream chat exploded with a barrage of comments. The dense chat filled the screen. Yin Yang Realm used a portion of his own gameplay footage to illustrate the power of the boundary of illusion and reality skill, and its groundbreaking mechanics. Behind the doubts and confusion came the astonishment of countless players, who understood the reason for the silence surrounding the boundary of illusion and reality. Now I know why Guild Leader Potato kept his mouth shut. Knowing the mechanics and being completely ignorant of them make for completely different experiences after waking up. This unique experience, with a live stream at 10 a.m. on October 2nd, is now completely gone, never to be repeated. Considering that Virtual Boundary and 3 other guilds emptied their coffers to rush to send someone to the 8th floor last night, many players were deeply moved. The difference in player quality is immediately apparent. So many players from different time zones kept quiet, keeping this secret so that more people could experience the game's thrill. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Jiang He opened his account and posted an update. Later, we will release some tips and strategies for conquering the 8th floor. Have a happy holiday and all the best. They also attached a group photo taken yesterday at the farmhouse after catching a big fish. Naturally, their heads were completely covered by a seal patting its belly. The post immediately garnered nearly 100 replies. I admit, I'm a bandwagoner, a meme-munder, and I stirred up trouble in guild wars many times, even stirring up your drama. I repent. Can you guys be a little less rude? Clearly, the Reality Boundary faction cleared the dungeon first, but they kept it a secret, leading so many players to guard the secret, only to have their experience ruined in the end. It's like they were the ones who cleared the 8th floor first, and yet, Guild Leader Potato isn't even angry. They're busy making guides even on holidays. Why don't you guys enjoy yourselves for a few days, and we explore on our own? Don't make me beg you. I support Reality Boundary keeping a secret to maintain their lead in the guide, lest some disgusting thief take it and then, in the annals of history, claim it as their masterpiece. There were even comments in other languages under the post. I used a translation app to check, and they were mostly thanking Reality Boundary for their efforts over the past few days, especially for the initiative they launched last night. Looks like they're getting a last-minute, exclusive experience. Crimson Music Box congratulated in the group chat. You guys were already popular in the international gaming community before, and after this, your overseas fans are probably going to multiply dramatically. Orange Sky has been closely monitoring overseas game developments, and the virtual to real Borderline game has a large overseas fanbase. Unlike in China, where Orange Tea and Jianghe are more popular, overseas, it's actually Fries and Zhong Zemo who are more popular. One is an extreme, aggressive attacker, the other a shield that always provides a sense of security for teammates. Two extremes. What are they talking about outside right now? That's exactly who you asked? Crimson Music Box immediately shared her newly completed translation compilation in the group chat. A long review immediately caught her eye. I absolutely support the Virtual Reality Boundary livestream, revealing the mechanics and truth of the 8th floor. I have no objection to them revealing the mechanics and ruining my gaming experience. Because I know I'm terrible, I can't reach the 8th floor, while they are experts. But they didn't release that damn guide, using it to build their reputation, but instead chose to give us enough time to catch up. He wants everyone to feel the pure shock and emotion that the game brings. I can understand why those who barely made it to the Black Cat dungeon last night are so excited today. If it were me, I would be even more excited. I would jump onto my dining table and roar. When we were kids, we were all so innocent, even glass marbles could make us. We feel that countless wonderful things await us in this world, and games will keep us forever young. But as time goes by, we enter society, and seeking that purity again becomes a luxury. Life can't defeat me, but it makes it hard to breathe. I'm a father of 2, and I don't have time to pick up any games, I'm always too busy. But Proof of the Stars gave me the opportunity to pick up games again. I know everything in the dream is an illusion created by the headband. It's false, but I still love everything there, because it gave me a chance to return to my childhood. It's like playing marbles for the first time, or starting to collect trading cards for the first time. Everything is so new. Everything is so amazing. When I realized that the masters of the Virtual Real Boundary were willing to remain silent for those who followed, and that game masters from various countries chose to follow in their footsteps, do you know what I thought? This chaotic world is salvageable. At this moment, they can understand each other without communication, which shows that some emotions can transcend language and ethnicity. Friends, no matter how you see my comment, this is my opinion of the Virtual Real Boundary. They are definitely a group of excellent players, a group of pure players, a group of players who love games. Not trash like Inyong Realm. They ruin my feelings, like thieves, stealing the dreams of countless players. This long comment resonated with many players, quickly surpassing 60,000 likes and still increasing. Someone replied below. I completely agree with everything you said. Only the Realm of Illusion has the right to decide when to announce it, because they cleared the 8th floor, instead of impatiently shouting and trying to attract the attention of players worldwide as soon as they entered. Another person commented, after I learned that the Realm of Illusion was willing to do this, and that many guilds were influenced by it, I started looking for their guild sponsorship channels. But they are so humble, even now, they have no intention of monetizing their influence. This is a stark contrast. Someone else replied, I think what we should do now is protect the realm of illusion and prevent those shameful thieves from indirectly instilling in people who don't care about the game the false fact that they reached the 8th floor first. As far as I know, they love to steal. These comments are considered relatively mild in the external online community, because the extremists have already flooded the Yin Yang Realm's livestream room. They have successfully united players of the Proof of Stars worldwide. Chapter 131. The guild's name shared the same name as Black Cat's special move, and discussions tagged with boundary between reality and illusion instantly flooded the internet. Under the same topic, some discussed the mechanics, others the guilds. They were unavoidable. Thinking back, this name was actually suggested by Orange Tea. Currently, none of the guilds that have entered the 8th floor have seen the Slime King appear. The first encounter with boundary between reality and illusion is unstoppable. It's unlikely that some stubborn newbie would say something like, Black Cat isn't that strong, I beat it in one go. Black Cat creates a wide variety of dreams for players. Forum players have categorized the scenarios and discovered that falling in love with an NPC and becoming their spouse is Black Cat's favorite scenario. Many players have experienced a sweet marriage in their dreams. The next most popular scenario is becoming a powerful lord who can decide the life and death of their subjects. The first round of dreams at the boundary between reality and illusion were mostly pleasant, but after the 4 original entities broke free of their constraints, their dreams gradually veered toward something sinister. Looking at it this way, Black Cat really has a twisted sense of humor. Having packed up a lot of delicious food and huddled in the hotel to eat, the boundary between reality and illusion arrived at the girl's suite. Compared to Jianghe's double room, this place was more spacious and in a better location. Opening the curtains revealed a view of the bustling street, making it the perfect spot for group activities. The changes at Yin Yang Realm disrupted their plans to explore. At noon, the jailer went home and brought back some board games, deciding today would be board game day, avoiding the crowds at tourist attractions. Their dinner was a feast of braised dishes, the most eye-catching ingredient being lion head goose, a delicacy the jailer had been longing for. Braised lion head goose, roasted lion head goose liver, and goose fat rice as the main dish. After eating, it became clear why the jailer had emphasized on their first day that lion head goose had to be from a specialized goose restaurant. It was incredibly fragrant, especially the neck. The more you gnawed, the more flavorful it became, and the more flavorful it was, the more you wanted to eat. Sigh, if we weren't in the Yin Yang Realm, we could have easily sat in the restaurant and eaten it fresh out of the oven. That would have been even more delicious. Although the jailer felt a little disappointed, it was clearly delicious enough. The only thing to complain about was that the steam during the journey to the hotel had slightly softened the crispy skin of the roasted lion head goose. No way, I have to take you guys to eat it again next time. Everyone was too embarrassed to expose the jailer's lie. He simply wanted to eat it again. Normally, his finances are restricted, so he could only look at these expensive ingredients, not eat them. Now that his family has finally granted him the freedom to spend money freely when entertaining friends, he's determined to take advantage of the situation. Whatever, they want to eat it again. It smells so good. While the others eat and play board games, Jianghe eats while keeping an eye on the laptop he brought with him. He's editing the strategy material for the 8th floor. Hey jailer, this guzo rice is really delicious, he exclaimed after just one bite. Right? How bad could my carefully selected stuff be? Jailer said smugly. Oh, I forgot to mention Uno, punish me now. They're having a great time. I can't eat too much of this. Plain fries nudged Jianghe's bowl. Do you want some? Jianghe was puzzled. He had personally witnessed Fry's appetite. He was a carb king. The jailer had specifically requested a supersized portion when ordering. How could he be unable to eat more than this? Too high in calories. I don't want to eat too much. As if guessing what Jianghe was thinking, Original Flavor Fries explained, it's inconvenient to get up early to exercise while traveling. Aren't you hungry? My stomach will adjust on its own. Saying this, Original Flavor Fries took the vegetables from Jianghe's small bowl. You don't need these, give them to me. Seeing that Jianghe didn't refuse, she started finishing her plate. Although she ate less rice, her intake from other parts of her diet didn't seem to have decreased much. While Jianghe was still enjoying her meal, Original Flavor Fries opened her guild account's email. An astonishingly large number of nearly 1,000 private messages were overflowing. The hype surrounding the 8th floor far exceeded the expectations of the virtual reality boundary. Scrolling down, one could see many low-level accounts, either using foreign languages or machine translation, expressing their gratitude to the virtual reality boundary. Some were also asking when the promised 8th floor guide would be released. The matter escalated from 10 a.m., and by evening, people in other time zones gradually woke up, learned what had happened, and others took turns continuing the push. By the time the boundary between virtual and real worlds reached its dining table, the official livestream channel of Yin Yang Realm had been banned. Their captain posted a frustrated announcement on Twitter, claiming he had been subjected to cyberbullying orchestrated by leading teams. He believed someone was deliberately escalating the issue to crush competitors and maintain their lead in dungeon strategies. While no one was named, it was clear to everyone who had dominated the Clearcaster dungeon. In total, Yin Yang Realm shameless behavior angered guilds from several time zones. World Championship. Kill their country's representative guild first. This time, it wasn't the boundary between virtual and real worlds that initiated the call, the spokesperson was a French guild that had advanced. This time, the response was as overwhelming as ever. Guild conflicts, personal issues, please don't escalate to the national level. Players from the same language as Yin Yang Realm began urging everyone to be rational in the comments section. However, they were met only with ridicule. When Yin Yang Realm announced their intention to announce their participation, you didn't stop them. Now that they lost ground and everyone's calling for their downfall, you're starting to say not to escalate the issue. It just shows that the members of Yin Yang Realm haven't realized that by becoming representatives of domestic guilds, they already undergone a transformation. They're no longer ordinary people, but public figures under the spotlight, every word and action being recorded. Guilds that enter the World Championship represent their respective countries. Winning brings glory, but losing leads to a sacred severance. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Some are helping virtual reality boundary continue their online battles, while others are eager to know how to feed them. New accounts with meager earnings naturally lack features, like donations and recharges. This overly rudimentary operating method has led many players to express their willingness to donate money to support virtual reality boundary. Initially, it seemed like everyone was just playing the take my money meme, but after asking around at Orange Sky, I learned it was actually a melancholic essay written by a Chinese player that had been taken seriously. The essay described the boundary between virtual and real worlds in a very tragic yet inspiring way. Jianghe is a frustrated, older single man. He works hard, but remains optimistic and positive. Having lived alone for a long time, he desperately wants many friends. After the game begins, through his sincerity, he gradually wins the hearts of the 6 players on the boundary between virtual and real worlds, essentially becoming a cyber succubus in the game. Zhong Zemo is a talented but unemployed man. Because his major makes it difficult to find work, he has suffered greatly, and is now practically starving in real life. After entering the game, her luck turned around. Following Jianghe step by step out of her gloom, she became the team's most reliable shield. For Primal Bodies is a poor guy, nearing middle age, and has accomplished nothing. Finally, he found his stage in the game. Betting is a bottom-tier virtual streamer. His stream audience never exceeds 10 viewers. He spends all day talking to himself, and it's uncertain when he suddenly graduate and disappear. Jailer Bros seems cheerful, but in reality, he's burdened by debt and struggling to breathe, yet he still pretends to be strong, shouldering the important responsibility of keeping the team's spirits high. Original Flavor Fries comes from a single-parent family, and has never been loved since childhood. Only after entering the game did she find companions who wouldn't look down on her. Orange Tea is a poor college student who struggled to climb from a small county to a big city, saving every penny to improve her parents' lives as soon as possible. She's a filial young woman. The person who wrote the short essay clearly stated based on real events, a secondary creation, practically branding it as fan fiction, yet a bunch of people still believe it. Because Orange Tea revealed her identity, those with a keen eye could easily learn about her current situation and family circumstances, making it the most authentic part of the article. The rest are too outrageous. The jailer is heavily in debt, suffocating under the weight of life. He glanced back at the jailer, who was laughing heartily, dominating the board game, and tormenting the bed. He really was suffocated by his affluent life. The bed being a virtual streamer is too imaginative. This young lady, whose family is likely involved in a large-scale aquatic products business, couldn't possibly be a virtual streamer unless she was bored. The most outrageous thing was that some unknown, shady media outlet, without any verification, directly reposted the story as the true account of the people on the boundary between virtual and reality. Although there was no reliable source, because it was published by a media outlet, people in the comments section believed it to be true, and for a time, articles titled "The Real Situation of the Boundary Between Virtual and Reality Exposed" circulated widely on various platforms. As it spread, the article was translated and even reached outside the Great Firewall. While people in China were able to raise questions and inquire about the accuracy of the report, people on the foreign internet, passively receiving information, naturally accepted these accounts without question. Nanaya, who had interviewed Jiang He before, suddenly sent him a private message through a recently registered social media account. "I'd like to order some clothes from you. Each one must have Sister Fry's signature. Don't worry, I give you a very good price. There are many people here who want autographs from players on the boundary between reality and illusion server. You can definitely use this as a source of income to slightly improve the poor living conditions of everyone in the guild. Please don't feel guilty. This is something boundary between reality and illusion should be considering at this stage. You have enough fame. You shouldn't be living such a hard life." Oh no, seeing Nongya's statement, Jiang He knew this was a huge blunder. "No, the articles you've seen are all fake. Please believe me." Nongya firmly replied, "I know. You serious people are always reserved and humble. I understand what you mean. I will mobilize more people to pay attention to you." "No, you completely misunderstand." Chapter 132. Using the tag boundary between reality and illusion, and the high level of discussion surrounding the 8th floor today, this fake news began to spread uncontrollably beyond its original scope. Those citing the fake news embellished it, spreading it across both domestic and international networks. The versions became increasingly absurd, with each person on the boundary between reality and illusion given a different, tragic experience, each capable of evoking empathy. In this contest of misery, the winner was French Fries. From a single-parent family, she had to scrape together money to go to university. After entering school, she lived frugally, trying to keep her monthly living expenses under 600 yuan. Her only relative was frail and sickly. Without the 200,000 yuan she won in the Proof of the Stars competition, she would still be struggling to afford surgery. Damn, stacking buffs, huh? Jiang He stared blankly and confusedly at French Fries searching for news. Nurgle soup, really? Potato Guild leader, say something. Is it really that difficult? La Freesia, it feels real. Look, even the people on the boundary between reality and illusion are silent. A moment of misfortune. Is the prize money enough to solve real-world problems? If not, why don't you open a donation channel? You're the only guild among the few that isn't operating profitably. Instant Food has already sent Jiang He several private messages, asking if he needs help. These shady media outlets are making it sound so real. Rumors are flying everywhere. Even people they know in the game believe them. We need to debunk these rumors. If they continue to spread like this, even the fake will be considered real. How do we debunk them? Should everyone reveal their own information? Asked the person chewing on gooseneck meat in bed. We can only reveal a little bit of information first. If we don't fill this information gap, someone will eventually come up with a wild idea and fill it in for you, Zhong Zemo said. October 8th is the offline event for the Chinese server of Proof of the Stars, and their information will definitely be dug up then. Now, let's release some information first to satisfy the ever-growing curiosity of these people, and prevent them from making wild guesses. The self-disclosure includes their age and current occupation, but that's not enough. Noticing Jiang He looking at him, Zhong Zemo stopped eating the goose meat he was picking up. What, you want some? No, I want to borrow something from you. Zhong Zemo felt a chill run down his spine from that sentence and that tone. With permission, Jiang He immediately edited the post. The post responded to the messy rumors surrounding them. After questioning the source of the earliest post from some dubious media outlet, Jiang He released some of the group's information. Both the gaming community and the comments section of Bilibili, a Chinese video-sharing website, were in an uproar. What? The oldest is actually the primal body? He's almost 30. I always thought he was much younger. Speaking of which, what exactly does the name primal body mean? Can someone explain it? His profession is followed by crazy overtime in parentheses, and he even emphasized that he requested it be written that way. You can feel his obsession even through the screen. Jiang He, the jailer, is 22 years old. Orange Tea, Blanket, and Original Fries are all 18 years old. Zhong Zemo is 25 years old. The average age of the virtual reality boundary team is 21, making them the youngest team from the Chinese server participating in the World Championship. 3 college students and 2 recent graduates. Their talent is off the charts. They're so young. Sigh, other people's youth, my youth. Why wasn't my 18 like this? Just looking at it is enough to make one sigh. Original Flavor Fries emphasized in the post that he is not from a single-parent family, and hoped that everyone would stop spreading rumors. Of course, the most eye-catching part of this post was Zhong Zemo. Jianghe, after obtaining Zhong Zemo's permission, specifically wrote this sentence: "If you really have to find an unlucky guy in the guild, it's our all humanity takes flight." He got divorced because his family wouldn't let him play Proof of the Stars, and he's only just free. A simple denial wouldn't attract attention. Without a topic or a hot topic, it's easily forgotten. Sure enough, discussions surrounding Zhong Zemo quickly arose. While condemning the shady media, people couldn't help but be confused. What kind of operation is it to not let someone play Proof of the Stars? Just put on a headband or watch before going to sleep. It doesn't take up time when you're awake. Everyone racked their brains trying to understand how someone could get a divorce over a game that only starts after they go to sleep. Just as she was about to enter the game, Nongya messaged Jianghe again. "Is it true? I heard Shield Bro got divorced. I posted it on my social media. Do you think it's true?" Jianghe chuckled. "If you really care, help me debunk the rumors. Don't make our guild sound so pitiful. We don't want to play the victim." "Really divorced?" She first sent a message in fluent French, then suddenly remembered Jianghe didn't speak the language, quickly flipping her typewriter back. "Why so excited?" "Really divorced, just a few days ago." "So pitiful," Nongya said. "Pitiful?" Zhong Zemo is finally free, and the virtual real boundary holiday gathering is a celebration for him. From any angle, it's a good thing. So why does Nongya's tone sound so pitiful? He couldn't figure it out. Upon entering the game, Jianghe didn't immediately command the next dungeon run. He suddenly remembered something very embarrassing. "Mint, how many materials do we have left?" Originally, everyone should have asked Garlic Sprout about the puppets, but they were more used to asking Mint. She had become the puppets' leader in the guild. Mint opened a guild chest, peeked inside. "Besides the alchemy materials you allowed me to reserve, we're basically done." This was truly embarrassing. The generous act of emptying their coffers wiped out the snowballing wealth accumulated by the boundary between the real and virtual worlds overnight. Aside from guild wars, the free teleportation gems given out during system maintenance could now only be recharged twice at most. Forging equipment, brewing potions, and repairing equipment all became problems. Yesterday, during the 9th floor raid, the puppets' damage to equipment was devastating. For red-grade weapons, and 7 pieces of purple-grade armor required meticulous repair. Precision repair is different from portable repair. Guild battles provide plenty of repair kits, so repairs are free. Precision repair, however, requires players to invest materials, which is both expensive and time-consuming. Players know this, so they switch equipment immediately when its durability is too low and it's close to breaking. But the bunny doll can shatter armor with a single punch, and twist weapons into pretzels with a twist of its hands. How can you defend against that? Zhong Zemo clapped. Back to the first day of the server launch, experiencing the star proof from scratch. What a high IQ statement. Do we have anything we can exchange for money? Mint shook her head. Anti-magic dust, anti-magic tablets, half a siren's body. It's strange, I can't move them out of the guild at all. It feels like this mysterious space is binding them. These items were special items obtained from the surface and second layers of the realm of illusion. They were directly bound upon acquisition, and could not be traded. Mint, being an NPC, obviously couldn't take them out of the guild. Only the members of the realm of illusion, who were in the party at the time, could put them in their inventory. Wait. Mint actually tried to take these items out of the guild. Realizing this, everyone stared intently at her. What are you doing? Mint instinctively felt guilty, but then suddenly realized she had nothing to be guilty about. She put her hands on her hips, speaking with righteous indignation. When we had some resources at home, I wanted to take them to find suitable people to help forge them, so they could be of use to you guys. You're never home, and good stuff just sits in the warehouse unused. Is it wrong for me to help? What kind of look is that? Are you blaming me? Sigh, the children were wrong. They were long past the stage of doubting their mother. Mint. It was just an instinctive reaction. For a moment, everyone avoided Mint's sharp gaze, not daring to meet her eyes, like children who had done something wrong. Can't Garcia forge weapons? If your goal is to create magic-suppressing or anti-magic weapons, I'm indeed a little worried about his skill level, Mint admitted. Garcia is a 5th-tier mage. His foundation doesn't support the delicate fusion of magic suppression and magical materials. At least a 7th-tier mage would be more appropriate. Forging anti-magic weapons is even more out of the question. Looking across the entire Ana continent, this is one of the most difficult crafting categories. The siren's half-body should ideally be forged by a siren craftsman. Only someone skilled in using words of power can retain the full power of the magic scales containing words of power. Whether crafting items or weapons, it has to be a siren. There are so many intricacies involved. Without Mint's explanation, they'd probably be completely lost trying to figure it out on their own. It's really not easy to master a game without guidance. Baywa wondered, if we take the half-body of a siren to the siren, won't they be angry? Angry? Oh, not really. Everyone was overjoyed. They most likely kill you, bury you, and the half-body of the siren from which the demon scale was removed, and then wonder why you dared to come here to die. The siren active in the waters surrounding the Ana continent aren't warlike. They live a peaceful life in the sea, and occasionally, on a whim, they even provide some dried fish to coastal cities during natural disasters so they can help the victims. The relationship between terrestrial and marine life is relatively harmonious. If terrestrial merchant ships regularly drop small dried fish along their routes, they might even receive escort from sea monsters in the vicinity. While it's meaningless, it's entertaining, and many sailors have adopted it as a blessing ritual, a tradition that has been passed down. Like dragons, sea monsters face difficulties in bloodline inheritance due to their innate powerful talents. The dragon race has dwindled to a few individuals, and pure-blooded dragons are practically extinct. Sea monsters fare slightly better than dragons, but not by much. Therefore, since 1,000 years ago, the sea monster race has placed great emphasis on offspring and lineage. This has given rise to two distinct lineages: pure-blooded sea monsters and hybrid sea monsters. Pure-blooded sea monsters, emulating dragons, believe it's essential to preserve the purest sea monster bloodline, ideally through mating between sea monsters. Their advantage is that, compared to the almost obsessive pure-blooded dragon's fixation on pure blood, they at least don't reject or attack hybrid sea monsters who genuinely love other races. For millennia, the continent of Ana has witnessed two major magical surges, resulting in a significant increase in magical abundance and a flourishing of magical development, with various magical crafts underway. Everything is progressing well, but the sirens are facing a massive reproductive crisis. While reviewing records at the Star Speaker Academy, Mint discovered that the coastal sirens' tribes have shrunk considerably in the last 100 years. While other sea races are rapidly expanding their armies, the sirens are beginning to decline. The overall combat strength of the sirens has also become polarized. The siren's half-body in Jianghe's possession is undoubtedly a pure-blooded sea race, and its rank is very high. In the water surrounding Ana, it would be at least at the high priest level. Forget about crafting it. Just its appearance would be a miracle if the sirens didn't swarm onto land to hunt it down. The four primal bodies asked curiously, "High priest, what rank of sirens is that?" "At least 6th rank," Mint replied. "The frog-headed stitched monster is a creation of Eternal Night." This suggests that the power wielded by the Clarities and the Church of Eternal Night far surpasses that of the mages of the Ana continent. What weapons can be forged from demon scales? An 8th-tier instructor at the Star Speaker Academy possesses a staff with demon scales at its core. It can accelerate chanting spells, achieving near incantation-level casting speed, while also amplifying water elemental spells and increasing mana absorption and recovery speed. Holy crap, isn't this the stats and functions of a top-tier weapon? After this question, everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion almost forgot they were originally agonizing over the cost of precision repairs. The good treasures given to them by the Clarities in the early stages have been gathering dust for too long. Now that everyone's levels are nearing the maximum, it's time to think of ways to convert them into combat power. Are there any siren craftsmen capable of forging half a siren's body? Jianghe couldn't help but ask. Mint was stunned. You completely misunderstood me. The appearance of this siren's half will drive even an 8th-tier siren mad. Jianghe dared to make this request because he had the confidence. Gluttonous avatar. Although Jianghe was puzzled as to why the gluttonous avatar could have a natural suppressive effect on sea creatures, especially siren, since that was the game's setting, it should be utilized. After much persuasion, Mint shrugged. All right, give me some materials, and I go to a coastal city-state and have a messenger specializing in dealing with sirens subtly inquire about it. The boundary between reality and illusion stared at each other blankly. They come full circle back to the initial problem. Money was no substitute. The last of their savings was used up, and the disappointing child had even taken some of Mint's mother's alchemy materials, barely managing to repair 4 weapons. Being glared at by Mint was truly unpleasant, like a reckless gambler who squandered all their money and now had to rely on their mother's retirement savings. Zhong Zemo could only switch to even lower-level armor, making do for the time being. "What should we do?" Zhong Zemo asked. "Should we try our luck on the 9th floor again?" Maybe we can clear it on the first try this time? The boundary between reality and illusion couldn't be so optimistic. If they encountered that infuriating rabbit again, and their equipment was completely destroyed, they'd be fighting monsters naked. Jiang He took out the commission letter, with only 10 days left, and glanced at it. Now, it seemed like it was time to go to the Great Snow Mountain. Chapter 133. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the underground temple of the Clarifiers, the virtual reality boundary returned to the capital of Anna and found it already teeming with players. The tutorial they released for Wind Pod City and Anna capital was a resounding success. Even though the overall strength of players was significantly greater than at launch, subsequent players, for stability, still preferred this route, tested by the virtual reality boundary and optimized by the Orange Sky strategy team. Many players also chose Fragrant Wind City, a large city-state with carriage flights, as their base to explore the surrounding areas. Fragrant Wind, Wind Pod, and Anna Capital, these are currently the most active public chat areas for players from the Wind Pod spawn point, roughly ranked by number. The old guard nobles of the Anna Empire, like Narum, are notoriously stingy. The commission explicitly states that the commission only begins upon reaching Xian City near the Screamer Snow Mountain and meeting the local representatives of the nobles, like Narum. In other words, they won't cover the travel expenses. The investigation was focused on their own clandestine smuggling operations, searching for valuable smuggled goods of unknown value, yet they were even trying to save money on travel expenses. If the commissioned adventure team encountered an accident and didn't return, reimbursement would be waived. The nobles certainly knew how to make money. However, to be fair, they were undeniably extravagant. Star Sand, a circulating currency yet to be produced in the game, was given away casually, and in one go, 10 at a time. 1 coin would make Mint's mother beam with joy, 2 would probably make her drool with delight, and 3 or 4 would likely have an effect comparable to counterfeit alcohol. Besides its monetary value, what else could it possibly be used to make the greedy Mint so fixated on it? During the Stars Proof offline event, upon meeting Chen Xiaoyu and other Chinese server operators, Jiang He couldn't help but ask, who made the final decision on this design? The acquisition method for Star Sand was extremely difficult, forcing players to use the magic stones from enchanted gems as a general equivalent for trading, or simply bartering, thus constructing a new trading system in the game world. In just over a month, this system has gradually matured, and players on various servers have adapted and accepted it. What? 14 purple materials to get to Xian City? Beiwo exclaimed while inquiring about prices. Robbery. We only spent 1 purple material to get here from Xiangfeng City. Beiwo glanced at the map of the Empire's territory. She admitted that Xian in the far north was quite far, and she was mentally prepared to spend 6 to 7 materials. The superdouble was completely unexpected. The receptionist at the car dealership in the capital was very polite, smiling as she explained the problem. Xian is located on the Empire's border, far away, and with a harsh climate. It requires mounts with exceptional physique and stamina, and only flying mounts of superior lineage can meet these requirements. Secondly, there are relatively few returning customers from Xian. Our carriages will likely stay near Xian for some time, so the care of our mounts and the maintenance of our carriages during this period also need to be considered. A few days ago, 14 purple materials would have been easily obtained, but now, the entire guild at the reality/virtual border could only gather 5. Frustrated, Jiang He had no choice but to seek help. 9 purple materials? Crimson Music Box hesitated. After we donated, we spent all our resources on conquering the temple. Now the entire guild has no resources left. Ready to eat. What a coincidence. We're also completely out of supplies. We don't even have tickets for the 8th floor anymore. A dream of yellow millet. Ha ha ha. The funny tree has officially stopped operating today too. The 4 guilds that will represent the national server in the competition can't even scrape together a single set of purple materials without selling equipment. Looking at the entire proof of the stars, this is extremely explosive. Jiang He briefly explained the situation encountered by the boundary between reality and illusion on the 9th floor. It involves the polyhedron on the 9th floor, and there's a lot of information involved. The Chosen of Corn were stunned. They thought the 9th floor would be a breeze. They already opened their champagne, just waiting to clear the 8th floor and enjoy the 9th floor, but now they're being told there's a freakish polyhedron and a puppet waiting for them. The boundary between reality and illusion, AT0 Guild in the Temple of the Clarity, led the progress of all servers for over a month, only to have its last little treasure trove destroyed by a single punch from a puppet, forcing it to flee in disarray. Do you think this news story is exciting enough? Lafretia joked. Congratulations, you grasped part of the essence. Everyone was broke, and they were at a loss. Should they go back to the guild again and borrow some more of Mint's meager inventory? Jiang He had a flash of inspiration. If we can't find anyone to borrow from, we can ask an NPC. The jailer also had a flash of inspiration. I know what you mean, it's time to rob someone. No, Jiang He didn't mean that at all. The jailer, true to his reputation as someone who could loot Nun's equipment as soon as he entered the game, had a completely different definition of borrowing in the stars of proof. Garcia. Upon hearing this name, everyone instantly understood. After showcasing several high-quality finished weapons, the workshop's reputation soared. Coupled with its already low crafting fees, it became incredibly popular. On his last visit, there were queues outside the workshop, but this time, Garcia had already put up a sign saying reservation suspended, indicating that he wouldn't be accepting any more orders for the time being, a testament to its immense popularity. We really can't take on any more orders right now, please. After a series of knocks, young Garcia still didn't appear, but his words of refusal came first. Sweating profusely, he pushed open the door, and the sweat only intensified. Are you? Young Garcia quickly looked outside, and seeing no one but Jiang He, he hurriedly followed, calling out to his father. Garcia, about to erupt in anger at being interrupted once again, saw Jiang He, and his temper vanished. Without his son serving tea, he personally offered Jiang He tea with his still trembling hands from finishing his forging. 2 visits, 2 large orders, rebuilt their reputation in Anna. Aside from their mysterious origins, no one knew their background. They were truly a godsend. This time, I'm not here to forge anything, Jiang He said expressionlessly, taking a sip of tea. Take me to where you store your forging materials. The commanding tone didn't bother Garcia, only puzzled him. Walking through the warehouse, Jiang He checked the tags to see which portion of the profits Garcia had reserved for him. With a stern face, he selected 10 sets of purple materials suitable for trading and placed them in his backpack. Garcia and his son watched the whole time, exchanging bewildered glances. Just passing by. I don't have any materials for trading. Can I borrow some? Jiang He's tone was calm. Garcia immediately reacted, Are 10 portions enough? Do you need to borrow? Oh no, please don't say borrow, just some materials, I give them to you. Jiang He didn't stand on ceremony and left without lingering, leaving Garcia and his father, still somewhat bewildered, staring at each other. Father, what's he doing? Probably because he didn't have suitable currency on him, and it was just a convenient gesture. Garcia pondered for a moment and concluded, after all, he's a big shot who can defeat the Slime King. It's normal for someone like that not to carry any trivial items. Although the Grand Craftsman held a high position, he was still no match for an 8th-tier mage. He's seen many arrogant Grand Mages, but it was rare to see a group that was both young and not too arrogant. Garcia was full of praise. These adventurous people, so high and mighty, actually used the word borrow. They approached him first, not someone else. What an honor! Meanwhile, Jiang He, having joined the others, displayed what he had obtained through borrowing, drawing gasps of amazement from everyone. It really is impressive. The 2 requests had instilled Garcia's complete trust in them, and this trust was indeed tangible. Jiang He's air of superiority was certified by Mint. In the eyes of most people in Anna, this was the proper demeanor of a high-level mage. Although most Anna residents had never even met a high-level mage, let alone interacted with one, that's how the people perceived him. With the travel expenses paid, the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was finally cleared for departure. The carriage company hadn't deceived them. The mounts they received were winged horses with dragon blood, their bodies displaying clearly visible, modeled dragon scales that transcended the subspecies line, the kind of fine cavalry that would be conscripted into the army during wartime. Similar to their first journey on Pegasus in Fragrant Wind City, the group initially enjoyed leaning against the windows, watching the land rush by. However, as time passed, everyone drifted off to sleep in the carriage. They were awakened by rhythmic knocking from outside. This is the monster tamer of the Sighing Carriage Company. Respected guests, can you hear me? A sleepy-eyed Jiang He turned the handle, and the carriage door slowly opened. A whistling wind rushed into the warm, magic-enhanced carriage, instantly waking everyone up. The Anna Empire was in the sweltering heat of summer. The capital city felt like 30 degrees Celsius, while in Sion, it was only around 14 degrees, or even lower. Stepping out of the carriage, they were greeted by a variety of monster mounts, with tamers massaging or feeding them. This was the carriage company's airport located in the suburbs. Flying mounts are forbidden from entering the city. This rule is still strictly enforced here, and they must complete the final leg of their journey on foot. The city of Sion, nestled in this harsh, frigid land, is vast, the most densely populated city in the far north. As far as the eye can see, the architecture is strikingly different from the bustling capital. The gray-white brick walls, slightly darker than the distant, undulating snow-capped mountains, resemble armor, cold and hard, devoid of warmth and life. Situated on a plain bordering the snow-capped mountains, Sayan is like a silent guardian in armor, protecting the peace of the mountains, giving an impression of silence and weight. It stands silently, and anyone entering facing its main gate will see the silhouette of the majestic snow-capped mountains behind it. Compared to it, Sayan City and its countless inhabitants appear as insignificant as snowflakes. Yet, from this perspective, it overlaps with Sayan, each containing elements of the other. The third lord of the Anner Empire, Sion, erected a monument on a cold stone deep in the snow-capped mountains, inscribing it with the following words: "It is there. Revere it, revere them, revere us." Chapter 134. Holding Naram's letter of authorization, the boundary between reality and illusion smoothly entered the Naram family's manor in Sion as a guest. Thanks to the operation of the magical barrier, isolating the inside from the outside, the manor maintained a consistently warm and comfortable temperature. The architecture of this manor was 90% similar to Naram's residence in the capital. Various plants, unsuited to Sion's local climate, grew lushly, and the vast courtyard had been transformed into a sea of flowers. All of this was to give Naram, who occasionally visited, the feeling of being in the capital. The resources required for setting up and maintaining the large-scale magical array covering the entire manor would be astonishing to newly promoted nobles, but for an old noble family like Naram, whose ancestors had followed the twin emperors into the Central Plains during the founding of their nation, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Because the initial stages of the mission didn't seem to involve any unforeseen circumstances, the boundary between reality and illusion did not refuse Mint's request to accompany her to Sion City. She had foreseen the extravagance of this place, muttering under her breath as she passed the crowd, "If I buried some good potions here, it would definitely create some beautiful fireworks." Night had fallen, and the manor's dining room was hosting a buffet. Naram showed considerable generosity to adventurers willing to travel thousands of miles to Sion, offering unlimited delicacies, wild game, seafood, and local specialties. The boundary between the real and the virtual arrived at the perfect time, just in time for dinner, so there was no waiting. She could start eating immediately. With the intention of eating the rich man out of house and home, Mint devoured the various expensive ingredients with a wicked grin. "Delicious, but I feel it would taste even better if it were squid." Hearing this while putting food on his plate, Zhong Zemo's lips curled into an almost uncontrollable smile. Jiang he observed the scene. There were approximately 80 to 100 people. A typical adventurer team consisted of 6 to 7 people. The allure of the Star Sands was too great. They had considerable competition. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sion, to Naram Manor." The voice was deep and powerful, strong and resolute. Following the voice, a middle-aged man in a black and white tuxedo, with a beard and a lion-like appearance, slowly walked to the front of the dining room. Without signaling for silence, his voice and presence alone silenced the entire room. "I am Josel, the butler of this manor. I will be in charge of handling all matters related to our entry into the Great Snow Mountain." Knowing that the visitors to the manor were of varying quality and a mixed bag, Josel quickly finished his self-introduction and waved to the maids not far away. The maid's tray was covered by a black silk cloth. As Josel lifted the cloth, the adventurers, who had been listening intently, fell silent. Without exception, their gazes were all fixed on the item on the tray. In a glass bottle, a fingernail-sized, irregularly shaped, semi-crystalline mineral emitted a faint iridescent light, flickering on and off, as if it were a living, breathing thing. Stardust. A rare currency that hadn't been produced in the entire game so far. The adventurers' eyes widened. Their attention, previously focused on food and drink, licked their lips and looked at Josel. Josel took out a projection scroll and projected a map of the Screamer Snow Mountain onto the wall. Before coming, everyone only vaguely knew that the smuggled goods of the old nobles, like Naram, had been lost. This was a difficult matter to report, and they couldn't seek help from the imperial authorities. The local nobles of Sion, however, merely watched with amusement, offering only perfunctory assistance, virtually nothing more than basic support. This led to Naram's desperate attempt to find powerful adventurers near the imperial capital. As Josel added more details, the expressions of those present grew serious. The Screamer's Great Snow Mountain trade route, though located deep within the harsh climate of the snow-capped mountains, was still inhabited. According to eyewitness reports, Naram's caravan had been traveling under the stars and moon, without resting at any of the settlements along the way. The Screamer's Great Snow Mountain trade route was not the smooth, horse-riding roads of Anna, it was perpetually frigid, and the road conditions were appalling. Even with illumination magic at night, a sudden blizzard could easily cause even experienced guides to stray onto a mountain fork and wander deep into the snow-covered mountains. Merchants who regularly traverse this smuggling route are all seasoned veterans, experienced and seasoned. How could they suddenly act so recklessly? After the caravan vanished, Nurum's messengers searched the trade route along which there had been eyewitness reports, but found not a trace. This was too bizarre. A large caravan, over 200 people, their food and horses' tracks would be covered by the snow, but what about the animal droppings? Where did the massive amount of cargo go? The entire caravan seemed to have been erased from a drawing, leaving no trace. Can we know what goods the caravan was transporting? Jianghe pondered for a moment before asking loudly. Zhozil shook his head. That's classified information. I cannot disclose it to you all, but if someone eventually finds the goods and receives the reward, we will pay an additional confidentiality fee. Someone else asked, aren't there any useful clues yet? Even just guesses? If it's just guesses, then yes, Zhozil sighed. Have you heard of North Wilkin? It was a strange name. Most of the adventurers shook their heads. That name sounds like the Snow Mountain Demon, as the Saiyan people call it? Zhozil nodded. North Wilkin, in the local dialect, means Snow Mountain Nightmare. The natives who have lived here for generations have witnessed countless times dark figures traversing the snow-capped mountains, undeterred by the wind and snow. In the light, their bodies appear towering and majestic, like mountains. Humanoid, walking upright, and whenever they appear, eerie snow rises wherever they go. Curious, the girl in bed asked, what's that, strange snow? Unannounced drops in temperature and snowfall often occur after nightfall, the speaker explained. The name of the great snow mountain, the Howler, comes from the sound of the wind in the mountains. The biting winds sweeping through the mountains create terrifying howls, like the cries of ghosts and demons. Combined with the inexplicable appearance of strange snow, countless adventurers in the past mistook it for the arrival of demons, panicked, and perished in the snowy mountains. As the tide of magic swept through, the strength of mages increased, and more brave individuals dared to challenge the icy plains and snow-capped mountains. The idea that howls were linked to the arrival of demons gradually became irrelevant to mages. Even the frequency of strange snow appearances has decreased significantly, leading people to jokingly say that even demons fear the development of magic. If you entered through the main gate of Sion, you should see the stone tablet erected by the third Lord of Sion. It is said that he commissioned someone to carve it after he was rescued from unconsciousness while venturing alone into the snowy mountains. He once said that, on the verge of death, he saw a strange snowfall. He, who should have frozen to death on the snowfield, inexplicably appeared in a cave, with a campfire burning before him. The native inhabitants of Sion deeply believed their lord's words, thinking that the spirits dwelling in the snow-capped mountains were neither good nor evil, like pools left by melting snow, reflecting the true nature of a person's heart. The kind-hearted, like the Lord, encountered the Holy Spirit. Those with ulterior motives would be exposed by demons in the strange snow. However, those outside Sion had a different interpretation of this event. Although Sion was imperial territory, the local natives lacked a strong sense of belonging. To strengthen the empire's influence there, the Third Lord personally orchestrated the Holy Spirit's appearance, aiming to integrate into the local culture and better govern by acknowledging Sion's local customs. In fact, judging by his achievements, he certainly succeeded. For many years, Sion remained loyal to the Anner Empire. As the founder of the Foundation, his contributions were undeniable. Whether the eerie snow and demons exist is unknown, but the mage community generally considers it mere fantasy. If the demons here are powerful enough to easily wipe out 200 people and influence the weather at will, they must be at least at the 8th rank. What does the 8th rank mean? Even the highest rank in the Empire is only this. Zhozil doesn't believe the claims of eerie snow and demons either. The resurgence of legends after the incident has further convinced him that this was a premeditated attack. The current rumors are merely attempts by the mastermind to attribute the events to absurd local mythology. If such powerful demons truly existed, they should fear the righteous God who shines like the sun, protecting the Anner Empire. Demons and monsters, dare they contend with the sun's brilliance? Having said all that needed to be said, Joseph emphasized one last time, those who no longer wish to participate in the search may withdraw. Silence fell. Everyone had paid a considerable price to reach the far north of the Empire. Now that things had come to this, how could they possibly back out? Seeing no one respond, Joseph nodded. All right, then the contract is established. I await your good news. After burping from his meal, Jianghe and the others left the mansion. On the way, He looked at Mint. Do you believe in the demon's claims? Mint hesitated. I thought you readily laugh off such absurd folk myths. After all, you don't even believe in your own country's true gods. Wake up! Anna has no true gods, just clay idols propped up by a bunch of fanatical religious zealots. You're 100 years too early to make me believe. What about demons? Do you believe in them? Mint hesitated, turning back to look at the snow-capped mountains disappearing into the darkness. I don't know whether I should believe or not. Chapter 135. Unlike other adventurers who feared the snowy mountains at night, the border between the virtual and real worlds, shrouded in darkness, rushed to the scene of the incident. They desperately wanted to send Mint back to the guild, but as she had said, the geography and culture involved were completely unknown to the entire guild, which was precisely the kind of assistance they might need in finding the caravan. Activate the guild's jewel to disengage immediately upon encountering enemies, understand? After repeated instructions, Mint nodded eagerly, and only then did the group agree to take her into the snowy mountains. Since the reported sighting area was outside the border, it could be reasonably inferred that the area where the Nurum caravan disappeared was located precisely on the edge of the Anna Empire's border. The information was provided by seasoned adventurers who had long traversed the snowy mountains. Their night vision was excellent, easily discerning distant details, and they had no history of alcoholism, making their information highly reliable. Climbing to the top of a small hill, the group looked down at the trade route. Under the pale moonlight, the snow-capped mountains gleamed with a mesmerizing silvery white light, a thin layer of frost forming on the road surface due to the night's drop in temperature. After nightfall, the temperature near the Howler Snow Mountain trade route had already dropped below zero. Without the protection of a fire ring spell, obvious symptoms of hypothermia would appear within minutes. His still cold. For Primarchs, let's raise the temperature a bit more with our fire rings. Zhong Zimo rubbed his arms, shivering. Yozel's guess isn't unreasonable, Original Fries murmured, comparing the map with the guides. Jianghe glanced at the map. You also think someone is deliberately targeting us. Take a close look at both ends of the trade route. There's no elevation difference. It's a relatively flat and easy to walk section. If the caravan is attacked here, wiping out 200 people, Mint, how many mages do you think we need? Mint poked her chin, tilting her head slightly. Jozel seemed to have said that the caravan had 2 7th-tier warriors and several 6th-tier escorts. This lineup needs at least 2 to 3 times that number for a surprise attack to ensure no one escapes. How many people would be needed to avoid leaving any trace of the magic war? Mint's lips twitched. 8th-tier warriors banding together, about 30? Slaughtering them all in a short time, then cleaning up the scene overnight, should be possible. Don't be ridiculous impossible. Who could command that many 8th-tier warriors? 8th-tier warriors were already the pinnacle of combat power in Anna. According to the community player's formula, a max-level player was roughly equivalent to a 5th or 6th-tier warrior, still some distance from them in terms of raw strength. Instantly killing 200 people, leaving no trace, a massive amount of goods disappearing overnight. No wonder the locals immediately associated this with the ghost snow and the demons. Someone! A voice came from nearby. Looking in the direction of the sound, a person emerged from the smooth snow and ran away. What incredible patience! He's completely buried in the snow, motionless. Isn't he cold? Trying to escape from under the covers was a pipe dream. He was kicked and fell to the snow, immediately raising his hands above his head in a French military salute. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm just a hunter, I don't know anything. It was a man in a fur coat, his various hunting tools confirming his identity. What's that smell? It stinks. He reeked of a pungent, acrid stench, causing the man under the covers to cover his nose and back away. It's a mixture of wild animal dung and urine. Only this can deceive those clever prey, the man quickly explained. The jailer waved him up. It's so late, and you're still out in the snow hunting? The jailer's tone was a bit like, Master, what do you do for a living? The man stood there dumbfounded, then nodded after a long pause. Hunting so late? The jailer realized his question was awkward and quickly pressed on. Most of the game that fetches a good price in the snowfields is nocturnal, so skilled hunters are nocturnal. Jianghe cut to the chase. Do you know about that big event that happened on the trade route? The caravan disappeared, right? The man had obviously heard of it, and nodded immediately. He glanced at everyone present. You were sent by those people to find clues, weren't you? You know quite a bit. I was actually one of the witnesses at the time. Everyone was taken aback. That was quite a coincidence. Where did you witness it? A long distance beyond the border. I was on the mountain when I saw a caravan passing by at the foot of the mountain, hurrying along. The settlements along the trade route were frequented by hunters. In such large caravans, some people always had a taste for wild game, earning them a considerable extra income. The man was one of them. "Did you see any familiar faces in the caravan?" Fries asked. The man shook his head. That night, the temperature suddenly dropped, and everyone in the caravan wrapped their heads up tightly. Jiang He glanced at Fries. "What are you suspecting?" Fries didn't answer, continuing to ask the man, "Did someone in the caravan use something like?" At her signal, the four primals cast a fire ring spell on the man, the warm feeling making him feel comfortable all over. He couldn't help but look down and admire the bright fire ring surrounding him. "Does anyone use such magic?" The man closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. "Come to think of it, I seen it before, but that night, no one in the entire caravan did." Jiang He frowned. He sensed something unusual. "Are you sure?" "My eyesight is excellent." The man pointed to the trade route at the foot of the mountain. "At this distance, I could accurately spot even a mouse scurrying by. It's an essential skill for a hunter." The others were still confused, but Jiang He and Fries had already sensed a possibility. He remained calm and asked the man if he believed in demons and the ghost snow. The man scratched his head. "My parents were more superstitious, but as for us now. To be honest, I've been hunting for almost 20 years, and I never seen anything like it. If it's truly a matter of belief, then I rather believe in the Mother Goddess of Resurrection. Her followers even bring us food." The man smiled. "If you believe, you will receive." The Mother Goddess of Resurrection is a powerful deity with considerable influence among the complex religious beliefs of the Ana Empire. Their method of proselytizing in Saiyan is remarkably simple, bringing food and oil. Through centuries of subtle proselytizing, Saiyan has gradually shifted from its local belief system to the Mother Goddess of Resurrection system. Only a few stubborn old Saiyan people still insist their descendants worship the mountain spirits, the eerie snow, and the demons. Clearly, compared to the mountain spirits that never manifest or bring food and oil, the miracles spread by the Mother Goddess of Resurrection's agents on Earth are purer and more direct. After the hunter left, Mint also realized what was happening. "Yes, that's possible." "No, what do you all understand?" "I don't understand anything." The jailer scratched his head. "Hurry up and tell us." "Eyewitness reports indicate they vanished into thin air near the ambiguous area of the imperial border, and the investigation is focused on this area." Jiang He paused. "Is it possible that the caravan didn't disappear here at all?" His words were like a wake-up call. "They were already killed somewhere else." She clapped her hands. "Yeah, as long as they faked the caravan's arrival here, they would have ample time to move the goods and clean up the scene." As everyone pieced together the information, Bo suddenly felt a little nervous. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. Intercepting caravans belonging to nobles like Narum, and organizing a caravan of similar size to create a disguise. The rumors about Guishua and the demons were most likely orchestrated by them, creating chaos and diverting attention. These methods are not something ordinary people could organize. This is not a simple accident. All the clues point to a conspiracy. Intrigue and power struggles among nobles? Or something else? Whatever it is, she cannot let the boundary between the real and the virtual be drawn into it. This is not the temple of the clarity, where one can escape unscathed in the face of danger. Once involved, there will be no peace. She doesn't need the stardust. Compared to the safety of her children, it's nothing. She was about to speak to Jiang He when a deafening roar shattered the silence. Like a thunderclap, the muffled sound grew louder as it approached, causing the snow beneath the boundary between the real and the virtual to tremble violently. Avalanche. She stared in horror at the slabs of snow sliding down the ridge, propelling and engulfing the surrounding snow, cascading down like a tsunami, billowing with thick smoke. They seen plenty of monsters, but this was a first for them, a natural disaster. Trying to outrun an avalanche was unrealistic. Everyone prepared for the impact. After all, it was time to go offline anyway, and the death penalty wasn't as torturous as being suddenly interrupted during continuous gameplay. Mint, teleport away. What about you guys? We have a way. With that, Jiang He took out Mint's starry sky gem and pressed her hand to force her out of combat. As soon as Mint left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You are being watched. Orange Tea raised her hand to summon spirits, and as the ritual was about to complete, a voice flooded her mind. You are being watched. The ethereal voice sounded again. After choosing a spirit summoner, Unknown Revelation can hear more types of voices, and summoning spirits may also allow one to hear special voices. Orange Tea, come here. Seeing that she was still in a daze, Zhong Zimo pulled her into the barrier that everyone had constructed with magic. In the instant the avalanche struck, She warned, this avalanche was man-made. With a deafening roar, a white tsunami engulfed the 7 tiny figures. The overwhelmingly realistic experience of the disaster caused Orange Tea to shout upon waking. Someone triggered the avalanche. Someone plotted against us. Fries and Blanket were also shaken. The overwhelming force of the heavens poured down, the ever-growing whiteness in their vision suffocating. Even a powerful mage like her, using all her abilities, perished on the spot. Thankfully, it's just a game. Original Fries paused, letting out a long sigh of relief. That group is still active near the Screamer Snow Mountain, which means Jianghe fell into deep thought in his room. So much time has passed, and they still haven't cleaned up the scene? Chapter 136. The avalanche caused the instant deaths of Bed and Orange Tea. The tea goddess's good fortune didn't extend to her this time. Zhong Zemo sighed, I told you two to come closer to me. Standing too far back, I can't keep an eye on you. Wow, Inkfish, you're surrounded by people, all sticking to you. Orange Tea, and I can't squeeze in. Bed complained, how was I supposed to know the barrier wouldn't hold up against the avalanche and would shatter? While enjoying morning tea, everyone was discussing the plot. Based on the timeline of the Great Snow Mountain incident, almost half a month had passed, ample time for the mastermind to clean up the mess. There was no reason to leave people behind to deal with anyone who might discover the problem. It seemed redundant. The jailer took a bite of ribs and then gnawed on a chicken foot. If you ask me, we're still too immersed. We should do what players should do. What are things players should do? Orange Tea blinked. Look, the Stardust is in that mansion. Isn't there an option to storm in, wipe everyone out, and take all the items? The jailer was beaming, eager to try. Doing this completely deviates from the official storyline. We can see what kind of story unfolds when the stars deal with free players like us. Mint would absolutely support you doing this. Jianghe shrugged, remembering Mint's grumbling about blowing up Narum's mansion. Right. Even Mint's mom wants us to do this. Narum's mansion standard job start. He had a feeling that if the jailer were a lone wolf, he could wreak havoc on his world, becoming a nightmare for the NPCs. Jianghe seemed thoughtful. Original Flavored Fries glanced at him, surprised. You're actually seriously considering the feasibility? It is indeed possible, Jianghe reminded him. This is a story world bubble, not overlapping much with the main world bubble. Making different choices will only cause the Great Snow Mountain quest to deviate from the original plan. We can go through the story first, and try it near the end. Orange Tea looked left and right, finding that these experienced gamers all thought it was feasible, and timidly asked, is this what players are supposed to do? Yeah, do you think gamers are all innocent people? Jianghe said. Break into a poor family's home and take their last silver coin. Point a gun at the convenience store clerk's head and force them to hand over all the money in the register, or shoot them dead. Turn cute alien creatures into canned food. Imprison an entire planet's life forms to generate electricity, and explode the planet when bored. Connecting septic tank water to the water recycling system is just for convenience. Adding ingredients to drinks to make people thirstier and encourage repeat purchases. My daughter's daughter is still my daughter. The list of misdeeds is endless. Jianghe isn't exactly a rule-abiding player, but early game equipment doesn't allow for unconventional gameplay. The Clear One's underground temple dungeon has a relatively linear progression, and they don't dare to use too many tricks to ensure consistent rewards. The Screamer's Great Snow Mountain quest is different. The people at the boundary between reality and illusion are there to make money, preparing to break through the Clear One's temple. He needs the quest rewards, and he also plans to borrow some of the rewards outside of quests. After a satisfying meal, the Cantonese tour resumed. However, after seeing the places everyone voted to visit, the jailer was quite exasperated. The Canton Tower, the Military Academy, the Nanwin Museum. What's so interesting about these places? It's a wonder Dad used to be so talkative when showing people around. When he leads a tour, he can only manage one sentence after a long time. Landmark building, very old, rich in historical atmosphere. Dad is really something else. Is my forte really? Come on, let's order first. Back in the private room, in his familiar territory, the jailer was all talk and no action. The schedule was packed. Everyone hadn't used their phones much today. While waiting for dinner, everyone caught up on their information. The Slime King is in trouble. A picture appeared in the group chat. A black cat's long, thin tail bound the Slime King tightly, its round body constricted into a figure 8. The combination of the black cat's smug grin and the Slime King's furious expression is truly captivating. If the Slime King saw this, he'd probably be killed. As expected, The stunning visuals of the 8th level brought the Black Cat unprecedented popularity. Before this, no game had ever played like this. The absurd effect of the boundary between reality and illusion reshaped players' understanding of game mechanics. Many players encountered their own personal jailer guy. Having finally broken free from the Black Cat's grasp, before they could even wake their teammates, the jailer guy, trapped in a dream world, would kill them. Some exceptional players simply bestowed the Black Cat with a full set of blessings, allowing it to easily achieve a massacre without using mental magic. Within 2 days, fan-made character illustrations of the Black Cat flooded the internet. The arrogant Black Cat controls players, making them spin their dreams together. A reluctant Black Cat binds a player with her tail. She repeatedly hypnotizes a sleeping player, telling them they can only love her. She brings the Slime King and demands players choose between 2 options. The players' imaginations make even the scripts the Black Cat weaves for her dreams seem empty and pale. Whenever the Black Cat uses the players' imaginations, the difficulty of deciphering the dream increases exponentially. After a simplified walkthrough was released at the boundary between reality and illusion, she appears frequently with the slime, and even Say is paired with someone. We desperately need a feature to import custom emoticons into the game. Using these while trying to seduce the Black Cat should effectively dismantle her mental attacks. Zhong Zemo handed his phone to the jailer. You're in luck. Players on the foreign website have discovered a very hidden underground catacomb south of Xiangfeng City, yielding necromancers, as well as materials and items related to black magic. Jianghe had also seen this. As players gradually leave the newbie zone, many hidden dungeons have been discovered, but their difficulty and rewards are currently not comparable to those of the Clarity class. Looking at the shared records on the foreign website, the drop rate for Sage's Memory, a necromancer-type item, is quite good. Returning from the Great Snow Mountain, if he still can't beat the 9th floor, he might consider earning some extra money to help the jailer level up. Original Flavor Fries, admiring the underground catacomb sharing post, scrolled through the screen in confusion. What? So many hot posts in Squid's French community. Everyone's attention was on the sharing post. Upon hearing this, they all jumped to the homepage. You wouldn't believe it until you look. In the popular chat section, there were 4 trending posts about Zhong Zemo. Clicking on any one of them immediately brought up a crying emoji. Look at our poor shield bro. An excellent high school teacher, 25 years old, so outstanding, so admirable. I can't believe his wife threatened to divorce him just because he played games in bed, and she actually succeeded. That damn marriage ruined everything for him. Posted by ID, Nanaya. She did try to debunk the rumors, but this post specifically about Mayu, the character, was more popular than her previous debunking posts. Glancing at the comments, they were all filled with expressions of indignation. He's so hardworking and talented, yet he has to feed a blood-sucking leech. I can't accept it. I need to know this guy's way of giving rewards. It's unbelievable that I can get to know him better this way. His shield parry during the Guild War was an art form. It impressed me deeply. But in the end, he still couldn't defend himself in real life. After browsing several foreign server communities, Squid's popularity remained high. Jianghe knew that Fries and Squid were popular on foreign servers, but he really didn't expect them to be this popular. Open can eat, so you didn't know? Know what? Jianghe asked curiously. Crimson Music Box. It seems you guys really haven't heard of him, so you don't understand why Squid's popularity has exploded on foreign servers. Original Fries suddenly understood. Divorce ruling? Foreign servers have had many outrageous divorce cases where men are not only ordered to leave with nothing but also have to continue supporting their ex-wives. Even if you're middle class, a single blow can turn you into a homeless person. Many people are burdened with debt and unable to recover after divorce. Therefore, upon learning of Zhong Zemo's divorce, in the eyes of international gamers, he was already a tragic figure, utterly destitute. Considering that the revenue from the Star-Proof World Championship is distributed to players on a revenue-sharing basis, the money he painstakingly earned might be siphoned off, leaving him with nothing. Just imagining it made them anxious and angry. No wonder the public outcry was overwhelming in expressing sympathy for Mayu. Jianghe understood why Nongya said so pitiful, the emotional issues stemming from differing perceptions. The discussion in the Chinese server was also quite intense, mainly revolving around why Mayu's wife forbade him from playing a game that could only be started after he fell asleep. Mayu was somewhat amused and exasperated upon learning this. Could his divorce really garner this much attention? Just as the dishes were served, Zhong Zemo received a text message. Seeing the affectionate nickname, he hadn't had time to change. He swiped to read it, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. Who is this? My, Du Jingwen. Zhong Zemo quickly corrected himself. The atmosphere in the private room became somewhat awkward. No one touched their food. Why haven't you deleted her as a friend yet? The jailer asked tentatively. If I delete her, how will I know if she's doing well without me? You want her to be well? When she was my wife, that's what I wanted. Now, to be honest, I want to see her suffer. Zhong Zemo frankly admitted, that's why I kept her contact information. So what did she say? Original flavor fries switched to analytical mode, his eyes sharp. She asked if I'd been holed up at home all holiday playing Proof of the Stars, a game we weren't allowed to play before. Original Fries confidently stated, I bet she saw the news. The information wasn't enough, but the similarities were too striking, so she decided to test the waters. The jailer whistled, the fun's about to begin. Zhong Zemo gave a perfunctory reply and then ignored him. With a few days until October 8th, he was curious to see what Du Jingwen's expression would be then. Chapter 137. Jianghe and the others painstakingly dug themselves out of the snow. A snow fox in the distance tilted its head, watching them with wide, questioning eyes. Sensing their surroundings with magic, they found nothing suspicious. Until they returned to Sion, they encountered no further incidents. It seemed the person who triggered the avalanche, as Orange Tea had mentioned, had already left. Reunited, Mint anxiously checked everyone's bodies. No one was missing limbs, and none had been injured by the avalanche. Are all her children so physically gifted? Finding a quiet corner, Mint voiced her concerns. Judging from the fact that the avalanche was triggered, the other party clearly had reservations, hence not participating personally, but using an accident to resolve the problem. But it doesn't make sense. The caravan has been missing for so long. What are these people waiting for in the Screamer Snow Mountain? Cleaning up the scene and moving the goods, is that so difficult? Mint stroked her chin. Even if it's an 8th tier being involved, leaving behind enough magical information that requires meticulous cleaning, nearly half a month of natural decay, and manual cleaning should be more than enough. Original Fries muttered, if it's not cleaning up the scene, then it must be a problem with the goods. Jailer Bro asked, puzzled, what problem could there be with the goods? They just transport them the same way Narum transports them. Mint squatted on the ground, her hands supporting her chin, staring intently at the ants in the cracks of the floor tiles, completely absorbed in thought. No one disturbed her, but continued their hushed conversation. Jianghe rubbed his temples, a guess forming in his mind. If it's not a problem with transportation, could it be that these goods are very conspicuous? How conspicuous? The jailer asked. Is it flashing and sparkling, or does it smell so good you can tell what it is from miles away? He's right. Mint's furrowed brows relaxed, and she stood up confidently. This kind of cargo is very conspicuous. Throughout the day, the adventurer group hired by Narum searched the area where the caravan was suspected of disappearing. Many adventurers, skeptical, ventured deep into the snowy mountains. Only a few shared Jianghe's belief that the incident occurred outside the border. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 teams, about 30 people. These guys are getting a bit annoying. The 4 primals glanced back at the adventurer group trailing far behind them. Why are they following us? Jianghe speculated 2 possibilities. First, they're just following the crowd. They initially just wanted to check things out beyond the border, but then they found we were going further and further away, so they decided to try and catch up. Second, we've been moving too fast, without stopping at all. This behavior makes them think we found some important clues. By evening, they had left the Anna Kingdom and reached a secluded place. As night approached, the group on the border between the real and the virtual stopped. This hunter's hideout, located on a mountain ridge, consisted of 2 large and 2 small wooden cabins, a relatively large rest stop along the trade route. Zhong Zemo took out the ingredients he had prepared beforehand, started a campfire, and began cooking, providing dinner for the hungry group. They're really patient. None of those 4 teams have fallen behind. He climbed onto the wooden hut at the outpost and peered into the distance. Looks like they're all closing in. The 4 adventure teams maintained a certain distance from each other, clearly wary. After entering the base, they each found a place to start a fire. Jianghe could feel the subtle gazes of the group, but he didn't seem to care. Stewed potatoes and meat, along with a bowl of mutton and radish soup, constituted their dinner. The stewed potatoes and meat was a standard, filling meal. The mutton and radish soup provided a warming effect, reducing the impact of ambient temperature on the players. This was a recipe Zhong Zemo had shared with the group. Throughout the entire virtual real boundary, his backpack contained the most items, crammed full of various seasonings. Oh ho, all 4 teams have sent people over. Can't hold back anymore? The jailer whistled. Seeing the representatives of the 4 teams arrive, Mint quickly filled her bowl and spoon with stewed meat, then picked out several pieces of mutton, displaying a fiercely protective attitude towards her food. I know what you want to ask, but I can only answer one thing, Jiang said, taking a sip of soup. We're also trying our luck. The 4 people, who had already prepared their answers, narrowed their eyes slightly. The cat-eared woman said, trying our luck? Did you stop all the way? Seeing that Jiang didn't answer, she continued, there are areas worth searching along this ridge, both high and low. Why are you so sure the clues aren't here? Jiang glanced at the orange tea. There was the benefit of the unknown revelation, but there was another layer of calculation. Since those people still on guard along the snowy mountain would incite an avalanche to kill in order to prevent any unforeseen events, the closer they got to the scene of the incident, the more nervous the mastermind would become. Leaving the border, the area was sparsely populated, making it an ideal place to make someone disappear silently. Therefore, when he said he was just trying his luck, he wasn't just making excuses. Jiang was betting that the person behind the incident would treat them, the adventurers attracted by the bounty, the same way they treated caravans. Seeing that the 4 weren't shamelessly begging for food, Mint kindly reminded them, leave as soon as possible. This quest isn't as simple as you think. TSK. Jiang sighed helplessly. Didn't Mint's words just make these people even more certain they knew something? Now they were even less likely to leave. We can cooperate, the elf man suggested. There's plenty of star sand. Even if each of our 5 teams gets 2 portions, it'd be enough for us to live comfortably for a long time. First, you have to be alive to get it. The boundary between reality and illusion ate on their own, no longer speaking. The 4, feeling they wasted their time, retreated, but this only strengthened their resolve to keep following. After setting off again, the 4 teams followed even more closely, showing they had reached some kind of agreement and temporarily formed an alliance. After a long, gentle slope, the boundary between reality and illusion twisted and turned, leading into a snow-covered valley. It looked like a blizzard had just passed, with snow nearly knee-deep. Mint struggled to walk. She declined Joan Zemo's offer to help, opting instead for Orange Tea's wind spirit. Betting Shadows scouted ahead, its foot suddenly bumping into something. She brushed aside the snow and saw a broken tree stump. This is... The boundary between reality and illusion moved closer. The break was ripped open, clearly caused by an external impact. Jiang immediately looked around. The valley was located between 2 peaks, in a V-shaped trough, so a large amount of snow was normal, but this was far too much. Sweeping away the surrounding snow, broken tree stumps, ravaged by external forces, came into view. The 4 teams following closely behind followed suit, quickly clearing out more tree stumps. This should have been a dense coniferous forest. Found it. Found it. This is the closest place to the scene of the incident. Jiang turned to look at the jubilant group, wanting to slap them. Did they even realize what approaching the scene of the incident meant? Retreat. The moment Orange Tea tugged at the hem of Original Flavor Fries' jacket, Jiang had already given the order. Everyone rapidly retreated from the valley. The next instant, snow fell like a tsunami. Although they were a bunch of dim-witted fools, their long experience of living on the edge saved many of their lives. As the tsunami engulfed the valley, most of them had retreated. The group at the boundary between the real and virtual worlds slowly distanced themselves from the group. Can you sense their exact location? Orange Tea shook her head. Unknown revelation, no response this time. An adventurer struggling to his feet from the snow hadn't even had time to crawl out when a beam of white light descended upon him, penetrating his body. He desperately reached out, trying to struggle, but the bloodline on his forehead already bloomed. Under everyone's gaze, he transformed into a cloud of blood mist, exploding in 2. Mint was startled. She took out a dark, unremarkable bead she always carried, and shuddered as she looked at the red, wispy substances floating inside like rain. 8th rank. A green snake-patterned mask covered his face, his flamboyant green robe fluttering in the wind. He floated down, hovering in midair, the faint outlines of magic arrays visible on his back. Just as Mint was about to inform the others, dozens of ghostly figures silently appeared around them. According to their magical senses, they seemed to have arrived at this place in an instant. Mint, run! Jiang began to pull out his precious gems. That floating thing is an 8th tier. Let me go! You can't handle an 8th tier. Run! Mint was forced back by Jiang. Back at the guild, Mint rummaged through her belongings, taking out a scroll she had hidden there, intending to send it to the scene. A group of puppets held her down. Garlic sprouts, red and white, cilantro, let me go. Your master is in big trouble. If I don't go, they all die. I'm sorry, Lady Mint. Our master has instructed us that in case of an emergency, you are strictly forbidden from teleporting again. Garlic Sprouts comforted her. Don't worry, our master will be all right. You soulless creatures, how can you understand the meaning of life and death? Let go! Garlic Sprouts replied earnestly. We know our master will be all right, and we don't want anything to happen to you. Heavily guarded by the 7 puppets, Mint had no choice but to lie on the ground and wail. This was a massacre. The adventurers were already outnumbered by the sudden appearance of the enemies, wearing green snake-patterned masks. Several had their limbs severed, and were rendered incapable of fighting after just one exchange. Their attacks were fierce, their coordination impeccable, each coordinated strike killing an opponent with astonishing efficiency. Despite a relatively small difference in rank, the adventurers were forced into a retreat, unable to mount a resistance. So strong? Seems like a formidable opponent comparable to the underground temple. French Fries activated its bloodlust frenzy, its fighting spirit soaring as it cleaved through an incoming fireball, basking in the elemental shields of the 4 primal bodies, and the blessing of the wind spirit as it rode through the flames. 2 green snake-patterned masks cast magic shaping, conjuring blades. Bang! One man's arm snapped, another's mask shattered, blood splattering as they flew backward. Original Fries tilted its head. This seems not as difficult as it thought. Much weaker than the puppets on the 9th floor of the underground temple. Chapter 138. It wasn't just the feeling of plain fries. After successfully ripping off someone's kidney, the bed felt surprisingly relaxed. Their entrance was flashy, their average rank was 5 to 6, and their leader was an 8th rank player capable of easily killing adventurers. It seemed like dealing with these players, who weren't yet at the level cap, should be a piece of cake, but Jiang He used magic shaping against magic shaping, and the weapons the 3 approaching players had painstakingly conjured shattered with a single chain strike. Before they could even react, Jiang He, having switched to the elemental hard short sword, swiftly slit their throats. That's it? It was surprisingly easy. You vicious necromancer. The adventurer's curse made Jiang He turn around. He saw the jailer manipulating the corpses of several recently deceased adventurers, getting up to fight again. Hey, I just saved you. Don't you know how to repay kindness? If I hadn't manipulated your girlfriend's corpse to take that blow, you'd already be in the arms of the undead. The jailer said irritably. Give her back to me. The jailer sighed. Even if I give her back, she'd still be a corpse. Here's what I got. I have a good idea. A zombie suddenly appeared from behind the adventurer and bit off his neck. The jailer skillfully transformed the adventurer and breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's perfect. You and your girlfriend are together forever. Look at you. You can't even say thank you. So rude. Are there any acquaintances or relatives among you who know them? I can help reunite them. Having already decided in previous discussions that the story world bubble didn't need to adhere to the immersion rules, the jailer began to let loose. Of course, doing this would subtly change the course of events. For example, some adventurers might abandon their fight against the green serpent mask and instead focus their efforts on the jailer. Holy crap, they actually dropped materials. The jailer was surprised to find something good in a zombie's backpack, purple stuff at that. The entire group from the reality/virtual boundary looked over, their eyes hardening as they stared at the purple light emanating from the jailer's hand. Why did you do this? We could have fought side by side. The cat-eared woman, whose shield had been shattered by Original Fries' attack, looked terrified. Killing you gives me experience too, and I'm desperate for experience. With that, Original Fries pierced her heart with his sword. It's alright, dizziness is normal, it'd be fine in a bit. The person in the green snake-patterned mask was stunned. What kind of people were these? Suddenly killing their comrades in arms in the middle of a fight? Were they insane? Aside from a seemingly foolish girl, everyone else on the boundary between reality and illusion was simultaneously fighting several enemies without being at a disadvantage. This performance made the only 8th tier fighter present, the one behind the mask, his face grim. Someone was using magic to shape and perform various martial arts. Someone was leaving no intact corpses beneath their shields. Someone was controlling 6 zombies, devouring living beings like wolves. Others, caught up in the battle, held a knife in their right hand and grabbed the corpses of the fallen with their left, hurling them around. Enough. Vines burst forth from beneath the snow like a gushing spring, engulfing the zombies. He wanted to crush the most evil thing here first. The vines contracted forcefully, the zombies' fragile flesh exploded, and with a heavy slam, they fell silent. A few seconds later, the corpse, stripped of its flesh and blood by the vines and left only as bones, rose up again, with blazing blue flames burning in its two empty eye sockets. Is this guy really an 8th tier mage? He doesn't seem that impressive. He's not even as good as a single slime king. Following the spell's path, the jailer knew he was being targeted, but he felt no danger whatsoever. Instead, he shouted in bewilderment, asking the others in the chaos of battle. The next second, the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and countless vines, like tentacles, burst forth, grabbing his legs and dragging him downwards. The elemental fusion torrent of the 4 primal bodies, like a scalpel, precisely sliced through the vines. An elemental shield descended precisely, blocking a beam of white light shot from the 8th tier mage. Orange T's wind spirit appeared beside the jailer, dragging him away from the tentacle-like abyss. He's definitely not as good as a single slime king. If this were on the 4th level, I'd die instantly from one bite. And he calls himself an 8th tier mage? The performance is too lacking. Even 8th tier mages have their differences. The jailer's words enraged the mage. With a whistle, the masked figures, still entangled in combat with the others, instantly disengaged and returned to his side. A magic circle materialized above their heads, thick, dark roots of vegetation extending out densely like tentacles, blotting out the sky and covering them. Arrogant and ignorant fools, you have successfully angered me. Now, feel the majesty of an 8th tier being. One of the surviving adventurers cried out in terror. The moment their bodies were entangled by the vines, their magic power rapidly drained from their bodies, making it difficult to cast spells in the blink of an eye. Within the area enveloped by the ritual magic, magic power became scarce, and the space, enough to suffocate a mage, slowly closed, trapping everyone inside. A ritual magic formed in an instant, a truly remarkable feat. But Jiang He's sculpted blade, the French fry's desperate stand, and the fusion of the 4 primal entities, the 3 forces erupted with a deafening roar, converging at a single point. The prison created by the ritual magic shattered instantly, and countless vines vanished into nothingness. The spectacle was impressive, but their strength was still significantly inferior to the Slime King's. They bore white scratches from the vines striking their armor. In the underground temple, a casual strike from a guardian could easily pierce their armor, requiring meticulous repair. But this powerful 8th tier ritual magic was nothing special. Taking the full force would certainly kill them, but their equipment had given them the resilience to withstand some damage. Turns out we're pretty strong, Orange T realized belatedly. I thought the weapons and armor I acquired lately weren't good enough, but it turns out they were only inadequate against the Temple of the Clarities. Bed re-examined her set of armor. Having just entered the game and immediately tackling high-difficulty dungeons in the mid to late game, they couldn't progress at a normal pace, repeatedly getting crushed in these challenging dungeons. Lacking even a basic understanding of their own growth and current strength, they were operating on the fringes of reality. The object they usually considered a mere paper doll, which led Zhong Zemo to propose the armor is useless theory, actually proved quite plausible. Original Flavored Fries said, I feel it's still a matter of difference even among 8th tier mages, he's really weak. Jiang He wondered, could it be a difference in maps? The magical theories and research on this continent are behind those of the clear ones, so the difference between 8th tier mages seems more obvious. Their discussion made no attempt to conceal themselves from the 8th tier mages nearby, chatting away as if this weren't a battlefield, and neither side was in a life or death situation. The overly arrogant demeanor broke the 8th tier mages' defenses. Enough, enough, enough. Liars! What Slime King? What other continent? From the moment we started, your words have been utterly nonsensical. The boundary between reality and illusion didn't bother listening to his impotent rage. They tacitly stopped their discussion and, like a group attacking the Temple of the Clarity, charged forward. The remaining masked figures, at the 8th tier mage's signal, stepped in. Long-range magical attacks were neutralized by the elemental magic sniping from the 4 primal bodies in midair. Melee suppression. Clang! The masked figure, struck by the shield's parry, felt a sharp pain in his lower back. He opened his mouth to cry out, but Jiang He's short sword drew a line of blood from his neck. The 7 of them, working together like a chariot, crushed the masked figures who tried to stop them, trampling their flesh and blood into the snow, leaving behind puddles of strawberry jelly. The 8th tier mage clasped his hands together, then slammed them together. Green threads rose from the surrounding trees, connecting him tightly to his body. The 4 primal fireball spell was unleashed, precisely igniting the coniferous forest. Did I tell you to use ritual magic? Such an obvious casting animation. Compared to the instantaneous spells of the monsters in the underground temple, it was utterly pathetic. In the instant the 8th tier mage changed his attack, 6 zombie monsters howled and pounced. His channeled magic was forced to form a shield, keeping them at bay. With a casual flick of his wrist, pure magic surged, blasting them into a cloud of blood mist. In that brief instant, the chariot at the boundary of reality and illusion had already crushed him. Here you go. Original Fries casually tossed out a corpse. Trying to slow down my casting? Don't underestimate me. The 8th tier mage let out a cold snort, his magic slashing like swords at the gradually enlarging corpse in his vision. Caught off guard by a group of lower-ranking individuals, he unleashed his fury, tearing the corpse to pieces, causing a burst of blood mist. Boom! A dazzling light pierced his eyes, the violent explosion causing his eardrums to bleed. Despicable. They actually stuffed a potion into the corpse. How could these people possess such a powerful potion? Disrupted and repeatedly thwarted, he was nearly driven mad. He constructed a barrier of magic and retreated hastily. His extensive experience as a high-ranking mage allowed him to make the best choice in the chaos, but the close-range potion explosions had already left him battered and bruised, his clothes and mask tattered. His dignity as a superior compelled him to stand, even as he became dizzy. He held on for only a few seconds before collapsing to one knee, a sweet taste rising in his throat, blood gushing out. Ugh! The potion was incredibly potent. Strange elemental forces were coursing through his body, seemingly a fusion of lightning and water. It was a potion he never seen before. What potion maker could create such a strange potion? He didn't understand. He's really bad, even worse than the Slime King, Bed said frankly. He has no sense of pressure at all. Is he really an 8th tier? I don't understand. Mint said yes. She seems to have some method of judgment. It feels like she misjudged him. How can an 8th tier be this weak? The boundary between reality and illusion began discussing again. Every word pierced his heart. Ugh! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 139. Has this world gone mad? These people's magic power appears to be only at the 5th or 6th rank, so why is their magic so fluid? The speed at which they can unleash magic shaping surpasses that of most others at the same rank. Their technique lacks any academic flair. They're clearly self-taught wild mages. Their weapons are strange too. Each time their magic shield is struck, a strange elemental force begins to corrode it, sometimes manifesting as an explosion. Other times, it forms a mysterious vortex, causing the condensed magic power to rotate, revealing a fist-sized opening on the shield. Ordinary elemental weapons couldn't produce such an effect. Their armor is unbelievably tough. The leading shield guard, his large shield planted firmly on the ground, only managed to leave scratches on his vines? Don't be ridiculous. What material could be so incredibly hard? That damn necromancer was even more baffling. He was clearly wearing only thin, breathable cloth armor, yet the magic struck him squarely without killing him. This kind of armor was common among the useless adventurers who came today. He could easily erase it. Why was the necromancer the only exception? Was he blessed by an evil god? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you really an 8th rank mage? A piercing voice interrupted his chaotic thoughts. The 7 people were staring at him with eyes that were 3 parts wary, 3 parts suspicious, and 4 parts curious. Not speaking, so he's definitely not an 8th rank mage. Stop insulting me. I'm not called Hay. His eyes bloodshot, he stood up straight despite his injuries. I, Langdon Ryan, am a genuine 8th rank mage. My strength is beyond question. Oh, undeniably. The blanket murmured sarcastically. Jianghe looked at him with disdain. It's not that I don't believe you, but your 8th tier is far too weak. The 8th tier we seen before weren't like this. Landon gritted his teeth. What kind of 8th tier you seen? They wield ritual magic with ease. While they might not be able to destroy the world, they're more than capable of dealing with us, Jianghe said. You can't even beat us, yet you call yourself an 8th tier? Unless you prove it to us. Landon clenched his fists. Proof? How are you going to prove this? You want to bring the magic testing instrument? Ritual magic? Don't you 8th tier mages all know that? Jianghe said, for an 8th tier mage, it should be a piece of cake, right? Where did these bumpkins come from? Their understanding of magic was filled with laughable, amateurish stereotypes. Was their guide some kind of nonsensical bard? Look, he's stunned again. I told you, he can't even cast ritual magic. The jailer waved his hand impatiently. The disdain on his face deeply stung Langdon, causing his barely suppressed anger to surge again, like a raging torrent. He had never been so looked down upon. Want to see ritual magic? I show you. A torrent of magical power poured out from his body, transforming into a dense cloud of magic that enveloped Langdon. The sudden burst of power shattered his mask and hood, his long black hair flying wildly, making him look like a demon. Langdon was much younger than everyone had imagined. He looked like a middle-aged man. No, you really used ritual magic. As the ritual magic coalesced, Fries struck. Blessed, she transformed into a streak of red lightning, flashing before Langdon with lightning speed, her blade falling in a swift motion. Ignoring the backlash of the ritual magic, Langdon twisted his body forcefully, dodging the blow that severed his arm, but his right wrist fell to the ground. The smooth-cut surface gushed blood like a fountain. The excruciating pain contorted Langdon's face. He could no longer suppress the burning breath in his throat, screaming desperately. Disgraceful, utterly humiliating. He had fallen for the lowest level of provocation. Pain poured down Langdon's face, blurring his vision and obscuring the figures of those around him. His erratic breathing caused even his magical perception to lapse. The backlash of the ritual magic caused him excruciating pain throughout his body. Listen, if you don't want to die, stop now. Otherwise, the Anna Empire will have no place for you. The two on the edge of reality exchanged a glance and sneered. What a lie. We are under orders from. Langdon's voice trailed off. Instead of pleading for a chance to live, he chose to give up? Explain yourself. What orders are you under? Magic erupted. This time, Langdon wasn't fighting, but trying to escape while everyone's curiosity was piqued. Trying to escape. With the help of orange tea and the 4 primal bodies, the blanket struck first, delivering a flying kick that landed squarely on Langdon's chest and abdomen, who was already flying a considerable distance away. He crashed heavily onto the snow like a cannonball. Luckily, there was a thick layer of snow, otherwise, without the magic shield deploying, he would have been Langdon. The blade in the blanket pierced Langdon's waist, making even casting spells difficult. Held firmly by Jean Zemo, unable to move, Langdon's face was filled with despair. You are no ordinary adventurers. Your equipment and strength rival those of geniuses in the Imperial Academy. Who sent you? He gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging, the short sword at his waist causing sweat to pour from his brow with every word. Explain clearly, who exactly are you under orders from? Silence. Want to play the tough guy? Jiang He patted the jailer's shoulder, signaling him to get going. The jailer manipulated a zombie to Langdon's side. Don't waste your energy. As an 8th tier being, I have dignity too, even if I die. The jailer shook his head with a tisk-tisk. You think I'm planning to bite you to death with a zombie? No, you misunderstood. I want to ask you if you prefer men or women. The inexplicable question left Langdon bewildered. No answer? That means you don't like either. Fine, tell me what kind of work you like. Still not answering? Wow, you're so perverted. Well, you have to name a species. Langdon was devastated. He couldn't hear a shred of logic in the jailer's words. Why was his language so foreign? Still not speaking? Fine, I just say a few. If you blink, I take that as a nod. Horses, foxes. Oh, you blink so quickly. You like foxes? That's easy enough. There are snow foxes here. Langdon felt a surge of immense fear. Incomprehensible things were constantly assaulting his brain. He was going insane. What exactly do you want? What do you want? It's all right. I think it's a bit of a waste for a great 8th tier mage to die like this. I leave you an heir or something. The jailer spoke casually, words that made Langdon's eyes bloodshot. It's all right. I arrange a ghost marriage for you, send you into Silent City with drums and gongs, so everyone can see your 8th tier mage prowess. At the boundary between reality and illusion, everyone except Orange Tea covered their foreheads. I talk, let me just die already. Langdon completely broke down. He hated that he could understand what the jailer wanted to do. Langdon had seen countless people, but none were more evil than the man before him. How could he say these words so calmly? The answer from Langdon left everyone dumbfounded. The Anna royal family. Langdon was just following orders. He had no idea why his superiors were doing this. What exactly is the Nurum caravan transporting? Original Fries asked. Anti-magic crystals. What? The boundary between reality and illusion explained in unison. Now everything makes sense. No wonder they were still stuck in the Great Snow Mountain region even after all this time. The unique nature of the anti-magic crystals prevents them from being transported using magic to reduce their weight. The simultaneous appearance of a large number of anti-magic crystals would easily attract attention by distorting the magic within the area. Therefore, the Anna royal family had to send craftsmen to cut them up and move them in batches, avoiding densely populated areas. Are there still some anti-magic crystals left? There's just a little bit left, it's dust. I'm in charge of cleaning up afterward. leaving no trace. I was supposed to escort those away. Tell me where. Zhong Zemo couldn't wait any longer. The guild's anti-magic dust wasn't enough to make shields. If they could get something this time. Shield reflection plus magic distortion, that would be amazing. Now that things had come to this, Langdon didn't hide anything and explained the approximate location. Since he was in the last group to evacuate, the anti-magic crystal was now readily available. The boundary between reality and illusion kept its promise, and no longer humiliated Langdon, but readily sent him on his way. Before leaving, Langdon earnestly emphasized, I'm an 8th tier mage, a genuine 8th tier mage. Remember that? 8th tier? The Empire has many more, but they might not be stronger than me. Remember that? Wow, he's really persistent. Even in this situation, he has to give himself a hand. Everyone's end-of-life care was very thorough. Everyone nodded vigorously. As Langdon, his throat slit, closed his eyes. Is he really an 8th tier mage? He doesn't seem like it. Can there really be such a big difference? Isn't the rank conversion ratio summarized by the community seriously flawed? He's supposed to be an 8th tier mage, but he only loses more experience, and his loot drops are even less than those adventurers. Sigh, 8th tier is no good. Maybe he's just not good enough. Langdon tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were very heavy. The anti-magic crystal was hidden in a cave in a side path in the valley, covered in snow. Even with Langdon's hints, it took them quite a while to find the marker. The slender metal box constantly exuded a distorted magical aura. Just getting close made Jiang He feel uneasy. Zhong Zemo pulled it out and carefully opened it. Pale purple dust came into view. It had been carefully pressed down by Langdon, making it heavy. A system notification appeared, and a golden pillar of light shone. Anti-magic dust acquired. The Great Snow Mountain Dungeon not only has stardust, but also provides essential materials for forging anti-magic items. What a haul! The squid needs a top-tier magic resistance shield. Puppets are most vulnerable to anti-magic power. With this boost, we have hope for level 9. Champagne was immediately popped. Chapter 140. Mint's torment finally ended when she saw everyone return safe and sound. While the boundary between reality and illusion was gone, she had been training with the puppets, significantly improving her combat skills. However, breaking free and teleporting away was unrealistic. She briefly considered using the scroll, but ultimately decided against it. In case something went wrong, the scroll could still help these idiots get revenge. Even before their return, Mint had been pondering how to treat them upon their reunion. Her decision was to remain silent, giving them only a cold shoulder. No matter how they tried to coax or explain, she wouldn't soften her heart. She had to put up with it for a whole day. Although doing so might seem childish. Mint's face was about to harden, but seeing the 7 chattering and laughing incessantly, and the anti-magic power emanating from Zhong Zemo, her anger couldn't overcome her curiosity. She could only struggle, glancing sideways, pouting, arms crossed, like a gatekeeper, blocking the 7's path, releasing the coldest aura she could muster. 7 points for acting, 3 points for complaining. You should have something to say to me, Mint said expectantly. Clang, clang. Zhong Zemo pulled a metal box filled with anti-magic powder from his backpack. This much, is it enough to make a shield? The shimmering anti-magic crystal powder captivated Mint's eyes, and her hand involuntarily reached out. No, Mint, you can't do this. You have to act angry, and make them anxious. The voice echoed in her mind, but Mint's hand had already taken the anti-magic powder, trembling as she gently stroked it. Listening to Jiang He describe what had happened, Mint's head tilted further and further to the side. Langdon, an 8th tier cultivator, was no match for the boundary between reality and illusion, but that can be put aside for now. The fact that the royal family robbed the Nurum caravan is truly explosive news. Nurum's smuggling of high-risk materials, like anti-magic materials behind the royal back, is baffling. Anti-magic and anti-magic materials are classified as strategic resources in all countries of the Ana continent, renowned for their potent lethality against mages. If these Nurum nobles were transporting 1 or 2 carloads of anti-magic materials, she could understand. Perhaps they found something good on the black market. But a whole caravan, that goes beyond the black market explanation. They might have found a mine related to anti-magic. I don't understand. So, are these nobles planning a rebellion? The jailer took out a dry grilled fish and started chewing. Well, you can think of it this way. Under Anna's laws, smuggling so much anti-magic material at once is practically tantamount to rebellion, Mint said. Those old nobles of Nurum are incredibly audacious. They dare to do something like this without reporting it. At this point, Mint shuddered. She looked at the group with lingering fear. You guilds teleported directly back from the Great Snow Mountain. Haven't you submitted the commission yet? Jianghe nodded. We were afraid you worry, so we quickly cleaned up the battlefield and rushed back. Mint clutched her heart, feeling her frantic heartbeat, almost unable to breathe. Damn Narum, he never intended to pay the commission. These words were a wake-up call. Since the anti-magic crystal was such a highly sensitive commodity, how could he possibly let the person who helped find it live? Only the dead can keep secrets forever. From the very beginning, Narum had no intention of handing over the 10-star sands. It was a dead end. Defeating the elite troops dispatched by the royal family meant death. Returning to Narum's mansion to collect the bounty after completing the mission also meant death. Upon hearing Mint's analysis, a strange smile spread across Virtual Boundary's face, as if to say, "Really? That's great." His eagerness was palpable. "Mint, is there a way to sneak into that mansion?" Jianghe asked. Narum's mansion was kept under a constant spell array, with only a small opening opened by the butler during the descent. Mint pondered for a moment. "Not entirely sure, but we can try. I need to make some preparations beforehand." Do I have any money? In this battle, Virtual Boundary, transformed into a battle berserker, had a blast, accumulating a considerable amount of loot, significantly replenishing his depleted economy, which perfectly met Mint's needs. Oh, right. Before leaving, Mint paused. Tell me about the 8th tier. It was rather unremarkable. Landon's strength was indeed the weakest of the 8 tiers encountered in the boundary between reality and illusion so far. Let alone fighting the Slime King, Jianghe even doubted whether he could handle the frog-headed stitches on the first floor. Jianghe's clever strategy meant that players who later attempted the frog-headed stitches generally avoided direct confrontation. Only those unlucky players who repeatedly failed and allowed the stitches to accumulate experience were forced to engage in a head-on fight. These players later discovered the technique of using Alla's lantern to stun the stitches. This was a weakness left by the developers to prevent the stitches from completely trapping players after accumulating experience. If players from the initial launch period were to clash head-on, unless their team had a shield-parrying powerhouse like Zhong Zemo, capable of parrying 10 or more times in a single battle and creating numerous opportunities for the team to deal damage, their chances of winning would be very low. Comparing the two, he couldn't help but conclude that Landon's 8th tier status was questionable. Mint stroked her chin, lost in thought. The difference in 8th tier status between the two regions was so vast that she couldn't understand it. Where was the problem? Are there many 8th tier mages in Anna? Original Fries recalled Landon's stubborn words before his death. There should be many, but I haven't had access to them. Mint sighed. During my time at the Star Speaker Academy, I heard that the royal family possessed a sage guard composed of 8th tier mages. Jianghe felt that the Great Snow Mountain quest was just the beginning of the story. Since it involved the imperial royal family, there was a high probability of subsequent side quests. Perhaps it's hidden inside Narum's mansion? Mint, wait a minute. The jailer ran up and whispered in Mint's ear as she was about to leave. Mint tilted her head, looking at the jailer suspiciously. He lowered his head and whispered for a while longer. Mint's expression became subtle, but she didn't say anything more. Instead, she turned back and took some more materials from the warehouse. So mysterious, what did you say? The jailer didn't play the riddle maker. Nothing much, just asking if Mint knew how to make poison, and a really powerful, potent potion at that. Look, there are so many people in Narum Manor. They're all walking experience points. The entire manor is sealed off by a magic circle. After poisoning, as long as we keep the magic circle's core under our control, not a single living thing can escape. I suggest Mint poison it from both the water and the air, a two-pronged approach. Water is fast-acting, but easily detected, and can't guarantee effective kills. Air spreads slowly, but ensures everyone gets some. That's the most efficient way. To let Mint have some fun too, I also suggested she get some incredibly powerful potions. After we're done fighting inside the manor, we can blow up the house, dig deep, and see if there's anything special. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you looking at me like that? Orange Tea shivered. The normal rhythm of playing the game was actually sealing away the evil player personalities of the jailer and his gang. Chapter 141. Ugh, I can slaughter the city again when I log on. The first thing she said after stretching this morning was a dangerous statement, and it wasn't even the jailer speaking, but her bed. Orange Tea realized she still knew too little about everyone in the virtual real world. Kill them all. I wonder if the experience will be enough to reach level 20, Original Fries muttered. So, the immersive experience Fries arranged was to help her adapt to the game's pace? Everyone's so considerate. pretending for a whole month before revealing their true nature. They really... I'm going to cry. Early in the morning, Fry's phone rang. Orange T, who was washing up, peeked out and glanced at it. For some reason, Fries looked at her phone with a complicated expression. I knew Xiao Fei would get up at this time. The sleep schedule developed from gaming can't be changed. Fries walked into the hotel corridor, heard the voice on the other end of the phone, and couldn't help but rub her temples. So why did you call me so early? Sigh. Since starting university, Xiao Fei seems to have become increasingly distant. Does she not allow us to care about you? Now it was Mom's turn to speak. Yes, I do. So why did you call me? Having lived with this lovey-dovey couple for so long, Fries had learned the art of carefully controlling the flow of conversation. She couldn't let herself be led astray. Xiao Fei, guess where we are? The words had barely left her lips when Fry's relaxed demeanor vanished instantly, and she gripped her phone tightly. You come to Guangzhou? Hey, right, as expected of Xiao Fei, you guessed perfectly. We arrived last night. Fry's forehead broke out in a sweat. What are you doing here? You sound really resistant to our trip? Dad said, sounding aggrieved. Just because you're traveling in Guangzhou doesn't mean we can't come to Guangzhou too. Fries didn't believe a word. Suddenly showing up in Guangzhou at this hour, calling her so early in the morning, this lovey-dovey couple would most likely come looking for her. Good heavens. Could there be anything more disastrous than letting them see her, letting everyone in the guild witness this lovey-dovey couple's performance? No way. Wait. As long as she doesn't reveal her information, Guangzhou is so big, finding her would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Suit yourself, my friend and I are going to have morning tea, bye. Hey, Xiao Fei. No matter what the other end said, Fries hung up. The amount of sweat she produced in that short time was comparable to a morning workout on the treadmill. Talking to this lovey-dovey couple was exhausting. Today, Jailer Bro is taking everyone to a popular tea house, a must-visit for tourists from other provinces. Inspired by his father, the Jailer brother also got the hang of it, incorporating spots into the itinerary that were easy for everyone to take photos at, places that relatives and friends could immediately recognize as part of a Cantonese tourism trip. This rice noodle roll place is alright, but my dad said it used to taste even better. Consider this a last-minute treat. You might not even be able to find this flavor anymore in a few years, the Jailer brother explained while warming the cups. If you can't find it, did they change chefs? CUNT asked. The private rooms were full, and sitting in the bustling main hall, the Jailer brother had to lower his voice to explain. Changing chefs is only one reason. Another rumor is that someone is stealing the ingredients and has started using pre-made ones. The Jailer wasn't critical of pre-made food, he simply held a basic viewpoint. You use pre-made food, so I need to know. Some people go to tea houses to pay for the craftsmanship. You can explain that the taste difference isn't significant, but I also have the right to reassess the extra cost of paying for the craftsmanship. When ordering, Jiang He noticed that Fries was behaving strangely. She never rested her head so close to the table when using her phone. Are you feeling unwell? He asked with concern. It's nothing, just a bit of a stiff neck from yesterday, Fries replied after a while. A stiff neck shouldn't cause this posture, right? That's odd. As the dishes gradually arrived, everyone started eating. Fries, who usually had excellent posture, maintained a stiff, hunched-over posture while eating. She clearly loved shrimp dumplings, but this time she was too lazy to turn the plate and pick them up. Jiang He was truly puzzled. This was completely unlike Fries today. You don't eat shrimp dumplings? Her voice was very soft. Jiang He brought a new pair of chopsticks, picked up a shrimp dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, placed it on a small plate, and handed it to her. Unable to resist the temptation, Fries took a bite. The instinctive action made her immediately regret it. She grabbed Jiang He's sleeve under the table and tugged at it. Jiang He deliberately dropped the chopsticks on the floor and bent down to pick them up. Fries' face was flushed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. My parents are here, she said urgently. Huh? Jiang He was stunned. So what if they are? Inviting them to eat together would be fine, wouldn't it? They ate with their elders on the first day too. It's not a big deal. Just don't let them find out about me. Your relationship with your family is bad? It's too good. After a quick exchange, Jiang He sat up straight. Based on the information provided by Fries, he noticed a man and woman at a table to his right. They were a very young couple. It was hard to believe they were married and had a child in college. They were taking pictures of the food on the table, looking very happy and cheerful. The tea house was crowded, with people coming and going. Their attention was clearly not on the food. Fries seemed to be overthinking things, Even if she sat normally, she would hardly be noticed. Speaking of which, don't we still have a pot of tea that hasn't been served? Zhong Zemo ate a few chicken feet to cleanse his palate. It's not served yet. There are too many people. We need to hurry them up. That's my own tea, it's expensive. The jailer glanced at the receipt and was about to get up when Orange Tea moved first. I go. I was thinking of adding a basket of char siu bao. Sigh, their char siu bao isn't good. I take you to something better tomorrow. Do you still want shrimp dumplings? Jianghe asked Fries. Put them in vinegar for me. Fries' reaction made Jianghe quite curious. What could happen if they were discovered? Sigh, Orange Tea seems to be bothered by some strange person. She sat up, staring intently into the distance. Jianghe, chewing on ribs, looked closely and almost spat it out. Fry's parents were excitedly talking to Orange Tea when Orange Tea pointed. Ha! I didn't expect to meet everyone here. Thank you all for taking care of my Xiufei. Oh dear, Xiufei is still so shy. She didn't say a word to her parents, and even sat so far away. The couple, Lu Jinhong and Lu Xinxin, whom French Fries had been referring to, joined the table at the boundary between reality and illusion, guided by Orange Tea. Her little game of looking down at her screen was giving way. Everyone suddenly realized why French Fries had been acting strangely today. Compared to the somewhat imposing Yuan Huanai, French Fries' parents were incredibly friendly, their smiles never fading, always cheerful. From afar, they looked very young, up close, even younger. Especially French Fries' mother, Lu Xinxin, who gave the impression that French Fries would grow up to look just like her in a few years. I only seen her on short videos, but I recognized her instantly in person. That's amazing, exclaimed Bed. Well, who can blame her? Tea Goddess is so cute, so easily recognizable, Lu Xinxin chuckled. Right, Xiufei? French Fries devoured shrimp dumplings, ignoring the two across from her. Jailer bro, we're your fans. Lu Jinhong's words made Jailer bro sweat. How could he possibly have fans after his performance in the Guild Wars? Outside of Guild Wars, we've seen plenty of your funny stuff. Jailer bro understood, but his funny stuff was either related to being a jailer, or to lewd pictures, and finally, to his socially awkward interactions. French Fries' parents seemed unconcerned. If his parents knew what he was doing online, they'd probably be furious. T-God, can you help me with a gacha pull? I haven't been getting any good characters in several mobile games lately. Lu Xinxin handed her phone to Orange Tea. Peeking out from under the covers, the phone's wallpaper was a veritable who's who of heroes. There was a heroic spirit brawl game, a game where students have their own aura, a game where you go to jail in the ancient battlefield of stars, and an idol-raising game. Auntie, how many livers do you have? Mom, you should handle the gacha yourself. Don't waste Orange Tea's luck. Fries scoffed. Ah, it's alright, it's alright, it's all just superstition anyway. Orange Tea took the phone and started operating it. Lu Jinhong's gaze fell on Jianghe. Pumpkin Guild Master? Oh yes. Jianghe was a little nervous. If Prison Guard Brother's father, Yuan Huanai, was a relatively typical parent, then Fry's parents were very unconventional parents, to put it bluntly. They didn't seem like parents. If you insisted that they were someone from the boundary between reality and illusion, who had traveled back in time, Jianghe would believe it. Actually, I'm a fan of yours. I watched all your Guild War replays. Ah. Is that so? Jianghe didn't know how to reply for a moment. Don't believe him. He used to be a fan of Bottled Water Shinra, but after Bottled Water lost, he switched to being a fan of yours. He's a complete champion fan. Fries looked at him with disdain. Jianghe was genuinely sweating. There was no need to say such things. How was he supposed to respond? Wow, T-God, thank you, 2 rainbows. It seemed like they really got a good deal over there. Mom, keep your voice down. French Fries gritted his teeth. Sigh, okay. Lu Xinxin, clutching her phone, retreated to her seat and happily started playing. The mother being lectured by her daughter. Everyone in the virtual reality boundary was a little dizzy. Potato Guild Leader, do you think I can join the virtual reality boundary? Huh? I have the game qualifications, and I already reached level 10, completed my class specialization, and chosen a magic warrior like you. No, I refuse. French Fries glared at his dad, then quickly turned to Jianghe, his meaning clear. Get on my side. Sorry, although I'm the president, French Fries objects, so, uncle, I apologize. Hearing Jianghe say this, French Fries breathed a sigh of relief. The couple exchanged knowing glances. Then a thoughtful, enigmatic expression crossed their faces. As if to say, I understand. French Fries was terrified his parents would utter some strange statement again, and broke out in a cold sweat, ready to keep a close watch. But then, their conversation gradually became more normal. Like ordinary parents, they asked everyone if they enjoyed the trip, how their gaming was going, and how well their children were performing in games. The sudden seriousness caught French Fries off guard. After showing off several teas and snacks, Lu Xinxin offered to leave first and pay the bill. Even though the jailer said it wasn't necessary, it didn't stop them from pulling out their wallets. The sudden change was abrupt, and everyone, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, exchanged bewildered glances. French Fries let out a long sigh, slumping weakly into a seat. French Fries' parents are quite interesting, the jailer remarked. You don't have to consider my feelings. Just say what you think, French Fries said, rubbing his forehead. The woman in the blanket shook her head. I genuinely think so. They're funny, they know the jokes, and their interests in eating, drinking, and having fun are similar to yours. It's really cool. You understand how amazing they are once you live with them long enough. French Fries just sighed. His parents married quite early, while he was still in school. Both families were relatively well off, and they knew each other well. They were childhood sweethearts, so everything that followed was a natural progression. People often say that childhood sweethearts, being too familiar with each other, rarely end up together. This is also why the sudden arrival type in literature often triumphs over childhood sweethearts. But her parents were different. From childhood, they were like glued together, inseparable. Her parents shared the silly things they did when they were young, enough to fill 1,001 nights. Yes, that was her bedtime reading as a child, listening to her cloying parents recount their sweet daily lives. Back then, it didn't seem like a problem, now it feels like torture. Not being only children, they were never burdened with high expectations from their families. They were simply asked to live their own lives well. French Fries spent most of her childhood with her grandparents. This is proof that she was very much loved. On the other hand, her unreliable parents were inseparable, always clinging to each other in a sweet, affectionate way, regardless of the occasion, making the elders very worried that they were so focused on their own love that they forgot to feed her properly. As she grew older and got used to the antics of this silly couple, at home, she felt more like their guardian. Anyway, her parents weren't like parents at all. They always responded to her nagging and scolding like children. The couple returned, and French Puff, reminiscing about the past, was startled. Guild Leader Potato, if I don't want to join the guild, can I have a friend slot? Jiang He looked at French Puff's expression and nodded. French Puff emphasized. I give you a friend slot, but no harassment, no asking questions, and if you can't do that, I delete you immediately. Lu Xinxin smiled knowingly. Xiao Fei is so nosy, is it even Potato's business? French Puff quickly shut up. She had a very bad feeling. It was the warning radar she developed from years of living with this silly, lovey-dovey couple sounding the alarm. As soon as you respond, the other person will make some shocking remarks. Chapter 142. During his few days of tourism in Guangfu, he was either eating or on his way to find food. The prison guard's treasure trove of shops was like an endless supply of gadgets in Doraemon's pocket. Before going to sleep, the prison guard weighed himself. As expected, his weight loss this month was halved. When you're out having fun, don't worry about such small things. His roommate, the Four Primals, calmly took a sip of soda. The icy-cold carbonated drink made him burp contentedly. What a wonderful indulgence. After graduation, he had been constantly turning like a gear, never stopping for a moment. Even when he finally had a break, he was too lazy to go out and squeeze into crowds. Staying home and playing games was the most cost-effective way to relax and de-stress. This trip to Guangfu to meet everyone gave him a completely new experience. The jailer, unwilling to give up, weighed himself again. After weighing himself, he sighed, I feel like he's eaten more fries than me, so why isn't he gaining weight? After all, everyone's constitution is different. Everyone's constitution is different. The same potent poison might kill an ordinary person, but it might not kill a hybrid, or even the puppets. For nobles like Narum, 8 out of 10 servants are puppets, and the remaining 20% are his loyal contract slaves. To deal with them, we need a powerful solution. Mint grabbed a still-living, palm-sized spider, put it in the mortar, and expertly pounded it, extracting a thick, stringy, purplish-black liquid. She smelled it, checked its transparency, and nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. When the boundary between reality and illusion was crossed, Mint's work wasn't finished. She used everyone's earnings to buy a ton of random materials, filling the warehouse. Some creatures broke free of the nets, and crawled out of a wooden box labeled Mint Special. The puppets quickly captured them, otherwise, The boundary between reality and illusion would have witnessed their pristine guild become a worthless wormhole. The potion making continued. Mint wasn't satisfied with her first result, deeming the toxins insufficiently potent, stimulating, and fast-acting. She needed to add more. The entire potion-making workshop echoed with the strange cries of various monsters, filled with a peculiar, pungent odor. The usually adorable Mint sat there, like a demon god descended, her cheerful face reflected in the firelight, as her little monsters screamed and vanished into ashes. Previously, when making relatively normal potions, Mint's demeanor was quite normal. This time, needing to increase the potion's potion strength, Mint instantly reminded everyone that she was a witch. "What's wrong with you all?" Mint looked up, and found everyone staring blankly. "Do the witches in the academy also concoct potions like this?" "Yes." Mint held the still-moving scorpion tail she had just processed. "I don't have the guts to process special materials, otherwise, I won't pass the pharmacist's comprehensive evaluation. Sigh, I needed the materials urgently this time, so I couldn't schedule processing in advance. I had to do it myself." Mint grumbled. Can I ask, what's the most unusual and bizarre material you ever processed in the academy?" The jailer's curiosity was piqued. The most bizarre. The moment she stopped, a strangely shaped scorpion escaped from the mortar. The wind elemental blade precisely chopped it into 8 pieces. Mint picked out the parts she needed and threw them into the mortar, continuing to ponder. "The first thing that comes to mind is the crystallization of the winged deer," she said. "The winged deer isn't a deer, it has moth wings and a horse's body. If it eats special food, it grows spectacular antlers, hence its name." After this brief explanation, Mint got to the point. The so-called winged deer crystallization is a pharmacist's euphemism for winged deer excrement. Winged deer are large and robust, consuming large amounts of food at once, resulting in spectacular droppings. After consuming certain foods, their bodies metabolize them, producing catalysts needed by pharmacists when concocting potions. Therefore, despite the glamorous appearance of the witches in the academy, most who choose potions will have their winged deer crystallization processed by their instructors at least once. The winged deer's physical condition often leads to different states of the crystal. Mint was relentlessly suppressed by that noble genius in the academy for a whole year, barely able to breathe, with only one happy memory. Regardless of status, everyone sat at the same table, processing the crystals. Her winged deer's digestive health was somewhere between good and bad. Mint witnessed firsthand her transformation from brimming confidence to despair, then to ashen-faced, and finally to lifeless eyes. The jailer unintentionally asked Mint about something that made her happy, though just hearing it was a bit. Oh well, if Mint's happy, then they're happy too. The mascots, including Garlic Sprout, strictly followed Jiang Hei's training plan, intensifying Mint's combat abilities. With the assistance of the arena at the boundary between reality and illusion, her strength improved by leaps and bounds. In terms of learning and adaptation, genius wasn't just Mint's boast. Once Mint controls the Grand Library on the 10th floor of the Clear Ones, the day she returns to school won't be far off. A full day has passed, and Mint has finished preparing the ingredients. According to the game time, there are still 3 hours until dawn, precisely the time when people are most tired and sleepy. Nerum's mansion in Sion is located on the outskirts of the city, avoiding contact with lower classes and maintaining the purity of nobility, a classic practice among some of the old Anna nobles. But this also facilitates the boundary between the real and virtual worlds. If the mansion were located within the city-state, there would be the risk of alerting others. Nerum's mansion has a very high magic defense coefficient, making it difficult to break through with ordinary magical attacks. However, Mint simply took out a scroll and slapped it on the magic circle, and a gap large enough for one person to pass through appeared instantly. No alarm was triggered. It was as easy as taking out a key to open one's own front door. "Where did you get this good stuff? It must be expensive, right?" Jiang Hei couldn't help but ask after easily infiltrating. "Last time I came with you guys, I casually sensed the traces left by the magic circle's operation. I noted down the patterns, found a famous alchemist in the Fragrant Wind City black market, and created this." "Huh?" Everyone at the reality virtual boundary was filled with question marks. "What huh? I told you I'm a genius, now you believe me, right?" Mint snorted. "So last time you were muttering about wanting to blow up this manor, it was?" "Yes, back then I had figured out the magic circle's patterns, the personnel configuration in the manor, and was thinking about what dosage of magic potion to use to create a spectacular fireworks display." Mint chuckled. "I supported your plan to poison it. The property of this kind of noble family deserves to be blown to the heavens." Jiang He couldn't help but shudder. Mint had been bullied by that noble prodigy for a whole year, and her resentment was considerable. Narum had caught up with the situation. Before taking revenge on the main culprit, she'd get her revenge on him first. The patrols are handled by puppet guards, led by a half-human hybrid. But since nothing's happened for years, they're quite perfunctory. The day we visited, the butler was scolding the half-humans for slacking off. At this hour, it's no wonder they're slacking off. Without the half-human hybrid to correct them, the puppets will only patrol along the planned routes. As long as they don't make any strange noises, you can proceed with confidence. Like visiting a familiar friend's house, Mint quickly located a flowing water source using her mental map. She made no attempt to hide, and walked confidently forward. She took out various jars from the large backpack behind Squid, mixed them, and shook them violently. The potion became cloudy, and the jars became hot. The four Primarchs, who were keeping watch, then asked, "How long do the sugar pills we took before setting off last?" The sugar pills were antidote Mint had prepared in advance for everyone. About 5 hours, no shorter. Mint glanced at everyone. "Ready? Ready? I get started." With Jiang He's nod, a potion the size of an oxygen tank poured into the stream. Sticky, mosquito coil-like cakes began to smolder, set up near the water source. Every water source along the way fell victim to their venomous attack. The jailer scratched his head. "Why does it feel like?" "Feels like what?" Orange Tea asked. "It feels like we're exterminating cockroaches," the jailer whispered. "When the potion evaporates and takes effect, won't it produce thick smoke?" How did you know?" Mint turned around. First it's pale blue, then it slowly turns white, and finally colorless. As they approached the manor, the boundary between reality and illusion ceased to be so blatant. For the first time, respect for the instance was shown, and they moved forward hastily, crouching low. The big black rat bed adapted well to the pace, nimbly flitting about, guiding everyone along the puppet patrol route, constantly correcting their direction, and leading them into the manor through the unclosed second-floor balconies. Mint and Bed lit a row of potions on the balcony, then entered the room to find everyone already exploring. This seemed to be the office of the steward named Joseph in Narum. A large mahogany desk was piled high with books, and unorganized letters were weighed down by a popular novel titled Tales of the Snow Mountains. This was a fantasy novel based on the Screaming Snow Mountains, and the part where Joseph made bookmarks was quite interesting. The villain, who had wantonly harmed the spirits of the Snow Mountains, witnessed a strange snowfall. French Fries glimpsed a special letter. It came from Narum, the capital of Anna. The Snow Mountain is vast enough to bury many adventurers and snow tree spirits alike. Clean it up thoroughly. Don't let anyone have any clues pointing to us. Don't bring back the secretly collected anti-magic crystals. Leave the rest there for now. His Majesty is increasingly dissatisfied with the old men who are hindering his consolidation of power, but he still wants to maintain the balance of factions. Understanding this, we can still play both sides. Connecting everything that happened on the Great Snow Mountain, Jiang He gradually pieced together the cause and effect of this plot. This is... Mint flipped to the letter Josel had written to Narum, but had never sent it. The massacre of the mountain went very smoothly. 3 members of the Snow Tree Spirit tribe were wiped out, and 1 Snow Fox tribe was destroyed. The clearing out of scattered tribes went smoothly, all carried out under the guise of attacking trade routes. Mint gritted her teeth. Dirty bastards. This is clearly a scheme orchestrated by them, and the royal family, a cover-up that will cause innocent Snow Mountain creatures to bleed like rivers. Shameless. Despicable. With that, she casually tossed a large plate of cake-shaped potions out the window. Die all of you. A deadly poisonous mist erupted. The sluggish magic array's alarm mechanism finally realized that uninvited guests had entered the mansion. Chapter 143. A hazy blue mist rose above the water, spreading with the wind, combining with the coiled, mosquito coil-like potion on land. The reaction was unusually violent. Within breaths, most of the manor was shrouded in the blue mist. The Narum puppet guards were the first to notice the anomaly. They merely issued warnings. Their physical bodies showed reduced activity, struggling to function even with their magical cores powered. The same toxin had no effect on the older puppets. Not being flesh and blood, but merely operating according to the fixed rules of their central magic array, they stood bewildered, watching their fallen comrades with confusion. Outside the manor, movable units fell in droves. Inside the manor, because the potion hadn't fully evaporated, rapid footsteps began to echo. The study door burst open. The sealed toxin spewed out, instantly flooding the corridor. The 3 at the front reacted swiftly, casting a barrier-like spell to temporarily shield themselves from the poison's effects. Those behind them, however, were doomed, collapsing like wheat being harvested, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. Josel's voice was icy. Trying to set your sights on the Narum family's land? You're far too arrogant. The 4 Primarchs released illuminating orbs, brightening each other's vision. Josel's eyes trembled slightly. You are? The Emerald Adventurers? I received word that you perished in the Screamer Snow Mountain. Jianghe clapped. The Narum family has done a good job. They made a big show of searching for adventurers, sending them into the Snow Mountain to find goods and attackers they couldn't possibly find, then turned around and killed the adventurers who were close to the truth, blaming the natives of the Snow Mountain. As long as you blame the local natives, you can also use the excuse of accusing the local lords of colluding with the newly rich and neglecting their duties. To meritorious nobles, you're a traitor, a dog to the royal family, selling information. To the royal family, you're not absolutely loyal either, playing the fence, hedging your bets, profiting from both sides. Win, 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 win. No matter which way you choose, you're a big winner. Even with this batch of anti-magic crystals smuggled with other nobles, you kept some scraps for yourself before distributing them to the royal family. With your family's business acumen, it's no wonder you can live a life of decadence and be incredibly wealthy. Joseph's expression was grave. You certainly deduced quite a bit. Actually, we didn't intend to know about your dirty tricks. As long as you pay the Stardust, we leave. Jianghe sneered, but you're even trying to embezzle the bounty, so we just have to collect it ourselves. In any era, in any place, embezzling the wages of a group of people who live on the edge is an extremely risky act. Those who dare to do this aren't afraid to risk their lives, especially when the bounty is Stardust. Both sides knew there was no possibility of negotiation. The brief exchange couldn't conceal the intense killing intent. The 2 men beside Joseph, one tall and one fat, moved first. The fat man's tiny wings burst from his waist, and he drank a vial of blood he carried with him. A dangerous crimson mist swirled around him. They were vampires. The tall woman's body was covered in scales, gleaming under the illumination of the orb. The pale blue, flaky scales protruding from her skin revealed her true race. Siren! Mint warned before teleporting away. Beware of words of power. The teleportation gem? Who exactly are you people? Josel, being a connoisseur, immediately recognized the artifact Mint was using. The siren reached out and shielded Josel behind her, taking 2 steps forward. Her alluring figure, hands on her hips, her towering height surveying the entire group at the boundary between reality and illusion. Who among you concocted this level of potion? Silently rendering everyone in the manner incapacitated, an unheard of formula. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves before the chaos begins? When an 8th tier mage strikes, there's no room for maneuver. Potions masters, who want to prove their worth shouldn't throw their lives away. 8th tier? Jianghe chuckled. You're also 8th tier? Josel, oblivious to the boundary between reality and illusion, arrogantly retorted. To think that just because Master Narum isn't here, there aren't any high-tier mages here is foolish. Jianghe scoffed. TCH, it's not like we haven't killed 8th-tier mages before. Zhong Zemo and the 4 primal bodies were already engaged in battle, with a chubby vampire in the spacious study. Their opponent was an individual enhanced with physical attributes and attack power, launching a frenzied attack with agility and explosive force disproportionate to their physique. The sounds of shields clashing against metallic flesh were incessant. With the help of Orange Tea and the Jailer, the 4 not only achieved a stalemate with the vampires, but also gained some advantages. The siren showed no intention of helping, calmly watching her prey. Are you sure you want to help someone like Narum? The siren covered her mouth and laughed seductively. He gives me far too much. The vibrant and colorful life on land suits me much better than the dull and boring sea. Little brother, I'm not like that fat guy over there. An 8th tier cultivator from an ordinary race is incomparable to an 8th tier siren. Ready? If you're ready. Curse of extreme cold. A bone-chilling cold exploded above Jianghe's head, frost and snow blooming with a deafening roar. A flood of magic swept around, the wooden floor crumbling inch by inch, cracks appearing in the walls, emitting mournful cries. In an instant, a frigid chill capable of freezing living beings into statues enveloped everyone present. There was no casting motion, no manipulation of magic. She simply uttered the name of the spell, and everything happened naturally. The siren race's innate talent, word power. They communicate magic through language. Their thoughts become magic. Relying on this talent, the siren race is on par with dragons. The elemental shields of the 4 primal bodies, the Jailer's zombie human shield, Orange Tea's blessing, and Jianghe's own enhanced magic shield, all 4 working together, prevented him from being instantly turned into an ice sculpture by the extreme cold. Kshaw, have you forgotten I'm here? The chubby vampire roared angrily. The siren named Kshaw sneered contemptuously. What use are you if you can be countered repeatedly by a human warrior far inferior to you, losing your balance? The vampire, forced to snatch the small round shield with both hands by Zhong Zemo's shield, clenched his fists, wanting to retort but unable to utter a word. The siren Kshaw was strong, and the chubby vampire was barely passable, but neither were like Landon, a weak 8th tier warrior, who could easily be outmaneuvered. As expected, Langdon is useless. He severely lowered the prestige of an 8th tier mage. Still unwilling to reveal who the truly powerful potion master is? Kshaw's eyes grew increasingly cold. She was losing patience. The next strike will turn this place into an icy prison, and even your prized potions won't be able to save you. With her fries precisely targeting his health, she was already eager to try. Seeing the hand gesture Jiang He made behind his back, she paused, then a smile crept onto her lips. I am. In the instant Kesha's attention was drawn, Jiang He pulled out a dried sea base, shredded rabbit meat, and dried venison, and downed it in one gulp. Raging waves, a column of water appeared out of thin air, striking Jiang He's chest. Like a kite with a broken string, he was slammed against a distant wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint. Kesha scoffed, a laughable little trick, trying to distract you? You think you can escape by taking a life-saving potion? Raging waves. She made a downward slapping gesture, and water elementals, conjured out of thin air like a giant hand, pressed down forcefully. The floor was shattered, and Jiang He plummeted to the ground below amidst the falling rocks. Looks like it's not him. The potion master is still here, you guys. Caught off guard by the strange smiles on Fry's and Blanket's faces, what was with this nonchalant attitude, completely unconcerned about their teammates' lives? Kshaw, puzzled, walked towards the large hole in the floor. She looked down. Among the pile of stones, Jiang He, who had been struck 3 times by the word of power, stood up. He slowly raised his head, a pale golden light flowing in his eyes. This is... Kshaw's heart pounded wildly, almost bursting out of her chest. Boundless fear enveloped her body's instincts urging her. Run! Run? Facing such a laughable, pathetic, pitiful enemy, you actually want me to run? I'm actually afraid of him? Don't be ridiculous. Extreme cold. Cursed Kshaw's voice became hoarse, but the full name of the spell was already uttered. Next, a torrent of powerful ice elemental energy should have poured down, completely freezing the foolish man who dared to look her in the eye. Several breaths passed, and nothing happened. Kesha's eyes widened. Curse of extreme cold. It seemed as if an invisible hand had severed her connection with magic. The magic no longer responded. She looked down at the shimmering demonic scales on her chest. Communicate with magic, communicate. The demonic scales desperately resonated, but the magic veered away. How could this be? Why had the word of power, the pride of the favored race, the overlords of the sea, the siren race, failed? It was as if magic had suddenly abandoned her. Kesha gritted her teeth. Since that was the case, if the word of power failed, she would personally gather magic. This time, she wouldn't use ranged magic. Kesha used practical shaping magic, transforming water elemental energy into a spear and hurling it down. The spear, imbued with Kesha's furious attack, was casually caught by Jiang He. What drove him to such an arrogant act was an impulse echoing in his mind. Jiang He followed his instincts, confiscating the magic and, right before Kesha's eyes, completely converting it into his own magical power. Such abundant magical power. Is this the power of the siren? I learned something new. Kesha stared in disbelief. Was he having a nightmare? The person before him had decomposed the magical power of an entire 8th tier spell, and absorbed it so easily. Jiang He's mind echoed again. Curse of extreme cold, he said. You want to use the siren's magic against. Boom! Frost and snow descended from above Kesha's head, thousands of ice needles densely piercing the siren's scales, leaving countless tiny holes, the extreme cold seeping into her body. Kesha could hardly breathe. How could he possibly have learned the siren's magic? Chapter 144. Kshaw shuddered, the snow that had settled on her body scattering. The magical wounds healed rapidly, with the help of the water element. Analyzing magic, replicating magic, preventing the resonance between the demonic scales and magical power, these bizarre methods were practically the siren's nemesis. However, his replicated magic was utterly ineffective, like a tickle. The man leaped into the air, mimicking her by conjuring a water elemental spear to thrust forward. Kshaw's gaze sharpened. She neither dodged nor evaded, charging straight at him. The water elemental spear touched the siren's scales, instantly leaving white marks, seemingly exhausting all its power. and immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Ksha was puzzled, Jianghe was shocked. Ksha was puzzled that this was supposed to be a powerful shaping magic, but in the hands of the man wielding such bizarre power, it had become an impenetrable, powerless decoration. Jianghe was shocked. The knowledge swirling in his mind seemed to be just that, knowledge. If he tried to replicate the siren's magic using it, its power would be greatly diminished. However, the weakening was real. He could perfectly negate Kesha's magic with his magic shield. The man and the siren stared at each other, momentarily forgetting they were engaged in a life-or-death duel. Kesha's dazed state immediately put the fat vampire in danger. Unlike Kesha, who possessed a prestigious status in the siren royal court, he struggled to withstand the increasingly fierce attacks. The perfectly coordinated blurring of the lines between reality and illusion meant his initial mad dog-like offensive couldn't break the shield guard. Instead, it was countered by the shield, putting him on the defensive. With an even more maddening berserker joining the fray, he was left only to passively endure the attacks, his round body bearing countless bloody welts. Kesha, why are you just watching? Why aren't you sharing the burden with me? He dared not curse her. Kesha had only come ashore to experience life and enjoy the daily routine of a land-dwelling species. If pushed too far, she could run away immediately. Fool, Kesha thought. Wasn't it enough that she was helping to restrain a terrifying monster? Jianghe didn't intend to prolong the conflict. Instead of using the magic he had copied from Kesha, he used magic to shape a warhammer, swung it around, and suddenly brought it down on her head. Based on his experience from the first level of the Clarity Realm, the siren's scales were harder than he had imagined, piercing them was difficult, and a can opener was needed. With this previous experience, Kesha decided to try again, so she leaned in. Bang! Crisp and loud. What did this mean? Why was she willingly offering her head to be cracked open? Kesha was sent tumbling by the hammer, her beautiful seaweed green hair disheveled in midair. She braced herself on the ground, her hair disheveled, and arched her upper body like a seal, her eyes gleaming beneath her hair. There was no horror or fear, only pure curiosity. Water elements swirled around her hair, automatically combing it. The siren's body was unusually resilient. This attack didn't hurt, his. It still hurt, the after effects were strong, and my neck was numb. Copying her siren magic had no effect, but other spells worked, and it seemed to be really effective. Ouch, that damn after effect, it hurts so much. What the hell is going on? Also, my body feels unusually heavy today. Even magic seems to be distancing itself from me, not as readily available as it usually is. My thoughts are a jumbled mess, constantly urging me away from that man, even calling for me to submit to him. What a strange feeling. The closer she got to him, the more pronounced the muddy feeling became. Try again. Song of the Tie Caller. Kesha deliberately chanted the full name of the spell aloud, but her magic power was channeled into her senses. A strange power, distinct from magic, descended from the void, severing the connection between the spell and magic like a sharp blade, forcibly distorting her casting. Found the problem. Interesting, come play with me. Kesha made a move that no one expected. She rushed towards Jianghe, using her tough siren scales to shatter the shaped magic weapon, carrying him off the balcony and onto the soft grass. It feels like just ordinary flesh and blood, but it seems to hold many secrets. Thrown several meters by Kesha, then cushioned by water elementals in midair, Jianghe landed steadily, completely dazed. What's your name? Kesha licked her lips, her eyes shining brightly, like a child who had found a new toy, jumping for joy. Jianghe. Never mind, let's just go with the potato. What exactly is this siren trying to do? That sudden change of tactics, that tight embrace between them, couldn't they have found a way to severely injure him? Why didn't they do that? They even helped him after landing. Are they fighting to the death? Jianghe really can't keep up with the siren's thought process. It's too unpredictable. Humph, your suppression of me has intensified even further. My magic is rapidly dissipating. Such power. Kesha even had the composure to analyze the oppressive aura created by the gluttonous avatar. Startled by Kesha's explosive power, Jianghe is now fully activating the power of the gluttonous avatar to restrain Kesha's actions. But she seemed to enjoy it? To be able to suppress me so completely. Your talent and power are unheard of. Kesha licked her lips again. Potato, there are some very cute girls among the sirens. Would you be interested in visiting the Siren Royal Court? I believe many sirens would be interested in you. Huh? Wait a minute. What are you talking about? We're fighting to the death. After years of surfing the internet, Jianghe had never encountered such a difficult person. How did the conversation develop to this point? Do humans prefer to be more subtle? Kesha tilted her head. Or do you think this atmosphere isn't suitable for discussing private matters? We're fighting for different positions right now, aren't we? Jianghe reminded her again. Standard? Kesha laughed heartily. Why would I have a stance? I'm just here on land for fun. The Narum family pays well and provides good service, so I'm just traveling around with them. Do you really think a siren like me should lower my proud head to a nobleman who isn't even a member of the royal family? Kesha's words were full of disdain for Narum. After fighting for so long, I already done my fair share of the service he's provided. The moment Kesha withdrew her magic, a round figure flew out from the second-floor balcony and rolled to her side. The vampire was in dire straits. His strength was already inferior to Kesha's, and his fighting style was completely countered by Zhong Zemo. The encirclement and beating at the boundary of reality and illusion had cost him an arm. Kesha, you haven't dealt with this guy yet? He asked in surprise. The person from the boundary of reality and illusion had just rushed to the second-floor balcony when he witnessed an astonishing scene. A slender ice spike pierced the fat vampire's heart, freezing his blood. Powerful vampires can repair themselves with their blood even when parts of their bodies are destroyed, but if their blood stops flowing, death is inevitable. Ksha you? The fat vampire's eyes widened in fury. Getting in the way. The magic tide allowed people like you to ascend to the 8th tier stage. Mother Earth is too kind. Ksha waved his hand, and the fat vampire's ice sculpture shattered into pieces. This is an 8th tier siren. Orange Tea swallowed hard. Even if it was a sneak attack, to kill someone of the same tier in one strike is too exaggerated. Ksha was about to say something when the smile on his face vanished like a receding tide. The Narum family even has this? In the darkness in the distance, the warehouse located underground slowly opened, and a group of new dolls silently advanced, stepping over their companions lying haphazardly in the courtyard. An invisible pressure gathered from all directions, and the magic power was visibly thinning. Puppets? The entire group from the boundary between reality and illusion gathered around Jianghe, warily observing the hundreds of bizarre puppets. Unlike the puppets they had seen before, which possessed rich expressions and movements, these puppets were dull and lifeless, their eyes empty and devoid of light. The 4 primal bodies wanted to release their elemental shields prematurely, but they couldn't mobilize a single trace of magic. Why can't I release magic? It's normal that you can't, Kesha said gravely. These are anti-magic puppets, a combination of puppetry, alchemy, and potion-making techniques, a magic nemesis created through a triple process. This number is enough to wage a siege against several 8th-tier mages. Shouldn't they be incredibly expensive? Feeling the oppressive force of magic suppression surrounding him, the jailer gasped for breath. The Narum family is richer than a country. Ksha scoffed. Potato, your abilities are weak. It'd be difficult for you to deal with this many puppets. I can help you. Oppressed by the glutton's avatar, and restrained by the demon-suppressing field artificially created by the demon-suppressing puppets, Ksha was no longer at ease. We can't use magic, we just physically destroy them. Fries was eager to try. We get a lot of experience. Why do you think these expensive demon-suppressing puppets are easily destroyed? Wake up. Why are you thinking of us? What happened that we don't know about? The jailer looked left and right. Besides, we haven't even tried. How do you know it won't work? Ksha. Josel's voice came from afar. He was sheltered by the demon-suppressing puppets. I don't care why you killed Bobby. Now, I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. Kill them! Ksha, who had been smiling at Jianghe, turned icy cold in an instant. You mean, the Narum family plans to kill an 8th-tier siren? Would you kill an alien race that threatens the siren's interests? Josel countered. Ksha glanced at Jianghe not far away, licking his lips. I was even thinking of bringing him back to the royal court to introduce him to the Siren Sisters. I refuse. Everyone at the reality virtual boundary focused on Jianghe. What plot did you trigger? I don't understand, I don't know. She just came here and started acting crazy. Jianghe had no idea what had happened. Josel no longer waited. With a clapping of his hands, the demon-suppressing puppets surrounding the reality virtual boundary began their advance in a military formation. Listen, I create a small opening for you all. You must escape, especially Potato, Kesha muttered. I must take you to the royal court. Sister, look closely, we're all barely able to protect ourselves. Without magic, you're just a fish that won't last long. What are you talking about now? Jianghe released the pressure on Kesha, and sure enough, the magic she released could already be distorted by the demon-suppressing puppet. It's all your fault, you released it too late. Kesha finally broke down, sweating profusely. I have another way. The siren's scales naturally store a massive amount of magic. I can unleash a huge ritual spell by shattering my own scales. I might be pulverized, but as long as you promise me, go to the Fallen Star Royal Court in the north. Kesha gritted her teeth. I can help you. If Jianghe had only seen Kesha as a strange, erratic siren before, she was truly shocked at this moment. What is she after? Willing to give everything for a promise? Clearly, keeping Kesha alive will trigger a magical plotline. Looking at the swarming, silently advancing demon-suppressing puppetry, this is going to be difficult. French Fries takes the initiative. Having been caught in Kesha's AoE attack earlier, Praise of Pain is activated. The elemental heart-long sword, with unstoppable force, slashes down on the shoulder of a demon-suppressing puppet, the force still lingering, cutting straight down. The puppet's arm falls off, but it's unharmed. The terrifying thing about the old-style puppets is that they lack sentience, but they are fearless in the face of suffering. They are the most fearless warriors. French Fries was almost surrounded by the puppets, jumping back into the crowd, still shaken. So sturdy, it even weakens the weapon's own blessing. Shameless. Protect Kesha. Thinking back to how they were on opposing sides not long ago, but now they have to protect her. That's the flexible stance of a gamer. Individual difficulty isn't as high as the underground temple, but it's still annoying. Zhong Zemo had just knocked one down with his shield when a demon-suppressing doll pounced, chasing after him like a zombie, its ferocity causing him to retreat repeatedly. Specialized formation coordination meant that if one was in trouble, attacks would come from all directions. The boundary between reality and illusion would often be breached only after one doll was destroyed before being surrounded. Min had considered many special situations, and prepared many items for the boundary between reality and illusion, but she hadn't expected the Narum family to have such a powerful demon-suppressing weapon. Kesha, you're not allowed to touch the demon scales. Jianghe commanded, slapping Kesha's hand away from the demon scales. My siren's courtside quest, you must not die. Ksha stared blankly at Jianghe's towering figure. Dozens of puppets, each a size larger than the boundary between reality and illusion, relentlessly encroached on their area, their destruction far outpacing their encirclement. Could it really be hopeless? Whoosh! A bone-chilling wind swept into the Nura mansion. Green grass, towering trees withered and froze. The earth was frozen, extreme cold descended. Josel stared in bewilderment at the falling snowflakes, reaching out to catch one, watching it melt with his body heat. Ksha couldn't cast magic. Where did the snow come from? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blizzard raged, the wind sounding like the blood-soaked cries of countless dead, crashing into the ears of all the living. Josel shuddered. Watching the ever-growing blizzard, he trembled all over. He remembered a legend. An ancient legend that terrified, awed, and made the snow-capped mountains a taboo for the local people of San. The boundary between reality and illusion noticed the strange snowstorm. The snow and the wind seemed to possess a power to distort light. Their vision couldn't reach the distance, leaving only darkness. That darkness was writhing. A skeletal skeleton burst forth from the snow mist. It was the skeleton of a snow fox, an empty shell devoid of flesh yet moving as if alive. A massive cow skeleton followed closely behind, then sheep, then bears, and then various kinds of birds. They rubbed against the skeletal bodies like messengers, producing rhythmic sounds, like the playing of ceremonial music. The undead cleared the way, the skeletons bowed their heads, and the birds circled. Clothed in snowflakes and veiled in snow mist, an outline appeared on the path guided by the skeletal messengers. Only an outline, the light was distorted, and all gazes directed towards it received only flickering, blurry information, as if their senses had been stripped away from reality. The howling wind and snow created a magnificent chorus, a cacophony of voices, human voices, the sound of snow, the sounds of all spirits, merged into one. They were screaming. Chapter 145. Water froze instantly. Exhaled breath turned into white mist. Inhaling brought a sharp pain to his nasal cavity. His skin's perception of temperature was numb. Extreme cold seeped into his limbs, his body and mind stiffening. Ju Zika recalled the passage on the title page of the book Tales of the Snow Mountains on his desk. Long before the name of Screaming was crowned upon the mountains, he was there. Lord of all spirits of the Snow Mountains. In the eyes of the disrespectful. A demon. For hundreds and thousands of years, countless people had witnessed the eerie snow and demons, but in the end, they all became unverifiable absurdities in the mouths of the world, material for bards and villains in writers' works. Whether out of awe, curiosity, or some kind of unseen warning, Joseph had consulted literary works about demons before personally signing the massacre order. reading the grotesque description of the demon, a warm and inviting mansion, yet chilling as winter. He feigned composure, dismissing it as a joke. With the empire at its zenith and its vast territory, what fear was there of mere demons? At this thought, the tremor in Joseph's eyes vanished. He surveyed the demon-suppressing puppets around him, feeling the field released by their collective resonance. This immense power, enough to annihilate the magic of an 8th-tier mage, was a testament to the Empire's peak of power. It was the shackles the Empire had placed on its mages, powerful evidence that had dragged them from unbridled transcendence back to the mortal realm. Under the demon's suppression, nothing but a bunch of charlatans. Let me see what you truly are beneath the mist. Joseph waved his hand, and the demon-suppressing puppets collectively turned, the resonating demon-suppressing field enveloping them from above. In his expectation, the magic would distort, the blizzard would cease, and everything would become clear. The blizzard continued. No, the blizzard intensified. The howling wind emitted a chilling groan, and the puppet closest to the demon froze, motionless. The demon suppression failed? Joseph was struck dumb, his face turning deathly pale. He staggered back a few steps. The demon suppression puppets that had given him such a sense of security were visibly ceasing to function. An invisible hand, through unbelievable means, halted the puppet's central mechanisms, plunging them back into hibernation. Joseph suddenly found himself unable to move. His hands and feet sank into an indescribable mud. He struggled to free himself, but couldn't budge an inch. In Jianghe and the others' view, Joseph seemed to be performing a pantomime, his face flushed crimson. The snow fox's skeleton slowly emerged, followed by cows, sheep, and a tree man pieced together from pieces of wood. They passed through the silent demon-suppressing puppets, surrounding Joseph. Jianghe swallowed hard. He remembered that the tribe Joseph had ordered to be slaughtered in the letter seemed to be. Ah! A pitiful scream pierced the wind and snow. Joseph's arm was torn to shreds by the snow fox, blood spurting out. A cow bone raised its sharp horns, piercing his stomach and mercilessly tearing a large gash. A sheep raised its hooves, easily crushing his kneecaps. The snow tree spirit transformed into a campfire, scorching Joseph's jaw as he knelt in pain. Joseph tried to struggle to escape, but an unknown force pressed down on the back of his head, slowly pushing him into the flames. Seconds later, Joseph was lifeless. The white bones surrounding him glowed with a pale blue light, crumbling apart like fireflies, disappearing with the wind and snow. Everyone at the boundary between the real and the virtual was stunned. He had actually bypassed the puppet that Ksha had described as capable of strangling an 8th-tier mage and eliminated the controller? The sharp aura hadn't dissipated. The feeling of being watched permeated everyone at the boundary between the real and the virtual. The demon was watching them. The intense sense of being watched stopped and settled on Ksha. Damn it! You participated in the massacre of the tribes in the Snow Mountains? Jianghe asked hurriedly. No, I didn't. I just came to Sand to eat, drink, and have a vacation. Ksha was more panicked than anyone else. At most, I made an agreement with Narum to accompany Josel to various occasions, acting as a deterrent. This girl from the Harmonia sect didn't seem to be lying, but it was certain that she was being targeted by the demon. Wind and snow enveloped the boundary between the real and the virtual, and the boundless darkness rapidly swallowed up the surrounding light sources, leaving only the light orbs released by the 4 Primarchs and the jailer brother. The 2 light orbs released their bright light with all their might, but they couldn't pierce through the ever-approaching snow fog. Demon, if you consider me an accomplice, then punish me. Kesha, having read the local mythology, deduced what was about to happen based on the demon's method of killing Josel. The entire group at the reality virtual boundary was stunned. How dare you speak like that? Demon is the term used by the Anner outsiders to refer to a being in mythology who is neither entirely good nor evil, carrying a clear derogatory connotation. After Jianghe's description, the reality virtual boundary understood Kesha's potential. Why would they leave someone who could potentially trigger the Siren's court plot unresolved? Whatever kind of demon you are, you can't touch Kesha. Kesha's face paled, the demon-suppressing puppet stopped spinning, and her magic hadn't recovered. The demon easily and strangely gripped the demonic scales on her chest. Frost spread from the demonic scales across his entire body, threatening to turn him into an ice sculpture. Elemental spirit. Fire, answer my call, descend upon this place. The moment Orange Tea used summoning to ward off the cold for Ksha, she immediately used unknown revelation. I want to know what the true form of this demon is. No unknown entity answered. Layer upon layer of fire elemental shields were stacked, fire rings were fully activated, and the chilling currents that froze everything were blocked by the boundary between reality and illusion. No one will take Ksha away. Jianghe poured out all his magic power to reinforce the barrier. The demon's influence had already turned the vast Naram Manor into an ice sculpture. As far as the eye could see, the visible area was covered in solid ice. It had forcibly transformed the environment within the area. The howling wind gradually weakened, and the biting cold that had struck the barrier was fading. The demon's shadow was still not far away, and the humble bone guards still bowed their heads. It wasn't over yet. Solid ice lay beneath their feet, and the chilling energy condensed into a tangible form, bursting forth from the ground and wrapping around the thighs of everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion like vines. Kesha, still reeling from Jianghe's words, "No one can take Kesha away," didn't react. A gust of demonic wind swept in, and before she could recover her magic, she was slammed backward, crashing into the mansion wall. Like a chick, she was grabbed by the legs, lifted into the air, and hung upside down. My side quest. The Siren King's side quest. Huh? The expected carnage didn't happen. Kesha was simply hung there like a piece of dried meat, her hands down in a standard French military salute. There was no freezing, no exploding into a bloody mist, nothing like that. The chilling vines spread from her thighs to her chest, rendering everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion immobile. Such immense power, Jianghe admitted, acknowledging the demon's strength was comparable to that of a guardian of an underground temple's checkpoint. Zhong Zemo, still struggling, suddenly felt light and collapsed onto the ice. The sudden release stunned him. Just as he was about to turn and free the others, a beam of white light descended from above, illuminating his body. Correspondingly, another beam of white light appeared in the distance, landing on a gigantic skeletal bull, 2 heads taller than Zhong Zemo. The skeletal bull, its head bowed, kicked at the solid ice, leaving cracks, and slowly approached Zhong Zemo, each step leaving a hoofprint. Its fleshless, skeletal body ignited with a pure white mist, the swirling snow and flickering light depicting its former appearance, like a colossal beast stepping out of a traditional Chinese ink painting. Does this mean? Jianghe mused, a one-on-one duel? Zhong Zemo had also guessed that the current mechanism was a one-on-one duel. He immediately exhaled a puff of white breath, trying to adjust to the biting cold air in his nostrils. At the same time, he kept bouncing left and right to familiarize himself with the slippery ice surface. Being singled out for a duel, and most likely requiring victory, was a difficult task for most shield guards. But the boundary between reality and illusion was full of confidence for Zhong Zemo. "It's just a bull, watch me push you back." Never mind. At the very moment the shield and the bull's head were about to collide, feeling the whistling wind, Zhong Zemo instinctively dodged, avoiding the skeletal giant bull. The bull's horns, undiminished in momentum, pierced through the wall of Naram Manor, leaving 2 shocking holes. If Zhong Zemo had taken the hit head-on, he would be a skewered meal by now. The giant bull charged back and forth, its tail whipping like a lash. Each time it passed Zhong Zemo, who managed to dodge, it would lash out twice with tremendous force, leaving fine scratches on the thick round shield. After what seemed like the umpteenth charge, Zhong Zemo finally found his center of gravity after the change in terrain. He took another deep breath. The skeletal bull charged forward. This time, it didn't aim its horns at Zhong Zemo. Instead, it suddenly raised its forelegs, assuming a galloping stance. Swaying back and forth, it trampled Zhong Zemo from above, intending to crush him into the dust. After being suspended in midair for so long, I can counterattack. Zhong Zemo was overjoyed. He lightly swung his small round shield, deflecting the powerful force of its forelegs. The flesh and blood filling the snow-covered area shattered with a deafening roar, revealing its previously empty skeletal body. With a move that deflected immense force with minimal effort, the giant skeletal bull's leg bone shattered, sending it tumbling out and crashing into a nearby building, scattering debris everywhere. Holy crap, Inkfish. As expected of you, Shield Counter King. Frame Watching God. A wave of jubilation swept across the boundary between reality and illusion. This was the confidence Inkfish instilled in him. Give him a chance to counter, and he sees it. A gust of demonic wind swept through, and Zhong Zemo was slammed onto the vines that had bound him, imprisoned once more. Another beam of white light descended, this time choosing French fries. Having figured out what game the demon intended to play, French fries scanned the skeletons, anticipating her opponent. Fry's breath drifted with the wind towards the demon's shadow. In the void, it seemed as if a pair of hands were dancing and kneading. The smoke, like clay, was kneaded and deformed, gradually taking on a human shape. A gust of frosty wind swept in, and the smoke and snowflakes fused together. This is... The opponent of the fries was actually herself. Chapter 146. 2 servings of fries, identical in temperature, shape, and overall softness when they came out of the oven. The only difference was that one was coated with a layer of cream, making it appear whiter. This was the strange analogy that immediately popped into Jiang He's mind. Weapon, equipment, form, completely identical to the fries. Both started with bloodlust frenzy. Even the small gesture of the fries adjusting their grip after unleashing their skills was exactly the same. The fries kept spinning their blades, and the creamy fries kept spinning their blades too. The fries unleashed one of the basic martial artist skills, warrior's heart, providing themselves with a negligible shield. The creamy fries performed this action almost simultaneously. The delay between the two was less than half a second. After this round of probing, Jiang He understood. Under this mechanism, the players created by the demon used behavioral data from the players' daily activities. They were infinitely close to the originals. Not just like players, these clones were players themselves. Mirror start? He blinked hard under the covers. A duel can sometimes feel like playing a card game, where going first gives you a significant advantage. But in a berserker duel, the logic is completely reversed. The one who gets injured first has the advantage. If they haven't learned a unique self-harm skill, forcibly injuring themselves won't trigger the berserker skill's amplification effect. Given this mechanic, the two sides of the fries entered a breath-holding contest. These fries are all made from the same potato. How are we supposed to break this? Jiang He thought the jailer's words sounded a bit strange. The immediate priority is to injure the enemy unit first. Could we do this? Orange Tea had a flash of inspiration. First, launch a probing attack. That way, the opponent will definitely try to withstand the attack to trigger the berserker effect. Wait until the opponent gets a boost and attacks, then take the hit head-on, gaining an even stronger boost to counterattack. You pay double, I pay double, I pay double back. A tribute to the classic nested combat scenario. It's indeed one of the solutions in berserker duels, but ensuring that you can withstand the damage and survive the next double back attack is a difficult balance to strike. French provided her answer. Entangled in the demonic circle, the snowstorm in the courtyard, the battleground, had stopped, but the boundless darkness outside the courtyard, with its howling wind and chilling cold, still persisted. Before Creamy Fries could imitate her, she extended her left hand outside the domain. Initially, there was a sharp pain, the cold spreading all the way to her arm, but within 2 seconds, Fries lost control of her left hand. She jerked it violently, and her frozen left arm shattered, the chill that had been seeping from her arm into her limbs vanishing. A dangerous mist of blood swirled around Fries. Ketchupson, triggered successfully. Zhong Zemo exclaimed in astonishment. But isn't this self-harm? That's a demonic domain attack, it has a source of damage. Jiang He had already guessed her intention when the fries moved. The creamy fries were half a second slower in judgment and action. A 1-second lead was enough for the fries. It's just a fake created by extracting my data. The creamy fries, rushing forward, was as thin as paper in front of the glowing red original fries. Sliced in two, the fries stylishly swung their blade, shaking off the smoke clinging to it. No more scheming, one move and it was over. After winning, the fries were once again locked back into the frost vines. The trial isn't over yet? Just as they were thinking this, everyone saw Orange Tea being released. Oh no, even with the ability to summon spirits, Orange Tea's combat power was still the lowest in the guild. A pillar of light enveloped French Fry's head, and a wisp of smoke rose. Orange Tea's opponent was actually French Fry's spirit. Did French Fries possess some kind of charm ability? It had extracted data from her in 2 consecutive trials. Throughout the entire boundary between reality and illusion, besides Bed and French Fries, Orange Tea had a chance to summon spirits from everyone else, but it was always French Fries, with the best burst damage and speed. Before the ritual was even complete, Orange Tea personally experienced French Fries' power. She was pierced through the heart with a single strike. When she regained her senses, she was already back on the chilling vines, panting heavily. Killed by a demon, and not a natural death? Jiang He asked. Orange Tea, did you have any special negative effects? No. Just very tired. Had the trial failed? Would Kesha die because of this? Everyone looked up anxiously. Having been deprived of magic for so long, Kesha's legs had disappeared, replaced by a large, fat tail. Her eyes were helpless and pitiful, staring intently at Jiang He. If I die, you must bring my demonic scales back to the royal court. My companions will know the cause of my death. Don't worry about being misunderstood. She was beginning to say her last words. Jiang He wanted to say something, but his body suddenly relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground. The items and equipment that had been imprisoned began to respond again. There's a fourth trial. The spirit of French fries hasn't disappeared, so he has to continue the challenge that Orange Tea failed to complete. Another beam of light descended, this time targeting Zhong Zimo, who had completed the first trial. Zhong Zimo and the spirit of French fries stood on either side, eager to try. The failure of the previous trial doubled the number of participants. It's over. The jailer shouted in despair. One has a shield parry, the other a mad dog. How are we supposed to play? Jiang He was sweating. He didn't know if there would be another round of trials. If there were, and he lost, the next person would have to fight 3 against 1. That would be impossible. He took a deep breath and analyzed the situation calmly. The key to this level was undoubtedly to familiarize himself with his companion's fighting styles and habits, and find countermeasures. French fries was easy to deal with. Since he was a berserker, as long as he wasn't attacked first, triggering the bloodlust frenzy amplification effect would allow him to be dealt with last. Cuttlefish was too troublesome. He kept parrying frame by frame, the clanging sounds filling the air. The key point is that during PvP training, he was MOU's shield parry training partner, helping MOU develop a feel for shield parries over a long period. This data must have been collected by the game as well. Wait. Jiang He suddenly realized something, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face, his anxious heart instantly lightening. He took the initiative, drawing his elemental hard short sword, aiming directly at MOU's spirit form. Don't use the sword, you get parried, Zhong Zemo warned. In a flash, a warhammer appeared in Jiang He's hand. Without hesitation, he spun around, his waist and stance perfectly synchronized. Magic shaping, instantaneous power release. This combination was something Jiang He had mastered during his tedious battles against the puppets on the 9th floor of the Temple of the Clarity. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, the French fries spirit form, closely following Jiang He, nimbly retreated. Just as Kesha lamented the missed perfect counterattack, a strange current surged, forcefully pulling the spirit of the potato chips towards the warhammer, a blinding light erupting. The potato chip spirit was sent flying backward, its form dimming. Wait, buddy, you opened it? Jailer Bro stared in disbelief. Is this a lock? How can it absorb spirits? Oh! The primal body exclaimed, blessing. Potato has a blessing that's especially effective against spirits. Immaculate light, attacks will be more lethal to undead and evil spirits, and there's a chance to gain radiant protection. The only weapon at the entire boundary between reality and illusion without the swift steps blessing is in Jiang He's hands. The value of immaculate light is still rising. The spirit squid shield slammed heavily into Jiang He's back, but he didn't budge. A layer of shimmering holy light shield perfectly blocked the attack. The spirit fries was nearly dissipated. She struggled to her feet when Jiang He's spear pierced her body with pinpoint accuracy. His fries felt a strange pain in her chest. Having dealt with the spirit fries, Jiang He conjured a series of ice spikes. If you're so capable, try turning my magic back on you. The ice spikes rained down, instantly turning the spirit squid into a sieve. Now it was Zhong Zemo's turn to feel a chill. The frost vines all loosened. Trial passed? But the demons aren't gone yet. We're not going to have to fight demons again, are we? Look, Kesha's still hanging in the sky. Fries glanced at Kesha. She noticed from the beginning that his gaze hadn't left Jiang He. Jiang He's eyes were gleaming after instantly killing 2 spirits. However, after the demon left, she seemed to have been attacked and fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh! The howling of the wind and snow squeezed in from outside the isolated courtyard, sending chills down everyone's spine. After a full half-minute of shrill, icy wind bombardment, the white bones that had accompanied the demon turned to dust and vanished with the wind. Floating in midair, particles of light, like fireflies, disappeared into the wind and snow. The demon's blurry shadow flickered, and the extreme cold that enveloped the courtyard receded like a receding tide. The wind and snow stopped abruptly. It came silently. It left as if erased from reality by an eraser, leaving only silence and chill. Looking at the frozen demon-suppressing doll, now the Narum mansion in the Snow Kingdom, the boundary between reality and illusion couldn't help but shiver. Having encountered a novice 8th-tier mage earlier, they thought this was just an ordinary small dungeon, but it turned out to be a much bigger one. Experience points began to be calculated, and countless particles of light flowed into everyone's bodies. Jiang He and Orange Tea both reached level 19 after sharing the experience. The jailer, the 4 primal bodies, Zhong Zemo, and Bed reached level 17. The experience bar surged, and Fries was excited. I'm level 20. What? Everyone from the reality and illusion boundaries swarmed around Fries. First in the entire server. Since the launch of Proof of the Stars, the first person to reach the maximum level in the Chinese server, no, in all servers, has been born, right here in the reality and illusion boundary. Before they could even ask what new mechanics were involved in reaching the maximum level, for pillars of light stole everyone's attention. 1 gold, 2 red, and ink-colored pillars of light interwoven with silver and black. An unprecedented drop notification. Orange tea lightly touched the light orb. The drop was the skull of some kind of bird, with a suspicious cloud of black energy condensing inside. Proof of demonic influence in the stillness left by the wind and snow, their lingering traces of demonic aura. Like some kind of proof. Perhaps someone might be interested in it. Chapter 147. Such an obvious quest item, the reality boundary dared not neglect it, and immediately pocketed it. However, how could he find someone interested in it to unlock the next stage of the story? Screamer Snow Mountain set Blueprint A red quality set. Judging from the description, it's a set specifically designed for resistance to ice elemental damage, a good countermeasure, and the required materials are easier to obtain than elemental hearts, making the forging difficulty quite friendly. Broken Sage's Memory, random, collecting 3 allows for a lottery draw. For the reality boundary, who is severely lacking in skills, this is a pretty good drop. Gold drops are the main event. Heavy Suppression Dust. The item description states that it was obtained from the suppression core extracted from a damaged puppet core. Combined with the suppression stone tablet at home, this dust brings the reality boundary one step closer to obtaining suppression type equipment. It would be impolite if the blueprint for suppression type equipment didn't arrive soon. The reward is good, but where's the star sand? They came specifically for the funding to conquer the Temple of the Clarities. They can't just get this little bit. Ugh, it's so cold. Kesha, released from her restraints and placed on the ice by Jianghe, groggily opened her eyes. Her siren tail swayed back and forth, and she shivered at the cold, hard touch. She probably tried to stand up, but forgot that her legs were gone, leaving only her tail. Caught off guard, she fell to the ground, like a seal, her hands on the ground, her lower body arched upwards. The entire group at the boundary between illusion and reality fell silent. Upon first seeing Kesha, the keywords in their minds were domineering, powerful, beautiful siren older sister, and breathtakingly powerful 8th tier. Less than half a day had passed, and the word comedian automatically popped into their minds the moment they saw Kesha. With some kind of magic, Kesha's long, fair legs returned to normal, and she looked around with disbelief. A demon, it actually exists. Stronger than an 8th tier demon, is it 9th tier? Jianghe asked. Kesha closed her eyes and inhaled deeply the cold air. I can't be sure, but it's very possible. She was utterly perplexed. Although there were remnants of magical energy, this didn't match the immense impact the demon had created. Breaking into the mansion, creating a widespread blizzard, manipulating the undead, all required magic. Could it be that the demon's magic was different from what they knew, clean, environmentally friendly, and residue-free? Kesha was confused, while the boundary between reality and illusion was filled with excitement. Who cares about rank 8 or 9, as long as the health bar is visible? Oh no, the star's proof doesn't have a health bar. As long as the design can be killed, the higher the rank, the more excited the players will be. You're looking for star sand? I take you. Although Kesha's attitude changed too quickly, and she acted strangely, the boundary between reality and illusion still considered her one of their own, but Zhong Zemo whispered in Jianghe's ear. The way she looks at you is ambiguous. Jianghe could tell without being reminded. After using the power of the gluttonous avatar in a fierce battle, Kesha seemed to have an increasing favorability rating. There are 2 possibilities. 1. The gluttonous avatar can not only weaken and suppress the sirens, but also charm them. 2. Kesha has masochistic tendencies. Whichever it is, Kesha kept urging Jianghe to go to the Fallen Star Siren's royal court, and on the way to Narum's mansion to raid their coffers, she couldn't help but mention it a couple of times. In the dark depths of the mansion's basement, the boundary between reality and illusion finally saw the item they had been longing for, an item no one had obtained since the server's launch. It was the size of a fingernail, shimmering with a rainbow light as brilliant as stars, like a corner of the galaxy stolen by a daring thief. Charming, magnificent, as dazzling as a sky full of stars. Unknown, mysterious, treasured by scholars. Rare, expensive, collected by countless collectors. Some consider it currency, some consider it material, some consider it a key to unlocking another door of knowledge. Its value changes depending on who needs it. A month and a half after the server launch, finally, they had it. Why are there only 4? The boundary between reality and illusion searched high and low in the basement, but couldn't find the remaining 6 pieces of star sand. There were only 4 originally, Ksha said. Narum wasn't really planning to give you rewards anyway. That's all the stock at this manor in Sion. Didn't you notice that when Josel showed off the star sand that day, he only took out 1? Narum, how dare you owe us a reward? The jailer, outspoken, cursed through gritted teeth. It's time to replicate the insect extermination plan at Narum's manor in the capital, Fries said expressionlessly. Ksha helped the boundary between reality and illusion find, in a very hidden underground layer, the scraps of anti-magic crystal that Josel hadn't had time to move. Mostly dust, a small portion fragments, the total amount was almost 6 times the guild stock. This was definitely enough to make a complete anti-magic equipment piece. So rich. No wonder a siren like Ksha was willing to follow the Narum family and enjoy life after coming ashore. Awesome. Zhong Zemo blurted out. The anti-magic small round shield was a set item the guild had pre-ordered for him. Now that he had all the materials, once he completed the forging, he would receive an epic upgrade. This trip to the Great Snow Mountain was definitely worthwhile. Back on the ground, Jiang He suddenly thought of something. He took out a bottle of star sand and asked Kesha, "What can a piece of star sand do?" Although they roughly knew it was a very strong currency in this world, they didn't really have a concept of just how strong it was. Kesha trembled slightly. She looked at Jiang He, first with surprise, then her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness, her face slightly red. French Fries frowned. "For me?" Jiang He nodded subconsciously. "Yes, for you." "What can you do?" "Get married." Everyone was stunned. Jiang He rubbed his temples. His head suddenly ached. "I asked?" "Marriage." No need to answer so quickly. He blocked Kesha, who leaned forward, seemingly about to touch him. Is there something wrong with the siren's thought process? Why would she answer like this? It's too strange. I mean, if you give me... I can't think of any other answer besides marriage. So why marriage? Because I like you. Kesha tilted her head. How long have we known each other? Less than half a day. You want to marry me for a single grain of star sand? Jiang He emphasized, think about it again. You want to take it a step further. This seems a bit fast, but we can get used to it first. Marriage as a further step. What does marriage mean? After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang He instantly understood. The boundary between reality and illusion was instantly clear. Except for the orange tea. Let's go! Jiang He waved his hand, deciding to abandon the siren's courtside quest. Even talking to someone like Kesha, an 8th-tier being, was exhausting. He didn't dare imagine what would happen at the siren's court. Are you land dwellers always so subtle? Kesha stopped them. But this is the experience that sirens have always accumulated. This can be considered experience? Tell me the logic behind it. Jiang He asked. You're human, I'm a siren's. If I hadn't confessed my feelings the moment I realized I like you, many things would have changed when we met again. Kesha was very serious. Zhong Zemo smelled the scent. The familiar scent of an Eastern chef. Sirens have an average lifespan of 1,000 years, and powerful sirens live even longer. The best humans barely make up 1/10 of our lifespan. Kesha sighed helplessly. If you have a feeling, you should follow your intuition, otherwise you only have regrets. She actually spoke frankly to him. There was some truth to it. But, why do you? Jiang He hesitated for a moment. You developed feelings for me. Kesha answered immediately. When fighting the demons, you're always distracted by protecting me. When I tried to shatter my demon scales, you immediately stopped me. When you saw me being hung up by the demons, you stared at me with great concern. Kesha's gaze burned. And you're very powerful, with strange abilities that allow you to completely suppress me. Jiang He's head ached. He just didn't want the Siren Royal Court subplot to break down. Kesha's misunderstanding was quite significant, and it seemed it would only grow larger, unless he wanted to sever a promising and interesting, tentative, comedic siren subplot. The jailer interjected, Does your Siren Royal Court have any skilled craftsmen? Kesha proudly popped out her chest, nourished by dried fish, of course. She immediately sensed something important. Potato, you need a master craftsman? The terrestrial craftsmen are very arrogant, and it's troublesome for you to find one. How about coming to the royal court with me? I can help. Jiang He hesitated. Min had said that the siren half-body in her home needed a siren master craftsman to forge it, and even she couldn't find a way. Now that the opportunity had been delivered to her doorstep, there was no reason to let it slip away. Seeing Kesha's eyes practically brimming with love, Zhong Zemo gently patted Jiang He's shoulder. My shield? Yes, The squid's anti-magic round shield also needed a more skilled craftsman. The four primals hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and patted Jianghe as well. The staff made of demon scales doesn't necessarily have to be for me, but those in the guild who use magic also need a staff enhanced by a siren's demon scale. Then let's go, Jianghe said, but not now. We need to go back to our own guild to rest temporarily. Can I visit your guild? Kesha asked without hesitation. With things in such a state in a rum manner, it's not appropriate for me to show my face for the time being. It's good to find somewhere else to stay. This guy. Is he a character who can join the guild? He wanted to agree immediately, but remembering his mother meant, at home, he needed to talk to her first. Jianghe shook his head, only agreeing to visit the royal court. Kesha, afraid Jianghe would change his mind, immediately plucked a scale and placed it in his palm. Go to Gunnar City in the Anna Empire, and ask the fishermen or sea creatures there. They all know the location of the Fallen Star Siren Royal Court. Before leaving, Kesha turned back. If you give me the star sand now, I can tell my people. No, I still have a use for it. Jianghe refused decisively. Chapter 148. A demon? What? An 8th-tier siren wants to marry you. Stardust, anti-magic powder, and magic-suppressing powder couldn't activate Mint's money-grubbing nature. Her head tilted repeatedly, staring at Jianghe with utter bewilderment. There were too many things to complain about. She temporarily set aside the explosive topic of the demon, instead making Jianghe bend down. She pressed Jianghe's head, looking him over from left to right, lost in thought. He is indeed quite good-looking, but is that enough to make an 8th-tier siren fall in love at first sight? Did my potion contain something strange that had a bewitching effect? Are you confident in me, or not? You called me Mom, so of course I'm confident, Mint declared confidently. Mint readily agreed to Kesha joining the guild. The connection to the Fallen Star Siren Royal Court. Well, that's something hard to achieve through ordinary means. This trip to the Great Snow Mountain by the Screamers yielded a bountiful harvest at the boundary between reality and illusion. The purple and low-level materials, which served as consumables, were plentiful, thanks to the adventurers who perished on the Great Snow Mountain, becoming food for the royal guards. A tribute to the dolls and demi-humans who collapsed into sleep in the Nurum mansion. With this harvest, Jianghe even suspected that the designers were encouraging players to become the fourth calamity, indiscriminately killing anyone in sight, displaying a low level of civility. Among the high-quality earnings, the most noteworthy was Star Sand. After giving one to Mint's mother, the boundary between reality and illusion had 3 left. They silently watched Mint rub her face against the bottle containing Star Sand like a cat, recalling once again that nickname from their first meeting. The Shameful Witch. As the rarest and most valuable currency in the game, its uses are extremely free and wide-ranging. For example, Mint said, if you really want to marry Ksha, this would be a great token of your love. The sudden intrusion of strange information into a serious explanation made Jianghe want to cover his forehead. It's not entirely a joke. If you're going to visit the Siren's court, it's best to bring Star Sand. You likely need it when you present the Siren half-body for forging. Powerful mages have largely abandoned basic currencies in their trades. Barter is the norm. Star Sand is a high-quality material recognized by high-level mages within this world. Especially in the alchemist circle, their pursuit of Star Sand is practically fanatical. Although there are still many gaps in its research, at this stage, no one thinks they have too much. The game time was about to run out, and the engrossed Fries suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet researched the changes after reaching the level cap. He pulled a toothbrush out of his mouth and waved it around like a conductor's baton. Your immediate priority is to open the app, capture the character information, log into your guild account, and announce to everyone that the first max-level character in this game has appeared in the realm of reality. I haven't even thoroughly explored the new features after reaching max level yet. You can post those tomorrow. Now you have 2 trending topics, won't you? Said Bed. Bed clearly hadn't considered how much news his gaming experience last night would generate. After Fries posted the news, confirming he was the first max-level player in Proof of the Stars, the Chinese server community erupted in excitement. The Realm of Reality's overall level had previously been unmatched, but it wasn't without competition. Several large guilds on foreign servers had also cultivated powerful level 18 characters. The post by French Fries completely killed the competition, which was not much of a suspense, leaving a memorable honor for the Chinese server. How do those guys from the boundary between reality and illusion level up? We just finished our specialization and job advancement not long ago, and they're already max level. They level up using high difficulty dungeons, then cruise through low to mid-level dungeons, raking in all sorts of rewards. How can ordinary players compare? The prestige of a T0 guild is still rising. Fun fact, even T0 guilds are stuck. The 9th floor of the Temple of the Clarity, right? I heard about it. It feels inhuman. If the puppet modules keep refreshing, how do you even know if you cleared it? The boundary between reality and illusion isn't stuck because they're not strong enough. They're using their funds to help other players clear the temple, squeezing out all their resources before moving on to other dungeons. The 4 guilds that advanced have also been squeezed dry. Sigh, damn it, Yin Yang Realm. Several days later, the aftershocks of the Yin Yang Realm guild incident still haven't subsided. Yin Yang Realm consistently claims that revealing the game mechanics is simply part of the normal gameplay process. This sounds reasonable, but the situation is subtly different in the context of the 8th level of the Clear One. The Black Cat's mechanics are unprecedented. Entering the dungeon knowing the mechanics versus remaining unknown provides 2 completely different experiences. While almost all guilds entering the 8th level romantically chose silence, only they stepped forward, and their initial intention was clearly not to share, but to profit. Yin Yang Realm insists that the boundary between reality and illusion instigated the online harassment simply because they released the guide, breaking the boundary between reality and illusion's information monopoly. The community members commented, "It's okay to fool your brothers, but don't fool yourself." The game has been running for almost 2 months, and among the guides for the Temple of the Clarity compiled by players, both domestically and internationally, the one from the reality boundary is the most reliable. The only drawback is that the strategy videos aren't very polished, and the UI and other details are quite rudimentary. As long as the strategy details are accurate, players will always prioritize copying from the reality boundary and Orange Sky guides. However, players from Yin Yang Realm seem very supportive of him, insisting that the reality boundary is deliberately manipulating public opinion to persecute them. Yin Yang Realm, as if they found a pacifier, is going on, vowing to prove themselves in the World Championships. The reality boundary's reaction to this is no reaction. What kind of lousy guild is this? They don't have time to pay attention to it. Jianghe and his friends spend their nights thinking about dungeons, collecting materials, crafting new equipment, and clearing the temple. During the day, they travel with the jailer, enjoying various delicacies, and having a great time. Their days are so fulfilling. Are you going to argue with the shady guild and its followers, who hide behind their screens, furiously typing away, using the darkest thoughts to speculate about others' intentions? The reality/virtual boundary isn't that idle. Time flows like a river, never ceasing day or night. Someone on the internet translated this phrase, believing that the reality/virtual boundary's actions are the most painful thing to do to the Yin Yang Realm, because Ceres has a long-standing tradition of sitting quietly and waiting for the enemy's corpse to float down the river. I thought reaching the level cap was the biggest surprise from the reality/virtual boundary, but little did I know, the biggest surprise was yet to come. The Screamer's Great Snow Mountain Quest Guide. The first player on the entire server to obtain Star Sand. A massive giveaway of anti-magic dust. A must-do, high-quality dungeon. A constant barrage of updates bombards players' nerves. On holiday, while traveling, phones are put down, enjoying the beauty of being away from electronic devices. The boundary between reality and illusion abruptly pulled everyone back to their screens, frantically typing out question marks. Even members of the Corn Chosen Guild flocked to the comments section, sending a heartfelt message, "Wait, buddy?" Having failed to conquer the underground temple, they initially thought the boundary between reality and illusion would need some time to regroup before launching another attack. And in just 2 days, they gathered all the materials and even made a fortune? This is definitely the most lucrative dungeon so far, aside from the underground temple of the Clarities. A short level, excellent rewards, various new side quests, and even a chance to win the heart of the siren? Huh? Sure enough, when they saw Ksha proposing to Jianghe, the players all exclaimed in unison. So proactive. But when they saw that it required the gluttonous avatar to trigger, the players deflated. Across all the servers, only Jianghe possessed the avatar. Not every guild has a character like T-God, whose card draws always seem to have built-in critical hits and selection abilities. Although the guild boundary between reality and illusion subtly suggests to players that the dungeon's overall difficulty isn't high, having already faced the challenge of the underground temple of the Clarity, making the run quite enjoyable. But people are different. Players, who have been copying boundary between reality and illusion strategies for a long time, can clearly sense that what they call very easy is often quite challenging for them. If boundary between reality and illusion says it's difficult, then you better not waste your time and resources and stop there. So far, the stubborn players have all hit their wall. For an entire day, players of the Proof of the Stars Guild lingered below boundary between reality and illusion's guild account. The constant updates have left them mentally exhausted. The amount of information is overwhelming. In just 2 days, boundary between reality and illusion has paved a completely new dungeon route for players. Their efficiency is astonishing. This is the true value of a T0 guild. In terms of PvE, the boundary between virtual and real world still reigns supreme. At this time of year, players on guild accounts come forward to sincerely repent for their previous bandwagon-style criticisms, a classic moment that's hard to miss. Chapter 149. Through the app linked to her phone, Fries could browse skill information. While other functions hadn't been confirmed yet, upon reaching level 20, players could choose 2 of 12 randomly appearing specialization skills from the panel. She had already chosen Bloodlust. Bloodlust. After casting, the player's eyes are blurred with blood and tears, making it impossible to obtain information through sight. This can increase the power of specialization skills. At first glance, this seemed like a foolish skill. Blinding one's eyesight only yielded a negligible boost, far less reliable than the blessing from the orange tea set. However, Bloodlust was a self-harming skill that the player could control. The Berserker's characteristics dictated that the more weakened they were, the stronger they became. Relying on enemy damage to lock health was unstable and prone to unpredictable changes. Controllable self-harm had a high ceiling and a stable output rhythm. Compared to that, the blindness effect was completely acceptable. Anyway, esports doesn't require eyesight, so here it is. The last skill was a tough choice, and she ultimately selected Mad Gift. Although the Berserker is an extremely aggressive damage-dealing class, it still has a few strange team support skills. Mad Gift. The caster enters an exhausted state, granting the entire team Bloodlust for 1 minute. French Fries felt this skill shouldn't be called Mad Gift, it should be Legacy. Using it consumes all stamina, leaving the damage dealer in a zero effect, zero contribution state, highly likely to be instantly killed by high-strength monsters. Therefore, players will inevitably save this skill for when they are at a severe disadvantage, facing certain death. French Fries thought the same thing. As the Temple Guardians grew stronger, the possibility of a one-way charge increased. Crazy Gift, as a final ripple before death, could provide the team with a safety net. She planned to use this skill combination in the World Championship, if she could buy it. The jailer snapped his fingers. The place that made sizzling clay pot yesterday was terrible. Water was leaking from the bottom, obviously made by Chef Huang Weijia. This place is much better today, don't worry. Want some more sizzling chicken? Jianghe pushed the menu. You seem like you haven't had enough. French Fries looked up at Jianghe slurping her cola, and inexplicably, images of Ksha and her words surfaced in her mind. Oh, then one, please. While waiting, everyone was browsing the community. French Fries hesitated for a moment, then spoke expressionlessly. Speaking of which, did Kesha's attributes appeal to you guys? Mentioning this topic immediately perked everyone up. Azure green hair, a slender and tall figure, a voluptuous bust seemingly fed on dried fish, delicate and captivating features, and lively eyes. The jailer looked left and right, and the boys exchanged glances, receiving a unanimous answer. In terms of looks, she perfectly hit their sweet spot. And then, there's her personality. Her high-ranking status gave her confidence and poise, a proud and composed demeanor. Even after being suppressed by Jianghe, she didn't get angry. Instead, she acted like a curious child, wanting nothing more than to circle around him. Her thinking was very unconventional. Most people would find it difficult to keep up with the pace of the conversation, but for those on the boundary between reality and illusion, it was just right. Proactive and eager. Realizing the stirrings deep within her heart, she immediately put them into action, declaring her feelings for Jianghe and immediately throwing herself at him, afraid of being a second too late. These apparent factors were enough to make even the usually sharp-tongued jailer, let alone Zhong Zemo, who had just emerged from the marriage grave, a metaphor for a difficult marriage, and the somewhat love-naive primal, quite smitten. If it were me, I like it too, Jianghe said, surprised. It's normal, jailer replied. According to Mint's mother, Kesha's age, converted to human terms, is less than 20. At such a young age, he's already an 8th rank high priest, so his status in the royal court is probably quite high. Jailer countered, how can you refuse a genius like that who comes along and says he likes you, while also playing your future? The conversation had unwittingly veered towards romance. Jailer looked left and right, sighing, everyone's so experienced. I feel like I'm the only one with absolutely no dating experience. Surprisingly, Everyone except Zhong Zemo admitted they were also complete novices. Really? The jailer was skeptical. He looked at the fourth primal body. You're the oldest, you go first. I don't dare to date, the fourth primal body said frankly. My mother's health hasn't been good since high school, and my family isn't well off, so I haven't dated. After graduation, I was busy with work. Dating and marriage both cost money. The money I saved was for my mother's medical treatment, so I simply stopped dating. The fourth primal body picked up a pigeon leg and took a bite. Anyway, people would look down on me for not being well off, so I might as well not hold them back. Frugality was the defining characteristic of the fourth primal body's life. If there was one biggest beneficiary of the success of the virtual real boundary guild war, it would be him. According to Chen Xiaoyu's street-side information, the revenue sharing, at the very least, would be at least $1 million for each player who entered the World Championship. The people from Orange Sky contacted Nongya in France to inquire about the situation. The information leaked by both sides was almost identical, confirming it wasn't a joke. From the moment they qualified for the World Championship, everyone's fate changed. Orange T, what about you? The jailer pointed to T-God, who was gnawing on Goose's neck. Me? Orange T was a little flustered. Busy studying, never even dated, where would I get any experience? Orange T was a model student. In a county school with limited teaching resources, achieving excellent grades required double the effort. The county environment often saw many students skipping school to date, and teachers frequently used this to educate her to focus on the future and be careful not to get dragged into the quagmire. She naturally remained a blank slate. Bed, what about you? So pretty, and you never dated either? The jailer, unusually frank, admitted Bed's good looks. Never even once. Bed waved her hand helplessly. Beiwo had been a die-hard otaku since middle school. Back then, the anime and manga community was somewhat marginalized and not recognized by the mainstream, unlike now where you can easily find like-minded people at school to chat and share your interests just by playing a game on your phone. I was really cringe-worthy back then, and I wasn't very popular. For example, Beiwo suddenly stopped, glancing around nervously and awkwardly, seemingly reluctant to continue. They piqued her curiosity. It would be too much to refuse. Under the nagging of the others, Beiwo gritted her teeth. In her third year of middle school, feeling confident in her grades, she rewarded herself with a cosplay outfit of Char Aznable, a classic Gundam character. Dressed up, wearing a mask, she laid her desk across the room, using a ruler from her pen holder as a microphone. She was blasting Char Aznable's speech through the loudspeaker, lip-syncing excitedly. Because the room was well soundproofed, she wasn't worried about disturbing the others in the house. Also because the room was well soundproofed, she was unaware that guests had arrived that day, and her father had knocked twice without her hearing a thing. The moment her father opened the door, the loudspeaker went into overdrive, and she gesticulated wildly, raising her arms and shouting. It was truly a day to remember. Such an energetic child, practicing her foreign language. Let's not disturb her. Receiving this comment, the guest chuckled and left with her father. She still remembers the countless expressions that flashed across her father's face in those few seconds. A master of face-changing could only dream of. Where did that fishing hook come from, hooking everyone into a pouty-cheeked expression? Why is it so hard to suppress that smile? These are all mistakes I made when I was young, the bed said sincerely. I'm not saying anything more. I'm passing this on to the next person. It's French Fry's turn. French Fries calmly replied, never dated anyone, because of family reasons. Zhong Zemo was puzzled. Your aunt and uncle seem very open-minded. They're all so sweet together, but they won't let you be sweet together. I guess I've seen enough of this since I was little, so I'm not really into the mushy stuff of relationships. Now only Jianghe was left, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Cuttlefish, French Fries, and even the jailer can testify. Back in school, I was online in the game every single day, so regular. Where did my luck with love come from? Did it just fall from the sky? French Fries reminisced briefly. For over a year in her first and second years of high school, she and Jianghe always teamed up on time, which was a major reason why they were able to team up to conquer different games back then. Almost there, almost there. You guys book the room first. I'd definitely be there. Coming right away. Wait 5 minutes. Hey, don't worry, I won't stand you up. Has your XXX brother ever lied to you? Jianghe had never used these kinds of no-show lines. Teaming with Jianghe was very reassuring. You never needed to worry about him suddenly cooing at a crucial moment. French Fries remembered disappearing without a word to prepare for the college entrance exam, and suddenly felt a little guilty. They had been gaming partners for so long, doing this seemed The more she thought about it, the more bothered French fries became. Maybe she should find an opportunity to formally apologize, but doing so felt too distant. It's alright. Let's not talk about it in real life. Let's talk about it in the stars. The jailer gave Jiang He a thumbs up. The 8th Order Genius Siren is my fiancée. It's catchy and easy to read. I suggest you experience it yourself, write it into a novel, and make a fortune. The woman in bed complained, it sounds like toilet paper. Who would read that? You don't understand, do you? These days, if a novel doesn't have a long title and doesn't highlight its key features in the title, it's unlikely anyone will read it. The jailer seemed to have done market research, speaking off the cuff. Novel trends are mostly determined by the buyer's market, which means many people like this kind of thing. Sweet and sour romantic comedies are very popular. Kuxia is so funny, just record her daily interactions, and you have plenty of material. The 4 original entities felt that the jailer was just like a boss in a company who makes empty promises, the difference being that what the jailer said actually worked. Jiang He was actually somewhat tempted. Could he really be a genius? Chapter 150. Jiang He's fiancée's guild entry permit, the Kesha trap, and the exorbitant production cost of the guild's treasure jade, a whopping 39 purple materials from the boundary between reality and illusion, were granted. The guild treasure jade also noted that materials might be reclaimed depending on the recipient. This is truly a case of the first one being free, and the second one being doubled. For Potato's fiancé charge? Jailer Bro clapped his hands vigorously. This attracted a strong crowd of guild dolls. Jiang He's doll, Garlic Sprout, showed a curious expression. Master has found his partner among the stars. Please allow us to offer our blessings. The dolls lined up and applauded. Don't listen to Jailer Bro's nonsense. Jiang He's face flushed slightly. It's still far from certain. Jiang He felt like he was back in high school, a time when everyone was preparing for the college entrance exam, under immense pressure, but also filled with many bittersweet memories. He still remembered how, when a friend's girlfriend from the next class was strolling down the hallway, a chorus of "oh" would erupt from the classroom. Everyone's reaction at the boundary between reality and illusion was identical. Jiang He couldn't help but wonder, were they all just children who never grew up? Sigh, the kids have grown up. Mint Mom's words sounded so old-fashioned. How old is she? French fries observed everything, lost in thought. Ksha's scales, stardust, the guild gems the dolls had just crafted. Anti-magic and anti-magic dust, half a siren's body. Items were piled up. Off to the boundary between reality and illusion. A long-awaited return to Fragrant Breeze, everything remained the same. A large number of players gathered in the empty square, seeking to team up and exchange information. Ayaji Nene, the knight of the support table, looking to buy various homestead item blueprints, magic stones, and magic crystals. Lincoln ruined my manor dream. Materials for magic stones. Reasonable price please. It seems that ordinary players are already widely using magic stones and magic crystals as the basic pricing, making transactions very smooth. Goner City is located on the southeast coast of the Anna Empire, and can also be reached directly by carriage from Fragrant Breeze City. If you started a side quest but haven't explored the area, you can choose to pay a relatively expensive map opening fee to avoid the hassle of self-exploration. For efficiency, the boundary between reality and illusion can be improved by paying for time. Wow, so many fathead fish. Upon landing in Gunnar, the jailer wanted to admire the local customs, but found that the demi-human races here had changed significantly compared to the inland areas. The most common hybrids seen on the streets are fishmen and frogmen, along with human-faced jellyfish floating by. Most merfolk have large, fat heads, and eyes that slant to the sides of their faces. Their dark green skin, like it's covered in seaweed, instantly gives off an aura of someone falling into the deep sea. After being glanced at by a fat merfolk, Beiwo realized she was standing like a wooden stake in the middle of the road, staring at the other person for a long time, like a country bumpkin visiting a city for the first time. She muttered under her breath, "Is this Gunnar or Raya?" Mint put her hands on her hips. You guys have never seen aquatic hybrid demi-humans before. Everyone at the reality/virtual boundary nodded. Wind Pod, Fragrant Wind, the royal capital, then to Sion and the Great Snow Mountain. They only visited these 4 Anner city-states since entering the game. They've seen quite a few beast-type demi-human hybrids, but among those related to water, the beautiful Kesha is the most striking. After walking for a while, the jailer finally felt relieved. There were still some mixed-race individuals with a normal proportion. A group of mixed-race individuals with long, slender, hammer-shaped shark tails walking towards them were quite cute. Although their grayish-brown skin made them look rather dull, their faces and physiques were undeniably striking, and the jailer was also. Min had previously mentioned in her explanation of the world's lore that the human bloodline was extremely powerful, which explained the abundance of mixed-race individuals in Anna. The world bestowed upon dragons powerful bodies, magical affinity, and high magical utilization rates. It bestowed upon siren elemental bodies, water element affinity, magical affinity, the power of words, and longevity. Humans have always been considered the representative of ordinary races. Their bodies are relatively weak compared to many other races. Their lifespan is neither exceptionally high nor low. Most individuals cannot naturally awaken magical power, and require human assistance to awaken it, making them inherently inferior to many races with high magical affinity. They must find an area of excellence. Old school scholars believe it is learning ability and growth potential. Emerging scholars emphasize innate bloodlines. It is precisely this all-encompassing bloodline advantage that allows humanity to use itself as a melting pot, accepting and absorbing the characteristics of various races, completing its inheritance through hybridization. Jailer Gord described it as the will of sorrow. Following the directions of passers-by, they arrived at the port area. The Fallen Star Siren Royal Court? I know, of course I know, that's the largest and strongest Siren Royal Court in the southeastern Sea of Anna. As Kesha said, no fisherman or sea creature here doesn't know where her home is. However, finding someone willing to lead them to the corresponding sea area is not easy. Although the sirens are friendly, the special nature of the royal court makes it a forbidden zone for other races. Polite people will be politely carried away by the current, impolite people will have their boats smashed, leaving them clinging to their rafts. The jailer borrowed a scale from Kesha and explained to the fishermen that they were guests invited to the royal court. To his surprise, the crew, fishermen, and sea creatures examined the scale, some laughing, others shaking their heads and waving their hands. "Child, don't bother us," an old man, his skin tanned dark, his hair white, and his skin glowing, said as he unloaded his catch. "If you lie and get caught, the sea monsters will be angry. The fishermen rely on the sea for their livelihood, they are the overlords of the sea. If you anger them, have you considered the people here who make a living this way?" These words were utterly inexplicable. Jiang He took out a magic stone he had exchanged and placed it in the old man's hand. "We truly know nothing about this place. Could you explain it more clearly?" Perhaps it was the magic stone clearing the way, or perhaps it was because Jiang He didn't seem to be playing a trick on them, but the old man stopped fiddling with his catch and, for the first time, seriously examined everyone. As he explained, they gradually understood why mentioning visiting the royal court had elicited such subtle reactions from the people here. Sirens dwell in the deep sea, and like land-dwelling elves, they possess appearances that appeal to normal aesthetic standards. The nobles and lords of Anna take pride in being able to invite siren, elves, and other dominant species in their eyes. What are dominant species? Everyone turned to Mint Mama. Mint Mama's mini lesson resumed. Anna scholars have compiled a list based on factors such as magic affinity, talent, and average individual strength. Race like dragons, siren, elves, and vampires, those with powerful innate talents, are considered dominant species. In the rankings, humans represent the average race, neither too high nor too low, just right. Inferior races are mostly those with worse innate foundations than humans, shorter lifespans, and zero talent, such as some insectids and goblins. This sounds a bit like something out of a manga, but in the game's world, there are indeed innate differences in ability. The nobles of Anna's intentions in inviting superior races are clear, either to satisfy their vanity, for fun, or to produce powerful hybrid offspring. Of course, this approach has many flaws. These noble children are generally incapable themselves, yet they fantasize about making the next generation superior through hybrid offspring. It's like a lottery. And a lottery with no guaranteed outcome. There are many elves and vampires in Anna, which is nothing new for nobles who love to compete. Other superior races are rarer and harder to find. Therefore, in recent years, mating with sirens has become fashionable. Ordinary sirens wouldn't catch their eye, they target the best of the sirens. The most outstanding. Zhong Zimo rubbed his temples. What are the standards? 6th to 7th rank, possessing the power of words. The old man, seemingly experienced many such situations, immediately replied, "These gentlemen have very high standards, so they set their sights on the royal court." As the most powerful sea monster group in the Southeast Sea, the overall strength of the Fallen Star Royal Court sea monsters is undeniable. It gathers the most talented group of sea monsters. As a result, the number of people claiming to have an invitation from someone in the Sea Monster Royal Court and going directly to the royal court to visit Surge for a period of time. The Fallen Star Royal Court, unable to bear the disturbance, activated a barrier, isolating the inside from the outside, and preventing unauthorized visitors from entering. "They're so easy to talk to," the old man sighed. "They didn't even kill these guys? I heard that the first batch of gentlemen who entered the royal court did some outrageous things, but they were still reprimanded and sent back without any consequences," the old man sighed. "The sea monsters of the Fallen Star Royal Court used to be so friendly. During the magic tide, they saved many fishermen who risked their lives at sea to make a living. If they returned empty-handed, they would even give some fish to take back. Since the royal court closed down, we never encountered groups of sea monsters chatting with us on our fishing journeys. Each time, we only see a few familiar faces." Sigh. Now he understood why the people at the port had such subtle expressions when they heard they were going to the royal court. The people who made their living by the sea were filled with goodwill towards the sea monsters, their close neighbors. The long-standing farce had deprived them of a way to communicate with these friends, and they couldn't afford to be angry with the gentleman, so they could only suppress their feelings. If he hadn't sensed that Jianghe and the others lacked that noble flavor, he probably wouldn't have said so much. Moreover, "A group of people came from the capital in the last few days, just like you, trying to find a way to reach the royal court. Their story is similar to yours. They also say they were invited. Now, they're stuck at the last stretch before reaching Kesha's house. Can we swim across? The royal court is surrounded by turbulent whirlpools, imbued with the magic of sea monsters. You can't force your way in," the old man quickly explained. Jianghe was speechless. Kesha hadn't mentioned any of these details when she gave him the scales. Considering her impulsive nature, it makes sense. Chapter 151. He Yi's wife fell into the sea and can't be retrieved. It's urgent. Help needed online. The jailer's casual remark became a source of amusement for everyone. Jianghe covered his face. From fiancé to wife, these people changed their address so quickly. In their dilemma, Mint offered a solution: find a lord. The lords of coastal city-states near the Fallen Star Siren Royal Court mostly had dedicated channels to contact the royal court. This information exchange ensured peaceful coexistence between the Siren and the Empire. Zhong Zimo asked doubtfully, "Historically, have terrestrial species never clashed with the Siren?" He had just heard the old man say that nobles who caused trouble at the royal court went unpunished, and he was amazed by the Siren's incredibly good temper. They have, but none of them escalated. The last time the Fallen Star Siren Royal Court clashed with Anna was because a very wicked lord came to this city-state. About 70 years ago, the new lord of Gunnar City was a fanatical great Anaist. The so-called Great Ananaism held that the Anana Empire was the legitimate successor to the entire continent, and would eventually unify it, annexing the coastal areas and subjugating the sea creatures. As the empire was entering its golden age, this ideology inevitably first arose among the nobility. Many fanatical military nobles became its supporters. Perhaps a test from the royal family, or perhaps an exchange of power, this new lord was sent to Gunnar. Gunnar, as a coastal city-state, had frequent contact with the sea creatures, and was neighbors with the Fallen Star Royal Court. Its relations should have been handled with caution. Upon arriving, he immediately purchased Siren slaves from other sources, and publicly humiliated them. After discovering that the Siren Royal Court had made no response, he suddenly had the idea to detain a Siren who had come ashore, intending to take her as his mistress. He almost spat out his drink of lemonade to cool off in bed. Detain? Orange T's eyes widened. Take her as a mistress? Impressive, isn't it? He actually did it, Mint said. The Siren Royal Court didn't come ashore, but contacted the royal family through their own channels. No one knows exactly what they discussed, but afterwards, this lord's family began a slow decline and hasn't recovered yet. Zhong Zimo was sweating as he listened. If it were any other race, such provocation would have led to war, right? Sirens are indeed quite good-natured. Since then, the royal court and the coastal city-states have also established exclusive communication channels to ensure that their neighbors aren't insane. On the way to the Lord's mansion, the boundary between the real and virtual worlds heard the follow-up to the Great Snow Mountain incident. Have you heard? Demons have appeared in the Great Snow Mountain. The Narum family's businesses in the area have been completely wiped out. No one survived the entire mansion, and all their treasures were looted. His Majesty is furious, and seems to have dispatched his personal guards to investigate. Personal guards? They couldn't possibly be composed of 8th-tier members like Langdon, could they? However, with the demons causing such a disturbance, the locals of Sion dare not approach the Snow Mountain anymore, and it's said that no one dares to travel that smuggling route anymore. In a way, they helped the Empire shut down smuggling. From this perspective, perhaps His Majesty should thank the demons? Thinking of this, Jiang He took out the bird bone that still retained the demon's aura. Where exactly is the person who can trigger the demon's plot? Without any guidance, in such a vast game, how can he find the right person? Normally, obtaining a meeting with the Lord is no easy feat, but the border between the real and the virtual is too bizarre. Holding a scale, the jailer even shouted that Jiang He's wife was in the royal court, asking the Lord to help him find her. In any world, in any era, there are always those with a gossipy soul. The guards exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Surprisingly, instead of driving away these intruders from the border between the real and the virtual, who dared to shout so loudly in front of the Lord's mansion, they summoned the head guard. The head guard listened to the guard's retelling, his expression strange, his lips twitching unnaturally. This stern-looking man tried his best to suppress his laughter, and asked the jailer, "Could you repeat it again?" The jailer stood tall and proud, ignoring the fact that the tortured Jiang He had already lowered his head, pretending not to recognize him. "This is my buddy. His wife is trapped in the royal court and can't be rescued. Please, Lord, help contact the royal court to reunite them." Jiang He recalled a time in college when a roommate's birthday party involved being dragged to hot pot. During the meal, the generous roommate called over a waiter, who then sang and danced around their table. True to his gossipy nature, the head guard didn't bother to verify the story further. Instead, a smile played on his lips as he turned and entered the mansion. A short while later, he returned. "The Lord requests your presence." It seemed the jailer's boisterous manner had actually led to the best possible outcome. Following the maid through a long corridor, they pushed open a mahogany door, revealing a magnificent reception hall. Seated in the center was a middle-aged man in fine clothes, with a refined appearance. However, there were other people in the reception hall. It seemed the Lord intended to share this joke with his guests. The guests were young, around 16 or 17 years old, about the same age as Mint. To be honored guests of the Lord, they were most likely scions of noble families. A natural confidence and disdain emanated from their brows. Their gazes, upon reaching the boundary between reality and illusion, furrowed slightly before relaxing into an air of aloof indifference and contempt. Mint? Having just stepped into the reception room and not yet had time to look around, the sudden voice startled Mint. "And Melinda?" Mint's eyes sharpened instantly. The seated guests all stood up, their gazes shifting from the boundary between reality and illusion to Mint, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. The Lord of Gunnar City froze, his hand holding a teacup in midair, somewhat bewildered. He decided to observe for a while. "I never expected that good-for-nothing who left the Star Speaker Academy would show up here. Mint, it's been almost half a year, hasn't it? I remember you made those bold claims, saying you'd defeat Renee sooner or later. So, this is where you're preparing to unleash your full potential?" The entire group at the boundary between reality and illusion trembled. Renee. They finally knew the name of the opponent who had caused Mint such a crushing defeat. Mint had never mentioned it, even after all this time with them, which spoke volumes about her domineering presence. "Filna, you still love being Renee's dog so much? Can't you speak without her?" Mint took a deep breath, looking directly at her classmates from the Star Speaker Academy. "I can't beat Renee, not you guys, right?" Sure enough, aside from Renee, Mint reverted to her confident, genius witch persona. "Ha ha ha, Mint, have you forgotten that outside the academy, the most important ability is practical combat skill, not the scoreboard in the instructor's hand? What's your practical combat rating?" Someone feigned ignorance and asked, "I'm a bit forgetful. What rank is it?" "Of course, it's 5th tier, only better than the worst 6th tier. Is this what genius is? It's really laughable." The line between truth and fiction was blurring. Mint had actually lied. She said she was in the middle of the class, but wasn't that clearly the bottom of the class? This completely stunned Mint, leaving her speechless. She blushed and guiltily raised her head, glancing sideways at Jiang He and the others, her forehead covered in sweat. Always calling herself Mint's mom, now the kids are laughing at her. "I thought Mint was completely crushed by you all. Turns out she's only bad at practical combat." Jiang He said disdainfully, "Even a genius which has one weakness, she's not perfect. Are all your grades excellent? And who are you?" From the beginning, the people from the Star Speaker Academy hadn't taken the boundary between reality and illusion seriously. They only refrained from humiliating these country bumpkins because the Lord had told them there was a group of strange, laughable visitors. Lord Gunnar, having basically grasped the situation, spoke slowly. "Their goal is similar to yours. They all want to go to the fallen Star Sea Demon King's court, But he paused, swirling his teacup, his smile fading. However, they claim they have fiancés at the Fallen Star Sea Demon King's court. A brief silence fell over the reception room. Mint's classmate friends stared wide-eyed in surprise, exchanged bewildered glances, and then burst into unrestrained laughter, loud enough to lift the ceiling of the reception room. Fiancé, ha! Judging from your attire, you must be adventurers who make a living by taking on bounties. Someone was suppressing laughter, their face flushed red. While the Fallen Star Sirens don't value purebloods, if they were mixed bloods, they would never choose a bunch of useless people who barely take in human form. Countless nobles in Anna yearn for a chance encounter with the siren, yet are turned away. Are you suggesting the Fallen Star Siren has questionable taste? Mint, have you stooped so low as to associate with a bunch of liars? That's true. Without deception, how could you acquire enough resources to catch up with Renee? Perhaps you're as talented in deception as you boast? Mint snapped, you're the liar. You bunch of people who barely made it into the Star Speakers through family connections, your talent. Not as good as me, not as capable as me, what's there to laugh at? Watch your words. Once you leave the Star Speaker Academy, any disrespect towards us will be punished. The girl named Filna said coldly. You should be glad we still value our shared Star Speaker camaraderie. Filna, why are you still dwelling on that? She's hanging out with this group. Isn't she a fraud too? How shameful. What siren fiancé? She's probably just trying to gain siren sympathy by playing the victim, to admire the Fallen Star library. Jiang He stopped Mint from speaking. He stepped forward, taking a deep breath. I do have a fiancé in the Fallen Star Royal Court, and she's at the 8th rank. This time, no one laughed. A feeling of being fooled, fueled by boiling blood, surged across everyone's faces. Even Lord Gunnar, who was watching the spectacle, had a change in expression. Arrogant and rude, base and filthy, no one of the lowest caliber can utter a clean word. At that moment, another group of people were led into the reception room. A young man with long black hair, standing at the head of the group, looked down at Jiang He. The Star Speaker seemed to know the leader of the later arriving nobles. Jiza, I heard you requested to go to the Fallen Star Royal Court to meet some excellent Royal Court sirens, but it seems someone is more capable than you, easily acquiring an 8th-tier siren. The young man named Jiza questioned Lord Gunnar without any politeness. Your Excellency, are you planning to watch such a lowly group tarnish your manner with lies? Jiang He had been observing the Lord's expression. Jiza's words clearly showed displeasure. He opportunely took out a scale from his hand, and had a maid give it to the Lord. Please help me contact the Royal Court. Just inform them that Kesha and his men have arrived. Lord Gunnar's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Jiang He in disbelief. Kesha? Who is Kesha? The Star Speakers, and even Jiza and the others, were completely bewildered. After exchanging a glance with Jiang He for a moment, the Lord, in front of everyone, took out 2 seashells he always carried and walked into a side hall of the reception room. A strange magical rhythm rippled through the air. Those with a basic understanding of magic felt a surging sensation, like the waves of the sea. Emerging from the side hall, Lord Gunnar gave Jiang He another deep look. He coughed. I need to leave for a while. When I return, I will take you to the royal court. Let me state beforehand, according to the laws of Anna, in cases of private feuds within the city-state, I will take action against whoever it is. His actions and words were puzzling. While the others at the boundary between reality and illusion were still bewildered, Zhong Zimo, beaming with delight, lowered his voice and explained to Orange Tea and the others. This lord is a clever man. He deliberately gave the stage to He, subtly currying favor. Under the lord's strict order of no private duels, the only option left was a war of words. The jailer was exceptionally powerful, unleashing his full range of sarcastic remarks. Jiang He was not to be outdone. She activated her sealed fun mode, unleashing a torrent of insults directed at Mint, such as, those who couldn't even beat Mint were worse than children. Just as both sides were building up their anger, a series of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Bang! The mahogany door to the reception room crashed down under the influence of surging water elementals. A siren? Those outside the boundary between reality and illusion were dumbfounded. The enchanting siren pushed open the door, her gaze immediately locking onto Jiang He, who was maintaining his violent output mode. Realizing this, an absurd guess surfaced in everyone's minds. Impossible. Wow, my potato! As if asserting her dominance, she shouted as she entered. Kesha pounced on Jiang He, her plump fishtail thrashing excitedly on the ground with a series of slap 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 sounds. I thought you'd be waiting a long time to come find me, But you're here so quickly. It was all an act of hesitation. You clearly like me. Kesha's weight increased dramatically in her siren form, her powerful fishtail providing immense strength, rendering Jiang He immobile. What's with your fishtail? Oh, anyway, I'm taking you to the royal court soon, so I'm not removing it for now. Oh, it seems some of you humans really like thighs. Kesha seemed to understand something, her eyes shining brightly. So that's how it is. Jiang He was about to explain when the jailer interrupted. That's right, that's exactly it. Chapter 152. Jiang He's heart rate was approaching the physical test threshold. Ksha was pressing down on him, swaying incessantly, its tail twitching wildly with the rhythm of its body. The serpentine tail was incredibly agile. It had already coiled up his thighs, threatening to wrap around his waist. Jiang He swore he wanted to push it away, but without the glutton's power to suppress it, Ksha's siren form was surging with powerful water elemental energy, making even exerting force difficult. The tough scales that helped the siren resist physical and magical attacks were as smooth as silk, cool to the touch, like water flowing over his skin where it touched Ksha's. Sometimes, warm sensations would penetrate the water flow and reach his skin. A strange experience. Fries couldn't stand it anymore. She reminded Ksha, everyone's watching. Ksha looked up and glanced around. The boundary between reality and illusion was already prepared for Kesha's initiative and enthusiasm, leaving the magicians and nobles of Anna completely dumbfounded. In the minds of the people along the Anna coast, sirens were mostly seen as optimists. But inland, in places with a strong academic and political atmosphere, they were more likely to be perceived as a group of shrewd, reserved, and superior beings. The better their talent, the stronger their strength, and the higher their rank, the more reserved they tended to be. This had already been proven among many land-dwelling species, and sirens should be no exception. But to pounce on someone upon first meeting? Where was the reserve and arrogance of a superior species? Jiang He seized the opportunity to free his hand from Kesha's grasp. He thought that Kesha, realizing she was being forcefully observed, would stop there, but to his surprise, she only glanced at him before nuzzling against Jiang He's cheek like a cat. A body temperature different from a siren's, so comfortable. She smells like seaweed. Jiang He, his mind still foggy, vaguely identified the type of scent. The woman in the blankets pondered. So the game only prohibits players from harassing NPCs, but NPCs don't trigger warnings if they do it on their own? The jailer pounded his chest in frustration. If I'd known this, I should have cultivated good relationships with those nuns in Windpod City. Fries covered his face. Don't you guys think we should move the game forward? How long are we going to watch Potato and Kesha like this? Zhong Zemo. I have no objection. We can watch a little longer. Jiang He vaguely saw the light pink seashell hanging from Kesha's collar flash. Kesha listened intently, pouted, and finally chose to get up from the ground. She wrapped her nimble tail around Jiang He's wrist, gently pulling him up. The plump tip of her tail burrowed into his palm, trembling. What are you arguing about? Jiang He was somewhat surprised. He looked at Kesha and found her urging him to speak quickly with her expressive eyes. She was doing it on purpose. Oh, someone insulted my mom, friend. She almost said mince mom. If she didn't correct herself, there would be a big misunderstanding, right? How did she insult her? Kesha asked again. She said Mint and us are liars, and that I, in my nascent human form, couldn't possibly have a... Jiang He realized the problem. Kesha was clearly trying to trick him into revealing information. She had obviously heard the whole thing. Kesha's long, curled eyelashes trembled incessantly, as if saying, tell me, tell me. Jiang He glanced at everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion, and saw their mischievous grins and expectant faces. These guys had also realized Kesha's trick, and were now waiting for the fun to begin. Mint, fries, and orange tea were exceptions. They seemed somewhat bewildered. A chubby tail scratched Jiang He's palm. Kesha was anxious. Huff. Jiang He took a deep breath. They said I could never have a fiancé from the Fallen Star Royal Court. They think we tainted the Lord's mansion with lies, and they call us arrogant, rude, lowly people, dirty adventurers, who could only make a living by taking on commissions. Kesha smiled radiantly, completely satisfied. She turned around, her smile quickly fading. Just like before at the Narum Manor, she held her head high with pride. Was it you who used such foul language? She looked at the people from the Star Speakers Academy. Or you? She then looked at Giza, and the other nobles, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. For a moment, no one dared to answer. You're from the Fallen Star Royal Court? A young man named Giza suddenly spoke. With your superior genes, why would you choose someone like this? She countered, why choose? Because I like them. Ksha tilted her head. Does liking someone need a reason? Giza was speechless. Ksha didn't intend to end the conversation there. Water element was gathering in the air. What are you planning to do? The students from the Star Speakers Academy, being the best among their peers, immediately realized what Ksha was doing. He offended my lover. I have to do something, otherwise wouldn't I be too unqualified? Goner forbids private duels. Giza and the noble youths behind her panicked, quickly invoking the laws of the Anna Empire. Then let Lord Gunnar lead his guards to the royal court to arrest me, Ksha said nonchalantly. Just as the water element was about to materialize, a gentle force pierced through, dissipating most of Ksha's magical output. The aftershocks rippled through the air, an invisible tide crashing against the nobles, making them dizzy and causing them to vomit uncontrollably, their chests constricted. Their gruesome, tear-streaked appearance was no different from the lowly people they mocked. Ksha, you should follow the rules. From the door that Ksha had broken open, a group of sirens, flicking their long, thin tails, glided into the reception hall, using water elementals as a medium. Strangely, they left not a single drop of water on the floor. They are, after all, guests of the royal court, the leading sirens emphasized. Lord Gunnar, following closely behind, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, most of the fallen star sirens were reasonable, otherwise he would have been in a real predicament today. These nobles were no pushovers. They didn't care where they died, as long as their blood didn't splatter on him. Luna, Ksha grumbled. The siren called Luna had exaggeratedly red hair. Even on land, the strands seemed to float freely in the water. Are all the superior species that have inherited this high level of beauty? No wonder the people of Anna are so obsessed with her. You sigh. Luna didn't seem to want to reprimand Kesha at all. She hadn't even bothered to observe the noble's behavior after coming in. Her gaze fell on Jianghe. I heard from Kesha that you have a very strange power, but I didn't feel it. Is it hidden? Kesha quickly said, I pushed him down just now, and he kept trying to break free, but he couldn't activate his ability. Luna, Potato is really gentle. Enough, this is outside the royal court, let's be a little more serious. Kesha pouted, anyway, you can't keep up the act for long. A glare from Luna instantly transformed Kesha into a docile child, clinging to Jianghe's side. The siren is quite interesting. At this moment, the boundary between the illusory and the real learned that Giza and the others had actually received permission to travel to the royal court for exchanges. A deceased high priest of the fallen star royal court had a close relationship with a high-ranking mage currently residing in the Anna Mage Tower, and the two had worked together to establish communication channels between the Empire and the royal court. The exchanges, held every 5 years, happened to take place this year with the Empire traveling to the royal court. However, it won't be able to continue soon. Kesha wrapped her tail around Jianghe's waist, pulling him closer. Why? Jianghe struggled to adapt to her enthusiasm. The sage of the Mage Tower has also passed away, Kesha sighed. He was a very good person. His original intention was to allow the younger generation of the royal court and the Empire to learn from each other, but in the last 30 years, the people the Empire sent have been, well, let's just say they're not good. What about the people from the Star Speaker Academy? The apothecaries need to identify materials grown in the deep sea for their studies. The little sirens received some care when they came ashore to learn, so it's a return favor. The understanding Kesha released Jianghe at the right moment, letting him rejoin the group. The jailer was the first to break down. He leaned forward, impatiently asking, what does a siren's tail taste like? What, aren't you a jailer enthusiast? Interested in tails too? I thought about it carefully, and actually, a tail isn't so bad. The characteristics of a snake and a fish, a tail is cute. This guy is hopeless. Zhong Zemo sighed, if Du Jingwen were half as clingy as her, I wouldn't get a divorce. Then you should find one too. I asked Kesha for you? Okay. Huh? Brother Squid, are you serious? You're making up for what you lack in reality in the game, right? Bedtime, orange tea, and the others had much simpler thoughts. Nothing else, they just wanted to be wrapped in Fatty's tail too. They were really curious about what it would feel like. French Fries crossed his arms and kindly reminded me, this is a game. Don't get too emotionally invested, otherwise the contrast with reality will make you uncomfortable. But haven't we already invested a lot of emotion in Mint? Jianghe shrugged. Don't worry, I can tell the difference. Since it's a game, we should enjoy it. French Fries hesitated. Whatever. Perhaps the Anna Empire knew that communication channels were about to be cut off, so this year's students were unusually large, over 200, a truly mixed bag. In comparison, The Star Speaker's less than 30-member pharmacist study group was a veritable gathering of talents. Despite their mutual dislike, Mint still didn't hold back her praise for her classmates. However, she always added at the end, compared to me, they're far inferior. On the beach, Luna and the other sirens snapped their fingers, an invisible layer of magic enveloping everyone behind them. The boundary between reality and illusion was personally controlled by Kesha. This is the rhythm of water element, blessed by us. Even deep in the ocean, you can breathe easily. I know, but could you loosen your tail a bit? I'm not going to run away. Do you really have to wrap yourself around my waist? Jianghe asked. Kesha replied seriously, I swim with you to save energy. If you want, I can even carry you. No thanks, I want to be with everyone in the guild. Kesha didn't insist. She leaped into the water first, splashing white foam on the azure surface, her body swaying like a sea serpent. Come on, jump in. This was the first time anyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds had set foot in the ocean since entering the game. Even Ned was experiencing it for the first time. With a leap, water rushed into their nostrils, the intense discomfort in their ears making everyone feel dizzy. Open your eyes, open your eyes. Urged by Kesha, everyone slowly opened their eyes. In the boundless deep blue, Kesha nimbly twisted and turned before them. She opened her arms. Welcome everyone to my home. Whoosh. She shot out like a rocket, leaving a white trail of water, before rapidly returning. Was she showing off her explosive power? Don't wonder why the sirens did this. They're always acting strangely. A wondrous rhythm resonated with the seawater. Everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds felt their bodies merge with the vast ocean. The clumsy bodies moved effortlessly with the currents. Kesha, who was leading the way, seemed to have spotted something and darted off. A moment later, she returned with a small, wriggling fish in her mouth. Want some? Glug, here you go. Kesha's mouth was only a fish's width away from Jianghe's. The fierce fish struggled violently, its tail lashing out at Jianghe. Kesha frowned sharply, letting out a crunch, and bit off the fish. Beiwo pondered, I remembered something interesting. Orcas bring strange prey to humans, seals, sunfish, and things like that. The four primal bodies laughed, an 8th-tier sea siren, certainly befitting the orca's status in the ocean. To avoid being disturbed by strange things, the Fallen Star Royal Court used sea siren magic to create dangerous underwater currents. On the water surface, a fog and whirlpool sealed it off. This formidable obstacle caused a flash of light on Ksha's chest scale, and a conspicuous channel made of foam suddenly appeared, extending into the depths of the turbulent currents. Passing through the area ravaged by the siren's magic, the ocean currents gradually calmed. The endless coral reefs stretched as far as the eye could see, and schools of fish filled every corner of their field of vision. The fishermen were overjoyed. If they could fish here, they wouldn't have to use bait, and would come back empty-handed. The outlines of buildings appeared in the distance. Those blurring the line between reality and illusion couldn't help but rub their eyes. A palace? No, a palace complex. The dwelling place of the fallen star sirens. A cluster of buildings and palaces constructed from a mixture of various crystals, ores, and fine sand, undulating across this vast seabed. Here, one could see the architectural styles of various terrestrial races. Elven treehouses and tree fortresses. The snow spirit's icy, oval-shaped sleeping bag, resembling a cicada's pupa. The rugged caves of flying dragons and giant dragons. The blood temple of the vampires. The architectural aesthetics of humanity throughout various periods. Ripples spread across the azure sea. Standing on the fine sand, Jianghe and the others looked up, gazing at the spectacle standing on the seabed, unable to suppress their trembling. The profound shock gave him goosebumps. This was not merely the dwelling place of sea monsters, but a scroll recording the culture of terrestrial species for thousands of years, and this was merely the edge of the Fallen Star Royal Court, a tiny corner of history they had silently recorded and replicated for millennia. Imagine a race that strolled through the river of time, recording the changes of various land-dwelling groups in the form of architecture on the seabed. All the dynasties since written records began, the magnificence briefly mentioned in historical texts, are contained here, and only here. Isn't it beautiful? Kesha asked with exceptional pride. The boundary between reality and illusion is blurred, leaving only a nod. The word beautiful seems utterly inadequate here. It reflects the epic history of civilization. Chapter 153. Each architectural complex represents an era. The siren, in a most unique way, marked the course of history. The boundary between reality and illusion was like that of a mayfly, living only a day and dying in the evening. Slowly drifting past the vast, diverse underwater architectural complexes. The intense visual shock left them speechless, their bodies occasionally tingling with an electric shock-like sensation. Ksha seemed to chatter on, but they didn't seem to hear much. Jianghe could see glimpses of ancient history in the architectural styles. But more than anything, it was a fantastical style never before heard of. They built architectural complexes on the seabed that are unimaginable to the world. In the Star Speaker Academy's library, the description of the wonders of the fallen star siren was only this simple and hasty sentence. Min had wondered then how unimaginable could it be. Now she understood. The siren were a special race, among the powerful and dominant species, only they maintained a peaceful and non-confrontational attitude. The vastness of the ocean and the numerous magical tides that swept through the seas affected them, but their powerful innate talents allowed them to overcome these environmental changes and continue to survive. Strong and with plenty of free time, finding enjoyment and exploring hobbies was inevitable. Ksha explained that the fallen star siren's ancestor didn't start this project for record-keeping. He simply thought it was fun. Later, the siren admired his masterpiece and suddenly had the thought, hey, this is really fun, which, over time, evolved into what everyone sees before them. The four primals asked curiously, the siren's master craftsmen. There weren't any who just found it fun, loved to play, and ended up becoming master craftsmen while playing right. Yes, and more than one. Ksha, leading the way, nimbly backflipped, facing the group. If you're really in a hurry, I help you make some connections in a bit. French Fries quickly replied, thanks a lot then. Kesha laughed, don't be so polite. With Potato here, in the royal court, please don't act like an outsider. The jailer whistled, at this rate, we be drinking wedding wine soon. The siren's wedding wine must be all seafood, right? We should maintain our lead in the conquest. That's the most important thing right now. French Fries glanced at the jailer. The jailer stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at French Fries, a look that almost made French Fries' feigned indifference crumble. French Fries, you've been acting strange these past few days. Strange in what way? I can't quite put my finger on it, just a feeling, you know what I mean? The jailer said, something seems to have changed, but I'm not sure. Let me observe a little longer. The Wonderland was practically deserted, devoid of siren inhabitants. Kesha led everyone into a towering clock tower. Weren't we going to the royal court central headquarters? Looking around, oh, so you want to take us on a closer tour? How thoughtful of you. Kesha is even going to be our tour guide. It's quite far from the royal court central headquarters, so we take you on a shortcut, Kesha said. A shortcut? The top floor of the clock tower was completely empty except for the ancient clock hanging overhead. Huh? Kesha took out a light pink seashell from her chest and shone it on the ancient clock above, revealing a deep, dark teleportation passage. She's quite good at hiding things. If you didn't tell anyone, who would guess there was a teleportation portal in this location? In other games, considering height restrictions, some characters who can't jump wouldn't even be able to trigger this Easter egg. Before Kesha passed through the teleportation portal, she suddenly wrapped her tail around Jiang He's waist and pulled him. A drawn-out awe echoed from the sea. The other end of the teleportation led to a vast plaza, surrounded by streets and residential areas, its layout identical to what they had seen in Anna. Considering the wonders these sea monsters had created underwater for millennia, it wasn't surprising that they had unconsciously adopted the architectural layout of land-dwelling species. Residential areas, oh yes and no, it feels similar to a land-dwelling market, Kesha explained to the person at the boundary between reality and illusion. It's just modeled after the land. While we often move around here, not all sea monsters live here. Cosplaying as a land-dwelling species? Kesha actually understood the word the jailer uttered. She shook her head. You can't say that. Our ocean is too vast. The fallen star sea monsters have built too many wondrous structures. So many sea monsters change houses every day to rest. It's all about novelty. Kesha conjured a huge, oval-shaped bubble, the same color as the seawater, in her hand. This is a siren's dwelling in the traditional sense, a bubble all to herself. If you see it, you can bring some dried fish or other gifts, and gently poke the bubble a few times. The resonance with the bubble is like Anna knocking on the door to say hello. Maybe a cute siren, like me, will pop out and interact with you. Kesha said this while looking at Zhong Zemo with a half-smile. Potato said you wanted to find a cute siren. I told you how. For siren, love with humans is always swift and passionate. After all, time is short. If they don't quickly show their best side, their other half will grow old. So, Kesha nuzzled Jianghe's cheek like a cat again. You like it, right? You like it, right? I can feel your skin temperature rising. So hot, so comfortable. French Fries hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Perhaps because of his divorce, Zhong Zemo was very open. He smiled and asked in return, what if a male siren comes out of the bubble, or a siren with a partner? Oh right, looks like I have to introduce you to someone. Goodness, Kesha, your first method, are you really not afraid the squid will perish here in the sea? Considering the fallen star siren's tolerance even of the strange and foul temper of the Anner nobles, things should be alright, right? The bed was a little excited. You mentioned the market. Is this where the siren trade? It's not just the siren, all the intelligent sea creatures from the surrounding area come here. The Fallen Star Royal Court only charges a small venue fee, assists in witnessing transactions, and guarantees its credibility, Kesha offered. If you want to see it, I can take you around later. Jiang He discovered that his Starry Sky gem had responded, meaning that the Fallen Star Siren Royal Court was actually one of the main city teleportation points that could be logged into. No, mine isn't responding. The 4 primal bodies revealed their gems. Orange Tea shook her head. Mine didn't react either. So only Jiang He could register in the main city at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds? The jailer suddenly realized. The royal court considers he one of their own. Jiang He corrected. From a game perspective, it should be that I triggered a reward from the storyline. That's more accurate. Eek, you weren't this serious when Kesha touched you earlier. Okay, Jiang He admitted he was secretly pleased. The adorable sea siren was practically begging him. He couldn't refuse. A sea siren in the plaza recognized Kesha. Sister Kesha, oh ho. Several sea siren had just approached when they caught sight of Jiang He, and immediately let out a meaningful, melodious laugh. My people, about my age, Kesha introduced. Don't be too reserved, they know about you. The reason for mentioning age was that most dominant species have extremely long lifespans of flesh and blood, making it difficult for humans to judge them based on appearance alone. Jiang He felt like he was meeting his girlfriend's family for the first time, somewhat at a loss. Sister Kesha said you have a very strange power, capable of suppressing the siren's incantations. Is that true? I can't feel it. Sister Kesha said she couldn't breathe for a while. It was a very novel experience. These siren, shouldn't you listen carefully to what you're saying? Shouldn't someone with the power to suppress siren be a little afraid? Why are you all showing such intense curiosity, so eager to see Jiang He demonstrate his abilities? It's like Kesha is catching a sledgehammer on her head, so carefree. Mint was quite surprised. She could sense that these siren were all of lower rank than Kesha. In Anna, communication between high-ranking and low-ranking mages wasn't so easy and cheerful. The difference in status and position brought about by rank created all sorts of cumbersome etiquette. None of the books about siren at the Star Speaker Academy mentioned this detail. Etiquette? Ksha blinked. There are certain routine etiquettes for Her Majesty the Queen, and corresponding ceremonies for the High Priest in sacrificial ceremonies and other occasions. The siren doesn't have those daily formalities that Anna does. Yes, marrying Sister Kesha would be so liberating. These sirens would definitely help. Potato, please move things forward. Fries briefly reminded everyone again that they needed to speed up their meeting with the craftsman. It was urgent. Feeling the gaze of the jailer behind her, she stopped there. You arrived just in time. Several master craftsmen will be exchanging materials at the Golden Palace in the Royal Court today. The giant seashell statue in the plaza was also a portal. Kesha led the group directly to the vicinity of the Royal Court Central area. Having already made arrangements, Kesha had no trouble getting there. The Golden Palace lived up to its name. The sirens had apparently mixed in some mysterious minerals during its construction. Under the rippling water, fine, light gold patterns flickered in and out with the surrounding light. Kesha's arrival attracted the attention of many craftsmen, and their gazes followed the figures from the boundary between reality and illusion. Little Kesha's here, hee. Looks like this is the little boyfriend who make you suffer. Not bad, just a little thinner, Kesha. You need to tuck your legs in a bit more when you switch to human form. I heard that the land-dwelling species in Anna have a certain special height ratio. I heard something different from you. Aren't the nobles in Anna obsessed with legs lately? What's so great about legs? I don't know. Probably similar to how we like to look at tails and the smoothness of scales. I don't think that's quite right. Some people in Anna find it perverse to be interested in feet, so it's probably similar to some of us sirens, who turn their partner's bodily fluids into droplets to smell at any time. Wow, sirens have just as many tricks up their sleeves as land-dwelling species. Only the jailer on our side can rival them. That's strange. Wasn't looking at breasts popular 30 years ago? Land-dwelling trends change so quickly. Chapter 154. This group of siren, whose ages were indeterminate, and who all maintained a youthful and vibrant appearance, were all masters who had immersed themselves in a particular skill for a long time. Stereotypically, these sirens should be serious and rigid. However, their conversation was unusually cheerful and eccentric. Shah has already spoken to the royal court about your matter. We are very curious about your wondrous power. A peculiar siren with a demonic scale on her chest burning like flame spoke warmly. We forge it for you, with the condition that we appreciate that power. Is that all right? It's just displaying the power of the glutton, right? The cooldown time has just ended, no problem. With their agreement, the siren masters all smiled. The boundary between reality and illusion guild, right? The siren craftsman asked. What do you want us to forge? Our needs might be a bit special, and the materials are also quite special. A burst of laughter erupted. The more special, the more difficult, the more fun. What deep-sea fun-loving people. They're just a very positive type. Masters, please don't be angry. In your eyes, are the fallen star siren a volatile and easily angered race? Alright. I take it out now. Jiang He took a deep breath, and the siren's half-body was suddenly pulled from his backpack and placed on the ground. A suffocating burst of magic erupted, stirring the calm seawater, and vortexes enveloped the vast palace. Mint swallowed hard. The siren in the Golden Palace, even the weakest, were at least 7th tier. The most numerous were 8th tier. Combined with what Kesha said about the royal court having nearly 6,000 siren, the siren's resources were terrifying. The terrifying magical turbulence lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. No gluttonous one could withstand it. The sheer number of 8th tier beings staring intently at him was enough to make one sweat profusely, and find it hard to breathe. We were abrupt. It wasn't these little guys who did it. He's been dead for a long time. Returning to the sea in this way is a kind of solace, isn't it? The scene men had imagined didn't happen. The fallen star siren was more reasonable than expected. The siren master stepped forward, gently stroking the siren's torso. A powerful husk, a very powerful 8th tier being. Such a powerful being, even in death, cannot find peace? Evil sorcerer markings, he was enslaved. I can feel the lingering sorrow and despair within his body. In his final moments, he suffered greatly. Siren are becoming fewer and fewer. Alas! A faint sadness enveloped the hall. Born blessed with the world's favor, endowed with unparalleled talent and extraordinary physical abilities, they have enjoyed the undisputed supremacy of the seas for millennia, accumulating unimaginable strength. Yet, they too have their own calamity. Their bloodline is thin. A curse shared with the dragons, following several surges of magical energy, has descended upon them. With their offspring dwindling, the once mighty fallen star royal court, with its 20,000 sirens, now stands alone at 6,000. The departure of each siren signifies the imminent tolling of their annihilation. The sirens' tears, insoluble in seawater, fall heavily like pearls onto the palace floor. They weep for the future of the sirens. How much longer can they, who once roamed the carefree seas, continue their glory? Will anyone then build upon the magnificent wonders of the royal court, adding to the sirens' legacy? The brief mourning ended, and because outsiders were present, they did not sing the sirens' dirge. You want to forge equipment from sirens' bodies? Jiang He took a deep breath and nodded. I understand your thirst for power. Although I don't know where you obtained your half-bodies emotionally, we find it difficult to accept turning our own kind into weapons, to be used by others. Jiang He knew the crucial moment had arrived. He had to complete the persuasion. We are fighting an enemy who uses sirens' half-bodies to create deformed puppets. Every bit of improvement in our combat strength will help us avenge our fallen sirens. Seeing the sirens' masters all looking at him, Jiang He quickly recounted the guild's achievements at the Temple of the Clarities. Giving a full-body massage to a stitched-to-earth monster with a potion. Sending a high-ranking individual to a mentally challenged training camp via scroll. Beating up spirits and crashing a vengeful spirit aggregator. Transforming into Schrodinger's cat and sending a black cat into the Slime King's stomach. If it weren't for their charity work and empty budget, they'd still be fighting on the 9th floor. However, doing charity work had its advantages. Without going to the Great Snow Mountain, he wouldn't have been able to meet with Kesha. Jiang He realized with a start that he had naturally switched Kesha's identity. The events on the other continent. The Siren Masters hesitated, and after a hushed discussion, they gave their answer. We can help with the crafting, but the materials needed to forge equipment around the demon scales are very expensive. You need to raise them yourself. Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief. Can you raise them for me? The Siren Masters looked embarrassed but polite, their eyes filled with helplessness as they looked at Kesha. It seemed to be saying, are you sure your chosen partner is of good character? I can pay with this. The moment the bottle containing stardust was exposed to the seawater, a dazzling starlight filled the hall. It was a phenomenon emanating from saturated magic and resonance with the elements. For a brief instant, the faces of the Siren Masters showed desire and excitement. They eagerly surrounded Jianghe, examining the contents of the bottle. Even the wealthy siren couldn't resist the allure of stardust. Alchemists hoped to find new energy sources and more powerful material structures through its study. Craftsmen tried to combine it with other materials, exploring even more possibilities. Even potion masters hoped to glean higher secrets of potions from this mysterious crystal. No one could ever have too much of this stuff. Misunderstanding. Kesha is fine. She has excellent taste in men. The value of the stardust exceeded the total cost of all the expensive materials used to forge the siren's half-body, making the siren master somewhat embarrassed. In addition, we also hoped to forge one small round shield with anti-magic power, and one small round shield with anti-magic power. This was something that had been agreed upon beforehand. The anti-magic effect would prevent Zhong Zemo from receiving any blessings. The anti-magic effect, on the other hand, allows for a certain degree of coexistence with magic power. Two small round shields, adaptable to different situations, could be switched back and forth, maximizing Zhong Zemo's shield parrying advantage. They had assumed that with the stardust already in hand, the Siren Masters would naturally agree, but unexpectedly, all the Sirens looked hesitant. There were two problems. First, the anti-magic and anti-magic dust was extremely difficult to process, requiring additional payment. Moreover, even with the Siren's help, forging carries a significant risk of failure, so those on the boundary between illusion and reality should be mentally prepared. Secondly, while magic suppression can be fused with existing equipment without a forging recipe, doing so wastes its advantages. For example, who would use epic materials obtained only after completing the game to sock it into equipment sold by a merchant near their home? The same applies to magic suppression. The Siren suggests finding a forging book with annotations on magic suppression techniques for reference. Regarding magic suppression, Zhong Zemo's current shield is weak, wasting its magic suppression capabilities. A replacement is recommended. Replacing it now is difficult to find a good forging book in a short time. Jianghe recalled his experience dealing with the puppets in the guild. He always wanted to get to the bottom of things. Do you have a suitable formula for the siren? No for suppressing magic, but of course, we have one suitable for banishing magic. How do I get it? By trading, but even if your fiancé is little Kesha, the cost won't be low. Hearing about his fiancé, Kesha happily wiggled around beside him. French fries couldn't help but think of maggots. I didn't expect banishing magic to cost more than half a siren's body. Bedside, there's no way around it. Yeah. Zhong Ziming also sighed. Seeing the disappointment on both the boundary between reality and illusion, the Siren Masters, understandingly, decided to offer some words of advice. Their words were already prepared, basically similar to persuading a thoughtful old man who mindlessly spent more money on a high-spec computer. Potatoes, they can't lay eggs anyway. Here you go, the jailer said. Tools are meant to be used. Only by using them will you be motivated to hoard more. The Siren Master laughed helplessly. You think you can produce a second one? The second bottle of star sand was handed to Kesha. Ksha, who had been wriggling, stopped. She looked at the star sand in her hand, then at her kin who were staring intently at her. Wow, Potato, you care about me? The moment Jianghe was tackled, the star sand flowed down into the master's hand. In the vast fallen star royal court, only Her Majesty the Queen had a considerable amount of star sand in her inventory, but every application was processed very slowly. What's going on today? Did sand fall from the sky? Is Ksha alright? Such a good partner, isn't she ready to have children yet? Haven't the siren's years of education been effective? The importance of procreation needs further education. Restless Ripple armor unlocked. Gold quality, untradeable. This is a set of armor crafted from the remains of sea creatures, excluding weapons. According to the siren, it possesses excellent defensive capabilities, water elemental affinity, and excellent mana regeneration. A favorite among mages with high mana consumption. They use this template to create a brand new shield for Zhong Zemo. Even though he won't need the mana regeneration speed, the water elemental affinity and defensive power are still quite appealing. After purchasing this template, Jianghe, the four primal bodies, and the jailer can gradually replace their mismatched outfits once they collected enough materials. The siren obtained star sand. The boundary between reality and illusion acquired new equipment, strengthening their combat power. Jianghe obtained Kesha. A win-win-win situation. Orange Tea asked cheerfully, French fries, you get new equipment in half a month in the game, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? Everyone seems happy, why aren't you? French Fries pursed his lips. Yeah, everyone in the guild has increased their combat power, isn't that great, but I feel conflicted. Chapter 155. This round of the game concluded with Kesha saying he would take the boundary between reality and illusion to meet the queen. Everyone, still feeling unsatisfied upon waking, was still eager for more. This round was quite fruitful, the map was unlocked, side quests were completed, and a golden forging recipe, second only to the rainbow level, was obtained. Everyone's new weapons were also entering their unlock countdown. Switching between the two weapons would effectively curb the arrogance of those attacking the durability dolls on the 9th floor. Most importantly, a brand new permanent guild NPC is about to arrive. The guild will be even more lively from now on. Mint's practical training was originally intended for the guild dolls, but due to the current lack of sufficient sage's memories in the boundary between reality and illusion to improve their various strengths, Mint's progress was slowing down. The children were anxious seeing this. Kesha's arrival perfectly filled the gap. Everyone was quite happy, chattering incessantly on the way to dim sum. The topic of Nuksha teasing Jianghe was repeatedly brought up, each time creating a lively atmosphere. The members of the virtual real boundary group really seemed like they never grew up. Their teasing was always top-notch. Although she acted as usual, Fries still felt a little uncomfortable. It was subtle. So, Fries pressed her hand to her forehead. Why are you all here? Inside the old-fashioned tea house carefully selected by the jailer, two familiar people sat at the same table as the virtual real boundary group, smiling and staring at her. Yesterday, I think I wrote a dim sum guide for Auntie, the jailer laughed, remembering something. The first name on it was this place. Lu Xinshin encouraged, actually you can call her sister. Mom, recognize your age. Xiafei is really serious, it's exhausting. Fries had a headache. Talking to you guys is what really tires me out. Jianghe was emphasizing the payment to Fries' dad, Lu Jihong, forbidding them from rushing to pay. Surprisingly, Fries' worries didn't happen. She's seen her unreliable parents acting like nobody else was around, oblivious to their own whining in front of others. She's seen it all before. Although they were still putting on a show of feeding each other, it was within acceptable limits. Finally, they learned to understand me. She breathed a sigh of relief. The conversation naturally veered towards the game. Lu Jinhong, impatient for the boundary between reality and virtuality to post an update today, eagerly inquired about their trip to the Siren's Court last night. The magnificent underwater wonders held far less appeal for the couple than Kesha's enthusiastic advances. Hearing that Xia had taken down Jianghe in one fell swoop, both of them were mesmerized, exclaiming, "Great! He's only slightly worse than you were back then." Lu Xinshin stuffed a half-eaten char siu bao into Lu Jinhong's mouth. No, aren't we mutually attracted? Oh right, hee hee. French Fries turned his face away, eating his shrimp dumplings by himself. Heh, you immature love idiots. I made you eat with him, now you're full before you even eaten. The two, who had been sweet and loving since childhood, also enjoyed watching others be sweet and loving. Every day before logging into the game, the virtual and real worlds would always gather for a late-night chat. French Fries had helplessly complained about his parents, and loved watching sweet and sour youth-themed anime, light novels, and following all sorts of romantic web novels. They were indiscriminate in their approach. Stock market enthusiasts were acceptable, harem members were acceptable, and even ambiguous relationships were acceptable. She vividly remembered playing a Souls-like game where she wanted to outplay them on a skill level, only to find their focus was on flirting with the Firekeeper. Then one played the undead, the other the Firekeeper, replicating various actions at home, each accompanied by a strange hee-hee laugh. They weren't playing the same game at all. The emotions in the game are sweet and beautiful too, enjoy it. Lu Xinshin clapped. Mom, you should persuade him not to. Before she could finish, before she could even express her meaning, French Fries saw her mother's upturned lips. That subtle, all-knowing look in her eyes made her panic. Her father also wore as expected expression. French Fries felt a chill run down her spine. Her phone vibrated, she picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message her mother had quickly typed and sent. Xiafei actually has a sensible side. Fries quickly replied, nonsense. After sending the message, she quickly looked down at her morning tea, ignoring the too silly, lovey-dovey couple. No further incidents occurred during morning tea, but as it was time to leave, Fries was called over by her parents. Lu Xinshin said, don't put on such a cold expression, it's not cute at all. Maybe someone likes her cold look? Lu Jinhong reminded her. Oh, I see. Stop letting your imagination run wild. Get to the point. Meeting these two so early in the morning, Fries felt her energy was almost completely depleted. Nothing, just wanted to remind you. Lu Xinxin whispered in her ear. What Kixia said, and did really resonated with you, didn't it? Are you feeling inexplicably conflicted right now? Fries glanced at his mother. If it's not meaningful, I'm leaving. The couple didn't continue, exchanging a glance, both seeing the barely suppressed smiles on each other's faces. Since she hasn't realized it yet, let her be conflicted for a while. Although it feels a little guilty, seeing their daughter's stubbornness, it seems quite nice. For most people, the holiday is almost over, the return travel rush is about to begin, and no one wants to experience the awkward situation of being stuck on the highway at the last minute. For the guilds that qualified for the World Championship, there's still plenty of time left in the holiday. According to the schedule, on the 8th and 9th, they will cooperate with the Chinese server operation of Proof of the Stars to participate in offline activities. After enjoying a fruit feast at unbelievable prices in the fruit-rich province, indulging in beer fish, lemon duck, and various rice noodles, Orange Sky will meet everyone in Guangzhou tomorrow. Also arriving tomorrow is the comical Tree, who's been indulging in mushroom feasts in this year-round spring-like climate, and diligently reporting daily in the group chat that the team is safe and sound. Corn, who's been searching for delicious food throughout Guangzhou, will also be returning to downtown Guangzhou to rest. The community is all focused on the first offline event for the Proof of the Stars in 2 days, which is related to the World Championship. There should be some perks, right? This long holiday, they only gave out one teleportation gem with 3 uses. Perhaps the game itself is too generous and of too high quality, so Proof of the Stars is stingy with off-site perks. Even a small amount of perk is enough for players. The boundary between virtual and real worlds, which has always been a group activity, has chosen to disperse tonight. After dinner, Jianghe intended to stroll around alone, but Fries suddenly suggested taking him to try a dessert shop she knew well. Sweets are always reserved for a separate stomach, and besides, Fries hadn't been renting a place in Guangzhou for long, her carefully selected shop couldn't be bad. Jianghe, with his craving, readily agreed. Although it was the end of the holiday, the streets were still bustling with tourists. Wandering through the alleys, stepping on the dappled shadows of leaves cast by the warm yellow streetlights, the surrounding noise gradually subsided as they passed through a park. Their conversation remained casual, but Jianghe didn't mind or feel awkward. It was like this when they played games together. Fries had little to say, and he learned enough of her reputation as the king of awkward silences, he was used to it. By the way, did you change your microphone? Jianghe brought up the headset that his friends in the group chat had been talking about. I changed it, but I didn't lose it. The water flow wheat, a unique oddity, earned it the nickname Raya. It's probably worth collecting. You don't seem short of money. Everyone was complaining about the water flow wheat back then. Why didn't you change it? Watching you guys make fun of it was quite interesting, so I got a little into it. Got it, she's playing along again. It's no secret that Fries loves role-playing. In the early stages of the game Proof of the Stars, her persona was that of a cool, aloof forest spirit. When playing, she was completely immersed, trying to fit the character. This immersive experience dominated her behavior at the boundary between reality and fantasy for a long time. Unfortunately, with 2 comedic nemesis in her team, Jailer and Bed, her immersive experience shattered, so she gradually stopped playing along. Just curious, Jianghe asked, when did you start this habit? French Fries closed her eyes and reminisced for a moment. Middle school. Can you tell me why? To deal with my parents. This was the truth. As French Fries grew older, she began to realize how eccentric her parents were. Their daily interactions were often unforgettable performances. To get her parents to be more serious, she started trying to project a serious image to counter their onslaught. It worked, it initially fooled them. But as she grew older, French Fries realized this was just part of their game. They deliberately made her feel that it was effective, willingly accepting the authoritative daughter's lectures, so they could see more of their entertaining little performances. Realizing it was too late, French Fries gradually found it quite fun. She was already immersed in the role. And as her mother said, it was novel, and daily life wasn't boring anymore. Eccentric parents raised an eccentric French Fries. Freshly baked, she began to experience the fun of various role-playing while surfing the internet. So when she was given the title of Emissary of Raya, she readily accepted and played along with her silly friends in the group chat. However, this caused Jianghe, her gaming partner, a lot of trouble. Playing a game that required communication by calling out points, the sound of flowing water in her headphones, followed by strange gurgling noises, was truly a test of her composure. French Fries had managed to wear down Jianghe's composure. Jiang nodded slightly. So that's what her past was like. What are you like when you're not playing the role? He seized the opportunity to ask the question that had always intrigued him. A normal person. She said it as if she were speaking. Thinking that French Fries was probably enjoying her role-playing too, Jiang didn't intend to spoil her fun. I'm sorry. Huh? Jiang turned around, a little confused. French Fries, with her hands behind her back, looked relaxed. The evening breeze gently ruffled her loose hair. Was her apology a playful gesture? Preparing for the college entrance exam, I just slipped away without a word sorry. Hey, is that something to apologize for? Jiang chuckled. We're buddies, but I thought you were withdrawn because I told you off and wouldn't turn on your mic. I was worried for a long time. Speaking of which, I was a little sulky for not asking you how things were going. French Fries' eyes were strange, her brows furrowed, a strange expression somewhere between confusion and unease on her pretty face. Jiang was taken aback. Did he say something wrong? It seemed not. French Fries smoothly shifted the topic to games. She always jumped around like that. So he was just overthinking it. Looks like you've fallen for Kshar, said French Fries. Jiang couldn't help but scratch his cheek, trying to hide his embarrassment. It was impossible not to like him. The rapid onslaught of his affections had caught Jiang, who had absolutely no dating experience, completely off guard. The fact that he hadn't immediately succumbed was a testament to the guild members' remaining composure. A direct approach is hard to resist, you can't fight it. So, Kshar's direct approach. No matter how many times it happens, you're completely defenseless. Jiang pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously. French Fries muttered, isn't that just like my stupid parents? He couldn't. It seems. Could it be? He really does like potatoes a little bit. So what is it about him that I like? I can't figure it out. Ever since her mom pointed it out, she's been unable to stop overthinking. The itch stirred up by Kesha is getting closer and closer to the truth, but she still can't quite figure it out. She decided to ask again. So, if there really were girls like Kesha in real life, would you fall for her? Probably not. Huh? Fry's eyes widened. Her act almost crumbled. Girls like Kesha seem pretty hard to find in real life. If one actually appeared on my head, I just think she's way too high level, and it'd be better to stay away. Jiang was honest. If you asked the four primals, Squid would probably give the same answer, right? Except for the jailer guy, that guy's way of thinking is completely different, and can't be judged by common sense. Probably maybe? Fries emphasized. If it's someone you know well, you don't need to worry about running into something as unpleasant as Squid, right? That's true, the risk is greatly reduced with acquaintances. The conversation ended there, and the two happily enjoyed their dessert before returning to the hotel. Fries didn't go straight back to her room, but lingered in the corridor. Looking at the contacts in her list, she snorted and turned off the screen. She didn't want this sickeningly sweet couple to laugh at her. But, never mind. Still awake? She only sent one message when her mother called. Oh, it's so late, aren't you ready to start the game with everyone yet? Stop touching me, Xiaofei's listening. Xiaofei, are you listening? Fries sighed, gritting his teeth. It's okay, you guys go ahead and do your thing. Oh, okay, by the way, do you want a younger brother or sister? Look, Xiaofei's stunned. Ha ha. Calling them was a complete mistake. I'm so stupid. Chapter 156. The boundary between reality and illusion had just opened when Kesha sent an invitation from the Siren Queen. The Siren Queen Jingxin, age 332, was the youngest Siren Lord in the history of the Fallen Star Royal Court, rumored to have already reached the 9th rank. Even Kesha, who was often by her side, knew little about her power. Jingxin rarely spoke of her own strength, spending most of her time immersed in her books. To put it bluntly, she was a bookworm. However, over the past 100 years, she gradually ended her reclusive lifestyle, and then she spent most of her time away from the royal court, leaving affairs to the high priests, while she traveled ashore, exploring and enjoying herself. Offline monarchies had existed before, but Jingxin's offline time clearly set a new record for the Fallen Star Siren. The Siren faced no urgent survival pressures, no political struggles. Their biggest conflicts were merely squabbles between individuals. The only clearly defined problem was the reproductive crisis, a situation Jingxin was powerless to change. Various factors allowed Jingxin to act as she pleased. Kesha chuckled, saying the boundary between reality and illusion had caught a lucky break, since no one knew how long Her Majesty the Queen would stay at the royal court. As for why the Queen had specifically summoned her, Kesha had no idea. She boldly guessed, blushing, that it might be to vid Jianghe. Kesha's talent had been discovered early on. While Jingxin was engrossed in books, Kesha, along with several other sirens, was taken in and carefully mentored. The royal court siren's prodigy was about to be abducted by a strange human youth. As Her Majesty the Queen, it was only natural to conduct a preliminary investigation. Does the game also have a meeting the parents element? It shouldn't be too strict, right? Jiang He felt a little nervous. Kesha didn't lead them to the Fallen Star Lord's palace, a symbol of the Queen's majesty. Instead, they passed through a portal and arrived above a vast coral reef. A huge, oval-shaped bubble floated above their heads, its surface rippling slightly, obscuring its internal structure. As Kesha enveloped each person with magic, they easily became immune to the bubble's magic array and passed through. The bubble's interior was far larger than it appeared from the outside, clearly an effect of spatial magic. All around were fields of flowers and vegetation. In the center stood a 3-story brick mansion, with a rooftop terrace revealing lounge chairs, bookshelves, and dried fish drying in the distance. The familiar atmosphere eased Jiang He's unease. A pure black kitten was curled up asleep on a lounge chair. A black cat, easily triggering PTSD in everyone present, but this was merely a pet Queen Jingxin had found during her travels. Real pets, utterly powerless, their only strength being their voracious appetite. Thankfully, the ocean teems with dried fish. Are those manta rays? Zhong Ziming nervously pointed. At the edge of the flower field, in the woods, a group of manta rays, their bodies enveloped in bubbles, floated slowly. Zhong Ziming was nervous because a small opening had appeared in the abdomen of each manta ray, from which extended strange, tentacle-like objects. They were rapidly using these tentacles to trim this private flower garden, which featured an artificial sun and simulated the Earth's surface. Only now did Jiang He realize that here, without the need for Xia's water elemental affinity, one could breathe freely, essentially indistinguishable from being on land. The terrestrial species used to call the manta rays. After the magical surge, some individuals mutated, growing tentacles. Now, perhaps Devil Ray is a more fitting name. On the mansion's terrace, a water-like creature, with only a humanoid outline and no facial features, its body always in a state of flux, floated out. Only the scales on its chest were solid, clear and bright like a mirror. This was perhaps the origin of its name. Your Majesty. Teacher, it's been a long time. Kesha released its tail from Jiang He's hand, quickly landing beside the water-like creature and embracing it without hesitation. There was no offense, and no reprimand. Queen Jingxin's water currents wrapped around Kesha, like tentacles, gently scratching her cheek. It seems you're somewhat surprised. Jingxin looked up, seeing the somewhat dazed boundary between reality and illusion. No need to be reserved, all of you come down. With a gentle wave of her hand, invisible magic drew everyone closer. Mint wasn't one of those lacking basic magical knowledge, like those at the boundary between reality and illusion. Having witnessed the power of the Star Speaker Academy's top figures, she swallowed hard as she faced Queen Mirrorheart. Very strong, very strong. It seems you're quite surprised by my attitude? Seeing her children about to nod like clueless fools, Mint quickly provided an on-the-spot explanation. This is an elemental body. Sirens possess incredibly complex forms. Their innate elemental bodies allow them to transform into elemental forms. However, most siren who have already solidified their physical bodies through magic don't need to go through the time and effort of transformation. Elemental bodies lack senses of taste and smell. Their craving for food is reduced to simply being full. They can sustain themselves by absorbing elemental energy from the surrounding space. For the siren race, who crave fun and novelty, the existence of elemental bodies merely gives them more options. They only waste considerable time and energy switching forms when comprehending magic and studying spells. After all, in their elemental bodies, they would lose their prized power of words. Queen Mirrorheart used water to outline her features, looking at Mint with approving eyes. You come at the perfect time. I'm currently transforming into a flesh and blood body. If you'd like to observe, feel free, she said. You can go back and brag to your friends on land that you've seen Her Majesty the Queen's transformation. Truly siren material, even a queen of her stature is so comedic. Queen Mirrorheart casually invited everyone to sit down. A giant manta ray flew over, tentacles extending from its abdomen, which looked like it was parasitized by a deformed monster. It skillfully brewed tea for everyone and served it to the table. If it weren't for the unsettling tentacles, everyone might have gasped in amazement. Evolution and XP are different, they don't consider aesthetics. Your Majesty, what exactly did you learn from the land-dwelling species while traveling the Ana continent? What, do you think I'm wrong? Everyone nodded. Kesha was willing to use his head to test the strength of Jiang He's hammer. Now it seems it's not just because the sirens are generally carefree. Queen Jingxin's teachings also have a part to play. I heard Kesha say that potatoes can grow and have very strange powers. Here we go, getting to the point. How about we show you? Jianghe took out the prepared sea base, rabbit meat, and venison rations, and ate them all in one go. The gluttonous avatar erupted, an invisible pressure bearing down on Queen Mirrorheart and Kesha. Kesha was overjoyed, his face flushed despite the oppressive force causing him some difficulty breathing. The water flowing over Queen Mirrorheart's body slowed visibly, and the demonic scales on her chest faintly glowed with a silvery white light. Can it get any stronger? Queen Mirrorheart asked. I try. Jianghe held his breath, focusing entirely on resonating with the power of the gluttonous avatar. With a low growl, the raging power of the avatar roared forth. The rabbit-eared orange tea was the first to sense the change in power. Her senses were unusually sharp. The manta ray tentacles trembled in slow motion under her intense concentration. The sound of the ocean currents flowing beyond the bubbles flooded her mind. The invisible magic seemed to have taken form. She could smell its strange aroma and sense its flowing trajectory. Kesha felt unusually heavy. She imagined Jianghe pressing down on her, her tail twitching involuntarily, emitting a silly, chuckling laugh. At the very center of the storm, Queen Mirrorheart remained motionless, calmly guiding the tea to merge with her elemental body, and calmly finished her tea. A remarkable ability, almost as if it were specifically created to subdue sirens, Queen Mirrorheart commented. I can feel the demonic scales trembling, involuntarily wanting to retaliate. If you could be even stronger, you would be even more of a threat to sirens. Pure appreciation, an unhurried tone, Queen Mirrorheart's composure commanded the respect of everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion. If it were any other race, upon learning that someone possessed the ability to suppress their race's talents, they would likely immediately issue a kill order, nipping the threat in the bud. So, Queen Jingxin extended her arm, meeting Kesha's cheek. You like Kesha? Though it's sudden, I think I do, Jianghe said honestly. She's very cute. Fries took a deep breath. Watching Kesha's tail swirl back and forth, almost like a dog spinning into a fan, she took another breath. Life is short. The most beautiful and splendid time should not be wasted. Queen Jingxin's other hand reached out, grabbing Jianghe and pushing him towards Kesha, the two embracing each other. So close, they could feel each other's body heat. What a wonderful feeling. She released him with satisfaction, clapping her hands and letting out a warm, cheerful anti-laugh. The bloodline that can suppress the power of the siren must be inherited. They're all healthy, have as many as possible, and strive to contribute to the royal court. There's no time like the present. How about today? Huh? The boundary between reality and illusion collectively spit out their tea. Seeing that Kesha's eyes were practically drooling, Jianghe quickly pulled a prop from his pocket. There was still one thing he hadn't done during his visit today. Your Majesty Jingxin, please take a look at this. A stream of water carried a bird skull shrouded in black mist to the queen's hands. She closed her eyes and gently stroked it, as if sensing something. A demon. A perfect statement. French Fries blurted out impatiently, afraid that Kesha would regain his senses and pounce on Jianghe again. You know about demons? Jingxin played with the skull. The person you're looking for is in the Anner Empire's Mage Tower. More details, I'm not entirely sure. Finally, a clue had appeared, but questions followed. Mint, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, what exactly is a demon? The answer should be discovered by you yourselves, Jingxin sighed. The Empire is going too far, forcing demons to reveal themselves in city-states. Her words revealed that even the peaceful sea monsters were beginning to resent the Anna Empire. Jingxin branded each person's seashell with her mark. From now on, the boundary between the real and virtual worlds, except for certain special locations within the royal court, would be open to all. Mint specifically inquired about access to the Fallen Star Library, receiving a regretful no. The Fallen Star Library was only open to sea monsters. To gain entry, one needed to make certain contributions and gain the approval of the High Priest and Jingxin. Jianghe understood, this was about building reputation. Ksha is in your hands now. You two should grow together. The water monster Jingxin gradually formed a fist, then gave a thumbs up. Ksha, I don't need to tell you, you should show your siren's passionate side, right? Don't worry, teacher, I'm learning very well. Wait a minute, you siren have special courses? Leaving the bubble in Mirrorheart, Jianghe's guild gem lit up with a notification. This meant it could be given to a specific character to invite her to the guild. Ksha, I have something for you. The moment the gem was given to Kesha, a force guided Kesha to infuse it with magic. Instantly, The gem recorded information and bound itself to the guild space at the boundary between reality and illusion. Realizing what had happened, Kesha giggled. Does this mean you're giving me the house key? Such a powerful offensive. Jiang He felt he was about to be overwhelmed. French Fries stepped forward. Kesha, the most urgent task at the Realm of Illusion is to conquer a special underground temple. This will affect the future of the guild. I hope you can wholeheartedly support us in completing this task. It's very important to us. Kesha's expressive eyes blinked, as if asking, Really? After Jiang He nodded, Kesha finally revealed the seriousness she showed at the Narum mansion that day. Only a few days had passed, and everyone in the Realm of Illusion had almost forgotten her domineering side. One can only say, this is the Siren, a wondrous race. Looks like a tremendous honor. Since Potato wants it, I definitely help you get it. Kesha rubbed her hands together eagerly. What do you need me to do? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Letting Kesha go to assist in the battle, what if the intensity suddenly increased and something went wrong? Wouldn't Jiang He's fiancé be thinking this? Everyone shook their heads violently. Although it's just a game, they absolutely don't want to witness this kind of life or death separation. Jiang He pushed Mint forward. Your task is to train her combat skills. Kesha carefully examined the somewhat small Mint. Isn't she an apothecary? Why does she need combat power? Knowing the feud between Mint and the genius mage Renee, Kesha immediately patted her chest, indicating she'd take care of it. If Mint can't beat Renee in the end, when she visits the royal court, I'd be Potato's mount. A huge question mark appeared above the heads of everyone in the virtual real boundary. Wow, that doesn't have to be. What if she wins? The jailer asked curiously, Potato will be your mount? No, I'd be Potato's mount, Kesha said matter-of-factly. In the guild, it's all the same result. Chapter 157. Understanding people is always a gradual process. Labels and attributes are cognitive patterns that facilitate quick comprehension. For example, someone meeting Zhong Zemo for the first time, upon learning he's a teacher, will inevitably associate him with seriousness. But with deeper understanding, they discover he's actually quite easygoing. Getting to know Kesha is a similar process. As they learned more, everyone suddenly realized that this beautiful sea monster was actually more perverse than anyone else in the boundary between reality and illusion, and she justified it. Don't be fooled by the lively banter in the group chat. At best, they're just talkers. No one actually puts their words into action, as naive as blank sheets of paper. Kesha is different. She doesn't just talk. With her exceptional action-oriented nature, she does what she thinks of. If she likes Jiang He, she immediately charges forward and sticks to him. If she says she'd pounce on Jiang He, she pounces on him. If she says she'd be Jiang He's mount, without a doubt, she'd do it. True unity of knowledge and action. French Fries' offhand pervert made Kesha tilt her head involuntarily. She didn't find it perverted at all. Isn't it romantic to openly express your desires to someone you like, without any reservations? Shouldn't this be a wonderful impulse that you can naturally experience without needing to be taught? If the person you like is willing to cooperate and goof around with you, just imagining it makes your mouth water. Wiping away the drool, Kesha's thoughts reached a conclusion. You've never been in a relationship, so you don't understand, right? A wave of heat instantly spread from the top of her head to French Fries' entire body. Don't you also have no experience in relationships? Kesha puffed out her chest proudly. That's right. So now I start accumulating experience slowly. To create wonderful memories with Potato, I keep improving. As she spoke, Kesha pressed herself against Jiang He. Mint nodded repeatedly. They're a perfect match, a perfect match. That puts Mom at ease. French Fries rubbed her knuckles incessantly. Annoyed, a subtle anger welled up. Just a mere NPC, and she's so smug. Considering the Siren Craftsman's great usefulness, I won't bother with her. Just a paper doll, a bunch of code. All the objectives of visiting the royal court have been achieved. All that's left is to wait. With Queen Mirrorheart's permission, Kesha began showing the virtual real boundary around the royal court. The first stop was the market, which I mentioned before. The royal court's market is divided into two sizes. The small market is basically for trade between fallen star sirens. The large market is much larger. A vast, specially designated area, comparable in size to the large deepwater port of Gunner City. Intelligent sea creatures from the southeastern coast of the Ana continent, tribal merchants from afar, and some land-dwelling species licensed by the Fallen Star Royal Court engaged in trade. Orange Tea was quite surprised to see the other land-dwelling species. You even issue licenses? It's about exchanging goods. Not all Fallen Star Siren like going ashore. They're willing to transport goods to the Royal Court to trade with the sea creatures, and we benefit from that. The sea creatures possess quite a few strange and unusual materials, which should be useful for item crafting and equipment forging. However, without corresponding blueprints, and without knowing which materials corresponded to which sets, they were at a loss. Ah, the skeleton of a moss-scaled shark. While introducing various sea creatures, Kesha suddenly swam to a stall displaying a group of orcas. Among the goods encased in bubbles, a half-skeleton, roughly the size of an adult orca's head, stood out. Kesha admired the skeleton, while the boundary between reality and illusion observed the orcas. They were much larger than the orcas everyone was familiar with strange pale gray markings faintly visible on their white bellies. Aside from that, they had no other distinguishing features. The fact that they were here meant they were also an intelligent race, but had the magic tide only enhanced their physique and size? Seeing Kesha approach, the large orca, swimming on its back, quickly rolled over, happily blowing out a series of bubbles. Don't let their harmless appearance fool you, Kesha described them as one of the newly crowned overlords of the last magic tide. Most intelligent sea creatures were no match for these chubby creatures. Their speed and explosive power are astonishing. They can store magical energy using the magical runes on their bellies, and prepare some basic spells in advance, releasing them swiftly when needed, essentially a simplified version of incantations. These balanced cultivators of both physical and magical arts, along with the sea monsters, are cheerful ocean spirits and get along quite well. Purr. Sister Ksha, these are great bones, want some? Where did you get them? Hunting in the open sea, catching big fish, we overturned a coral reef and dug them out. Purr, it's a surprise. A group of intelligent shark-like sea creatures nearby looked over awkwardly at the orca's words. This large orca was a female, and as she spoke, she couldn't resist moving closer to Ksha, letting her touch her freely. And the price? The great orca exhaled a giant bubble, which burst near Kesha's ear. She then created a bubble in return. This is... The blanket blinked. Jianghe understood. Special material transactions can't reveal the bottom line casually, the price is very confidential. After two bubbles exchanged, the great orca tilted its body slightly, its bright eyes quickly scanning the boundary between reality and illusion. Kesha's friend needs it, so I sell it. Hey, I won't let you lose out, Kesha said with a smile. I'm giving it to my boyfriend, and you guys aren't even giving me a discount? Really, how can you be so shameless? The boundary between reality and illusion had thought Kesha was buying something for herself, but it turned out to be a gift for Jianghe. Boyfriend? Behind the great orca, the other tribesmen, who had been swimming belly up, all rolled over, creating a turbulent current. They all thrust their massive heads forward, exhaling bubbles in disbelief. Seeing Kesha's tail poke Jianghe like a pointer, the orca's massive head filled Jianghe's entire field of vision, spraying bubbles all over his face, blurring his vision. He suddenly thought of a meme. You're awake, the surgery was a success. Adorable land creature. Kesha's boyfriend. Looks so thin, feels like I could hold him in my mouth. Won't you get hurt? Maybe I should lick you? You could get hurt if you don't control your strength. Let them touch us. These orcas seemed to love being petted. Kesha's hand kept stroking the orca girl she was trading with. Being petted at the boundary between reality and illusion, they all happily swirled around in the water. It seems they've been too close to the sirens. Their aura has been invaded. After learning that Kesha was giving the gift to her boyfriend, the orcas all insisted on a 50% discount, refusing to take more. Kesha feigned anger, making excuses until the orcas relented, but they still included 3 portions of purple materials from the sea as a small gift for Jianghe. A bubble floated to Jianghe's side and burst, its location information merging into the map. Green algae coral reef plop plop. If you want to travel to the open sea, you can contact us. Our travel expenses are reasonable, and our safety is guaranteed, plop plop. As expected of an intelligent race, they even remembered to advertise. What a carefree and cheerful group. I was previously engrossed in conquering the underground temple, temporarily putting aside the strategy to immerse myself in the game world, only to discover there are so many interesting things. Traveling to another world isn't this much better, is it? Kesha manipulated the skeleton of the moss shark with water currents and handed it to Jianghe. The Restless Rippler is a special set. Its quality is linked to the quality of the materials you use. This moss scale shark skeleton is undeniably gold quality. Do you like it? Before Jianghe could even speak, everyone else wanted to answer for him. How could he not like it? If Jianghe dared to say no, they would immediately swarm him, pin him down, and begin correcting his flawed thinking until he clearly recognized his mistake. Ordinary players fight tooth and nail in the wild, struggle through dungeons, participate in guild wars for a chance at the lucky draw, and even challenge Lady Luck in casinos, yet they might not even encounter gold-quality materials. Jianghe, on the other hand, had his girlfriend pay out of her own pocket to give him materials of the second highest quality in the game. I wonder what the reaction will be if I post this on the community forum. It's like secretly buying your boyfriend a 4090 as a surprise after finding out his computer is bad. Thanks. Feeling a bit awkward, Jianghe could only nod woodenly. I like it, I like it. Then touch my tail? Kesha's tail was already wagging in front of Jianghe. Jianghe gently grasped the tail and rubbed it, Kesha looking delighted. Just hold it like this, don't let go, okay? Your life is short. I will definitely leave you with the most beautiful impression. Similarly, you should do the same for me. I can't take it anymore. Zhong Zemo was the first to get teary-eyed. Compared to his own miserable, prison-like marriage experience, this Jianghe is so annoying. It's just a game. Why does a married person like me feel so jealous? Unlike Zhong Zemo, from a certain moment on, French Fry's mentality was unusually peaceful. She watched what was happening without any emotional fluctuation. Her mind was racing, recording Kesha's every word and action. Jianghe felt he had to do something, so he immediately sought help from his mother. Mint, what do sirens usually like? Mint poked her chin with her finger, pondered for a moment, and muttered softly. Materials rich in water element, many sirens have a penchant for collecting these. Fish-related dishes, they really enjoy them. Sirens who come ashore often frequent seaside taverns to sample various fish dishes. And shimmering things, minerals, stones, it's said they remind them of their own scales. Mint suddenly realized, wait a minute, you should just ask Kesha directly. She likes straightforwardness so much. If you go straight for it, she'd be especially happy. Jianghe thought about it. It made sense. Don't beat around the bush with Kesha. Kesha, is there anything you like? I mean gifts. Chapter 158. Besides Jianghe, Kesha didn't need any gifts for the time being. Her answer left everyone in the reality/virtual boundary feeling quite satisfied. Kesha, we finally found you. A siren floated over, reminding her to check the seashell. Kesha shook the seashell at her collar, listened for a moment, and apologized to everyone in the reality/virtual boundary. Luna needs my help. Fries was very understanding. It's alright. With the Queen's credentials, we can explore on our own. Scratching Jianghe's palm with her tail, Kesha and her companion disappeared into a nearby portal. The person nestled in front of Jianghe's face waved, Hey, potato, did your soul get stolen? No. Jianghe coughed to cover her embarrassment. No need to be shy. If it were me, I'd be completely smitten. She feigned tears under the covers. Why don't I have a gluttonous avatar? If I did, I'd be like this. Avatars are truly wonderful things. The side quests in the Siren's Court and her romance with Kesha all unfold through avatars. I wonder what kind of events will be triggered by using other avatars. Currently, Orange Tea is closest to obtaining an avatar, with 25 avatar fragments. However, she needs to first gain enlightenment and activate a certain avatar. For the incredibly lucky Orange Tea, this shouldn't be difficult. Using jellyfish skin, mixed with dried fish powder, and seasoned with sugar, honey, and other special ingredients, a jellyfish jelly that the Fallen Star Siren particularly loves is made. Of all the strange and wonderful snacks sold by the Siren stall on the edge of the market, this is the most satisfying. A slight saltiness, masked by sugar and honey, left a strangely refreshing and sweet aftertaste, much like a bowl-shaped rice cake. While it had no effect whatsoever, it was undeniably delicious. The Siren who made the dessert was happy to share the recipe with Zhong Zemo, though he was somewhat disappointed that most of the necessary ingredients were difficult to find on land. The jailer suggested the Siren add some red beans and taro to the jelly next time, making further improvements, to which the Siren nodded repeatedly. In the distance, Jianghe spotted a group of familiar faces, members of the Star Speakers Academy he had met in Gunner City. Looking for trouble? He ordered another jellyfish jelly, devoured it in no time, and rubbed his hands together, eager for a fight. Private duels were forbidden at the Gunner Lord's mansion, but they weren't afraid of such things at the Fallen Star Royal Court. Mint, munching on her jelly, sat on a seashell chair, staring intently at the leading Star Speaker instructor, then glancing at her former classmates, and continued eating nonchalantly. The other party seemed to be just there to buy sweet jelly. The Academy had organized numerous underwater academic research trips, and was quite familiar with the area. The dessert shop that Jianghe and the others had stumbled upon had even received official recognition from the Star Speaker Academy. They sat on 2 rows of seashell chairs, both sides remaining silent. Mint broke the silence first. Renee's gotten stronger again? You still want to compete with her? Save it. The gap will only widen. Perhaps because their mentor was present, the girl named Filna didn't offer any harsh sarcasm, but instead advised her to give up. After you left, the third-ranked guy couldn't keep up with her growth rate at all. I go back, Mint said firmly. The instructor leading the team looked at Mint with a complex expression. Jiang-hei could discern admiration, pity, regret, and helplessness within her gaze. Rennie's background was too powerful. A powerful family of mages with a long and distinguished lineage, producing outstanding geniuses in every aspect. Their influence in the Anner Empire was undeniable. When she chose Mint as prey to play with, even the Star Speaker Academy could hardly do anything. Moreover, Rennie had defeated Mint in direct competition. What could the instructors do? Forbid Rennie from opening up new tracks, crushing Mint's will with victory after victory? But that was a challenge Mint herself had chosen to face head-on. Many students in the team had only entered the Star Speaker Academy this academic year, and they had all heard, to varying degrees, about the previous year's Twin Star competition from their seniors. Renee's meteoric rise to fame has piqued the curiosity of many who have heard of her exploits. Who could possibly have forced Renee to exert her full strength and relentlessly pursue her across all fields for almost half a year? What was it about her that made senior Renee do this? Those curious gazes stirred something within Mint. Back when she entered the academy, she seemed to have looked at the radiant seniors around her with the same eyes. Has only a year passed? It feels like an eternity. After finishing their sweet jelly, the entire Star Speaker Academy rose to leave. As Filna, who had previously mocked her, passed by, she suddenly spoke. Tell Renee I will definitely return. This time, whatever she wants to compete in, I'd be there for her. Filna gave Mint a deep look. I promise I relay the message. After all the Star Speakers left, Mint stood up and licked her lips. When are we going back to the guild? She couldn't wait to train with Ksha. We must win. Mint refused to believe that, given equal resources, she wasn't a match for Renee. Everyone exchanged glances. Ksha didn't know what she'd been called to do, so everyone could only reassure her to relax. Getting stronger wasn't urgent anyway. Finding their direction, they planned to admire the boundary between reality and illusion one more time. Passing a coral reef, they faintly heard voices. Perhaps the potion makers on land have a solution. The Anna Empire is vast and rich in resources, a land of outstanding people. Problems that the fallen Star Kingdom can't solve might be hopeless in Anna. Don't you want to see the world on land? Instead of waiting for a slim hope, come with me. Perhaps, no, we definitely encounter a turning point. Swimming near a reef, they saw the speaker. This guy, isn't his name Giza? That nobleman from Gunnar City, who always talks about the lower classes, I remember him. Giza was communicating with a strange siren. Strange because this cute, petite siren communicated entirely by creating bubbles to form words. She was somewhat shy and awkward, her hands behind her back, seemingly rubbing them constantly. Your life is far longer than mine. Trying it once is just a fleeting moment in your life. What's there to hesitate about? Seemingly touched by something, the siren girl with long, glossy black hair began to waver. Our family's resources are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I can help you find the potion. Giza was excited, his tone becoming urgent. You can try this potion. It's a masterpiece concocted by a potion master on land. It's incredibly effective in treating ailments like yours. Seeing the siren girl take the potion, examine it curiously, and even seem inclined to take it, the observers dared not be negligent. What are you doing? A loud shout made Giza tremble like a startled cat. He nervously turned around and saw Jianghe. He was first stunned, then gritted his teeth. You lowly person. Don't you even have basic manners when I'm talking to someone? The condescending reprimand had no effect on the boundary between reality and illusion. Mint was the first to reach the siren girl, snatching the potion bottle and shielding her behind her. Don't think I can't see through you lying to her. As a teacher, Zhong Zemo was furious. Disgusting. Give me back the potion. Giza, separated from Jianghe, visibly panicked. Seeing he couldn't break through Jianghe's defenses, he became ruthless and wanted to resort to violence. Did I give you face? A heavy punch slammed into Giza's face. Even with the water cushioning the impact, he nearly fainted. Jianghe, already hot-tempered on land, didn't hold back. He pressed down on Giza, relentlessly hammering him from face to chest, ending with a twisted arm, causing Giza to let out a string of curses. If you dare do this, you'll be dead once you leave the royal court. Jianghe punched him again, silencing him. You should be grateful I respect the siren and won't resort to vigilante justice, otherwise you'd be dead already. Reminded by the blankets, Jianghe struck Giza hard in the groin, letting him writhe like a maggot in the sand. What are the effects of the potion? He turned around and noticed Mint's unusually grave expression. Her lips twitched incessantly, a sinister glint creeping onto her cute little face. It has a powerful hallucinogenic effect, causing short-term sensory loss. For certain sea creatures, it can trigger primal urges and desires. Orange Tea tilted her head, looking confused. Why was she so clueless? Mint gritted her teeth and angrily kicked Giza. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that this thing appearing here is a desecration of the fallen star sea demon. Mint was truly angry. As a potion master, she had principles and ethics. Although she had concocted many dangerous potions for the boundary between the real and the virtual, those were all for dealing with enemies and ensuring the children's safety. Everyone who already understood the potion's effects blushed deeply. How could someone be so shameless? Immediately notify the sirens of the fallen star kingdom. Several tens of minutes later, high priests gathered within Queen Mirrorheart's bubble. Giza, isolated from sound, was placed within the bubble, suspended in midair. The potions were passed around among the high priests, while the sirens' potion masters explained their effects. The sirens' faces were grim, invisible magic clashed and pulsed, like the beating of war drums. No matter how good-natured the sirens were, coming to their own territory and using despicable methods against their own kind had crossed the bottom line of the fallen star kingdom. The water on Queen Mirrorheart's body had frozen, and the docile black cat in her arms seemed to sense something, its body tensing. Giza and the others' ancestors mostly followed the twin emperors in establishing the kingdom. Considering the empire's reputation and not wanting to be criticized for being indifferent to meritorious officials, the Ana Empire continuously gave them opportunities. The birth of outstanding offspring, a future resurgence, this was the empire's small token of goodwill towards them. For this reason, the Ana Empire shamelessly crammed a team of nearly 200 people into this final exchange, sending them to fight for their fate one last time. The empire underestimated the shamelessness of these people. Or perhaps, they knew they would be shameless but disdained to remind the royal court? Your Majesty, the search is complete. We also found 7 people carrying similar potions. Their targets are all very similar, I'm afraid. Queen Jingxin waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need to continue. Similar targets. Clearly, someone from the Empire had scouted the area during the last exchange. Seal the sea. Notify Gunnar and all the city-states along the southeast coast. Until the Ana Empire gives the Fallen Star Royal Court a reply, not a single ship is allowed to set sail. Let the sea turn into a torrential rain. Let Gunnar taste our wrath. She spoke coldly. Seal it for 3 days first. Let Ana realize we are not joking. They had already given Ana far too much respect. Now, Ana should realize that the respect shown by Falling Star was out of politeness, not fear. The boundary between reality and illusion swallowed hard. They seemed to have unwittingly become witnesses to some historical event. After the high priests had all left, Queen Mirrorheart smiled, and patted the heads of everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion. Thank you. It's so good that such a despicable and ugly thing didn't happen. You wanted to enter the library earlier, didn't you? Mint's heart pounded. As a token of my gratitude, you can choose one person. I give you 3 days, the queen said. I hope you won't find the time too short. Chapter 159. No one could understand the thought process of Giza and the others. What made them believe that forcing a relationship would absolve them of punishment from the sirens? Was it the audacity of utterly foolish people? The tacit approval and indulgence of the Ana royal family? A deliberate test of their limits? There was no need for further thought. The Fallen Star sirens were convinced it was the last one. For a long time, the sirens of Fallen Star, and even other regions, were associated with keywords like cheerfulness and good temper. A few cheap dried fish were enough for them to happily accompany ocean-going ships, riding the white waves they created. Ships wrecked in storms always received their aid. Peaceful and unassuming, their natural enemies being magic tides and reproductive crises, the sirens were very friendly towards land-dwelling species. Perhaps it was precisely because the sirens were so good-natured that the people of the Ana Empire gradually forgot that the sirens were the dominant species they considered. They were ocean overlords, on par with dragons, favored by the world. As Mint excitedly followed Queen Mirrorheart into the Fallen Star Library, the Fallen Star sirens surfaced. Merchant ships sailing through the royal domain were met with the first warning of clearing the nearshore waters, their faces filled with bewilderment. The Siren High Priest informed the lords of the coastal city-states of the sea ban through pre-established communication channels. The siren messenger arrived at Lord Gunnar's mansion immediately, informing them of the impending storm. This is courtesy before force, the entire reality and illusion border remarked. The entire reality and illusion border followed the siren high priest to the surface, witnessing this dramatic turn of events. Ksha remained by their side throughout, permitted not to participate in the landing. This was also Queen Mirrorheart's way of showing her, and the reality and illusion border care. Jianghe couldn't help but sigh. Even now, the fallen star sirens were strictly adhering to their principles. Although it will cause panic among the coastal land creatures and affect their livelihoods, said Ksha, we need to make the Empire understand our anger. Both the mortal and the unreal are adults, and could understand the helplessness in Ksha's words. The sirens are just good-natured, not without temper. The Empire seems to habitually mistake the sirens' politeness and forbearance for weakness, constantly testing their limits. Enveloped in bubbles, 8 scheming noble offspring floated out of the sea, hovering high in the air. Like a siren's banner, they sailed through the waves, approaching Gunnar. The Gunnar sailors and fishermen, hastily securing their ships and braving the waves, witnessed this scene. Having received their lord's notification, they remained bewildered, not understanding what had happened. The mages in the lighthouse along the harbor urgently reported to the lord's manor that the number of sirens was approaching 500 and nearing the harbor. Don't resist, retreat. Lord Gunnar gritted his teeth. This mess has nothing to do with us. Only a madman would dare to confront a siren. Those who haven't witnessed the power of siren can never understand how these carefree, foolish creatures became the undisputed rulers of the vast ocean. The anger rising from the sea solidified, the powerful water element swirling and reversing, crashing towards the sky. The sky changed color, dark clouds gathered. The azure sea turned black, the roaring sea wind raged, and salty rain fell from the sky. In the storm, an ancient, desolate song pierced the wind and rain, seeping into everyone's ears. The siren, resonating with magic through song. Lamentations, melodies, helplessness, grief, the rolling waves of the sea, all resonated in this moment. In the torrential rain, the sirens came ashore. The chief mage of the Gunnar Mage Tower watched the approaching rain curtain, sighed, and turned to leave. Rain shrouded Gunnar. Following Ksha, the boundary between reality and illusion recorded first-hand information. Witnessing the world change color due to the power of the siren's words, and witnessing an epic scene up close, was incredibly awe-inspiring. Is there no direct communication channel between the Anna royal family and the royal court? Orange Tea asked. Ksha shook his head. No, we don't establish contact with the direct rulers of the land-dwelling species. This could lead to our excessive involvement in the political activities of the land-dwelling species. The primal strike stroked his chin thoughtfully. You already closed the channels of communication with the city-states along the southeast coast, so we can only communicate via message in a bottle? A message in a bottle made everyone stifle their laughter. Kesha smiled and explained, the royal family will send envoys. Sincerity is more important than superficial correspondence. She tickled Jianghe's cheek with the tip of her tail. Potato, didn't you want to unravel the mystery of the demon's skull? Teacher also said the answer lies in the Mage Tower in Anna's capital. This time, you can go with the flow. Jianghe asked, puzzled, go with the flow? To express sincerity, both sides must sit down and talk. A meeting is necessary, Kesha guessed. We won't punish these nobles ourselves. We leave it to Anna and see how they handle it. Jianghe exclaimed in surprise. Going to the capital? Kesha said, as a fellow human, and the discoverer of this incident, having witnessed everything, would you like to accompany us? This was the invitation for the next mission. Go! How could I not go? The demon questline will most likely give some weird and useful items, maybe even a necromancer set blueprint for the jailer. Jianghe suddenly asked, will you also visit the capital? Kesha's eyes widened, her mouth slightly parted, and her tail unhesitatingly wrapped around Jianghe's waist, pressing him close, so she could rub her face against his. You can't bear to leave me, right? Right. Kesha's tone was sweet enough to smell honey. Don't worry, I stay with you. No way. Kesha's passionate and dazzling advances made everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion feel like they were watching a romantic comedy anime up close. She was too sweet, so sweet that everyone watching couldn't help but dream of a sweet romance. The jailer's private message notification rang. The chubby seabird, carrying the message, proudly raised its neck, as if saying, I'm amazing, aren't I? This lifelike little messenger has always been described by players as one of the most interesting designs in the game. You guys in the realm of reality have been so quiet these past few days, not even popping up in the group chat when you're online. What are you busy with? Crimson Music Box, as a member of the strategy team, was very curious about the T0 Guild's movements. In fact, during the Realm of Reality's stagnation of temple progress and shift to the Royal Court, progress on all major servers nearly came to a standstill. As expected, Black Cat's system was driving all players aspiring to become proof of the stars to the brink of despair. Black Cat's dreamscapes, designed for different types of players, became a nightmare for many teams. If a jailer appears in your team, grit your teeth, and you can manage. If 2 jailers appear, all materials are wasted, and you can already raise your hands for a French salute. While the detailed walkthrough for the boundary between reality and illusion is helpful, not everyone can copy it. So far, the most advanced guild has only reached the stage of cooperating with the Slime King. A thrilling battle is still to come before completely defeating the Black Cat. Chinese players are curious, and so are players on foreign servers. Having temporarily put their progress on hold and completed the Great Snow Mountain questline, where has the boundary between reality and illusion gone, and what are they doing? Jailer glanced at Jianghe, who was massaging Shaw's tail. Having a sweet romance with the siren. Jailer, your sense of humor is as good as ever, Crimson Music Box praised. So, after the Great Snow Mountain, did they open a new map and go to the seabed? Mistaking it for humor. Oh well, tomorrow, I have fries cut some sweet moments for everyone to enjoy. Jailer thoughtfully informed everyone in the group about the wonderful uses of star sand in the Siren's court. Everyone was excited to learn that a gold quality set was available for purchase, except for the Chosen of Corn. Mana regeneration was useless to them. When do you plan to resume your raid on the underground temple? Asked Kaiguan Jishi. About 14 days in game time. We're forging new equipment, so we won't be going back to suffer for a while. Facing the bizarre puppets and polyhedrons on the 9th floor, the main damage dealers didn't have 2 excellent weapons to summon, and the reality boundary was still a little apprehensive. The sense of crisis from being overtaken had to be temporarily ignored. During this time, completing quests and accumulating materials and equipment by following all the explicit and implicit hints was paramount. Besides, the reality boundary was very confident now. If even they were getting beaten senseless and their equipment destroyed on the 9th floor, the other guilds would only be in a worse situation. After introducing the guild's latest situation, Jailer Bro suddenly smiled. He asked everyone, has anyone had any intimate interactions with their game character? Korn's a moment of intent leads to a lifetime of misunderstanding immediately understood. Jailer Bro, now that you mention it, this interaction is quite intriguing. I have an opinion from the same guild chimed in. So how intimate? Sticking, kissing. You get arrested by the Inquisition Knights, right? Crimson Music Box exclaimed in surprise. Only in the first few days, after the server opened, would someone be so curious as to dare do that. Oh, so it seems you guys don't know. If we initiate, we get arrested by the Inquisition Knights and receive a system warning, but if the other person initiates, it's fine. Jailer Bro chuckled. The other person initiates. But characters don't display affection progress like in other games. If you don't control it properly, you end up in cyber jail. Jailer Bro couldn't stand it anymore. If the other person initiates, what do you need an affection progress bar for? His. Jailer Bro, how did you know this? The other members of the strategy team chimed in. Having frequented online communities, both domestically and internationally for a long time, they were certain this was a new discovery. Say something, Jailer Bro. Hey, are you there? Jailer Bro, explain yourself clearly. How did you know? Don't just say half a sentence. Wow, there's a eunuch. Jailer Bro stared at Jianghe, who was being forced to kiss Kesha's cheek, no longer replying to the constant barrage of question marks in the group chat. Hey, it turns out they unintentionally achieved another first place in the entire game. Potato, your face is as red as a tomato. He clapped and cheered, enjoying the spectacle, leading everyone on the virtual real boundary to follow suit, making Jianghe's face even redder. However, in a corner unnoticed by everyone, there was someone else, also very red. Chapter 160. After promising Kesha that he would officially bring her into the guild the next time he logged on, Jianghe stroked and rubbed the tip of her tail for a while before logging off with a happy expression. Pleasure is contagious. At first, only Kesha would grin foolishly, and when he rubbed her tail, Jianghe was unmoved. But after just 2 or 3 games, Jianghe grew to love this wonderful interaction. The siren's tail felt so good to touch. Perhaps due to her elemental body, the texture of Kesha's tail could be adjusted to a certain extent. When she placed her tail in Jianghe's palm, it was always soft and cool. But if it touched Jianghe's skin intimately, and he became excited, a warm sensation would rise from the coolness. If she tied him up with her tail, Zhong Zemo, toothbrush in hand, looked disgusted. Hey, you're brushing your teeth and grinning like an idiot in the mirror. Let me guess, are you thinking about Katsuya? Am I? Am I grinning like an idiot? Isn't this a normal expression? Jiang He hurriedly examined herself in the mirror, wondering when she had started wearing her heart on her sleeve. Zhong Zemo chuckled. Oh, I was just kidding, but why is your voice trembling? Jiang He, realizing her mistake, immediately used brushing her teeth to cover up her emotional turmoil. Such a cute girlfriend, be careful you don't get confused. Imo, you was still spouting off. Reality is reality, and virtual is virtual, I understand that. Jiang He emphasized. So serious, huh? I was about to hum a bit of sorry, because I'm a girl living in the 2D world. You? Imo had visibly recovered her energy after the divorce, becoming increasingly relaxed. Tomorrow marks the first offline event for the Chinese server of Proof of the Stars, and the countdown to the reveal of everyone's identities has begun. It's foreseeable that everyone's lives will undergo a dramatic transformation after the reveal. The first to be revealed, Orange Tea, is proof of this. During the National Day holiday, she was frequently mentioned in discussion groups related to Chengning University. From the school's swift decision to change her dormitory, and their assurance that they would seriously investigate the bullying allegations against her, it's clear that she reached her peak upon entering the university, and becoming the face of the admissions process is a foregone conclusion. Betting and French fries are also freshmen, thinking about their becoming campus celebrities. Sigh, why am I not a college student? If I could go back to college, I'd definitely show off. Jiang He, now a prospective office worker, lamented her unfortunate luck while chuckled as she thought of Moyu. The most painful thing after a divorce is when your ex is doing better, while your own life is a mess. Having been Moyu's emotional dumping ground, Jiang He knows very well how capable Du Jinwen is at managing her life. Frankly speaking, calling her a giant baby is too kind. She overspends without any planning. At home, she expects to be waited on hand and foot. Without Zhong Zemo's help, the house is always a mess. She's extremely controlling, not allowing Zhong Zemo to have any hobbies, afraid he'd find happiness elsewhere. Jiang He thinks that Mayu's ability to endure this for 2 years suggests he might have been a siren in his past life. Zhong Zemo couldn't help but chuckle. You guys seem even more excited than I am. Needless to say, the entire guild is waiting for this spectacle, and it's likely to be a long-running drama. Just thinking about how he can always get entertainment from Mayu for the next 2 years makes his own anguish disappear. Your students will be so happy, they can brag about having a teacher like that to their parents and friends in other classes. Jiang He nudged him with his elbow, mimicking his tone. Our history teacher is a world champion. Do you have a teacher like that? I tell you, for your students first, you can enjoy it in advance. Zhong Zemo, who was trying to maintain a straight face, crumbled after being nudged twice. It really is great, tell me more, I'd love to hear it. The two chatted and laughed as they joined the main group. On the way to dim sum, Fries, trailing at the back of the line, secretly observed Jiang He. Perhaps due to the enjoyable experience in the game, he looked refreshed and exceptionally energetic today, replacing the socially awkward jailer, constantly throwing out new topics to warm up the atmosphere. Fries wasn't the only one who noticed this. Shaw's magic is overflowing the game. The quilted man playfully nudged Jiang He's waist. Maybe he's still missing the feel of Shaw's tail. Orange Tea chimed in, joining the attack. Will he feel lost without touching his tail? The four primitives stifled a laugh. Don't talk nonsense. Shaw is right here. In Potato's heart, the feel of his tail can be completely filled in with his imagination. Shaw, Mike Shaw, I can't live without you. Why isn't it dark yet? I want to see you so much. The jailer, a master of acting, was already putting on a show. At the mention of Shaw, Jiang He's face turned as red as a tomato, unable to suppress its blush. At this moment, the boundary between reality and illusion would let out a strange sound, making Jiang He turn his face away before finally bursting into a satisfied laugh. So noisy. The game's clearly offline. Why is it still showing Kishin's name? Sipping her dim sum, Fries thought again of her clueless parents, unreliable in everything except romance and excessive sweet talk. She was conflicted about whether to ask for outside help. What would happen if they found out she had someone she liked? It felt uncontrollable. Fries? Huh? She snapped out of her reverie when she realized it was her blanket calling her. Eating so little, something's on your mind? Ever since they discovered Fries' enormous appetite, everyone always ordered extra shrimp dumplings for dim sum. Today, she was eating shrimp dumplings much slower than usual, so her blanket teased her. The jailer stroked his chin, a slight smile playing on his lips. After several days and observations during game sessions, he had a vague sense of something. He wasn't 100% sure yet, but that didn't matter. The method for verification was readily available and easy to use. Last night, when Kesha tried to kiss you, you actually dodged it. Wasn't that a bit too reserved? The conversation had been about some new discoveries in the community's games, but the jailer abruptly changed the subject without any warning. This might have seemed abrupt to others, but the jailer always said what came to mind, and his abrupt transitions weren't new. Everyone was used to it. Yeah, Kesha was so eager, and you kept dodging, only letting him kiss your cheek in the end. That's so hurtful. Never one to shy away from stirring things up. The one who'd been leading the conversation, Bed, chimed in. We all been through all sorts of dating games. This is so embarrassing. Zhong Zemo said seriously, be frank, be more spirited. This is definitely a dating simulation game. As a player who's ahead in the game, you can't show weakness. Please explore more gameplay options for us, the four primals pleaded. Let her kiss you. Let her kiss you. How come Orange Tea is here too? You gone astray, haven't you? Zhong Zemo said, need me to teach you how to kiss a girl? Something's not right. We're all innocent newbies. How did an experienced player sneak in? Just as they were building up some resistance, everyone unleashed a zero-frame combo, and Potato turned into a tomato again. The jailer's lips kept cursing upwards. Things are getting interesting. Why isn't someone participating in the teasing of Jianghe and Kuxia? And why is there a fleeting awkwardness on their face? Is it because of their parents that they simply don't like talking about romance? The jailer is meticulous. This can't be used as a basis for judgment yet. They need to continue testing. No rush, take it slow, it's all fun. Around noon, Qin Xiaoyu, who was in charge of coordination, sent a message in the group, announcing the location and time of the offline event. The event included 3 parts: group interviews with the guilds, individual interviews, and a raffle for prizes by the participants. I have an objection from the Corn Chosen asked in the group chat. Is there a dress code? I forgot to bring formal attire. Qin Xiaoyu replied, there's no strict dress code, just wear what you like. Nurgle Soup asked, my friend in Guangzhou has a power armor cosplay outfit. Is it okay if I wear that for the interview? Wow, you guys are the Corn Chosen. Please respect the guild name. Other guilds criticized their disloyalty. Seeing the discussion in the group chat, I immediately decided to wear the boundary between reality and illusion-themed outfit from our first meeting. It's a pity I didn't bring Char's outfit, otherwise, sitting there in it would definitely be eye-catching. Wang Yangyameng asked, do we need to prepare a speech? You can just speak freely. Don't think it's too formal. If you encounter a question with ill intentions, you can simply remain silent. La Freesia, there's something I've been curious about for a long time. Stellaris is such a good game, and the competition has entered the world stage. Isn't anyone planning to sponsor it or put on some ads? Besides the game purchases, Stellaris doesn't have any other revenue streams. Whether the revenue from players worldwide can support the operating costs is unknown. After all, Stellaris' gameplay has exceeded the understanding and knowledge of most people, and very few know what the underlying technology is. Any competitive event with huge commercial value would practically have sponsor logos plastered all over the background walls for player interviews. The Proof of Stars is remarkably simple. Its official website has no collaborations whatsoever, and it even independently funds its tournaments. Of course, if players want to take on advertising, Starfire doesn't object. There's only one condition: it absolutely cannot be related to gambling. Starfire's powerful suppression of third-party transactions can be explained by the game's deep algorithm. The fact that major betting platforms dare not open betting lines for Proof of Stars tournaments is astounding. Even those who dare to sell betting lines that would strangle themselves if there's profit, are there betting lines they dare not open? Rest assured, Proof of Stars is thriving. Although our profit source is singular, our turnover is excellent. Besides revenue sharing, your World Championship rewards will also generate substantial income from other sources. Stay tuned. Chapter 161. After several days of traveling, a somewhat tired Void Real Boundary chose to relax on the last day of his vacation in his hotel suite. Jianghe and French Fries were editing game clips as usual. As time went on, some clips from their initial raid on the Temple of the Clarity were ready to be released. The risk of being used by their World Championship opponents to analyze their playstyle was negligible. At the beginning of the game, everyone was quite inexperienced, making many bizarre plays. Void Real Boundary was a completely different person now, having improved significantly. Pure highlight reels feel too dry, they don't have a wide audience, said the jailer, munching on a spicy duck neck, still offering his opinion. So do you have any good ideas? Jiang He turned to him. Hey, you come to the right person, the jailer snapped his fingers. To break out of the niche, to reach a wider audience, you need vlogs with a real-life feel. Bed was also showing off her braised dishes, but she clearly could handle spice better. Her face was just a little red, unlike the jailer, who was already sweating profusely. Our daily routine is either running dungeons, or on our way to dungeons. Suffering and setbacks are the norm. Where's the real-life feel? Zhong Zimo joked, we can't just cut out clips of me cooking in the game, can we? We might as well just film me cooking in real life, then you can actually taste it. Bed readily agreed, exclaiming, great. Great. After everyone finished joking around, the jailer reminded them, your recent visit to the royal court was very much like a real-life experience, especially with someone. He was referring to someone, his gaze never leaving Jianghe. Oh right, Potato and Kesha. The jailer nodded approvingly. We can cut some romantic clips and see the reaction. I think it should be quite effective. It's a very novel niche, an area that no player video creators making content related to Proof of the Stars have discovered or ventured into yet. Jianghe couldn't hold back any longer. Anyone going to like this? What's wrong? Even romantic fanfics get tons of readers. Maybe some people just find you and Kshar particularly compatible, and want to follow along? The jailer waved his hand dismissively. Never mind whether it works or not, we have to try first. Today, the jailer was unusually decisive and proactive. He looked at French Fries. You edit the footage? French Fries' heart skipped a beat, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. Why me? The main character is Potato. Let him select the material himself. Sigh, those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. He's already taking his blessings for granted. How could he possibly notice how sweet Kishka's subtle actions are? It's us, the onlookers, who have the keen observation skills. An impeccable reason, but why is it that after consuming Potato and Kishka's PDA in the game, she has to download 2 days worth of game footage and analyze their interactions frame by frame in reality? I have no dating experience. I don't understand. This made the jailer secretly chuckle. It's true that Potato has no dating experience, but having watched her parents' lovey-dovey antics every day, eating PDA since childhood, how could she not understand what details are sweet? That's a bit of a blatant lie, Potato. Be meticulous, absolutely meticulous. Even when you're very close to the truth, you must maintain the meticulousness and attention to detail of a truth seeker. Orange Tea, munching on mochi, raised her hand. You're in charge of cutting, we can help you select. What a great wingman, Orange Tea. The jailer was overjoyed. He didn't want to appear too eager, so he was thinking of a smooth way to continue the conversation without arousing Fry's suspicion. This sounds interesting. I can help too, Bed, sensing the opportunity, chimed in. Sigh, I've been married. I know, I can help too, Squid patted its chest. The wingmen all joined in, unable to refuse their enthusiasm. Fry's lips trembled for a while before he finally exhaled and agreed to everyone's cooperation. But what he said was, eating dog food shouldn't be a torment for me alone. It'd be much more comfortable if you all come and share the burden. Orange Tea shook its head repeatedly. It's not torturous. It's not torturous at all. I think it's very interesting. Kishinis and potatoes are really a perfect match. That's the natural power of words. Unintentional words can always pierce someone's heart. The boundary between reality and illusion collectively activated their analytical abilities, filtering the material from an observer's perspective. What do you guys think of this? Kishiro is gazing at Potato from afar. Her eyes are so tender. I'm realizing for the first time how precise and beautiful the phrase radiant with admiration is. Her eyes really seem to be brimming with love. Hey Fries, why are you jumping so fast? Pull her back down. Look, Kishiro's lips are slightly pursed. That shy look is absolutely gorgeous. This is the true depiction of someone who's completely in love, whose eyes are only for them. Proof of the Stars is definitely a dating simulation game. Don't switch screens. Just cut that part is great. Fries rubs his forehead. Do you want a vlog or a clip? Make it clear. We need to use the footage sparingly. 2 minutes a day, a short clip, a steady stream, the jailer said, a savvy operator. Let's cut to that clip from before, and then find another one of Jianghe playing with Kay's tail. What do you guys think? Agreed. Everyone cheered. Jianghe is very popular. People are scrutinizing his in-game interactions frame by frame, and these people keep turning around and clicking their tongues. He's too shy. He should hold his head high and confidently ask them if they're envious. But It's true that bystanders see things more clearly. Watching Zhong Zemo, this experienced player, comment on K's every smile, every gesture, those little details he hadn't appreciated, made him itch with anticipation. Is time passing too slowly today? Why is it still so bright? When will it be evening? Proof of the stars is so much fun, he really wants to play. Time is passing so slowly. While editing a video and searching for suitable music, French Fry's eyes darted quickly to the time in the lower right corner. The last time she felt this way was in high school when the bell rang, but the teacher went overtime, saying they taught for another 2 minutes. French Fries confirmed her feelings once again. She liked Jiang He. Similar to Kasia, from the moment she was attracted, liking someone needed no reason. Reason told her it was just a simple job, and Kasia was just code data, a two-dimensional figure existing only in a virtual world. But even though she was very unhappy, French Fries had to frankly admit that Kasia's direct approach was effective. Look at those micro-expressions, those little gestures. The more she looked, the more she felt, it was only natural that she had defeated Potato. She didn't want to admit it, but reason forced her to accept it. No, I feel exhausted, I can't concentrate. I'm especially tired today. Speaking of which, Brother Jailer and Brother Squid have been out for ages. I glanced at my phone. They left at 5:30, it's almost 7 now. Does it really take this long to get takeout? Brother Jailer must have picked another hidden gem of a restaurant. It's dinner time, no wonder it's crowded, Jiang He complained. Once you get lazy, you really don't want to move an inch. In Guangzhou in October, the sun is still blazing high in the sky. After baking the earth all day, even after the sun sets, the heat hasn't dissipated. The streets are like steam rooms, you can't even feel a breeze. Just standing outside an air-conditioned room is like being in a sauna. In this awful weather, the boundary between reality and rest is so blurred that even the thought of eating out is unthinkable. Laziness is the ultimate trait. Even though Brother Jailer complains that dining in and takeout taste completely different, everyone still calls him Godfather and asks him to bring food back. The sound of the room key opening the door made everyone, whose stomachs were growling, get up. The jailer and Squid, carrying 2 large plastic bags, seemed to be bathed in holy light. Godfather! Bed cried out, rushing forward to take the bags. The primal body asked curiously, why did it take so long? Traffic jam, you know how it is? The jailer complained. Someone even scraped my car's rear end on the way, and settling it privately took some time. The jailer didn't seem to care about the scratches, his car was cheap anyway, so he didn't really care. French Fries, how's the editing going? He asked, biting into his chopsticks. Don't rush me, I'm working on it. It takes time to sew the footage together. French Fries tried to remain calm. It'd be posted soon. French Fries kept muttering, feeling that no one would watch this kind of purely romantic content, subtly expressing her pessimism. Everyone just assumed she had unique insights into running the account, but the jailer found it increasingly amusing. What should we title the video? Potato's daily romantic relationship. Orange Tea once again unleashed her naming talent. Concise, easy to understand, everyone thought it was great, so it was settled. The video was released, and everyone continued eating. When everyone was burping and started to glance at the video, they discovered it had already been approved and accumulated tens of thousands of views. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So the boundary between reality and illusion suddenly disappeared because he went to date a siren. Wow, I envy Potato. Sigh, I envy Kesha. The boundary between reality and illusion is really dating a character in the game. That's so free. How could anyone envy Kesha? Unbelievable. The barrage and comment data exploded, the interaction instantly shattering Fry's mutterings of nobody likes watching dog food. Completely different from what she imagined, everyone was enjoying it immensely, wishing for more. 2 minutes isn't enough, give us 2 more minutes. Chapter 162. The video's reception was even better than expected. The boundary between reality and destiny, a longtime creator of combat strategy content, has always projected an image of mystery and power. The change in video style attracted many players who weren't chasing high-difficulty dungeons. The number of followers, which had stagnated for a long time, began to rise again. French Fries, well done, Zhong Zemo praised, this is what you do. French Fries wearily rubbed her forehead. If she could, she wouldn't want to accept this praise. She needed to do something. However, after working so hard for so long, it was almost time to enter the game. Thinking about the lack of progress today, French Fries couldn't help but sigh. Time for another round of Cassia. Once in the game, Mint was still studying in the Siren's archives, and the heavy rain in Gunner City hadn't stopped. Queen Mirrorheart's order was for 3 days, so the rain had to last for 3 days. Beneath the stormy seas, the port of Gunnar was a scene of devastation. Broken masts of ocean-going merchant ships littered the landscape, some capsizing and leaking, many suffering heavy losses. The Gunnar Lord's mansion was in ruins. Demolishing the Lord's mansion, a symbol of the order and will of the Anna Empire, was tantamount to declaring war on Anna. Yet, the members of the Mage Tower along the southeastern coast of the Empire remained deathly silent. Everyone turned a blind eye to this provocation that offended the Empire's dignity. The siren brazenly occupied the Lord's mansion, channeling seawater into a salty rain that drenched the vast expanse of Gunnar. It was as if this was no longer imperial territory. Ksha was unable to travel to the guild from the border between the real and the virtual. With the sea sealed off and Gunnar shrouded in rain, 2 days after the events, an imperial envoy arrived in Gunnar. The delegation, consisting of dozens of members, first contacted the siren, who was causing rain at the ruins of the Lord's mansion. After receiving a refusal to stop the rain, they turned and followed the fallen star siren into the sea. The siren's shells resembled cell phones. Kesha picked one up and listened for a while, then received a message from her companion. "It's Prince Sloan. The Empire is very sincere." With Mint not around, the boundary between reality and illusion returned to a state of complete ignorance of the backstory. Fortunately, Kesha was considerate. Seeing everyone's confusion, she leaned close to Jianghe and explained. "Prince Sloan is the third in line to the throne in the Empire." That explained its significance. However, while Kesha was saying this, Fries kept staring at her tail. The nimble, plump siren tail was twitching around Jianghe's waist, like a cat toy. Jianghe seemed to enjoy it, and couldn't help but pinch and rub the tail. Kesha was captivated, and Jianghe was overjoyed. It was just like the unspoken gestures between young lovers. Oh, they really are a young couple. This scene looks like it could be used as footage for an edit. Why am I even thinking about footage? Belatedly realizing this, Fries took a deep breath. Study, keep studying. Queen Mirrorheart didn't receive Prince Sloan at her own residence, but instead chose the Fallen Star Palace, which only opened when the queens and high priests held meetings. Upon entering this palace adorned with pearls, coral, crystal, and even a few anti-magic stones, the conversation between the two had already been going on for some time. Prince Sloan was a fair-skinned, robust young man with rare elven blood, hence his slightly elongated ears. The abrupt entry into the meeting, especially by a terrestrial being, immediately drew the attention of the entire Anna Empire delegation. Queen Jingxin, still in her water-human form, spoke up. The young talents you said were caught in the act of doing something shady. Her gaze, initially fleeting with a hint of doubt, instantly became fixed on the boundary between reality and illusion. With his extensive experience, the four primal bodies discerned relief, joy, resentment, and coldness in their eyes. The former was easy to understand, but what did the latter mean? Were they resentful for meddling, which had prevented Anna's breeding program from succeeding? Queen Jingxin, also observing the delegation members, calmly added, "They are now the most honored friends of the Fallen Star Royal Court." At the same time, she smiled and looked at Jianghe. One of them may have an even closer relationship with the Fallen Star Royal Court in the future. Ksha's tail spurted, circling around Jianghe's back, finding his hand, and gently scratching the back of it. Jianghe couldn't help but gently stroke the tip of her tail with his fingers. Right in front of him, Fries saw it clearly. Queen Mirrorheart's words caused some of the nakedly coldness in the delegation to shrink back. An elderly man with gray hair stepped out from the delegation. "I want to know, did you witness Giza handing the potion to the siren with your own eyes?" Jianghe nodded. "I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, the old man fell silent. The mirror-like silver-white scales on Queen Mirrorheart's chest shimmered faintly. Outside the palace, the 8 nobles personally controlled by the Siren High Priest knelt down in unison, facing the hall. "I entrust the people to you," Queen Mirrorheart said. "Since His Majesty the Emperor has shown sincerity, we are willing to believe that this matter will have a result that satisfies the Fallen Star Royal Court." Prince Sloan, as the representative of the delegation, led the way by bowing slightly to Queen Mirrorheart. Before he could express his gratitude, Queen Mirrorheart continued. "The Fallen Star Royal Court will also send envoys to the capital of Anna, awaiting the dust to settle, awaiting a result that satisfies us." Prince Sloan seemed to have anticipated this, his expression unchanged. "Of course, may I ask which High Priest will accompany us?" "Not the High Priest." "Not?" Prince Sloan looked up in confusion. "Ksha, and your friends, go." Queen Mirrorheart smiled, and nodded to everyone from the reality and illusion border. "They are the envoys I have chosen. They will bear witness for us. Huh? Jianghe wasn't being modest. How did they, a land-dwelling species, become envoys of the sea monsters? However, it seemed to make sense. The fallen star siren merely wanted to demonstrate its power by sealing off the sea and using rain-lock Gunnar. It had no intention of truly antagonizing Anna. As the ones who discovered the affair, the entire delegation from the reality and illusionary boundary, though all terrestrial beings, had a close relationship with the fallen star royal court because of Kesha. Considering all this, they were truly the most suitable choice. For some reason, upon hearing that Queen Mirrorheart had chosen the reality and illusionary boundary, Minnie and Anna's delegation immediately relaxed their tense expressions. In that case, we should not delay, we should depart immediately, someone in the delegation suggested to Prince Sloane. Prince Sloane nodded, politely bowing to Queen Mirrorheart once again, his posture very humble. Your Majesty Queen Mirrorheart, on behalf of the countless Aenon people of Gunnar, I beg you to stop this relentless torrential rain. Gunnar is their refuge, the home upon which countless Aenon people depend for survival. Your torrential rains have left them destitute. Your sea closure has left the fishermen starving. They are innocent. Queen Mirrorheart lightly touched the magical scale on her chest, a strange magical power rippling through it. It had no effect, it seemed to be merely a small gesture to express her stance. Merciful Prince Sloane, the Sea of Fallen Stars is also the home we sirens depend on for survival. As their masters, we have provided the Ana Empire with the utmost convenience, allowing you to set foot on this azure sea and inviting you into our home. Yet you have defamed the goodwill of the Fallen Star Sirens. I merely made you feel the pain of intruders breaking into our home. Queen Mirrorheart departed from her throne inlaid with pearls and crystals, descending step by step the coral-woven steps. With each step, she approached the delegation, the water grew colder. I know they are innocent, but their plight is caused by the Empire. Prince Sloane's body trembled slightly. Composed as he was, he faced the Queen of the Fallen Star Sirens, looking directly into her barely sculpted eyes, clearly feeling the chill on a soul level. The Queen's oppressive aura came quickly, and went just as fast. She waved her hand. Sea closure, rain, 3 days, not a day less. At least on the point of sealing the sea, she loosened her grip, and Prince Sloane breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully praising Jingxin's magnanimity. The jailer clicked his tongue. The siren is too easy to talk to. If it were me, I keep sealing the sea until there's a result. Jianghe suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, I would like to know, who was in charge of the 8 nobles during their journey to the capital? Queen Jingxin understood immediately. Naturally, it was you, as envoys of the royal court. Someone from the imperial delegation stepped forward and bowed to Jingxin. We humbly request your Majesty to hand over those involved to the Empire for safekeeping. Although they have committed wrongdoing, they have not yet been stripped of their titles and honors. This matter concerns the Empire's dignity. Please understand. Jingxin looked towards the boundary between reality and illusion. What do you think? Jianghe keenly sensed that this was a question of whose side you favored. In ordinary games, there is often an option, reminding you that you have reached a crucial decision point. There was no time to hesitate. Simple values led Jianghe, as the leader, to make his choice. We intend to supervise them ourselves. Queen Jingxin, and even the high priest in the palace, looked at the group from the boundary between reality and illusion with very gentle eyes. After the entire imperial delegation had left the palace to wait, the queen approached them. We will take good care of your friend. Perhaps it would be better to let her stay in the library for a few more days? The queen glanced at the high priests around her, noticing their smiles. After all, waiting is always boring. The value of her choice was immediately apparent. Mid-Mom, currently immersed in a sea of books, has renewed her subscription. Go, this matter needs a resolution. Help us see how those people in the capital react. Leaving the palace, the high priests who had been suppressing the 8 nobles released their magic, allowing them to be drawn by Ksha's power. Prince Sloane smiled and stepped forward. Ksha, members of the Reality and Illusion Border Guild, the journey is long. Would you mind sharing a ride? This time, Jianghe didn't refuse after considering it. Returning to the capital, they still needed to unravel the mystery of the demon's proof, which might require the power of the royal family. He had already refused once. Refusing again now would only add to the difficulty of the journey. Upon arriving in Gunnar, the prepared carriages were hastily assembled. Prince Sloane's carriage was connected to a prison cart holding 8 nobles, allowing Jianghe and the others to check on their condition at any time. Miss Kesha, it seems you're worried that someone in the delegation might harm these 8? Sloane bluntly pointed out the point the boundary between reality and illusion was guarding against. Oh, I'm just cooperating with Potato, Kesha said. I do whatever he says. Prince Sloan was stunned. He had assumed the delegation sent by the Fallen Star Royal Court would be led by the only sea monster, but it seemed the one with real power was a land-dwelling species. What was Queen Mirahart doing? Hadn't she considered this? The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat somber throughout the journey to the capital. Prince Sloan tried hard to find topics to talk about with the guild virtual reality boundary, but his attempts were either abruptly cut short by the awkward silence of French fries or interrupted by the sweet interactions between Kesha and Jianghe. In the vast carriage, Prince Sloan felt completely out of place with his two servants. He had never felt so stifled in his life. Moreover, the guild virtual reality boundary practically wore their distrust on their sleeves. Every so often, they would stop the carriage to check on the rear carriages. Finally, they simply sent people to the rear carriages in shifts to ensure the safety of all 8 people. Prince Sloan couldn't help but sigh. As they neared the capital, he proactively sought out Jianghe, who was clearly the leader of the delegation. You seem to harbor some prejudice against the Ana Empire. Please don't let these prejudices dictate your thinking. The Empire has a vast territory and a population of hundreds of millions. Naturally, the proportion of scoundrels is high. Although Jianghe hadn't been able to engage in much conversation with this somewhat serious and reserved prince along the way, he could sense that he wasn't a treacherous villain, but rather quite frank. At least he openly admitted that the Empire's decades-long strategy of cramming a bunch of worthless nobles into its territory was a mistake. This was infinitely better than those who dared to do something but couldn't admit it. Your Highness, we were merely fulfilling our duties as Fallen Star envoys. It's just that our positions differed, which is why you came to the impression that our actions were offensive to the Empire, Jianghe said. If you were me, what would you do? Prince Sloan hesitated for a long time, then shook his head with a wry smile. Please believe me, the Empire is acting with utmost sincerity in this matter. We never intended to antagonize the Sirens, nor did we harbor any despicable thoughts. Jianghe couldn't help but sigh. This prince looked young, and his thinking was quite naive as well. What made him so innocent? His words only represented those around him, those he knew. The Empire wasn't ruled by a single prince. Men had already explained to the virtual real border just how vibrant the various factions within the Empire were. Given Prince Sloan's friendly attitude, the conversation gradually flowed along the road leading to the capital, following the topics he had raised, showing considerable respect to the third prince. Since it was a story-driven loop, returning to the capital, the virtual real border didn't see any other players. As they got off the carriage, Kesha whispered in Jianghe's ear, "Those envoys besides the prince don't seem very friendly towards us. Be careful." Chapter 163. All the major city-states of Ana had no-fly regulations, so the convoy didn't go directly into the capital, but instead landed at a mansion on the outskirts. The royal guards, who had been waiting there, first bowed to Prince Sloan, then turned their gaze to the back of the carriage. The jailer was dragging prisoners out one by one. The members of the Ana delegation had all disembarked and gathered together, watching coldly. Seeing the jailer's rough handling, someone tried to step forward, but was pulled back by others. Jianghe noticed these small details, and combined with some unpleasant remarks Kesha had overheard using magic, he figured this trip to the capital wouldn't be too smooth. It didn't matter. Because of their excellent choice, Mint Mom had already continued reading, and their equipment was being forged at the Fallen Star Royal Court. They had already gained a lot from this long storyline. Even if the plot was now messed up and went in an unpredictable direction, the boundary between reality and illusion was still worthwhile. This is the temporary residence of the Fallen Star Envoy. Servants and guards have been arranged. His Majesty will personally summon you soon. Prince Sloan finished speaking, but everyone from the reality and illusion border remained silent, like wooden figures. Ksha did react somewhat, but only by teasing Jianghe with her tail. She was completely unconcerned about being surrounded by a large crowd, enjoying her time alone with Jianghe, as if no one else was there. Judging from her exceptionally beautiful state of mind, she absolutely wanted more people to witness her and Jianghe's intimacy. You wish to transfer the person? Prince Sloan breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that at least one person in the entire envoy understood the implied meaning, without him having to explicitly state the topic. Although Jianghe's question had brought the issue to the forefront, Prince Sloan was deeply worried that the Siren delegation would insist on continuing to guard the 8 nobles. However, this fear proved unfounded. They readily handed them over. It went more smoothly than anyone had imagined. After the royal guards escorted the prisoners away, Prince Sloan also left, and the previously noisy mansion fell silent. Jianghe sent all the servants to the first floor, forbidding them from going upstairs without permission. Upon reaching the rooftop terrace, Kesha set up a soundproofing array. The group surveyed the guards remaining to protect them, shouted a few times to confirm the array was working, and then began to communicate. "Tell me, what did those voices you overheard say?" Jiang-hee asked seriously, and Kesha adopted a similarly serious tone. She cleared her throat and mimicked the voices of several people. Making a mountain out of a molehill, the fallen star was just trying to embarrass the Empire. They could have negotiated through diplomatic channels, but instead, they directly sent sirens to land in Gunnar, which is already an act of undeclared war, and now they're still getting bogged down in trivial details. Whether there's a frame-up is still unknown. We need to investigate thoroughly once they arrive in the capital. Although Kesha heard a few members of the delegation arguing, their overall voices were far less forceful than the others. Things aren't simple. The jailer found a recliner, put his hands behind his head, and comfortably slumped down. On the surface, this is just a few once wealthy, now declining nobles making a last-ditch effort, resorting to underhanded tactics to force the issue. It's a simple matter, but it seems some people are planning to ignore the facts. Just as Jiang-hee was about to rub his temples, Kesha's hand was already there. A slight dampness from Kesha's fingertips, a cool touch, combined with Kesha's perfectly timed rubbing, instantly eased the tension in his brows. Does that feel good? Of course. Remembering that Kesha was always the one doing the work, Jiang-hee suggested, "Let me rub it for you too." Before he could finish speaking, 5 pairs of eyes stared intently at him, strange smiles playing on their lips. "It's all right, you guys continue. Just pretend we're not here." The jailer waved his hands repeatedly. The bed urged, "Rub it. The potato will grow, I want to see." Thinking that Kesha was being so proactive, Jiang-hee, not wanting to show weakness, was about to act when French Fries coughed. "Let's get down to business. Kesha, how much do you know about Anna's politics?" Kesha's attention was drawn back. She shook her head blankly. "Although I worked for the Narum family, it was just for fun. I didn't really know anything about it." Orange Tea reminded her, regarding the demonic incident in Sion, "Narum probably thinks you're dead too. Now you're just swaggering back to the capital. Won't you be in trouble?" Shaw shrugged, completely unconcerned. "I just say I left the manor early. They can't possibly reconstruct exactly what happened that night anyway. The remnants of demonic magic are significantly different from common magical remnants. Under its influence, Narum's manor was a mess, and no one has been able to figure out what happened at night. Even if they could find out Shaw was in the manor that night, Narum wouldn't be able to do much about it. Unless he wanted to add fuel to the fire at a sensitive time when the Empire was clashing with the Sirens." Just as everyone was worrying about their limited knowledge of the Anna's situation, a chime-like notification sound rang in the ears of everyone at the virtual real boundary. Jiang-hee vaguely remembered that this was the notification sound when he chose to create the guild. This was the first time it had sounded. What happened? Filled with doubt, he brought up the guild panel, and his eyes widened in shock. "Mint, where did you all go? Come back to the guild and get me." "Mint, wow, where are you all? Where are you all? Where are you all?" Mint was repeating herself frantically, the urgent chime-like sound incessant. When Jiang-hee returned to the guild, he picked up the frantic Mint and took her to the manor. Her first words upon landing were, "That's outrageous. They abandoned me and ran off to the capital." The blankets couldn't hold back any longer. "Mint Mom's accusation is truly outrageous. You were studying in the Grand Library, and we even renewed your study time, and you're still complaining about us." "Exactly. Mint Mom is bad. The saying one is influenced by one's company probably applies here." Being accused by the two who were feigning anger, Mint panicked instead. She rediscovered the feeling of teasing Mint from the beginning. Sigh, although it was mean, but Mint Mom's reaction was really amusing. Upon learning that everyone had gone to the capital as envoys, Mint requested the queen to preserve her study time and immediately returned to the guild. She knew her own child very well. The queen also knew what kind of person Shaw was. This family needed an Anna know-it-all. After listening to everyone's experiences along the way, Mint was about to offer some analysis, when several luxuriously decorated carriages appeared in the distance. The presence of a mage and a cavalry guard clearly demonstrated the distinguished status and position of the visitors. Without exception, all the visitors wore black hats and black robes. As night fell, they moved like floating ghosts, using special tokens to make the mansion's guards clear a path for them, allowing them unimpeded entry into the first-floor hall. "Master Potato of the Virtual Real Boundary Guild, would you be willing to accept a private invitation?" Upon hearing this, Kesha frowned. Seeing Jiang-hee about to go downstairs to accept the invitation, she quickly shook her head, signaling him not to take the risk. If this were in reality, Jiang-hee would absolutely not go. He wouldn't die in the game, so going to see what these mysterious people were up to wouldn't hurt. Jiang He entered the soundproof array created by the group alone. Facing the several mages surrounding him, he remained calm, picking up an orange from the table and slowly peeling it. Being able to enter here using facial recognition, that explains your purpose. Everyone used special magic to conceal their faces, as if shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Your courage is admirable. No wonder you're a distinguished guest of the Fallen Star Royal Court. Enough with the praise, state your purpose, Jiang He emphasized again. Alright, let's save some time. The man paused for a few seconds. Popular potato, would you be willing to exchange a friendship? Jiang He's hand, peeling an orange, paused. Despite the ashen face of the black-robed man sitting in front of him, he couldn't help but look up. Friendship? He repeated playfully. Friendship, the other emphasized. Whose friendship? Many people. The black-robed man's voice grew louder. I don't really like riddles, you might as well be more explicit. You are a terrestrial being, and also a human. As a fellow human, you should understand some of the awkward situations happening nowadays, causing so many people to get into minor troubles. Jiang He popped a segment of orange into his mouth. It was sour and astringent. Is this the kind of fruit the Empire uses to entertain guests? He pressed on, a hint of resentment from the sourness. I understand, but what should I do? Be considerate of the hardships faced by the Empire's subjects, and end this matter as soon as possible. Jiang He's lips curled slightly. I see. Then, what about Giza and the others? That's why I said you can gain some friendship in Anna. Everything was clear now. Jiang He ate the sour orange segment by segment, staring mockingly at the cloud of gray mist so close before him. How can I help you? If Falling Star wants sincerity, we will offer sincerity sufficient to satisfy the siren. Since they have sent Chairman Potato to witness this, as long as you can understand a little. He emphasized the word understand. Take the compensation, return to Falling Star, and explain things a little more clearly. The siren and the Empire will be as harmonious as ever. You mean, ignore the fact that Giza could easily find the perfect targets to deceive as soon as they arrived at the royal court, ignore their attempts to force the siren girl into marriage, and ignore the trauma suffered by those siren? Anyway, no siren was truly harmed. Ending things this way is good for both sides, isn't it? A short sword imbued with elemental power pierced through the thick wooden table. None of the mages present saw how Jiang He drew the sword. The black-robed man and Jiang He stared at each other for a long time. You're human, must you stand on the siren's side? I stand on reason, not position. Jiang He said calmly, of course in your eyes, I must be a traitor, right? It doesn't matter. You can curse me, hate me as much as you want. Jiang He raised his head, mocking, I don't care. But as long as we, the boundary between the real and the illusory, remain the messengers of the Fallen Star Siren, Anna must give the royal court an explanation. Remember, it's a must. Chapter 164. I heard that Queen Mirrorheart of Fallen Star didn't publicly explain in detail what sincerity would satisfy the sirens. Did she give a separate instruction? The conversation didn't break down. The man in black robe showed enough patience, adopting a listening posture. No, but I think not giving a specific instruction is already a statement. Interesting. I'm curious, what do you mean? Jiang He started peeling oranges again, still slowly and deliberately. The laws of Anna should be effective, right? The air in the room froze for a moment. Several silent attendants beside the man in black robes clenched their fists. Jiang He was unconvinced and continued, Can any of you tell me, according to the laws of Anna, what is the punishment for attempting to harm someone? Incomprehensible. They just wanted to use magic potions to knock out those sirens. When did they try to harm them? This is blatant framing. It makes people doubt your intentions. One person angrily retorted, slamming his fist on the table. Oh, so at least you admit that the 8 Giza people intended to drug the siren and force themselves on her. It seems we can still reach some consensus. You? He gritted his teeth. You really are a traitor. The leader of the black-robed figures extended a hand to appease his companion. He smiled, intended, but unsuccessful. In Anaruli, those with titles only need to pay a penance. Is this the sincerity you want? This orange is still sour. How come the Empire's fruit basket is full of so many defective products? They have no hospitality whatsoever. I mean, those with titles offended others with titles. The black-robed figure paused for a long time before reminding him, making too many enemies is never a good choice. What, does that mean those who advocate acting according to the law in Anna have made many enemies? Jiang He laughed loudly. His unrestrained laughter trampled across everyone's faces, causing their bewildered expressions to twitch. Do all the sea monsters who were targeted for invasion have titles? What title can lead to a death sentence? Jiang He retorted. Queen Jingxing can bestow one immediately. You? He had thought the imperial prestige and the momentum he built during his visit would deter the young man before him, at least weaken his aura. He hadn't expected the young man to be so unyielding. Truly, youthful arrogance, ignorant of his own limitations. There was no need to continue the conversation. The man in black robes rose dejectedly. The channels of dialogue will always remain. We will meet again in the future. Perhaps then, you will have new ideas. He didn't leave any room for maneuver, skillfully navigating the situation. Jiang He simply smiled, remaining silent. The man in black robes didn't linger, leading the others out of the mansion, boarding a carriage, and disappearing into the deepening night. Although there was a soundproofing array, the game thoughtfully allowed everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds to listen in from a distance. Cool, potato, cool. Big Black Rat jumped around in his blankets. That was so satisfying. I feel great, Zhong Zemo said. It's a pity this part only allowed you to participate alone. If we could all. The jailer raised his hand. If we could all go together, I'd take on 10. It's just a battle. Who's afraid of who? Although the jailer's team battle strength in dungeons is inferior to his summoned spirit zombie minions, dungeon mechanics often hold him back, his skills are inconsistent, and he rolls dice all the time. But he's only bad at skills. His mouth is anything but. Even though she knew it was just an impromptu scene in a game, some people couldn't help but think of Jiang He in real life. French Fry's heart fluttered. Just as she was about to offer a compliment, a green tail rushed into her view, completely blocking Jiang He's view. Falling in love with you was absolutely the right decision. Going to the Great Snow Mountain must be fate's way of reminding me that my destiny has arrived. Potato, wholeheartedly protecting the interests of the fallen star siren, completely unmoved by coercion or temptation, was so cool. Xia pinned Jiang He down, rubbing his cheek against his chest, his tail, transformed by magic, swishing faster than a dog's, even before taking the potion. Xia pinning Potato down, that's my third favorite scene. Blanket nodded repeatedly. Orange Tea couldn't help but ask, what about your first and second favorites? You want to know? Blanket grinned mischievously, making Orange Tea immediately shrink back and shake her head repeatedly. Intuition told her she shouldn't continue being curious here. French Fries observed everyone's reactions, all thoroughly enjoying the young couple's interaction. They genuinely treated this couple's daily life as a youthful romantic comedy, perfectly combining gaming and anime viewing. Moreover, they could participate to some extent in this new anime, helping Jiang He customize the plot. Watching anime and being able to influence its direction to some extent, wasn't that a kind of fun? Only she felt unable to participate. After being kissed on the cheek by Kesha, Jiang He struggled to sit up. Alright, enough fooling around, let's get back to the point. He took a deep breath, calming his tomato-red face. Mint, can you tell who these people are? Mint, with her craving, took the half-eaten orange from the table, which Jiang He had left. Before Jiang He could warn her not to eat it, Mint's features contorted at the sour taste. She stuck out her tongue, spitting out the pulp, her eyes reddening from the irritation. How could it be so sour, like a lemon? Potato, how could you eat half of that? Is your tongue broken? Jiang He shrugged helplessly. Perhaps she had been too focused and emotionally charged during the conversation, thus becoming immune to some of the sourness? After rinsing her mouth, Mint dared not touch the orange again and instead started munching on an apple. Anyway, it couldn't have been said by the Emperor. So sure? What's your basis? It's a long story. You have to consider this Emperor's 30 years of rule. I'm too lazy to go into details. Just trust my intuition. Everyone trusted Anna's judgment. It's not the Emperor. Why are you so eager to settle things? Are the nobles of Anna so united? They're actually standing up for a few impoverished nobles, who have all face and no substance. Mint's little feet dangled from the counter, causing it to nearly tip over. She stopped her antics and jumped onto the sofa to lie down. She's so hyperactive. Yes and no, they are united, but at the same time, there are many factions. And you're saying they're standing up for Giza, because they're fellow nobles? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Jiang He's mind raced. Combining this with the black-robed man's words, he made a guess. It's the Emperor's tacit approval. It's the Emperor's tacit approval. Fries and Jiang He said in unison. The other person, who had also thought of this, was about to speak when, seeing their synchronization, blinked, pretty much in sync? After exchanging a glance with Zhong Zemo, the jailer immediately chimed in. What did they tacitly approve of? At Jiang He's insistence, Fries said, The fact that they could visit us so soon after we moved into the residence with their travel credentials is enough to show that the Emperor is closely monitoring this matter. The Imperial noble's intention to invade the Sirens is a terrible thing. The Emperor wants to save face for the Empire, protect the noble class, and also satisfy the Sirens. Even if he wants to compromise, it's like boiling water, difficult to handle. So, he most likely passed the buck to those below, letting the nobles who protect Giza and the others negotiate. If they reach a solution, everyone will be happy. If they don't reach a solution, the nobles protecting Giza will back down, and the Emperor's concerns will lessen. The primal body stroked its chin. Sounds like someone passing the buck to lower-level leaders when faced with a difficult problem at work. It seems the primal body has been the one who's been passed around like a hot potato before. Mint clapped its hands enthusiastically. Congratulations, you basically hit the nail on the head regarding the Emperor's governing style over the past 5 years. A master of maintaining balance. Zhong Zemo teased, a master of checks and balances, huh? Jiang He clapped, praising, as expected of French fries, your analysis is spot on. Stop playing the aloof, mature woman all the time, try a different role. French fries was taken aback. Zhong Zemo laughed heartily, and the jailer couldn't help but chuckle as well. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Jiang He was bewildered by their sudden outburst. I think it makes a lot of sense. That's why I'm laughing, Zhong Zemo said. We've been appreciating the aloof, mature French fries in the game for almost 4 months now. When are you going to switch styles? Well, be athletic, energetic, and full of drive? The jailer readily agreed. French fries, could you act out what Squid said, talk a bit more? Zhong Zemo chimed in. You always say you enjoy role-playing in your daily life, but we only see one style. You have to prove you can switch attributes. Finding their suggestion amusing, Bedside, carrying the joke forward, exclaimed, French fries, cut off your fake legs. Although the topic inexplicably veered off course, but if she suddenly abandoned the character design she used since entering the game and changed it, people would inevitably ask why. That's precisely what she was worried about, afraid of revealing any flaws, which was why she planned to make the changes gradually and subtly. The jailer and Zhong Zemo's bizarre topic suddenly gave French fries a suitable excuse. She couldn't appear too eager. Just fickle. French fries scoffed. Let me think about it. French fries, change forms. This is my lifelong dream. After a long hiatus, the blankets once again performed a sliding kneeling act, but Jailer Bro and Squid Bro can do anything. What a despicable black rat. The atmosphere was perfect, the steps incredibly smooth. Everything was so natural, so effortlessly smooth. Down! Since you all say so, fine, she said, sounding hesitant, but I need to prepare, maybe a day or two. It didn't need a day or two at all, but French fries thought it was safer to say that. Seeing everyone start clapping, she couldn't help but feel happy. Jailer Bro had never seemed so agreeable before. He was a perfect wingman. Jiang He tilted her head. Does French fries really have so many forms to switch between? She grinned. You find out tomorrow, won't you? Chapter 165. Anna left the boundary between reality and illusion completely idle in the mansion for half a day, until her game time ran out, without gaining any other useful information. Wasting game time, huh? The awakened bed complained angrily. Orange Tea comforted her. Don't think like that. Teasing Mint Mom and watching Potato and Kshaw get together is also fun. Compared to Orange Tea 2 months ago, this was a kind of growth. That's right, this is enjoying the game. Bed pushed aside her suitcase with her foot and bent down to check her clothes. She was going to participate in an offline event tonight and needed to find a jacket to match the boundary between reality and illusion outfit. Her brain seemed to be operating on 2 threads at once. Suddenly remembering the dialogue in the game last night, she stopped looking for clothes and looked up at Fries. Sleepy Fries was still yawning and only reacted after being stared at for almost a minute. What's wrong? Checking if you changed your appearance, said the blanket. Before, it was mint-flavored fries. What will it taste like now? Composing herself, Fries stretched. Let me think about it some more. It feels like it's changed. The blanket nodded. The tone isn't as flat. Orange Tea looked blank. Really? It feels like I'm doing a reading comprehension exercise, forcing an interpretation. Yes, absolutely, the blanket said confidently. After washing up, the fries will be a completely new flavor. Fries, wiping her cheeks, was amused by the two's uninhibited conversation. However, she looked up, rubbed her cheeks in the mirror, practiced a few sentences softly, and nodded to herself in satisfaction. The moment the door opened, Blanket and Orange Tea looked on expectantly. French Fries chuckled. What are you looking at? Come on, let's have some morning tea. Oh, it really isn't reading comprehension after all. French Fries' tone isn't indifferent at all. Blanket, in her dramatic mode, cried out, Where did you hide my mint-flavored fries? Give me back my mint-flavored fries. Then, French gently pinched her cheek. I wanted to pinch you for a while now, finally satisfied. This change in behavior was exactly what Blanket had expected. Naturally, she retaliated, and the room erupted in chaos. In the tea house, Jianhe, after hearing the three's excuse for being late, asked, So, French Fries has already changed form? The conversation was interrupted. Ah! Blanket cried out, I left my phone in the car, Warden, the keys, the keys. When traveling with the group from the boundary between reality and illusion, the conversation was always lively, and Blanket rarely checked her phone. After finding her phone in the back seat, remembering how well the prison guard's little car had taken everyone around Guangzhou for 8 days, she planned to walk around to the front of the car and dramatically begin praising the machine. Before the act even began, Beiwo bent down in confusion. She crouched at the back of the car, carefully examining it for a while, but finding nothing, she circled the car again. Strange. Recalling what the prison guard had said to Zhong Zemo yesterday, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When Beiwo returned to her seat, French Fries, now in his sporty and energetic mode, was the center of everyone's attention. I asked you for help during our role-playing, and now I'm returning the favor. Saying this, French Fries proactively picked up a shrimp dumpling, dipped Jianhe in vinegar, and placed it in his bowl. Shrimp dumplings with vinegar is heresy for me. Jianhe laughed helplessly, but he still ate them. The vinegar at the tea house seemed to be sweet vinegar. Dipping them in it actually gave it a unique flavor. Brother Moyu, find an excuse to leave now, and wait for me outside. Don't ask why. Zhong Zemo looked blank, but hearing Beiwo's urgent tone, he didn't think much of it, took another bite of red rice sausage, and made an escape to the bathroom. Once Beiwo had also slipped out of the tea house, Zhong Zemo asked curiously, What's wrong? Why are you being so mysterious? Beiwo crossed his arms, a smile playing on his lips. Tell me, why did you lie? Lie? What lie? Zhong Zemo hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. Last night, I went out to get food, and the jailer said the reason I was late was because of a car scratch. Where was the scratch? The back of the car. Zhong Zemo suddenly realized, forced a reply, and immediately covered his forehead. No need to struggle anymore. If Beiwo can ask like that, she's definitely been checked. Seriously, the jailer, just say there was a traffic jam. Fine, so what have you been doing out there so mysteriously? Seeing that Beiwo wouldn't give up until he got some secrets, Zhong Zemo pulled her to a quiet corner where no one would notice, and whispered something. Beiwo initially looked confused and asked a few questions, then her eyes lit up. Really? Still verifying, we're very careful. That's an 80% chance then. Beiwo, keep your mouth shut. You're usually such a drama queen, you know how to act, right? You have to put on an act. Like you guys, providing a helping hand at the right time? Beiwo snapped her fingers, leave it to me. She chuckled and continued, in the game, I can see Kesha and Potato all lovey-dovey, and outside the game, I can get a carb feast of potatoes and fries. The nutrition is off the charts. When do you think she gets A? Zhong Zemo shrugged. Who knows? Maybe Jianhe will get a first. Don't think he's slow on the uptake, he has a very keen sense of smell. I have a feeling he tried to catch her. Just as Beiwo was about to go back inside, Zhong Zemo stopped her. Dumb, come with me to the convenience store, and buy drinks for 7 people 2 bottles each. Beiwo immediately understood, and gave Zhong Zemo a thumbs up. Actively participating in the conversation, initiating the topic, her usual lazy and aloof tone completely different, the energetic and enthusiastic Potato seemed like a new member of the guild. Perhaps because he had taken good care of her before, Jianhe was the first to notice her enthusiasm and energy. She was completely different from yesterday's Potato. Jianhe couldn't help but think that if she could maintain this in the game, Kesha would probably be surprised. The offline event required everyone to arrive at the venue rented by the Chinese server operator before 5 p.m. Therefore, no activities were scheduled during the daytime, and people passed the time browsing the community and watching video clips. French Fries, who was originally planning to edit a video of Kesha and Potato stickers, was spared this ordeal. At 4 p.m. in Guangzhou, the sun was still high in the sky, and the scorching heat made everyone arriving near the venue drenched in sweat. Heaven and hell, at this moment, differed only in the presence or absence of air conditioning. The air conditioning in the venue was a welcome relief. As among the first players to arrive, they saw a booth modeled after the prize-giving area of the Anna Royal Arena. According to the staff who greeted them, players arriving later could line up here for a prize draw and receive their prizes online. The official team has provided some offline gifts and online redemption codes. As a guest, you already had your fill of guild wars, so don't compete with the players for these benefits, the Chinese server operator of StarCraft chuckled, covering her mouth. T-Goddess, give others a chance. She seemed to have guessed everyone's thoughts, speaking them aloud beforehand, making everyone burst into laughter. Orange Tea blushed. In just 2 months, T-Goddess had become a well-known meme in the gaming community. Even without gaming privileges, just watching video clips revealed her incredible luck in the game. Someone even managed to get an official response by harassing customer service. All of Orange Tea's game data is normal, she's just lucky. People's constitutions are different. Ordinary players need to fight countless battles to gain favor, while T-Goddess has to consider many more mystical factors. Although 4 months have passed since the start of the game, the areas players have actually explored are still only a tiny fraction of the game's potential. Therefore, there aren't many materials available for offline-themed events that don't contain major spoilers, so the Clear One's underground temple is packed with elements. A model of the bathroom on the first floor of the underground temple. A very detailed model of the area. Buying it to take photos with other miniature figures would be a great option. A display case filled with various monsters from the underground temple. Jianghe saw Alna, who hadn't become a spirit, the Slime King, and the Black Cat among them. Huh? Fries curiously walked to the display case and pointed to the character cards below. The Black Cat's original name was Lanesha, which was only known to the boundary between reality and illusion on the 9th floor. The Slime King even has a name, Dark Green. Combined with her original body color, it was quite fitting. I never seen this character before. The jailer was pointing to a beautiful older sister with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a silver-white version of the Clear One's monastery robes, possessing a heart that could unite people and a compassionate spirit. Jianghe took 2 steps back and discovered that the display case had 12 shelves, each shelf showcasing game characters corresponding to the monsters and guardians that spawned on that shelf. The 9th shelf displayed the most monsters, while the 10th was empty. The 11th shelf displayed a witch with disheveled red hair, her ferocious appearance exuding an aura of madness. Wearing a gray robe, she held aloft a strange staff woven from vines, a staff most mages wouldn't use, pointing it to the sky, seemingly casting some kind of special magic. Nafer besides the frog-headed stitched-together monster's dual forms, the surface shelf was accompanied by numerous exquisitely crafted zombie figurines. They even saw the Batmen they hadn't encountered, but which other players had reported appearing. The character the jailer was pointing to was alone on the 12th floor, the top of the entire pyramid structure display case. The nameplate simply listed 3 Chinese characters, and their corresponding English name. Elsa Jianghe recalled that the Slime King had mentioned this name after defeating the Black Cat. She believed the disorder in the underground temple's spatial array was related to Elsa. Just a brief mention, and having a source of information, already constitutes a revealing detail, not considered a spoiler. The Starry Campfire has such powerful information filtering capabilities. This information should only be known at the boundary between reality and illusion. She's so beautiful. Can she join the team? The jailer eagerly asked the Starry Campfire manager beside him. We cannot answer questions related to this. This is part of the onboarding training. Please understand. Chapter 166. The figurines on display corresponded to the types of monsters encountered by players across the entire server, forming the most comprehensive monster encyclopedia. Jianghe took photos of each display case, ensuring he didn't miss a single one. Zhong Zemo and Beiwo had already wandered to another part of the venue, where a life-size statue of the frog-headed Stitches monster, including both stages, was displayed. Besides that, there were gel-like, soft and bouncy Slime Kings, and enlarged versions of Black Cats. This was a special area for players to take photos. Those who arrived first immediately began enjoying themselves, happily taking group photos. Seeing that the organizers had even replicated a portion of the trading district of Fingjia, the most popular initial city-state, and included it in the venue, everyone couldn't help but exclaim wow. This was probably the most memorable spot for many players. After all, in the early days, who wouldn't have bartered and exchanged goods here? The game was packed with features, and the meticulously crafted set design piqued Jianghe's curiosity. If the official team had invited cosplayers, who would they be cosplaying? Footsteps approached from afar, causing everyone to turn and look. A group of 7, led by a tall, robust man. That face, T-God? Someone recognized Orange T, the boundary between reality and illusion. Orange T was startled by the excited tone, tilting her head curiously. You are Corn's Chosen. Ready to eat, the guild leader of Corn's Chosen was the most conspicuous member of the group. Standing over 1.8 meters tall with a large frame, his imposing and valiant aura was undeniable. If he gained a little more muscle and weight, and donned a suit of armor, he would be the epitome of a fierce warrior. After growing a beard, his imposing presence is unimaginable. The rice from northeast China is truly nourishing. Considering he doesn't use any leeching software, and insists on seeding obscure resources to prevent them from becoming dead links. He works tirelessly for the subtitling group, completely unpaid. His name has been left on the title page of Doujinshi, a gentleman's admiration. He tirelessly translates games solely to benefit netizens. He occasionally buys resources himself for cheaper group members. The contrast is too striking. Jianghe also likes to do good deeds for free, seeding resources and buying them himself, but compared to the continuous effort required for translation, it's still somewhat insignificant. Who would have thought that this internet saint-like figure is, in reality, a burly man who could lift someone up by the collar with one hand, especially since his guild name was Corn. Hello, Guild Leader Potato, nice to meet you. Openkin Instant Food smiled and extended his hand. I'm your fan. Jianghe was genuinely amused, quickly shaking hands and laughing. You're one of the first to advance. Why are you pretending to be a fan? More footsteps sounded. This time, there were many people. T-God! The reactions were remarkably similar to before. Funny Tree and Orange Sky Strategy Group, who arrived later, immediately recognized Orange T in the crowd. Orange T was easily recognizable. Everyone came over to greet and take photos with the people from the virtual reality boundary. The virtual reality boundary had excellent interpersonal relationships. After surviving the initial storm of being targeted and sabotaged by bandwagoners, they had accumulated experience over a month, becoming a highly respected figure among players thanks to their outstanding qualities. And the guilds that had clashed with them became synonymous with clowns. The leader of the Funny Tree Guild, Huangliang Yimeng, is called Sister Ming by everyone in the guild and has chosen the female vampire character in the game, but in reality, he is an exceptionally handsome young man. Well, surprised, huh? The members of the Funny Tree Guild laughed after helping with the introduction. We were surprised too, when we met offline. Sister Ming is really good at pretending. She completely fooled us all. Huangliang Yimeng smiled and shook hands with Jiang He. At first, I just wanted to play around. I figured I wouldn't have much contact with anyone offline, so I created a character according to my own preferences. Who would have thought this day would come? It was like digging a huge hole for herself when creating the character. A cheerful, sunny young man with the self-description ID Jiandong Iron Wall teased from the side. Tell me, how does it feel to unknowingly reach the World Championship? Jiang He suppressed a laugh. You better hope that people who know you in real life don't see tonight's interview, otherwise they ask you how you became a vampire beauty in the game. At this, everyone around burst into laughter. Crimson Music Box from the Orange Sky Strategy Group has a game character gender consistent with her real-life gender, a youthful and beautiful girl. Fresh out of college, she found herself in the same predicament as Jiang He, frantically searching for jobs, her resumes disappearing without a trace, unsure of her future. That's great. I don't think I have to look for a job anymore. The revenue from the World Championship game is so substantial, I'd practically be financially free, said Instant Food. Truly free. I team up with you to translate games, seeding obscure and dead links, benefiting the community, laughed Crimson Music Box. Anyway, I also do game guides, so I know quite a bit about this. Then you guys can start thinking of a name for this translation group. Rumor has it from the community that it's not just practically financially free, it's definitely financially free. The revenue from the game Starry Bonfire is rumored to be incredibly high. Of course, it's beautiful. Countless players worldwide contribute to the monthly subscription fee. Various fashion items, DIY fashion vouchers, DIY furniture vouchers. These customizable items that don't affect stats are being spent like crazy by players focused on lifestyle skills. Many of the fishing enthusiasts I met on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds have beautifully decorated their in-game homes. Of the 4 guilds that qualified for the World Championship, the youngest is 18, the minimum age allowed by the game, and the oldest is 41. Official game data shows that the average age of the participating guilds in the Chinese server for the World Championship is 23.7 years old, making them the youngest group. Most of them are of similar age, which gives them a lot to talk about, and they chatted happily. It wasn't until Chen Xiaoyu, who was in charge of liaising with them, appeared that everyone stopped. This was also the first time everyone had met the operations manager, who had been answering their various questions in the chat group. What kind of company is Starfire? Have you been to their headquarters? Someone immediately asked out of curiosity. 2 months after its launch, the game's scale, quality, and innovative technology have left a deep impression on every player. They are eager to learn more about this large company that has obtained licenses from various countries and operates games smoothly. Rumor has it that a key figure from the Stars Bonfire event is currently in Guangzhou, and everyone is curious to know if he will appear at today's offline event. Please allow me to keep this a secret for now, Chen Xiaoyu said, keeping everyone in suspense. There's still some time before 7 o'clock, so everyone can feel free to wander around the venue. We provide the food. The food provided by Stars is a set meal incorporating game elements. A Slime King-shaped, bright green matcha pudding. A giant cake with a black cat standing on the Slime King's head. A lunchbox printed with the doll's initial appearance before awakening, with a very generous selection of dishes. A special strawberry and orange juice that can be bought in the game's Fragrant Wind City. It tastes strange. Although the characters in the game enjoy it, the combination is quite awkward in reality. Oranges are among the selectable fruits, and the lucky attribute of orange tea, jokingly referred to as orange tea, is also a game element. In terms of food alone, the Chinese server's operation deserves a 9 out of 10. I'm not giving them a perfect score to avoid making them too arrogant. After all, it's well known that players and game operators are two opposing groups, and the harmony and friendliness shown at the Stars of Proof is unprecedented. Potato, do you like squid? Yes, I do. Jianghe was enjoying his meal when asked by French Fries, and answered instinctively. Fry's lunchbox squeezed in, here for you. After all the squid from Fry's lunchbox was shoveled into his, Jianghe couldn't help but ask, you don't like it? I like it. Then why are you giving it back to me? Consider it compensation for stealing your shrimp dumplings earlier. Fries grinned. Jianghe ate the unexpected squid feast, his eyes secretly glancing over. Their gazes met inadvertently, and Fries quickly lowered his head, eating heartily. Jianghe looked at the squid, then at the person opposite him, thoughtfully continuing to eat. As 7 o'clock approached, staff began leading the 4 guilds to the already set-up interview stage. They had barely taken their seats when players and reporters with tickets flooded in. In the past, Jianghe was always a spectator in such situations. Now, standing on the stage, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The reporters' cameras and microphones began to be set up, and the guild members, who had been engrossed in their phones, suddenly became reserved. Not long ago, they were just casual gamers. Now, their identities were about to transform into players representing their country in the World Championships, so it was inevitable that they had to be mindful of their surroundings. The jailer remained unmoved, still engrossed in his game. Just kidding, he still had stamina, he needed to finish his daily tasks first. Did any of you speak under so much scrutiny? Orange Tea quietly asked everyone. Bed shook his head, laughable. I always been immune to awards, okay? I told you guys before, I always fall short at the last minute, it's become my curse. Following the boundary between reality and illusion, Bed tasted success for the first time. The 4 primal bodies were even more embarrassed. They had always been spectators under the spotlight, being watched by a group of people was a completely different experience. After asking around, only Zhong Ziming seemed somewhat confident. As a teacher, he interacted with students and regularly appeared on the school stage for morning assemblies, making him quite experienced and worldly wise. Most of the questions will probably be about Potato later, Zhong Ziming said, turning to look at Jianghe. Cheer up, hey. You've been through so much to get here, don't embarrass yourself. Jianghe rolled her eyes at him. Am I that stage frightened? Her voice was full of energy, and Zhong Ziming nodded repeatedly. Good, very energetic. Jianghe suddenly confessed. Actually, I was a little nervous when I came up, but when I thought of Kesha and imagined what she would do in this kind of situation, I suddenly felt relaxed. The smiling French Fries froze abruptly. Chapter 167. Zhong Zemo sighed with emotion, that's true. Having dealt with sirens, it's hard not to feel cheerful just imagining their daily routines. The girl in the blanket clapped her hands slightly. I want it so badly, I want Khrushchev to protect you. French Fries felt itchy all over. Today's conversation with Khrushchev was much more extensive than the past few days. Wow! The exclamation drew everyone's attention. Behind the semicircular stage set up for the interview, a huge blue and gold can slowly emerged with slightly heavy steps, and with the help of the other members of the Khrushchev Guild, it climbed the stairs. Nurgle Soup actually got his hands on a set of power armor. Judging from the whispers around, it sounded like something from the Second Empire. No one in the reality/virtual boundary knew anything about this thing. Although the name included Primarch, the four Primarchs' knowledge of it was limited to means. The semicircular stage was divided into 4 areas. Thanks to Nurgle Soup as striking makeup and styling, they instantly became the most stylish people on site. Reporters in the interview area, who hadn't even had a chance to sit down yet, started snapping photos from afar. Being handsome comes at a price. Due to limited mobility, Nurgle Soup couldn't sit properly and could only stand. Considering the interview might last for a while, he had to stay inside the can. Sigh, I should have had my parents drive over and bring me clothes, sighed the drama queen bed. Zhong Zimo asked, didn't losing face in front of outsiders back then become a trauma for you? Mistakes made when I was young. Can I make them when I'm older? Bed retorted confidently, you have to learn to be brave enough to express yourself like Kesha. The stinging sensation from the fries continued. Zhong Zemo secretly gave his quilt a thumbs up. You managed to woo Kshatriya with this? You're pretty impressive. Qin Xiaoyu walked up to everyone and repeated the procedure. After the general interviews, each guild would disperse to different locations for individual interviews. The individual interviews included some interaction with the players who entered, but guilds could choose not to participate. It was entirely up to them. That's really lenient. Normally, organizers would be eager to force more interaction, right? Qin Xiaoyu acted as the host, responsible for controlling the pace of the event. Through the warm-up session before the interviews, everyone learned the exact start date of the World Championship. December 30th. Strangely, the specific format and end date weren't mentioned. Not announcing the specific format had already happened during the Guild War qualifiers, so it wasn't too surprising. What does the lack of an end date mean? Considering the Guild Wars are likely to be continuous, including during the New Year's period, this is even more intriguing. Although it's just a game, the connotation of representing one's country in battle, coupled with the pressure of losing at the New Year's juncture, is immense. In terms of timing, it's second only to the Spring Festival in terms of causing stress. After a brief period of noise, the interview officially began. The first reporter permitted by Qin Xiaoyu to ask a question posed to Korn's chosen. During this period, many people repeatedly watched the replays of Guild Wars, comparing them, and discovered that many foreign server guilds were incredibly strong. Even those eliminated possessed considerable championship potential. They jokingly referred to the guild selection process as swimming out of the shark tank. In comparison, the intensity of competition on the Chinese server was somewhat lacking. Many guilds faced a bumpy road to advancement, and if they participated in foreign server competitions, they might not have been able to fight their way to the end. Regarding this point, I'd like to ask the members of the Korn Chosen what their thoughts are. Instant Ear paused noticeably, thought for a moment, and then smiled, replying, I have no opinion. No opinion? Because I haven't lost a single match, I won every single one, so I feel like I can swim out of any shark-infested pool. Moreover, besides the 3 guilds present, quite a few other guilds have put pressure on us. I think our strength in this competition is truly formidable. The question was incredibly amateurish. This kind of question should at least be asked of teams that stumbled along the way, like the Orange Sky Strategy Group, who narrowly advanced thanks to Barrow Water God Luo's misjudgment. Jiang He had already started to lose his composure. He felt that the Korn members were the same. The serious interview prepared beforehand could only amount to a helpless smile. The next reporter stood up, glancing at her prepared statement. I'd like to ask the question of Cyber Potato, the guild leader of the virtual reality boundary. The microphone was handed to Jiang He beforehand. What is the guild's goal for participating in the World Championship? Jiang He admitted he hesitated for a moment. He first scrutinized the question to avoid misunderstanding and making a mistake. Then he pondered it repeatedly, making sure there were no major pitfalls waiting for him. Everything flashed through his mind in an instant, and his answer came out without hesitation. The championship, winning everything. Was this really a question that needed to be specifically asked for confirmation? Among the guild members sitting on this stage now, who would say participation is what matters, or making it to the World Championship is a success, when they had the right to participate while draped in their national flag? That's something only losers say, and it shouldn't be said by the loser, but by someone offering comfort from the sidelines. It's widely rumored online that Virtual Boundary believes its strength far surpasses the other 3 guilds. Is that true? The jailer gestured for Jiang He to mute. What for? Nothing, just saying a few words. He asked directly, which website? Who spread it? What's the source? The jailer's 3 questions instantly made the female reporter, who stood up the focus of everyone's attention. Well, it's on the official community, and on video websites too. The official community's spam section has tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of posts a day. You're repeating topics without any source in public. If the reporting is inaccurate later, and someone takes it out of context and spreads it as true, aren't you also responsible? Goodness, that sounds familiar. Did the jailer realize she wanted to argue and proactively took on the potentially controversial task? I didn't expect the jailer to have such a sensitive side. He really is a docile, large nocturnal animal, a fat otaku. Being reprimanded, as an inexperienced newcomer, would be embarrassing for anyone. The reporter wanted to say something to save face, but Jiang didn't give her the chance. Actually, the four of us who advanced to the next guild have a very private little circle, formed after the guild war ended, and we all get along very well. Our first-hand guides for conquering the underground temple, including side quests, like the Great Snow Mountain, are shared in the group chat first. Guild leader Kaiguan Jishi blessed us on the field, hoping we could successfully join him in the finals. Although we were defeated by Korn, they were very lenient with us, only saying it was a weakened force, and shouldn't be taken seriously. What was initially thought to be a mere formality, a way to liven up the atmosphere and announce World Championship news, turned into a farce. Many players started filming with their phones. Zhong Zemo astutely noticed that the media outlets asking questions barely touched on the game itself. Judging from their questions, they didn't seem to have prepared beforehand. To ask Korn's Chosen, a guild that had dominated the entire tournament and remained undefeated, about the stumbling experience was truly extraordinary. The next two questions carried an even more unusual tone. The second question might have been Jiang being a bit too sensitive, but the third question practically screamed accusation. Could a normal person, without understanding whether the World Championship is a team or guild competition, ask such a potentially infuriating question? Is this even a question that can be brought up publicly? Jiang didn't even dare to imagine how much of a rift this question could have created, or how many seeds of conflict it might have sown, if the four guilds hadn't maintained such close personal relationships and their members hadn't been constantly chatting and joking in the group chat. After Jiang finished speaking, Huang Liangyameng quickly chimed in. Actually, our strategy for clearing the underground temple dungeon came from virtual reality boundary, and it's no different from what they published online. However, as friends, we got to enjoy it in advance. Crimson Music Box added, from the moment we entered Anna Royal Capital, virtual reality boundary has provided us with a lot of free assistance. I think Guild Leader Potato is a very charismatic person, dealing with him is easy and convenient. In fact, virtual reality boundary deserves a lot of credit for the close cooperation between the four guilds. The unanimous stance made some people look like complete clowns. This was information unknown to outsiders. Most people assumed the four advancing guilds were competitors, each with their own entanglements, and therefore had no connection. In reality, early in the server's launch, several guilds had inexplicably become acquainted, eventually connecting through a network of relationships between the virtual and real worlds. Perhaps intimidated by the angry rebuke from the prison guard, these media outlets, largely unrelated to the game and knowing little about it, chose to remain silent. When it was the turn of media outlets clearly with game-related expertise to ask questions, the atmosphere instantly improved, and the topics became noticeably more professional. For example, they asked when the virtual and real worlds, which had been focusing on PvE dungeon strategies, would begin preparing for the guild war starting in 3 months. This was a very pertinent question. Jiang current plan is to begin intensive training after December, temporarily setting aside PvE strategies. This point has already been agreed upon with Korn's Chosen. Instead of practicing alone within their guild's territory, it's better for the four guilds to stick together and improve together. Regardless of whether the final format is team or guild war, the competition will determine the winner. The effectiveness of this kind of training is questionable. The Proof of Stars competition has a high degree of randomness, which is even acknowledged by the organizers, and they don't intend to change it. If we follow the division made by overseas players, the boundary between reality and illusion in guild wars is almost entirely focused on PvE. This is also their greatest strength, relying on quickly gaining points through high difficulty PvE in the early stages, and then rapidly snowballing to end the competition in the mid-game. Therefore, challenging high difficulty content is equivalent to preparing for the World Championship. After 15 minutes, Qin Xiaoyu concluded the group interview session, which only allowed questions about the World Championship. The four guilds dispersed to their designated areas. Here, they would each have 15 minutes of individual interviews before being free to interact with players. The Chinese server operations team was very thoughtful. In the virtual real boundary area, The backdrop featured a meticulously hand-drawn image of the 7 players' final World Championship qualification. Without media outlets trying to ride the wave, or those unfamiliar with the game, the first media person greeted after taking their seats at the virtual real boundary area actually came from the game's official community. I have a question for Brother Mayu. After the divorce, is playing games even more enjoyable? This was a truly insightful question. It struck a chord with Jong Zemo. The entire virtual real boundary team covered their mouths and chuckled. It's great. Nobody bothers me. Nobody bothers me. Nobody prevents me from enjoying my own time. Do you know what that's like? What's it like? The other person, quick to understand, asked. Reborn. A burst of joyful laughter echoed in the area that separated the virtual and real worlds. The Reborn meme has become inextricably linked to Jong Zemo. After learning of his divorce, netizens across various online communities created titles for him based on the then popular divorce-themed and reunion-themed novels, complete with quotation marks. Titles included, Reborn, this time a god in the game. Everyone's reborn, who needs to get married? Rebirth. Divorce begins the invincible online game journey. Initially, under these playful titles, netizens could only expand on a small section. But not long ago, some enthusiastic netizens actually started writing novels based on him. Instantly, Jong Zemo's online name spread rapidly in another form. Now there was no need for interviews. Many players loudly asked Jong Zemo's ex-wife if she knew about this. After receiving Jong Zemo's reply, she thinks I'm wasting my time playing games, the players present erupted in another astonishing burst of laughter. The commotion was so loud that players from 3 neighboring guild areas couldn't help but sneak over to see what was going on. When do you think she find out you're famous for being a wasteful gamer? Maybe it's hard to know. After all, she dislikes me playing games so much. She probably doesn't watch game-related videos either. The players present didn't understand Moyu's sarcasm, but Du Jingwen did. She was watching the live stream. Since the National Day holiday, a news story about the boundary between reality and virtuality had been widely circulated. Player All Humanity Flies to the Sky had an unhappy marriage and was divorced, losing half of his assets. Because many details about the protagonist in this news story matched Jong Zemo, she couldn't help but be suspicious. Her phone call, intended as a hint, only elicited a cold response, offering no further details. Du Jingwen then began focusing on game-related content. Knowing there would be a live stream that evening, she nervously waited in front of the screen before it started. Please don't let it be him. Please don't let it be him. Please don't let it be him. Du Jingwen silently repeated to herself. However, when the signal finally came through and the face on stage became clearly visible, she felt as if all her strength had been drained, slumping into her chair. How could this be? Why? These were the first words echoing in Du Jingwen's mind. Looking at the endless stream of players, with shields seeking Jong Zemo's autograph, including many beautiful young women, Du Jingwen suddenly felt an inexplicable, nameless anger rise within her. How could Jong Zemo be so popular? Chapter 168. Jong Zemo was a boring person. Du Jingwen felt that marrying him in a moment of impulsiveness was the biggest mistake she had ever made. In life, his only hobby was gaming. In his free time, he preferred to spend entire days glued to the computer, console, or even taking his board games out to play with others, rather than striving for a better future. Du Jingwen's friends, listening to her complaints, all felt that his serious demeanor as a teacher on the podium was merely a facade created by professional conduct. Although he managed his daily life well and treated her reasonably well, mentally, Jong Zemo was just a child who hadn't grown up. He was an immature adult. A mature adult should consider the future and strive for a better life, not be aimless and wasteful of time on trivial pursuits. Du Jingwen had always believed this, and even now, she firmly believed it. Anyone who, besides her, foolishly fell for him would regret it. She thought so, her friends thought so, and everyone she knew agreed with her. Divorcing for a stupid game is utterly absurd. However, this unwavering belief was gradually losing its persuasiveness towards Du Jingwen. Besides the official livestream footage, many content creators were also present. Through their livestreams, Du Jingwen saw a girl cosplaying as Jong Zemo's character from the game, overjoyed to receive autographs and photos. Thank you, Brother Mayu. Thank you, Brother Mayu. Can we take one more picture? Just one. Her eager and excited expression clearly showed how much she admired Jong Zemo. How can he be so popular? How can he be so popular? Even though she tried to comfort herself by saying that these people only liked him in the game, Du Jingwen was still grinding her teeth at the sight of the interactions. Zhong Zemo in the video was exceptionally happy, beaming at every fan. This was completely different from his timid self at home. A fan asked for a photo with Zhong Zemo wearing a shield and elbowing himself. Such an outrageous request, and he agreed. He even cooperated twice more to get on camera, and then apologized to the fans, and the people queuing behind him for it. The comments section was flooded with warm-hearted and good guy. A fan asked him to draw their favorite anime character on the shield, and although he was clumsy, he patiently complied. I'm a small, unknown up on Bilibili. Can I interview Brother Mayu? Just one question. How did you practice your shield parry? This touched on a question that many players were eager to know. Many players wanted to replicate Zhong Zemo's stylish shield parry in the game, and most of them managed to feed the monsters with a single slide tackle. Why was Zhong Zemo so good, while they struggled so much? Even though she was feeling frustrated, Du Jinwen couldn't help but become curious. Where did Zhong Zemo get his gaming talent? She hadn't known. On the screen, Zhong Zemo paused for a moment, then smiled and said, I don't know either, I just randomly parried, and it worked. He added, maybe I was too tired from dealing with real life before, and I didn't realize I actually had quite a bit of skill. Dragged down by your ex-wife? Zhong Zemo just smiled, but that smile said it all. Du Jinwen felt a lump in her throat. She was about to switch streams, when the content creator finally got a turn. Brother Squid, can you sign this and then take a picture with me holding it up? Du Jinwen's eyes immediately welled up with tears when she saw the item she wanted an autograph for. Escaping my ex-wife, reborn as the god of counterattack. The content creator thoughtfully drew a cover sketch for this novel, which only had a title and no content, based on Brother Squid's game character. Zhong Zemo was visibly taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle, and did as he was told. Just moments before, the screen was filled with comments praising Brother Squid's good temper, but suddenly, the tone of the comments changed drastically. A dense barrage of ha-ha-ha flooded the entire live stream, making it impossible for Du Jinwen to see anything. Every comment seemed to be mocking her. She had become everyone's source of amusement. One comment made Du Jinwen's heart skip a beat. Luckily, Brother Mayu left early, otherwise the World Championship revenue share would have been sucked away by that vampire. Revenue share? Du Jinwen, who had previously overlooked this, was struck dumb. Her heart began to bleed and clench. Although she had only recently started learning about the game, all the information from various sources indicated that the 4 guilds that entered the World Championship, regardless of how far they went, would achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom. These 4 words echoed in her mind like a curse, each one making her dizzy. A phrase that Du Jinwen had previously dared not associate with Zhong Zemo. Although she received considerable compensation in the divorce, and could live comfortably for the foreseeable future, but, compared to financial freedom, what did this matter? No word could pierce Du Jinwen's nerves more than financial freedom. If it weren't for the financial pain, she would have already picked up the water glass on the table, and smashed it against the screen. Besides pounding the table, she couldn't think of any way to vent her anger. Why did it have to turn out like this? Zhong Zemo was unaware of Du Jinwen's current mental state. He was trying his best to satisfy his fans' demands. Jiang He had said that today's offline event marked the beginning of their transition from ordinary people to public figures, and they needed to maintain a good image. For Zhong Zemo, it was simple: be consistent inside and out. He wasn't one to create a persona. Simply showing his most authentic self was enough. Strange, after the divorce, he seemed more confident. Away from PUA, it really did bring good luck. Another enthusiastic player, Zhong Zemo, skillfully posed for a photo. The player was busy and happy. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. Not far away, the prison guard looked somewhat disheveled, sweat even beading on his forehead. The name prison guard, the social terrorist, was already widely known in the community, and his glorious deeds were sung by the players. For example, there's the magical gas upon machine attribute where feeding someone a single lewd image of a jailer will yield 2. For instance, according to an insider from the Orange Sky strategy group, the biggest obstacle in dealing with the Black Cat on the 8th level of the reality/illusion boundary strategy is the jailer guy's infatuation with countless jailers in the dream world, causing the Black Cat to become significantly stronger. The jailer guy proudly declared in the group chat that this was proof of his unwavering loyalty to the jailer, a badge of honor. This statement, once leaked, is legendary. The fun attracts fun. Since it's offline, everyone is relatively restrained, but there are still some ruthless individuals who actually bring printed images of jailers as tribute. Logically, jailer images aren't particularly explicit, so there's no need to mind, But the jailer guy told his family he'd be watching his live stream tonight. Faced with these unexpected bombshells, the prison guard was in a sorry state. The official live stream source understood the jokes and immediately switched gears whenever something unusual happened. However, other live stream sources were a different story. Last time, he only escaped unscathed in front of his dad thanks to a miraculous performance in bed. "Brother, save me!" At the prison guard's home, Yuan Huai impatiently shook his leg. Does this director have a conflict with our Shu Chung? He focuses on others quite consistently, but when filming him, he keeps switching scenes, and there's nothing unusual after each switch. After dinner, the entire Yuan Huai family was gathered in the living room. His brother, Yuan Yuan, had specially set up a projector for everyone to see clearly. Just seeing the prison guard's face during the interview segment made the family ecstatic, like it was a holiday. Everyone was happy until that insidious question appeared. Yuan Huai, being experienced, immediately saw the questioner's ill intentions. "Damn it, you son of a bitch, you bastard." The interview was only allotted 15 minutes. The offline event was clearly focused on player interaction, and giving these professional reporters time was a warm-up for future World Championship interviews. Everyone just went through the motions, asking a few meaningless questions, just to keep everyone quiet. If they wanted more questions, they could wait until the guilds were assigned to their respective groups and ask in line. Why throw out such an embarrassing question when everyone was focused on them? Yuan Huai could read the game company's plan from the interview time. He didn't believe these reporters hadn't been instructed beforehand. Who would believe it wasn't a setup to create a big story later? He thought the people on stage would just give some weak platitudes, trying to get by, but who would have thought that the prison guard would unleash a furious and aggressive barrage of criticism, leaving the reporters' voices trembling. Awesome. Before Yuan Huai could even shout, his family cheered. The close-up of the reporter's speechless, stuttering expression was incredibly satisfying. Yuan Huai felt a surge of relief, every pore radiating comfort. This lazy bum, who used to laze around in his house like a dead fish, has really come up with a lot of energy. Well said. Yuan Huai was past the age of acting impulsively. Although he knew that publicly criticizing someone like this might have some risks, but back in his day, when he was out in the world, wasn't he just as fearless? Without guts and courage, timid and submissive, could he have seized the opportunities of the day? He would have drowned long ago. Yuan Huai preferred his son now to the dead fish. Making good friends changes people. Sigh, I think we need to add more of those gifts. Yuan Huai's amazement was short-lived when the live stream started having problems, and his good mood vanished instantly. Yuan Yuan wanted to switch to another video source, but suddenly saw his younger brother's fans asking him to appreciate some strange pictures, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Yuan Huai, who hadn't done this in a long time, took out his small wine cup, intending to have a drink or two, but he was out of snacks. "Yuan, switch sources, can you? I can't see Shu Chung." His father was anxious, and his mother was anxious too, rushing into the room to ask what was going on. How could parents not be gratified that their son was doing so well? Although not in the same location, at the same time, both brothers were sweating profusely. Filial piety comes first, brother. I try my best to cover for him. If anything happens, don't blame me. Chapter 169. Beiwo only realized how many memes she had when she finally got to interact with her fans. Because she consistently targeted kidneys during guild battles, and skillfully replicated this strategy during story progression, a particular image frequently appeared in community discussions about her. At the boundary between reality and illusion, what others saw as the enemy's vital points were marked in red on the image. But when it came to Beiwo, the image only showed a kidney. This even sparked heated discussions on international online communities. Due to her practiced and skillful techniques, some even suspected that Beiwo was a medical student in real life. However, the most prominent meme from the meet and greet had to be the Big Black Rat. This nickname was originally given to her by Jiang He, and as it spread over time, many people mistakenly believed she had chosen the rat people race. Beiwo, a dark elf, had fans wearing rat ear hair accessories, who wanted her to wear them too. I chose the dark elf. Huh, isn't it a rat man? After correcting several people, I realized they weren't just joking, they genuinely thought so. I was stunned. These players knew their exploits inside and out, they weren't just casual gamers. The exquisite posters behind them even depicted my slender ears. Why was this? Was I contaminated with memes? Sister Beiwo, I want to see you take a picture with Tea Goddess. That might be a bit difficult. The line to interact with Orange Tea had already circled 2 corners. Not to mention Jiang He, the guild leader, no one was more popular than her. Orange Tea's luck seemed inexhaustible. Shaking hands granted a share. Many people, hoping for good fortune, flocked to her line to check in. Tea Goddess, I heard your family isn't very well off. Now that you have gained revenue sharing, what's the first thing you want to do? The content creator, who had struggled to get to the front of the queue, seized the opportunity to interview her. Without hesitation, Orange Tea replied, I help my family renovate our old house. If they want to move to the city, I buy a bigger one. Her parents are completely clueless about electronics. They only learned how to use mobile payments in the last 2 years. Orange Tea had mentioned having an offline event tonight, but they probably wouldn't be able to see it. Although everyone says she has incredible luck, Orange Tea doesn't seem to feel it in her daily life. Perhaps, the healthy body her parents gave her has already used up all her luck. Tea Goddess, do you have someone you like? Huh? Orange Tea shook her head repeatedly. No, I just started university. Jianghe had already anticipated Orange Tea's somewhat innocent reaction, and this question was one he had taken into account. Orange Tea smiled slightly. For questions about love, you can ask our guild leader, Potato. He's got a lot of experience now. Jianghe, the guild leader and protagonist of a virtual romance VLOG, considered the biggest contributor to blurring the line between reality and virtuality in the community's players' minds, was now under intense scrutiny. Excuse me, what's it like dating a siren? Jianghe glanced at Fries, who was forced to maintain a cool facade to appease his fans. It's sweet. Kesha perfectly fits my ideal girlfriend standard. Marriage is just around the corner. But she's ultimately just a virtual character. Aren't you afraid of investing too much emotion and being unable to let go? Should I give up on trying it just because I'm afraid? I can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Jianghe sighed, wake up. If you knew how proactive she was, even if you couldn't tell the difference in the future, you'd still be willing. Pumpkin Guild Leader, this is my game information. What I'm about to say might be a bit long. This was a player named Flying Dragon licking the ground. Flying Dragon licking the ground's guild was incredibly lucky. A month and a half ago, they triggered the Great Snow Mountain Quest event in Narum, roughly the same time as the boundary between reality and illusion. Given their terrible equipment at the time, they waited until the guild war ended, did some lotteries, and gathered materials to barely exchange for half a set of purple gear for each person before officially tackling the Great Snow Mountain. Due to individual strength and equipment limitations, they were stuck in the Great Snow Mountain Quest for a long time. Being relentlessly beaten by the boundary between reality and illusion, and repeatedly mocked for not being an 8th-tier Landon, they saw him as a god of war. After a difficult victory against Landon, they found the anti-magic fragment. Following the normal storyline, they handed over their reward, but Narum Manor refused to provide the corresponding compensation. Hearing this, Jianghe couldn't help but facepalm. How could there be such honest people? However, if men hadn't repeatedly reminded them of the special nature of the anti-magic materials, they might have remained just as naive and innocent. The allure of 10 Stardust grains was enough to tempt these ordinary, clumsy players, like the one known as Dragon licking the ground, to gamble everything. So they made the same choice as those at the boundary between reality and illusion, transforming into the 4th Calamity and launching an immediate attack. The instant the butler turned his back on them, they took him hostage. Once the Stardust grains were in their inventory, even if they died, the items would belong to them. Their goal was to find the location of the Stardust grains. Touching them would allow them to turn their fortunes around. Upon hearing this, it seemed like just another unremarkable little story, filled with the helplessness of ordinary players in the game, and the cunning and agility of those transformed into the 4th Calamity. What do you mean, you seen Sha too, but suddenly disappeared? When Flying Dragon licked the earth and the others first took the butler hostage, a chubby vampire and a beautiful sea siren appeared. The sea siren, disdainful of introducing herself, treated Flying Dragon lick the earth and his group as mere troublemakers who disrupted her leisurely daily routine. With a few nonchalant chants, Flying Dragon lick the earth's small team was instantly wiped out. It wasn't until the video from the boundary between reality and illusion was released that they learned the sea siren's name for the first time. Without the gluttonous avatar, the 8th-tier sea siren destroying a group of players was no different from destroying a single player. Both were effortless. Feeling the vast difference in strength, Flying Dragon lick the earth's team had to retreat for another half-month, the allure of Star Sand spurring them on to continue their advance. After failing in the Great Snow Mountain storyline, materials could be used to reset it. Last night, they entered the dungeon for the second time, and once again reached their previous progress. Knowing that Ksha was a romanceable character, many in the team were highly anticipating this dungeon run, hoping to gain something through the 4th Calamity's cleverness. However, This time, the one appearing beside the vampire was no longer Ksha, but a strange siren. Her personality, skill in magic, and strength were all completely different from Ksha's. Ksha, who had appeared in the Great Snow Mountain storyline, had inexplicably vanished, replaced by a completely new siren. Upon waking up, Flying Dragon Licking Earth immediately contacted customer service. There are no bugs in the game. That was customer service's reply. Jiang He fell into deep thought. Kesha doesn't just belong to me. This was a crucial reason why Jiang He firmly believed he wouldn't succumb to Kesha's emotions, blurring the lines between virtual and reality. She was like a card in a gacha pool. Every player could call her wife, and you were just one of many who possessed her. Moreover, you were outside the screen, while she was inside. Mid wasn't an exclusive NPC of the virtual real boundary. With such a large player base, reports of encounters with her could still be found on forums. But the virtual real boundary seemed to be the only guild to have included her in their party. Kesha should be the same. She should be quietly waiting in the Great Snow Mountain storyline, waiting for every player entering the mansion, then maliciously showering each player with incantations, relying on her 8th tier power to drastically increase their strength. Could it be something changed in the game the moment he pulled Kesha from the gacha pool? What about Mint? Why didn't Mint disappear? The clamor of voices suddenly flooded his mind, bringing Jiang He back to reality from his reverie. After shaking his head at the dragon licking the ground, indicating his complete ignorance, he temporarily set aside his curiosity and focused on the important offline interaction. The popularity of each member of the virtual real boundary was evident from the length of the queue. The more witty and outstanding the player's performance, the longer the queue. There were very few people in front of the 4 primal bodies. He wasn't a witty player. His performance during the guild war was mediocre, and he had even blamed himself for it. In daily strategies, he mostly played a supporting role, lacking the decisive ability of characters like Potato, Fries, or Squid, nor the specialized expertise of Orange Tea, who excelled in a particular area and brought significant benefits to the team. A jack of all trades is often described as mediocre. Most of the people lining up for the 4 Primitives group were there to collect a group photo and autographs from the entire virtual boundary guild. The few content creators who did interviews mostly asked questions about other members of the guild. He felt calm and relaxed. Being able to sit here was already luckier than 99% of the players. What more could he ask for? If it weren't for Potato and the others' last-minute explosion that dragged him into the World Championship, he would only be one of those envious glances from the audience. Bonjour. Resting his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched the fans go wild beside him, the 4 Primitives were slightly dazed when a voice burst in his ear, making him shudder. Long, light golden hair cascading down her shoulders, bangs, and large, sea-blue eyes filled with a hint of confusion and helplessness. A woman wearing a black tank top and metallic gray jeans, holding a Snow King drink in her left hand, pressed a row of cat paw stickers onto the table with her right. A foreigner. Several foreign fans did come today. They mostly went to the most popular accounts on foreign websites, like French Fries and Zhong Zemo. Siyuanti quickly wrote his name on the cat paw sticker based on the gestures. Then Siyuanti heard a rapidly spoken sentence. Based on the opening greeting, his limited vocabulary allowed him to deduce the woman's nationality. Damn, she's speaking French. Realizing this, the woman quickly pulled out a translation app and typed in a string of words. Others might not understand the replay, but I do. You were just unlucky, not that you played badly. Your support was excellent, and your damage output rhythm was also good. Siyuanti was somewhat moved and translated her words of gratitude. Looks like you don't believe me. During the guild war, your predicted elemental shield saved teammates at least 62 times, the most in the entire team. Siyuanti was stunned. I counted them, the woman quickly translated. I also play an elemental mage as a support. I understand you. Would anyone actually count that? The primal was flattered. Does the boundary between reality and illusion say Bonjour has a lot of fans? Want to guess who I am? The primal frowned. They do seem to have a very enthusiastic fan in the French community. Nanaya? What a strange pronunciation, Nanaya muttered, smoothing her hair. Chapter 170. You flew across several time zones just to attend the offline event? After reading the translation from the 4 Primitives, Nonya stopped sipping her milk tea and pondered for a moment. I also came for sightseeing. Nonya explained that she would be using the visa-free travel bug for a while to explore the area. Her guild, Durandal, was currently in a period of rest and recuperation. The raid on the Clearcaster's underground temple had bankrupted them. The guild warehouse was practically brand new. The combined wealth of all members would make even the most notorious raiders in the game weep and donate. How could things be so bad? Nonya blurted out a bunch of things before remembering to translate. The black cat's doing. The four primitives could already picture it in their minds, with just that one sentence. Your strategy guide is excellent, and we followed it exactly, but we still couldn't beat it. Nonya sighed. This was due to the difference in pilot skill. The boundary between reality and illusion was beyond their control. Nonya walked over to the table of the four primal bodies, and casually picked up a plastic stool to sit down. She seemed to know what the four primal bodies were going to say, having already translated their words beforehand. Anyway, there aren't many people here. I wait here until your event is over, so I can ask the others for souvenirs. It was a bit of a jab, but the four primal bodies didn't seem to mind. When asked why she was so interested in the realm of reality when there were so many powerful guilds across the server, Nonya, ever the chatterbox, didn't hold back. It's because of an argument. The European Servers Community Forum had organized an event to catch up when the realm of reality first became famous for its underground temple. Back then, some mischievous people posted a discussion thread on the forum, basically guessing how long the realm of reality could maintain its first-place ranking. At the time, the Chinese server was rife with mindless, bandwagon-driven criticism of the boundary between reality and illusion phenomenon, and the online environment on foreign servers was naturally far less friendly. Amidst the various sarcastic comments, Nonya, who was preparing to form a strategy guide group, retorted to someone who made a discriminatory remark, which surprisingly drew widespread ridicule. Nonya's rebellious spirit was ignited. At the time, she knew nothing about the boundary between reality and illusion, and her comments were based solely on morality and reason. Faced with a constant barrage of replies, Nonya chose to abandon morality and reason. The battle was exhilarating. One reply after another, she fought a high-intensity community war for 4 days. Her original guild kicked her out to avoid any appearance of impropriety, but this only strengthened her resolve to fight. After this chaotic period, Nonya, who had previously been indifferent to the boundary between reality and illusion, began frantically searching for ways to understand the situation on the Chinese server and established contact with the Orange Sky strategy group of Crimson Music Box. As the boundary between reality and illusion flourished in both the underground temple and guild wars, gaining widespread fame, Nonya, who had long been a staunch supporter of the boundary between reality and illusion, transformed into a prominent figure in the European server, having bought into the boundary between reality and illusion's early success. Afterwards, whenever the boundary between reality and illusion made headlines, Nonya was repeatedly mentioned in the community, becoming a minor celebrity. By this stage, Nonya was an unwavering and devoted fan of the boundary between reality and illusion. She would machine translate all the latest news about the boundary between reality and illusion, then proofread and edit it before sharing it in the community. She downloaded all the replays of the boundary between reality and illusion guild wars. While many players fast-forwarded through the long matches, she deliberately sped them up, recording the details she found particularly interesting. The predictions made by the primordial consort regarding the number of times elemental shields saved lives were not fabricated. She genuinely maintained a record. Other interesting data included the number of times the Jailer brothers summoned spirits, zombies, and skeletal guardians. The number of times Orange T's preferred wind spirit was summoned throughout the guild war. The number of times she had kidneys in bed. She knew all of this like the back of her hand. During this time, Nonya sent many private messages, attempting to contact the boundary between reality and illusion, but given that Jianghe and Potato rarely checked their full inboxes, they all went unanswered. Finally, they made contact through the Orange Sky strategy group. Wow, the primordial consort felt it was inadequate to have this strongest EU server fan sitting on a small plastic stool as a form of hospitality. Just as she was about to say something more, Nonya suddenly looked up, her face beaming with joy. Jianghe walked to the primordial consort's side, staring at Nonya, this foreigner, for a moment. Nonya. The simple introduction stirred Jianghe's memory, but he had no time for pleasantries, simply smiling and using all his remaining French to greet him. Help me deal with these reporters and fans. Huh? Me? The primal was bewildered. They're here for you. I told everyone you're in charge of many things in the guild. If they want to know anything, interviewing you is the perfect thing to do. Then where are you going? My stomach hurts. You even have to ask me that? Seeing a group of people being led to his queue by Jianghe, the primal quickly straightened its posture, bracing itself for the impending onslaught. Jianghe didn't go to the restroom, but instead slipped away to a quiet, secluded corner of the venue. Feeling in his coat pocket, he found the peach he slipped in during lunch was still there. He watched the live stream on his phone as the primal was swallowed by the crowd, and ate the peach with a smile. What's President Potato doing here? The sudden voice startled Jianghe so much that her phone almost flew out of her hand. Turning around, she saw a familiar face. It was Lu Jinhong, the French fries dad. Hello, uncle. What are you doing here? Lu Jinhong smiled. It's Xufei's first time participating in an offline event. Of course we had to come and support her. We saw you rushing around on the way, so we followed out of curiosity. Jianghe didn't believe him. Her curiosity had driven her. Surely she hadn't maxed out her stealth abilities? Watching the live stream, President Potato doesn't seem like someone who gets stage fright. She couldn't have been scared away by the crowd, Lu Jinhong said. She's going to great lengths to take care of her friend. Caught off guard, Jianghe simply sat down on the ground and continued eating her peach. Everyone else is having a great time, but his place is so quiet. As the president, I have to think of something to do. Lu Jinhong's lips curled up. Since that's the case, I won't bother you during your break. I should go and tease Xufei. Sigh, with such lively parents, it's no wonder French Fries has developed a role-playing skill. Jianghe decided to save poor French Fries. French Fries is interacting with fans right now. Doing this will probably bother her. This only made Lu Jinhong smile brighter. You seem to care about Xufei quite a bit. Okay, I go as a fan, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Jianghe sighed. I tried my best. French Fries was at the front of the line. French Fries, I'm your fan. The enthusiastic voice made French Fries' face fall. She lowered her voice and said, Mom, this is an offline event, don't cause trouble. Xufei's so cold. Can't Mom be a fan? The fries-loving dad, having finally squeezed back to the front of the line, whispered in Mom's ear. Hey, I come find you after it's over. This lovey-dovey couple just left like that. The ever-present warning radar went off. What were they planning? Or, what had they done? More than feeling embarrassed at the event, she was terrified of what was about to happen. The 3-hour event ended amidst the excitement. It was the first time any member of the 4 guilds had participated in an event of this scale. Maintaining their high spirits had exhausted them, and as they left the venue, their faces were etched with fatigue. Someone suggested going for a late-night snack, and naturally, everyone agreed. Speaking of which, why is Nongyao with us? Nongyao held up her phone, the screen displaying translated content. Late-night snack? I want to go too. Relying on the reactions of those around her, and the few words she had learned, Nongyao deduced what everyone was about to do. Having already acquired the complete deluxe set of souvenirs from the boundary between reality and illusion, she had no intention of leaving and, as if on cue, insisted on joining the late-night snack frenzy. Because Nongya's deeds were so hardcore, Jianghe felt she couldn't let her fans down and naturally agreed. Where are the fries? Orange Tea looked around. The jailer said, I think I saw Uncle and Auntie come by just now. They probably took her to chat about something. They'd be back in a bit. In a deserted corner, outside the venue. You guys specifically dragged me here just to rush me to cut potatoes and watch Kesha's daily love story? Fries gritted his teeth. Yes, you cut it very well, I love it, I like watching it, cut more. Lu Xinxin covered her face. Kesha is really good. She got angry for no reason. French Fries, are you angry? Lu Jinhong asked. What do you think? Your voice is trembling, you are indeed angry. Lu Xinxin's eyes shone brightly in the darkness. But, what are you angry about? French Fries was taken aback. If you're planning to use offline nagging to annoy people as an excuse, you're just fooling yourself, Xufei. Her usually clever mind was suddenly blocked by her mother's words. You get angry because you're aware of it, but you can't face it, so you just keep it bottled up, Lu Xinxin chuckled. You're not being honest at all. You could ask your parents for advice, but you don't know how, you're afraid, but we can teach you. Xufei, are you still not willing to put down your role-playing game for a little while? Just say the word, and you have outside help. Teach you? Teach you what? I don't understand what you're talking about. Still not honest? Lu Jinhong intensified. On October 9th, you'll be taking official photos with the Chinese servers operations team for future events. October 10th is your return trip. After today's offline event, you'll be public figures. Guess how many eyes will be watching such young boys with room for growth and a guaranteed comfortable life? You're in Guangfu, he's in Chening. Even if Kaxia doesn't emerge from the sea and beat you to a pulp, what about the others? French Fries' heart skipped a beat. What kind of parents are you? It sounds like you're pushing your daughter away. Fries' parents exchanged a glance and nodded. That's right, we respect your opinion, sweetheart. We were wrong. Let's pretend we didn't say anything. They said goodnight and turned to leave. Even though she knew they were playing hard to get, Fries still panicked. Okay, I really do like potatoes. We also like potatoes, but which potato are you talking about? It was a rhetorical question. These two. Fries blushed and mumbled, I like hee. Perhaps because she was too frank, she immediately added defiantly, and with great enthusiasm. If you're going to teach her, then teach her already. Fries' parents couldn't help but laugh. This was the real Fries. For the sake of potatoes, she completely exposed herself. Chapter 171. Maintenance? Why so sudden? Just as everyone was preparing to head to the late-night snack stall recommended by the jailer, Qin Xiaoyu informed them of this unexpected news. Fixing a bug. Jiang He took out his phone and browsed the community. Sure enough, in the game issue feedback section, a post had already been highlighted and confirmed by the administrator. The poster was guiding them through an underground tomb dungeon near Xianfeng City. After entering the dungeon, they didn't encounter the monsters they had met at first. Passing through a hazy, light green mist, the cramped underground space suddenly opened up. Looking ahead, the distant, undulating mountains were covered with fist-sized bubbles, with mist rising from the centers of the bubbles. Someone accidentally stepped on a clump of gelatinous spheres of unknown structure, and a terrifying roar, enough to freeze one's blood, echoed from the mountains. In their final moments before being killed, they saw those steep peaks, those undulating mountain ranges, softly writhing. The person who posted the message didn't know what attack killed them, and even after waking up and checking the replay, they couldn't find the source of the attack. Initially, they thought it was a mechanic of a hidden boss, but after being killed, everyone in the team's equipment was enveloped in a strange green mist. The moment they returned to the guild, all the avatars deployed within the guild attacked them without warning. The bizarre situation prompted them to immediately post online and contact customer service upon waking. Hiss. What kind of strange bug is this? Qin Xiaoyu casually remarked, maybe it's a problem with the underlying code again. Those players brought back boss mechanics that they couldn't access at the current stage to the guild, which the avatars mistook for enemy intrusion, triggering the defense mechanism. It's a big game, it's inevitable. Most of those present were seasoned gamers, and they could accept this explanation. Given the content of the game Proof of the Stars, the fact that it wasn't riddled with bugs was already surprising enough. Nothing to play again tonight, Jiang He sighed. Haha, President Potato won't be able to go on a date with his siren tonight, someone joked. He must be itching to play, right? The days dragged on like an eternity. I was so excited waiting for nightfall, only to find that maintenance has separated us. Poor President Potato. Kashyapa, what will I do without you? Jiang He felt a burning urge, and he retorted confidently, so what if I am? Let's go, midnight snack. French Fries silently returned to the group, remaining perfectly calm despite hearing everyone chanting Kashyapa again. Everyone present was complaining about the timing of the maintenance, wondering what they were going to do when they went online, but she thought it was perfectly timed. The late-night snack lasted until 2 a.m. On the way back, Fries watched Jiang He's retreating figure, constantly rehearsing his lines. His parents' advice still echoed in his ears. We know you were provoked by Kusia and want to learn her tactics to deal with Potato, but can you be as skillful and natural as her? Why can't I? From childhood, Xiao Fei has always been a little proud and aloof, liking things but unwilling to express them openly. For example, with us, she clearly enjoys watching us be affectionate, but is too shy to express it, so she gets caught up in role-playing games to amuse herself. Now is not the time for you to analyze me. Okay, just use your core strengths. What advantage? Proximity breeds contempt. French Fries' mom said seriously, that's how your dad tricked me into leaving. What are you talking about? I remember you were always chasing after me, all lovey-dovey. Okay, we're not as reserved as Shifei. We hit it off right away. Ugh. This silly couple offered advice, but ended up being all lovey-dovey themselves. French Fries covered her face. She actually wanted advice from these two idiots. She was the real idiot. I don't care about you anymore, I do it myself. French Fries stormed off, puffing out her cheeks. Who needs your help? Can't I get Potato myself? The more confident she was back then, the more conflicted she was now. She rehearsed her words 7 or 8 times, still feeling it wasn't quite right. She had even considered the possibility of rejection beforehand, and for that, she had prepared her words to allay Potato's concerns. It's okay if you refuse. Just pretend nothing happened and continue the guild war. The guild can't fall apart. Jiang He was someone who considered everyone's feelings, This was the most direct impression Potato had of him after spending so much time with him. Whether it was taking care of newbies in the game group or always being the last to get equipment in the early stages of the game, it was all proof of that. Struggling with his thoughts, Potato couldn't find a suitable opportunity to speak to Jiang He alone, and simply watched him go back to his room. What am I doing? Potato sighed. In Jiang He's room. Zhong Zimo glanced at his phone. Du Jingwen hadn't posted anything particularly suggestive, which disappointed him somewhat. He originally intended to watch and have some fun. His little scheme didn't escape Jiang He's notice. Looks like you've been holding back for a while. Planning to find an opportunity to swoop in and attack when we get back? No interest. Zhong Zimo shrugged. From now on, we go our separate ways. He maintained his last shred of civility. If it were Jiang He, he would definitely be lying in wait, ready to deliver a sarcastic remark. Hey, when you date and get married, your partner must share common interests, preferably be familiar with each other, and have good compatibility. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Jiang He put down his phone, looking at Ma Yu in surprise. Are you afraid I'd be deceived by a deeply hidden, wicked woman? You said it yourself. After tonight, we be public figures. Ma Yu sat down in front of him seriously. You're younger than me. You get your game revenue share. You're financially independent, carefree. I can't even imagine how many people are watching you. You have too little dating experience. I'm genuinely afraid you'd be deceived by a bad woman. Ma Yu went straight to the point. Don't talk to me about Kixia. Kixia is in the game. She's in another world. Even if you get deceived, she can't help you. So? Jiang He feigned ignorance. Zhong Zimo suddenly stopped talking, just smiled and patted his shoulder. Jiang He pondered. According to what you're saying, it seems I should choose someone from the guild. Zhong Zimo shuddered. He slowly turned his head, only to see Jiang He's smiling face. Nothing was said that night. The proof of the stars announced its maintenance period, a full 2 days. The given reason was the same as last time, a conflict in the underlying code. The same maintenance compensation as last time silenced every player's complaints. Bug? What bug? How come I didn't know? Nothing actually happened. The entire morning, the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was busy taking all sorts of photos in coordination with the Chinese server operations team for the Proof of the Stars event. Their schedule was tight. Many had their return tickets booked for the evening, and they needed to pack their bags and prepare to leave that afternoon. Xiaofei, if you don't seize this opportunity, you'd be in danger. Potato's about to slip away. Are you even capable? Messages flooded Fry's eyes after the photo shoot ended, and a surge of anger suddenly rose from within her. She stood up, her face flushed, as if she'd been dipped in ketchup. She walked up to Jiang He, but before she could even speak, Fry's, "Come on, let's go buy everyone some sweet soup." Okay. Oh no! Interrupted by Jiang He, all the words she rehearsed in her mind all night were now jumbled up. It was a weekday, and the riverside area where they were taking photos was sparsely populated. Fry suddenly felt a surge of pride. Since he treated me like a buddy before, I can't care anymore. I just go for it. Fries. Huh? Here we go again! Interrupted once more, Fries suddenly realized that Jiang He's eyes were fixed on her. His expression was serious, tinged with a hint of shyness. As Jiang He placed both his hands on her shoulders. I like you. Jiang He's back was already soaked with sweat, unsure whether it was from the damned weather in Guangzhou, or from the lack of response, and the fear of being stared at by Fries' tense face. His sense of smell was always sharp. He had noticed Fries' unusual behavior lately, Zhong Zimo, and the prison guards' inexplicable back and forth, and the undercover cops' banter. Jiang He had twice tested French fries with Kesha, both times receiving strange responses. He was internally torn, but he hit it well, and no one noticed, except for Squid from last night. Did he fail? Could he have misunderstood? He had finally mustered the courage to take the initiative. What should he do now? The stagnant air was broken by French Fry's deep breath. Oh! Oh, what do you mean? Jiang He asked urgently. French Fries turned his face away. What else could it mean? Seeing Jiang He suddenly stop pressing him, French Fries couldn't hold back any longer. It's just, I kind of like you. This shouldn't be happening. He had already prepared to take the initiative. Why did you beat me to it? I've been so stupid to hesitate for so long. French Fries screamed internally. French Fries, what are you doing? Be more excited. Weren't you really looking forward to this answer? Why are you pretending to be so calm? What happened to learning from Xia? It's all for nothing. A little voice inside her was torturing French Fries, whose face was clearly red from head to toe. Bewildered, she still didn't dare look at Jiang. So you agreed? Agreed, of course I agreed. I said I like you, how could I hate you? French Fry's face was covered in ketchup. What do you want me to say to confirm I'm not lying to you? But your voice sounds so calm. French Fries didn't know why she had inexplicably entered role-playing mode again. It seemed to be an unconscious reaction from seeing her parents being affectionate since childhood. Thump. French Fries threw herself into Potato's arms, pressing him directly against a huge banyan tree behind them. Now, you should understand now. Her heartbeat was clearly audible, her face was burning hot. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling her hair. For a moment, it was so hazy it seemed unreal. Chapter 172. Beep beep, beep beep. Just as they turned from the riverside path onto the main road, a car pulled up beside Jiang and honked. French Fries quickly let go of his hand. The jailer rolled down the window. Filming's over. No more sweet soup, let's go eat. This was their last meal in Guangzhou. Considering their work and school commitments, Squid, Quadrilateral, and Orange Tea had all booked afternoon train tickets, as had Jiang. Only Bed planned to rest for the night before leaving. The jailer skillfully ordered the dishes according to everyone's preferences. My dad has already sent the gifts to the address we left. Remember to pick them up when you get back. Gifts? Everyone was taken aback. He said it wasn't anything valuable, just a souvenir. The jailer shrugged. I don't know exactly what he sent. Remember to take a picture and show it to me. So generous, Orange Tea remarked. Sigh, I can imagine what he was thinking when he sent the gift. The jailer looked dejected, mimicking his father's tone. Thank you for helping your useless son out. Think about it carefully. The jailer thought Zhong Zemo was going to save face for him, and looked over expectantly. Saying you're useless is actually a compliment. When it came to Black Cat, you were a liability. Everyone nodded in agreement. Still Black Cat, still Black Cat. The jailer exclaimed anxiously, without me diverting Black Cat's attention, would everyone have gotten through so easily? Controlling this good-for-nothing is easier than controlling fries and potatoes. Sigh, it's unclear whether he was defending himself or admitting his own incompetence. Jiang glanced at Fries, who was sitting upright, as if nothing had happened. Can I say it? He asked softly. Then no. Just say it if you want to. Jiang cleared her throat, her face already burning before she could even speak. I have some news to tell everyone. Fries quickly pursed her lips, controlling her expression. Fries is my girlfriend. The private room fell silent instantly, everyone's expressions frozen. The jailer stopped shoveling food into the sizzling pot, as if the rising steam wasn't hot enough. The Orange Tea drinker, engrossed in his poached chicken, opened his mouth slightly. Zhong Zemo, pouring coconut juice for the four primals, nearly spilled it. The four primals' chopsticks trembled, and a piece of char siu fell onto the turntable. She choked on her bedding, breaking the silence first with a cough. This forced Zhong Zemo, who was beside her, to turn and help her pat her back, handing her a tissue. The jailer yelled and pulled his hand, which was slightly red from the steam, away, shouting incessantly. Oh 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 oh! That shout snapped everyone back to reality. Beiwo wiped the coconut juice dripping from her nose. So sudden. Zhong Zemo exclaimed incredulously. So fast. The jailer sighed. Confessing behind our backs? How despicable. We wanted to see the show. This was a spectacle not to be missed. Jiang glanced at the bewildered four primal bodies and Orange Tea, confirming that the two were completely unaware. Beiwo said incredulously, how could it be so sudden? I thought you two would test each other, confirm your feelings, go through some back and forth, and then we could hide on the sidelines and watch this sweet and sour love story. It's probably because of Xia, Jiang admitted. Her words and actions are just too infectious. Jiang direct approach resonated deeply, allowing her to accumulate enough experience and courage to get a head start. French Fries recalled Xia's every move and word. Although somewhat awkward, she had to admit that Xia played a crucial role in this matter. It was like giving her a push through the screen. Although unwilling, she still thanked her. Wait a minute. The bed's eyes lit up, secretly pleased. There are even more little dramas to watch. Daily interactions between the young couple. Xia's embarrassing moments. A brutal love triangle. The confirmed relationship actually offers even more to watch, and the variety is even greater. Ugh! Why is there maintenance tonight? I can't wait to see if Kesha will make a face. Sigh, this poached chicken is so sweet, I suspect it's not authentic. The jailer grumbled, I suspect someone secretly put sugar in it. We haven't even done anything intimate yet, we're not even a fraction as sweet as Fry's parents. You two sitting here are just overflowing with sugar. Zhong Zimo emphasized. 2 years of gaming buddies met in real life, and we fell in love. Ugh. Why can't I have this good fortune? Maybe it's because you got married before. Jiang He deliberately took Fry's hand and showed it off. Zhong Zimo felt like he'd been hit with a hammer. His best friend's teasing and actions deeply hurt him. A zombie that just crawled out of its grave is already stinging all over from seeing the scorching sun, right? The analogy from his other close friend, the quadruple primal, made him feel as if he could see the blazing sun overhead. The jailer, strangely, became the only one at the farewell dinner who wasn't persecuted, and watched with amusement as the squid clutched his heart, acting out, it hurts so much. The 10-day trip to Guangzhou had officially come to an end. There were so many memories. Even on the way to the train station in the jailer's car, everyone was still chattering away. After the formal farewell and boarding the train, Jiang He suddenly felt a pang of regret. He should have pinched French Fry's cheeks on the platform. They looked so soft, maybe they even feel warm after he pinched them. Zhong Zemo, sitting next to him, suddenly clapped his hands. You scared me. What's wrong with you now? Zhong Zemo glared at Jiang He and asked, why did you take the same train as us? Why are you going back to Chening? These questions left Jiang He completely bewildered. Going home, of course. What else could it be? Sitting in the jailer's car on the way back, French Fries proudly boasted to his parents about what had happened that day. She succeeded, not relying on her clueless parents' brilliant plan, but entirely on her own initiative. It was as if she was finally getting rid of all the dog food she endured over the past decade. French Fries felt incredibly satisfied. She sent the message, feeling light, and a smile involuntarily spreading across her face. Xiafei is amazing. Good, 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 Xiafei's grown up. Her parents sent messages one after the other. Then, so where's Potato? He's home. His train tickets are for this afternoon. I personally saw him off on the bullet train. The phone rang, it was her mother. Strange, what couldn't she say in a message? What's wrong? She asked in a low voice from the back seat. I remember you said Potato lives alone, and his closest relative is an uncle, right? Yes, and then? French Fries asked suspiciously. A long sigh came from the other end of the line. So why didn't you invite him to stay? Huh? Huh? On the bullet train, Jiang He looked bewildered, his mind blank. Ju Zika has to go back to class, and see you auntie, and I haven't quit our jobs yet, we both need to find work. What about you? What are you going back to Chening for? Looking for a job. Jiang He had already grasped the core meaning of Ma Yu's words, and his face flushed red. No, that's not right. It's too fast. This is too fast. They're living together right after confessing? Zhong Zemo covered his forehead. Strike while the iron is hot. Some things are best said when everyone's heads are spinning. Having been through it all, Ma Yu deeply felt he had let his friend down, even more remorseful than Jiang He. Why couldn't he think of that while eating? Why hadn't his brain caught up the whole way? Hi, I'm so sorry. On the other end, French Fries' phone call continued. You actually put Potato back in Chening without even arranging a time to come back with him. Now is the perfect time to get to know each other better, but you personally saw him off to the car. French Fries, I know you always say you don't like seeing us all lovey-dovey, but you actually been secretly watching and learning all this time. All these years, it seems you haven't learned anything. Who's been secretly watching? And what's the point of watching? When have you two ever been so affectionate, ever in a way that you didn't want to hide it from me? Fine. I find some time to talk to him about it tonight, French Fries replied through gritted teeth, blushing. Humph, I guarantee that when I get home tonight, the thought of being all lovey-dovey with him in the house will make me blush and fidget, French Fries' mother asserted. You're my daughter, I know you well. I'm hanging up. Someone's next to me. French Fries gritted her teeth and immediately hung up the phone. She looked up in a panic, only to find. Hee, so you're planning to move in together? The woman in bed had been eavesdropping for a while, peeking out from the front. Living together is great. No, that's too fast, wait a minute. The words had barely left her mouth when French Fries immediately realized, with embarrassment, that her mother had indeed read her mind. When Jiang He and Zhong Ziming returned home, 2 large packages were already piled up at the security guard's office. Because they weren't divorced yet, the address Zhong Ziming had given them was also here. Jiang He picked one up and weighed it in her hand. It was quite heavy, and she wondered what was inside. Passing by the pavilion, an elderly woman sitting there, seeing Zhong Ziming, was once again planning to arrange blind dates for him. He was really in high demand. The first thing Jiang He did upon arriving home was eagerly open the suitcase. What greeted her eyes was a variety of tea canisters taking up most of the space. Based on the fact that the gift giver was the prison guard's father, it probably wouldn't be cheap. It certainly wouldn't be cheap. I saw the same label the prison guard's father made for the tea on the one the prison guard gave us. They only said it was delicious, and Yuan when I gave it all away. Considering his style, there's probably a more expensive variety of tea among this pile. Besides that, there were some Cantonese snacks like small phoenix cakes, and in the corner, 2 e-commerce gift cards worth 1,000 yuan each, something they could use themselves or exchange for cash. Although it's insignificant compared to the tea, if Yuan Huan'ai had given them something more valuable, Jianghe and the others wouldn't have dared to accept it. He had the timing perfect. Chapter 173. Yuan Huan'ai prepared similar gift packages for everyone, except for the 4 original bodies, whose packages were unique. Besides tea, instead of snacks and gift cards, they contained jars labeled ginseng powder. He really put his heart into it. It's a wonder how the prison guard managed to learn nothing under this kind of upbringing. Speaking of which, you're divorced now, are you still staying here? Jianghe asked. She texted me last night saying she still has things left at home, Zhong Zimo replied. Just hiding for a few more days, wanting some peace and quiet. It sounded like she was deliberately looking for an opportunity to meet Zhong Zemo. Otherwise, with such a long holiday, and Zhong Zemo not having changed the locks, Du Jinwen could easily reclaim her belongings anytime. There was no need to wait until the holiday ended to suddenly make a sound. Zhong Zemo stated that there weren't any valuable items in the house, so he wasn't worried about her causing trouble. The house belonged to him, and everything else was up to her. They could always buy new things later. Back in the room, Jianghe received a message from French Fries. Back home already? For some reason, seeing the message immediately brought to Jianghe's mind the image of French Fries clinging to her at lunchtime, and a smile involuntarily crept up her lips. Just arrived. MOU's busy preparing dinner. It seems MOU's always the one cooking. What do you do when he's not around? Jianghe laughed. I definitely have to fend for myself. My cooking skills aren't as good as his, so I let him use his culinary skills to pay the room bill. So you can cook too? While not as good as MOU's, it's definitely decent enough. French Fries took a deep breath and quickly sent the message he had just typed. I can let you use your cooking skills to pay the room bill too. No reply. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. French Fries' initial anticipation gradually turned into anxiety. She fidgeted, clutching her phone. Since he took the initiative at noon, it's my turn now. With this thought in mind, French Fries mentally prepared herself, seamlessly integrating the direct approach she learned from Kuxia into her offensive. But why was there no response? Jianghe opened the door, and was immediately stunned. Zhong Zemo had just finished cooking, and was calling for Jianghe to eat when she noticed someone squeezing in from outside. Jianghe couldn't stop her. No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere during the time you were talking about divorce. You were hiding here. Du Jinwen walked into the room, looking around, smelling the aroma of the food, and was taken aback when she saw the colorful and fragrant dishes on the table. You really live a refined life. Before the divorce, I was busy in the kitchen every day, trying my best to cook different dishes for you, but after you finished eating, you would just wipe your mouth and say nothing. Now you're saying it's refined? You actually think it's refined? Zhong Zemo took a deep breath, suppressing his slight dissatisfaction, and said, This is my friend's house. Don't you think it's incredibly rude of you to just barge in like this? Are you going to invite me to sit down and eat with you? Where do you get the nerve? Zhong Zemo wouldn't let it go. Du Jingwen's face was full of embarrassment, but she gritted her teeth and decided to stay. Jianghe sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating, completely ignoring the living creature next to her. Seeing that Zhong Zemo was about to sit down to eat as well, Du Jinwen asked casually, Why didn't you tell me you did well in the game? Why didn't you say anything? Zhong Zemo put down his bowl. Do you care about my hobbies? Have you ever cared about my feelings? Whatever I like, you use the excuse of playing with things that make me lose my ambition to stop me from doing it. You keep talking about ambition, but I just want to ask you, Du Jinwen, where is your ambition? Every day when I get home, you don't have to do anything. You're weighted on hand and foot. Whenever I don't have time to come home, the house is piled high with takeout boxes, and you won't even bother to clean it. When we first got married, you were willing to pretend, but what about now? You say you're looking for a job, but for 2 years you've been stuck at home either saying you're interviewing or taking exams to get a job. Your work experience is practically zero, and your goals keep getting higher and higher. You're aiming too high and not good enough for anything, all talk and no action. We've known each other since childhood. except for university. If I know you were like this back in college, why would I marry you? Dude Jingwen, you lied to me once. I was too stupid back then, only seeing the old you. I know why you came, and I know what you're thinking. Listen carefully, don't even think about getting back together. There won't be a second time, and I won't listen to any of your explanations. There's absolutely no possibility of us being together. Are you envious of my game earnings? Envious is fine, I spend it all on myself, on those hobbies you look down on. You like big houses, urging me to work hard so we can live in a big apartment or villa, right? I buy one, but it won't be for you. We be even when we divorce. Now, get out of this house right now, and don't disturb our meal. Perhaps the 10 days of offline gatherings had provided him with too much healing, reminding him of his past self. Zhong Zemo suddenly erupted, without warning. This is often the case with honest people. Perhaps a single word or action snaps the strings of their hearts. Jianghe had always thought Zhong Zemo was too easy to talk to, like a siren in a game. Even when angry, he was considerate of the ordinary people along the empire's coast, who made their living from the sea. Even his table flipping seemed gentle and compassionate. He witnessed this cathartic outburst and felt a surge of satisfaction. As his friend, seeing him break free from his constraints and find himself again filled Jianghe with genuine joy. Du Jingwen was completely stunned. Zhong Zemo had never spoken to her in such a tone before. I might have done something wrong before. I can change. Now? Zhong Zemo laughed angrily. If I didn't have money, would you still act like this? Actually, it was my friends who instigated it. They all said you're unattractive, immature, and not worth it. I'm your husband, and you don't side with me, you listen to your friends, aren't you just being a masochist? Zhong Zemo finally poured out the pent-up frustration he had been suppressing for so long. Since you trust your friends so much, go and date them, go marry them, don't come looking for me, get out. Don't be like this. I really know I was wrong. Zhong Zemo didn't say anything more, grabbed her hand and pulled her out the door, slammed it shut, and ignored her banging and shouting outside. Still not recovered from his emotions, he glared at Jianghe and yelled, "Eat." What? I'm not Du Jingwen, you can yell at me too. One sentence calmed Zhong Ziming's turbulent emotions considerably. He reverted to his usual self, the familiar cuttlefish. Eat, eat, eat. Grilled squid. I put in a lot of effort to make it. Too bad, you're going to live with French fries from now on, you miss out on this treat. This guy always knows how to start a conversation. Who said we live together? TSK, your face is redder than mine after the argument. The knocking outside the door was still going on. Perhaps the neighbors were watching the drama unfold. But inside, the two had already entered the stage of being love advisors. Jianghe said, living together. I feel like it's more appropriate for French fries to make the first move. I think so too, but what if French fries doesn't take the initiative? Then I go for it again? Zhong Ziming wore a pleased expression, as if praising a promising student. Kixia didn't fail to win you over. Speaking of Kixia. How do you plan to handle the relationship between Kixia and French fries? Huh? Jianghe's eyes widened. Subconsciously, he didn't think this was something that needed special attention. French fries lived in reality, and so did he, while Kesha was just a virtual game character. How could this be handled? Kesha's romantic storyline is closely linked to the royal court side quest. What if French fries gets jealous in the game, causing trouble in our royal court storyline? Jianghe thought for a moment. For the sake of the plot, I think French fries is fine. After dinner, they could hear a few faint whimpers outside the door. They tacitly ignored them, and went back to their rooms. As Jianghe turned on his computer to browse the community, he suddenly remembered something. I can also let you pay your room fee with your cooking skills. Don't misunderstand, I meant about visiting sometime in the future. It's okay if you don't pay. Potatoes? While cooking, French fries kept glancing at her phone, anxiously waiting. Why hasn't he replied yet? Was it too sudden of me to say these things? Won't he think I'm too frivolous? I just confessed, and he already thinks I'm weird. Should I send something else? A sudden notification sound startled her. She quickly grabbed her phone, only to find it was just a random app message. Annoyed, she permanently deleted all the notifications from the background. Beep beep. Again? French fries glanced at it, and saw Jianghe's message pop up. She quickly checked it. When are you paying? Those 5 words took French fries several seconds to process. Whatever. Ah, that's not what I wanted to send. Then I go with Zhong Zemo for a few days of training before going? Okay. French fries sent immediately. After a while, French fries suddenly woke up. Why am I acting like this? Like my parents are constantly cuddling? French Fries glanced at the department's chat group. On the night of the live stream, people in this group kept tagging her. A famous freshman suddenly appeared in her department, and she was unusually low-key, which really piqued everyone's curiosity. French Fries ignored it all. Right now, only two things were on her mind: the game and what would happen if they lived together. After their real-life identities were revealed, everyone's lives seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Not long after Orange Tea returned to her dorm, a professor from the department suddenly came to her door. The report is out. All the students in Orange Tea's dorm involved in the bullying have been summoned for questioning by the department. The guild members had already told Orange Tea beforehand that this was likely the final outcome. Hoping for further warnings was unrealistic, as the school also had its pride. Orange Tea readily accepted the result. Jianghe had said that with a little fame, as long as she was a well-behaved student, her university life would be smooth sailing. And now, the wind was blowing. The school social media account will be hosting an event soon, and the department thinks that you, as a freshman representative, should participate. Okay, Orange Tea readily agreed. It's a win-win situation. Her parents had already become celebrities in the village because of her situation. It was said that on the night of the live stream, they even spent some money to host a banquet for everyone. She shared the news of the satisfactory resolution in the group chat, and the four original bodies couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. However, his work group was eerily quiet. A single message from the manager would trigger a flurry of responses, but no one mentioned him. Private chats were the same. The four primal bodies chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since starting work, his social circle had shrunk, and he interacted with fewer people. Everyone else seemed to be giving him feedback from various angles, while he felt trapped on a deserted island. But he didn't really care. Years of life had made him accustomed to solitude. Mom, this ginseng powder was a gift from a friend's father. Take it as directed. It should help with your weakness and fatigue. This must be very expensive. Have you reciprocated? The four primal bodies' mother asked nervously. I bring a gift when I visit again next time, the four primal bodies said. If the opportunity is right, it should be after we win the world championship. The mother of the four primal bodies stared at him intently for a long time, as if trying to rediscover her child. You seem much more confident. Really? Yes, it's been a very long time since you dared to set your expectations so high. The four primal bodies was silent for a moment, then smiled. Isn't that good? Mom, I will definitely win the championship, this time definitely. He had never done anything to make his mother proud. On the day of the offline interview, with no one at home to help, she asked a neighbor for help to figure out the computer and persevere in watching the main live stream. Although her appearances on screen were fragmented, she clearly remembered what the four primal bodies were doing, reciting the number of times as if they were precious treasures. Who is that girl? A foreigner. Oh, a fan, very enthusiastic. Thinking of Nongya, the four primal bodies couldn't help but chuckle. This guy's energy and drive were incredible. He said he'd go out for late-night snacks with them, and despite the language barrier, he still partied wildly until late. The next day, after being shown some local attractions in Guangzhou by the jailer, she set off alone to check them off her list. Most importantly, she managed to become the QQ friend of everyone in the entire guild, an achievement that demonstrates her social terrorist tendencies, second only to the jailer. Her casual chat was interrupted by a jarring message notification. Siyuani picked up her phone and glanced at it. It was a message from her manager. What's up? Her mother, sipping ginseng powder, turned around. Oh, just a small matter at work, it'd be resolved tomorrow. Siyuani smiled. By the way, Mom, I take you out for a trip in a while. In a while? What's wrong? Aren't you working? Siyuani's mother asked. If you're busy, don't worry too much about home, I'm fine. Don't worry, work won't be so busy then. Chapter 174. After graduation, Qin Xiaoyu had dealt with all sorts of people. Experienced and confident, he prided himself on being able to handle anyone with ease, until the appearance of this man before him. A square face, cold and resolute, though his hair was mostly white, still exuded the vigor of a prime-age man, making one wonder if the young man, worn out by years of overtime, could withstand 2 punches from him. His eyes were sharp, making Qin Xiaoyu feel immense pressure just from meeting his gaze. The man simply stated his purpose. Let me see her. According to the reminder from my contact person when I joined the company, without specific documentation. The man stared coldly at Qin Xiaoyu, causing his prepared words to fall silent. Let me see her, he repeated. Documents, or a dedicated phone call. Qin Xiaoyu stopped the man from taking out his identification. I don't want to know who you are, and don't make things difficult for me. Most people who know of her existence are cautious and prudent. How many people have approved of your recklessness? The call will be here soon. Then we talk when it arrives. Qin Xiaoyu was more stubborn than expected, which made the man's eyes narrow slightly. This is the second time you publicly claimed it's a bug. What's the truth? I do know some things, but I believe you're not qualified to know until the phone rings. Don't forget, you're also a part of this planet. I understand, but I can only do what I can. Qin Xiaoyu frankly stated, there's no point in you getting angry at me. After all, you allowed the game to begin. The man took a deep breath. Then you should at least warn those people not to get too deeply involved in the game. Love is a dangerous act that involves placing too much emotion on someone, and now someone is in danger. But this is also part of the game. The voice wasn't Qin Xiaoyu's. Are you worried about those deeply immersed in the game, or about the outcome? The office lights all went out at once, leaving only the rows of computer monitors, their interfaces frozen on the desktops, emitting a faint blue glow. The light streaming in from the corridor vaguely illuminated the silhouette at the far end of the desks. The founder of the Starry Campfire. That's what the outside world called her. However, the man preferred to see her as the source of the starry proof. The woman's hair floated in midair, as if defying gravity, each strand distinct. In the absence of light, her eyes shimmered with a strange, pale gold. The man's aura suddenly dimmed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent heart. You said this was a good thing for us, but these two bugs are hard to trust. I can still keep it running. Bugs are just mental lapses. This is for our world. His words were interrupted. If it leads to any consequences, are your worries truly meaningful? The man fell silent. A game is a gift, the woman said calmly, for you, and for those who are enjoying it. If a gift awaits the player who has given their all at the end, that would be the most beautiful blessing. Stop your pointless anxiety and fear, and enjoy the game. If you're no longer pure, then at least, don't affect those who are still pure. The man took a deep breath. He wasn't lacking in courage, but, in this world, there are probably few who can face the person before them with a calm expression. What happens when you get too deeply entangled with a character in the game? That's his fate. Why do you pry? The man took another deep breath. You're right. Even now, I still want to ask, why does it have to be a game? A subtle pity flickered in the woman's calm eyes. It was as if she were saying, how pitiful. Without answering, she turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. The moment she left, the office lights returned. Everything was as usual, as if she had never been there. The colleagues who were on the night shift and brought Qin Xiaoyu a late-night snack returned one after another, looking at the man standing in the office, speechless. The man suddenly looked up. Remind those guilds to actively prepare for the World Championship without violating the agreement, right? If you really want them to have a good public opinion environment to prepare for the World Championship, then deal with that person who's already writing articles smearing the boundary between reality and fiction. The man took his phone and glanced at it. With the World Championship approaching, is the preparation of the Chinese guild representing the proof of stars less than ideal? This was a lengthy article rife with subjective conjecture. It practically named and shamed the T0 Guild, Frontiers of Reality, for being preoccupied with PvE on the eve of the World Championship, showing no regard for the impending event and exhibiting no signs of training. The AoE was extensive, and it even dragged in 3 other guilds, criticizing them for lacking a sense of honor and not actively preparing. The man searched on his phone, but found no trace of the article. What does that mean? It means that person is writing it, and will release it soon, Qin Xiaoyu said. Since you care about that final gift hidden in the World Championship, then do something about it. The man's face darkened instantly. Staring at the magical article on his phone, his knuckles cracked from gripping his fingers. Leaving the office building of the Chinese server agent for Starfire, he glanced back at the brightly lit floors, a chill running down his spine. Names, information, article progress, he knew it all. Thinking of the woman, he let out a heavy sigh, got into his car, and dialed a number. Yes, it's me. There's something I need you to pass on. Unbeknownst to the guild, a maliciously written article had been relegated to the recycle bin, and its author was in the process of leaving the company. Jianghe and French fries are officially dating. Should we still make the love video for Kaxia? This was the guild's topic of discussion during the day. French fries, whose day was packed with classes, only replied casually in the evening. Everyone can spend the money we earn. Consider it Kaxia treating everyone to dinner. Why not? The group members all praised French fries' generosity. Zhong Zemo's tears flowed silently. Compared to his own marriage, brimming with negativity, why was Jiang He able to eat so well? He had to shed tears, and he even had to show his support to appear loyal. Sigh. Actually, Jiang He and Fries had chatted until late last night, reaching more than just this one point of agreement. She just wanted to tease everyone, so she deliberately waited until so late to post it. Entering the game, their progress was synchronized to the manor outside the capital of Anna. The location where everyone had logged out last time felt like they had never left. Dawn was breaking, and a new day was about to begin. Before logging off, Kesha's tail, wrapped around Jiang He, was still wagging energetically. Everyone in the guild immediately focused on Fries, eager to see what her mood was and what expression she would have at this moment. French Fries turned his head and glanced at them sideways. What are you guys expecting? Aren't you imagining some weird sulky or awkward reaction? Bedside poked his chin with his finger. So calm. Ksha is practically glued to Potato. It's just a game. She can't jump out of the game and steal Potato away. Besides, we need to keep this side quest going, explore the subsequent plot, and make her happy. Potato already talked to me last night. It's nothing serious. Zhong Zemo couldn't help but clutch his heart. Ugh, what kind of relationship have I been with for the past 2.5 years? Brothering fish, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. You meet someone better in the future, trust me. Bedside quickly comforted Zhong Zemo, seeing his heart-wrenching expression. Jailer chuckled to himself. Having not logged into the game for 2 days, everyone had somewhat forgotten Ksha's methods. He was really looking forward to seeing if French Fries could still say it's nothing serious so easily afterward. How many days has this been? Can't we get any results yet? Mint's disgruntled complaint pulled everyone back to the storyline. Jiang He recalled that, including the waiting during the previous round of the game, 2 days had passed. 2 days, dealing with 8 nobles, and still no word. Was it that the Empire's law enforcement was cautious, or that its efficiency was delightful? Perhaps because of his earlier outburst of anger, throwing rotten oranges at the servants and guards in bed, the newly delivered fruit platter was noticeably of much better quality. Breakfast was no longer the slightly burnt, dry, and unpalatable black bread, but rather softer white bread, accompanied by refreshing boiled beans and jam. They still had half a rib. However, with all the food divided among 9 people, it was really meager. Seeing Jiang He finish his rib in no time, and glance at his empty plate, Kishia quickly handed him his. Here you go. Aren't you going to eat? Jiang He was taken aback. If you eat, I eat? Kishia smiled and tilted his head. I'd be able to taste many more good things in the future, so you should enjoy more. His. It felt like sugar was seeping from Kishia and floating into the air. Even though it was a savory rib, everyone tasted honey in it. French Fries, who had been calmly enjoying his portion, noticed Kishia's actions and, seeing Jiang He's gratitude, awkwardly continued eating. Only half a portion. Giving it away might not be appropriate, French Fries thought. 9 people sharing half a lamb chop, ugh. Kesha curled her lip in disgust. In our royal court, there must be a surplus when entertaining guests. This isn't how you treat people, only a small rib per person. Stingy. The maids lowered their heads, pretending not to hear these blasphemous remarks criticizing the Empire. The guards nearby looked displeased. Kesha took in all these reactions. She wanted everyone to hear. Jiang He encouraged her softly, keep it within limits. Say more, say it louder, make a scene. Kesha understood, smiled, and stood up, continuing her tirade. Before it was a rotten fruit basket, now it's a half-eaten breakfast. The Empire's hospitality standards still boast of being the overlord of Anna, but it seems they already silently declined in some unseen corner. The captain of the guard entered, bowing respectfully to maintain proper etiquette. Then he straightened up and said earnestly, we urge the fallen star envoys to be mindful of their words and actions, and to maintain the most basic respect for the Anna Empire. Jiang He pinched the white bread, rubbing off a layer of dry, hard powder. It looked quite good, but the outer layer remained dry and hard, with only a small part inside still soft. Clearly, it wasn't freshly baked. Is this the respect you give us? Jiang He wanted to throw the bread in front of him, but even in a game, wasting food filled him with a deep sense of guilt, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Respect is mutual. Since we entered the residence, only a group of unidentified individuals have contacted us in the past 2 days. We know nothing about the progress of the matter, and we've been restricted from leaving. For breakfast, we've been eating stale, hard bread, the fruit is unripe, sour, and some is starting to rot, the meat at lunch and dinner has been gradually reduced, and we've been forced to eat vegetarian food. What, is this the Empire's respect? The captain of the guard, His face flushed and slightly angry, emphasized, "You are on imperial soil, so naturally you must abide by imperial rules. Please refrain from such blasphemous and offensive remarks." "Oh, so when you're on someone else's land, you have to abide by their rules? How come you Ana people can't control your lower bodies even on falling star?" The captain of the guard was speechless. "You demand that we abide by the rules, yet you yourselves can break them? The Empire seems a bit too much of a rogue." The jailer sneered. "Did your poor hospitality hurt your feelings?" He was known for his ability to escalate conversations. However, Jiang He liked this kind of cooperation. He seized the opportunity to erupt in anger. "If you don't want to be talked about, then stop trying to fool people. It's been 2 days. Have all the people in your empire who can speak died? How long are you planning to drag this out?" Jiang He looked at Kesha. "Give them a show." Kesha blinked his big eyes and hurriedly approached to ask, "What a show?" "Give them some magic that looks powerful, but remember not to hurt anyone." Kesha immediately understood. The magic scale shimmered, and the incantation was triggered. "Song of the Tide Caller," the chanting rang out, and the tide appeared out of thin air, overflowing from the hall in all directions, shoving away the captain of the guard and all the guards who tried to rush in. "We have no patience to wait any longer. If we don't see any progress in half a day, we have to take justice our own way." The guards quickly moved away from the mansion, surrounding the area from a distance, while the captain of the guard, ignoring his soaking wet body, rushed off to report. Mint was somewhat worried. "Isn't this too radical?" Jiang He shook his head. "If we don't escalate the conflict and force certain people to take things to the next level, they just play stalling tactics. Letting people know you're capable of overturning the table is also a negotiation tactic." Near noon, just in time for the ultimatum Jiang He had given them, the convoy arrived at the mansion's gate. His Majesty invites the Fallen Star envoy to the Ana Council Hall to discuss the Fallen Star sea ceiling matter with the ministers. Kashia frowned upon hearing this. Jiang He stopped her from reacting. "See him first, then get angry." Kashia's eyes were watery, ignoring the stares of those around them. She hugged Jiang He tightly. "It's so good to like you." The jailer's lips twitched slightly. It seems this person isn't as indifferent as they claim. Chapter 175. The Ana Council Hall has an old and a new version. The one reached from the boundary between the virtual and real worlds is the Old Council Hall. The Old Council Hall is very ancient, built during the reign of the Twin Emperors. It's already an artifact. "I heard at the Star Speaker Academy that it hasn't been used in the last 50 years, Mint muttered softly, introducing this ancient building, as old as the Empire itself. What was the reason for its last use? The Emperor, having just seized power, exercised his authority and executed his brother, who intended to turn against him. Everyone from the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was stunned. The Old Council Hall's overall layout resembled an opera house, with a horseshoe-shaped interior. The council platform was positioned directly in front, visible from the circular corridor. There were no seats in front of the platform. All participants sat on the corridor, which was higher than the platform. When the Twin Emperors established the Ana Empire, countless people considered looking down upon the monarch from a high position to be blasphemous. The Twin Emperors' answer seemed to transcend the limitations of their time and their own. "Here, you can all oversee my exercise of royal power. This is the only place where nobles, representatives of the imperial citizens, can look down upon the monarch. However, not all emperors enjoy being looked down upon and overseen. The Twin Emperors passed away one after the other, and the foundation they laid proved its worth in the hands of their descendants. Ana gradually rose to power. After the second emperor ascended the throne, a new council hall was completed, leaving this place only symbolic. The citizen representatives were marginalized from the center of power, and the nobles dominated everything in the empire, rivaling the monarchy in authority. On the wall behind the council platform, the yin-yang relief of the Twin Emperors is hidden in the shadows of the council hall's lighting, invisible unless one gets very close. It was as if the Twin Emperors had left their mark on this empire. The circular corridor was packed with people. Nobles from near the imperial capital were allowed to participate in the council, and many others had come from surrounding city-states. The corridor was filled with whispering murmurs and murmurs, some accompanied by friends and family, as if watching a rare spectacle. Judging by appearances, the number was no less than 300. The corridor belonged to the nobility, and as envoys, their seating arrangement was self-evident, the council platform. The place where the Twin Emperors would be scrutinized and questioned. Jiang He didn't understand why His Majesty the Emperor of Ana had arranged things this way. Was it to exert pressure through the omnipresent gaze? Most people, without a strong heart, would likely lose their composure under the intense scrutiny of countless eyes. But as a gamer, what was losing composure? In other games, he even danced on the graves of gods. What was being watched? Not only were they unafraid, but a sense of blasphemy had crept into everyone's hearts. If a powerful potion were available at this moment, blowing up the main supporting structure of the corridor would cause the 6-story corridor to collapse layer by layer with a whoosh. How much experience would that take? Wouldn't it be possible to loot the noble's belongings? Players might refrain from taking action for the sake of the generous rewards after completing the story, but they couldn't stop their imaginations from running wild. For example, the jailer was thinking about manipulating the zombies to attack, unleashing a horde of zombies, blocking the door. How spectacular that would be. And then, there was the primal, who believed he could manipulate the elemental fusion torrents, hurling them from the left to the right of the corridor like a ship-slaying sword. Mint, have you ever wondered what would happen if we blew something big here? Mint was startled and quickly warned, there are high-level mages hiding here. Be careful they don't hear us. So anxious. It seems everyone has a considerable urge to destroy this solemn scene. Birds of a feather flock together. The Emperor of Anna still hasn't shown himself. His attitude is clear. The Fallen Star Envoy will meet with the people protecting the 8 beastly nobles first. He's only responsible for setting the stage. As Emperor, something can be so disgraceful that he doesn't want to show his face. The entire Anna continent is probably laughing at him, but he can't overrule the nobles' clamor to make a decision. The longer things drag on, the more humiliated the Empire becomes. Being caught in the middle, that must be a bitter pill to swallow. It seems the hundreds of onlookers today aren't the Emperor's intention, but rather the nobles protecting the 8 beasts trying to use their power to intimidate. Is this going to be a war of words? The bed slumped in thought. How do you even determine if you pass this level? Just argue until they're speechless, the jailer said nonchalantly. I take on 10 of them. A familiar figure appeared in the council hall. Prince Sloane and his guard slowly walked onto the platform. He first nodded slightly to the members of the delegation, then struck the bronze bell placed to the side of the platform, producing a series of hums. Instantly, the rustling hall fell silent. His Majesty has appointed me to preside over the council proceedings for this Starfall and Sea Sealing incident. Stop! Jiang He interrupted loudly before Sloane could finish his opening remarks. A brief silence fell over the corridor, followed by shouts of rudeness and barbarity. Prince Sloane, somewhat embarrassed, asked, what insights would you, members of the delegation, have to offer? I'm very dissatisfied with the name of the event. Why is it the Falling Star Sealing Incident? Jiang He glanced at the chattering crowd on the corridor. Shouldn't it be the Anna nobles' desecration of the Falling Star Royal Court incident? Or perhaps, the 8 Anna nobles' attempt to intrude on the Siren incident? A huge uproar erupted. Jiang He had no intention of leaving things ambiguous from the start. The name of the event itself already set the tone. Years later, when ordinary people heard Falling Star Sealing Incident, they would inevitably assume it was the Siren's unreasonable behavior. They couldn't leave any openings in Anna's historical records. Since they had promised the Siren they would fully and completely seek justice for them, they had to achieve their goal in every aspect. What's wrong with the game? Players can be the fourth calamity, but in some storylines, a simple sense of justice often drives them to act on impulse. For example, even though I ransacked your house and stole everything I could possibly take, that doesn't stop me from putting a silver coin back in your cupboard. What? What I took was much more valuable than a silver coin. Never mind that, I put a silver coin back anyway. Sloane understood that the opening remarks were unnecessary. The debate had already begun. On the connecting corridor, the Bulgarian nobles, filled with righteous indignation, were repeatedly sending requests through the device connected to the bronze bell on the council platform. The desire to compete was incredibly strong. A vibrant scene, everything bursting with life. The bed murmured. Even the ancient Roman citizen assemblies weren't this lively. Do you think their council chambers looked like this? History teacher, step forward. Zhong Zemo nodded, pointing to the connecting corridor ahead. That's right, this is history. Looking around, Orange Tea realized that Mint's earlier analysis was quite accurate. Noble factions were numerous, and the Bulgarians were just one of them. Many of them were present today, but some had come simply to enjoy the spectacle. Fruit, snacks, and tea were all provided. Sitting in a corner of the corridor, they calmly observed the excited expressions of those around them. If they weren't from other noble factions, Orange Tea would have thought they were a few clones of jailers sitting there. As the Emperor's personal mediator in this event, Prince Sloane began to perform his duties. He took out the bubbles that had floated after the bronze bell rang, popped them one by one to listen, and identified the first guest to appear. This was an earl, but because he spoke so fast, no one heard his self-introduction clearly. This was a premeditated, escalated act by the Fallen Star royal court. Using the pretext of a failed invasion, they launched a surprise attack on imperial territory, a blatant declaration of war. Are you going to deny it? Jiang He shook his head. We're not going to deny it. However, you said it was a declaration of war. Is this what the Ana Empire defines as an act? Prince Sloan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The Earl was about to speak when he too broke out in a cold sweat. Huh? Why aren't you saying anything, Earl? I'm asking you a question. Have you become mute? Jiang He sneered. I asked you if you defined it. Judging from your reaction, the Ana Empire doesn't even consider it an invasion. Even if it's not a declaration of war, this is blasphemy, an offense against the Empire's majesty. The intention didn't succeed, yet the siren is making a mountain out of a molehill. It's clearly been brewing for a long time. The jailer patted Jiang He on the shoulder, signaling him to stop. It's a rare opportunity to be a punching bag. Everyone should have a good time. He stepped forward, took a breath, and asked softly, Your Excellency, do you have any children? I don't need to answer your question. What? Now that we're on the council platform, are you allowed to ask me, but I'm not allowed to ask you. Don't forget, the twin emperors once openly stated here that they would accept all questions. What, Your Excellency, are you bad at history and haven't heard of the founder of the empire? The Earl was startled. This was a sensitive matter, whoever touched upon it would be in trouble. He quickly answered. 2 sons, 2 daughters. The jailer nodded in satisfaction, then spoke with a strong voice. Be careful your daughter doesn't run into me when she walks alone at night. The Count flew into a rage, shameless. Arrogant. Using foul language in public. Is this the quality of the Fallen Star mission? Wow, Count, you're so angry. I only told you to be careful your daughter walks alone at night, and you can't handle it? How come the siren girl was almost assaulted, and you think it's making a mountain out of a molehill? Can't you stand it when it happens to you? The jailer pointed at the Count and laughed. This is your idea of justice? Ha ha, then I wish all your descendants would run into Giza when they walk alone at night. You're so protective of him. He must be innocent. Why are you so angry? That feels so good. Online, trolls can throw tantrums and run away from the screen, and nobody can do anything about them. But offline, if you actually break someone's defenses in a confrontation, that's some real entertainment. The Count's attempt to maintain aristocratic dignity, while simultaneously displaying his utterly shameless behavior, was incredibly satisfying, not only for Mint and Ksha, but for everyone on the edge of reality. So this is what it feels like to stand on the moral high ground and criticize others. At this stage, the method used to achieve the game's objectives is no longer important. Let's enjoy ourselves first. Chapter 176. While the jailer was firing on all cylinders, Jiang He surveyed the council halls, connecting corridors, which resembled a bustling marketplace. Looking at the packed, agitated group of noble youths, his mind suddenly calmed down. Why do this? Without representatives, everyone was expressing their opinions, which were vastly different, making it impossible to reach a consensus. The Emperor of Ana should know what an absurd scene it would create by gathering these nobles together. Was it simply to humiliate the 8 nobles of Bujisa, forcing them to back down, so he could act as a mediator? He sensed something and slowly moved to the back row. Mint, you said that the Emperor of Ana has become a master of diplomacy in the last 5 years. Does it sound like there's been a turning point? Mint stood on tiptoe, and Jiang He bent slightly, beginning to mutter softly. It's a well-known event, but I'm afraid I need to briefly tell you about what happened 25 years ago first. 25 years ago, the 32-year-old, vigorous Emperor Kurian led the empire to its zenith. His unparalleled personal abilities enabled him to do things his fathers had never dared to do, such as reforming the system. Due to the cyclical nature of the magical tides, most civilizations faced immense challenges to their survival. While the magical tides brought upgrades to the magic system, they also overturned the underlying order of civilizations. This recurring chaos resulted in many continents remaining in a bizarre hybrid political system. The Ana Empire, which had existed for 1,000 years, was no exception. The Ana Empire was ostensibly a feudal system, but its vast territory meant that strange things often happened in places beyond the reach of the central government. The Howling Snow Mountain, visited by Jiang He and others, encompassed a vast and boundless territory, and surprisingly, it featured a unique scenario of 3 lords jointly ruling. Most players' first stop was Windjammer City, where, at the beginning of the Great Reclamation era, lords were actually elected freely by the citizens. For a long time, becoming an imperial citizen was effortless. If you felt you were an imperial citizen, then you were. The twin emperors, through their powerful personal charisma, created an empire that resembled an empire. This was the assessment of the imperial system by scholars of the Anna continent, and also the highest praise for the twin emperors. If the twin emperors were likened to the original programmers, the successors of the Anna Empire were the miserable coders who inherited their predecessors' code. To solve the various bugs left over from the first generation, the inheriting coders began to use various methods to patch things up. Ultimately, this resulted in the ultimate mess of code that players see today. It mixed elements of feudalism, parliament, semi-centralization, and imperial rule. Its complexity makes even modern internet users seem rather simplistic in comparison. Various bugs, ingeniously complementary and seamlessly integrated, allow the empire to miraculously function and become the dominant power on an entire continent. It must be said that if this were real history, sociologists could write countless magnificent articles simply by observing the empire's operation. Jiang He thought to himself, such an abstract and peculiar setting could only exist in games. As time went on, those with foresight could foresee that the bugs buried in the code would eventually erupt with unpredictable harm. It was simply too complex, causing the empire's management costs to rise year by year with the development of productivity and the progress of the times. Mint's constant complaints during her journey about the sustenance of the million canal workers and the unpleasant service details all stemmed from this overly bloated, piecemeal system. Yet, the system had functioned flawlessly for centuries, even surviving 2 waves of magical energy surges. The Empire's greatest programmers throughout history tacitly made a decision: if you can run, don't move. It's common knowledge that finding a bug in a piece of code and impulsively fixing it often leads to subtle chain reactions. Finding a bug in a mountain of code should be treated as part of the whole, ignoring its existence. But the vigorous and capable Kurian, leading the Empire to its zenith, believed he was qualified and capable of becoming Anna's greatest programmer. So, he decided to fix the bug. His solution was centralization. At 32, at the height of his power, he cautiously tested the waters with initial reforms, only to halt when the nobles began to show clear resistance. He was a wise man. He knew that nothing could be accomplished overnight. Otherwise, the Empire, riddled with countless bugs, could have plummeted into ruin. However, since then, he hadn't found a suitable opportunity to continue this great undertaking. Until 5 years ago, Emperor Kurian decided to make a small change to the rights of the lords of the territories, to have some taxes, previously levied only on the lords, collected directly by the Empire. No one knows why Kurian brought up reforms again after more than 30 years. The man the Annar subjects called the Lion was no longer the same. The aging and frail Lion could no longer command respect, and the reforms met with unanimous resistance, including from his own son. The reform, amidst the jarring admonitions, subsided into silence with Kurian's resignation, without causing a ripple. From then on, Kurian became a master of diplomacy. His ambition seemed to have vanished with the failure of the reform, leaving only a withered shell, silently ruling the seemingly thriving empire in the eyes of many. The story was long, and Mint spoke quickly, yet Jiang He still absorbed all the relevant information. Coming to his senses, he noticed the others gathered around, listening intently, nodding occasionally. Considering all his encounters since visiting the Empire, and Kurian's subtle, unassuming attitude, he vaguely sensed what Kurian intended to do. Jiang He quietly reminded everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. "Show your aggression, we're about to get serious." Fries asked in surprise, "You figured out the most reasonable way to handle this during the deliberations?" Jiang He smiled, "The jailer is already showing you the correct answer." Under the jailer's onslaught, the Earl could no longer resist. Feigning anger and clinging to the facade of reason, he insisted on using the Fallen Star seal argument, but his momentum weakened before he even opened his mouth. Seeing that no one was willing to continue debating this issue, Prince Sloan, following Jiang He's suggestion, changed the topic to the Giza desecration of the Siren incident. To make the incident more memorable, a particular name should be highlighted, and Giza was one that everyone remembered, so he was chosen. This would be a historic moment. Since there are no objections, let's officially get to the point. The punishment for the 8 people who desecrated the Fallen Star Siren's royal court. Prince Sloan walked to the bronze bell, and tapped it twice, signaling those willing to bring glory to the nation to begin. Unlike at the beginning, for a long time, no bubbles floated out of the bronze bell. The jailer's smile was incredibly smug. "How about that? I'm amazing, aren't I?" The boundary between reality and illusion maximized emotional value, with praise, like as expected of you. Pouring in, the bronze bell shook, and 2 bubbles floated down. Prince Sloan listened, then paused slightly. As the host, he had the authority to decide who went first. After a moment's hesitation, he amplified his voice with magic. Count Greenus. This was an elderly man with white hair, his spirits low, his face pale, his skin dry, wrinkled, and dull. He looked like he didn't have much time left. Prince Sloan allowed his son, whom he was helping, to go up on stage. No one noticed that when Mint saw Count Greenus, her eyes narrowed, and a chill crept onto her lovely face. Wow, at this age, with this much energy, the jailer would be breathless after a couple of words. Orange Tea was sweating. Is someone this old even joining in the fun? Is the vet's judgment accurate? The jailer was still eager to try. Maybe he's actually a hidden powerhouse, just playing the victim? It's just a game, so what if he gets angry? He doesn't care. Taking advantage of his age, old bastard, give me some gold. Nobody was as impulsive as the jailer. They still wanted to push the story rewards forward. Anyone could see that the opponent had come prepared. The jailer was aggressive, so I avoid his sharp edge and play the weakling. The jailer continued his rampage. Those image scrolls and crystal balls that Mint had pointed out, hidden in the corners, would be broadcast live on the streets of Anna tomorrow, showing their humiliation of the old nobleman. Change. Who's more suitable? Blanket raised her hand. Me. 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 Hi. I also think Blanket is suitable. Mint quickly pulled out her pen and paper, scribbled something on the paper with magic, and handed it to Blanket. So dramatic, this is practically tailor-made for you. Blanket quickly glanced at her mother's loving cheat sheet, and immediately knew what to do. The prison guard, who was unleashing his full-on barrage of attacks, hadn't requested to engage, causing many people in the corridor to frown. The plan had failed. But it didn't matter, Count News was the perfect shield. Anyone who tried to take a bite would break their teeth. The falling stars wouldn't be making any progress on punishing Giza. Before Blanket even approached Count News, he coughed violently, pleading in a weak voice. It's just that the young people made a mistake. Why should the Fallen Star Kingdom make such a fuss? The Empire and Fallen Star have always been on good terms. Excessive punishment will hinder future relations between the two races. The Empire is willing to pay generous compensation. They are still young, let them off. Blanket shook her head, but the Earl also said they made a mistake. The crime doesn't warrant death, it can be redeemed. If a commoner offended someone close to you, could they also be redeemed? Blanket was a natural actress, perfectly portraying a weak and timid character, almost like a completely different person. I wonder who's a better actress, hers or Fry's. Blanket's weak and timid appearance was so deceptive that, although Greenus hesitated for a moment, he continued. Of course, it's possible. Law is based on human sentiment. Several of them are heirs of their respective families, the only descendants. Kindness is the only way for the races to coexist peacefully. Don't you agree? But the bed suddenly changed the subject. Count Greenus, your youngest son, didn't do it that way. Greenus trembled violently. 3 years ago, a potion apprentice was gathering herbs outside Fragrant Breeze City when he accidentally kicked over your youngest son's medicine basket, which he had left behind. Greenus witnessed this and burned his right hand with flames, breaking 3 fingers. That girl was willing to offer all her potions as atonement. Your youngest son's exact words were, "Does a commoner have the right to discuss imperial laws?" The bed began, tears welling in its eyes. That girl was about my age, a skilled potion master, wounded and huddled in the wild. If she hadn't met a kind person, she would have died. A murmur rippled through the council chamber. Some things can be done in secret, but if exposed. The whispers reached his ears, and Greenus trembled violently. He forcefully pulled his son's hand away and roared. Utter lies, baseless fabrications. Absolute accusations without evidence, what a despicable act. The man, barely any flesh on his chest, flushed with excitement. I have evidence. Mint's voice drowned out everything else. Dana, you can inquire about her name in the leafless elf kingdom south of Windpod City. She is now the chief apprentice of the kingdom's potion maker. Fearing retaliation, she fled the empire with her talent. The potion-making skills of the leafless elf kingdom are among the best on the continent. To become the chief apprentice, her talent is undeniable. The council hall erupted in chaos. Even the nobles, who had been watching the spectacle, changed their expressions. Unintentional persecution, forcing a genius from their own country to another, is an extremely malicious act. The other factions, witnessing the disgraceful behavior of the Giza nobles, rose to their feet, staring intently at Greenus. Imperial honor compelled them to make their stance clear. Can't you see? This is a despicable tactic by the fallen star royal court, colluding with foreign powers to gain the upper hand in the council. Greenus roared hoarsely. This caused the nobles, who had stood to watch, to hesitate. Then I also testify, a voice drifted down from the 6th floor of the connecting corridor. Soft, gentle, with a touch of languor. As if possessing a strange magic, the council chamber fell silent. They all seemed to recognize the owner of that voice. Mint trembled uncontrollably, her breathing frighteningly rapid. Mint's mother? Orange Tea noticed her abnormality, and quickly placed her hand on her shoulder. What's wrong? Mint's breathing was too rapid. She opened her mouth, gasping for air. She slowly raised her head. Their gazes met in midair, though they were far apart. As always, she held a superior position, as always haughty. Her upturned lips seemed to say, "Long time no see." Renee. Mint gasped, uttering the name that still suffocated her to this day. I never expected to see you here, Mint. Light streaming through the stained glass windows of the dome shone on Renee's meticulously styled silver-white hair, giving it a sacred and enigmatic quality. Like a proud angel, she smiled, resting her chin on her hand, glancing sideways at Mint below, with the composure that had always prevailed over Mint. She spoke again. I testify, Mint is telling the truth. Dana of the Fallen Leaf Kingdom is the newly accepted apprentice of the Chief Potion Master. The proud angel, her words laced with disdain, effortlessly crushed Greenus, who was still struggling. The council chamber erupted in noise again, punctuated by contemptuous curses. Greenus felt a tightness in his chest. So close, the bed was still weeping. She was completely immersed in her role, unable to control herself, her low sobs like dull hammer blows, each one striking Greenus's chest. Don't cry, don't cry. What are you crying about? Pushed out to fight off the enemy, only to become the laughingstock of everyone, Greenus's blood boiled, and he roared, pointing at the bed. The bed cried even louder, tears streaming down her face. The commemorative scroll, the precious jade, would surely capture this pitiful, heartbreaking weeping. Greenus pointed at the bed, and suddenly, his vision blurred, the world spinning. In an instant, everything went black. Father, father! Thump. Before anyone could react, he fell straight forward, his forehead hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Blood gushed out, staining the council platform, where the twin emperors had sworn their oath and held on until their last breath. I will accept everyone's scrutiny. As if something in the oath responded to the twin emperors' voices, the council platform offered its first sacrifice since its construction. Jernus's son checked his breath, felt his pulse, and trembled all over. Dead? The sobbing stopped, and he stared wide-eyed at Jernus's blood-soaked head. What? Dead? I did it. Suddenly, he noticed his experience bar had increased slightly. Chapter 177. What? A level 17 bed, a player's nickname? He only get a small experience bar if he angered an old bastard? If we blew this place up, would we instantly reach max level? Evil thoughts surged wildly at the boundary between reality and illusion, the chattering people in the noisy corridor resembling giant experience babies. Hold on. Hold on. We want the final reward of the storyline. The experience can be farmed anytime. Jiang He knew what the others were thinking, and to be honest, he was also tempted. Thankfully, Proof of the Stars was an online game. If there was a save file, they could go on a killing spree here. The incident happened suddenly, and chaos erupted in the council hall. After Greenus's corpse disappeared, Greenus's son, with red eyes and gritted teeth, blamed Bed entirely for his father's death. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with that. The experience was exclusively for Bed, recognized by the system as the killer. But in front of everyone, all she did was cry, her face streaked with tears, and did nothing else. Even when Greenus was confirmed dead, she earnestly wailed, "Count, please don't be hurt." You could say she was being sarcastic. But she wailed with such conviction that it seemed far more filial than immediately standing up and accusing the Fallen Star Mission's son. If she had been wailing for father, coupled with her crying, most people present might have mistakenly thought Greenus had a daughter. But you can't say she wasn't sarcastic either. Back in the group, her beaming smile was truly jarring. Giza and the others hadn't even been punished yet, and someone died during the council session, a dramatic turn of events that caught everyone off guard. Greenus, the moral high ground he had painstakingly built up, had now collapsed. Who should step in? Duke Sergio, please. A murmur of discussion rippled through the council hall. The Duke was already the highest-ranking noble present. And what rank is the Renee family? Jiang He asked. Mint looked up at her, who was lazily yawning. Earl, but titles mean nothing to them. Renee's Grelian family has members who rank among the top on the continent in alchemy, potion making, doll making, forging, and magic array inscription. They don't need titles to demonstrate their power. This was a major reason why almost everyone recognized Renee when she spoke. As the most outstanding of the new generation of Grelian, an unparalleled genius in the Empire, she made her name known throughout the imperial nobility without relying on family influence. Although it's not quite appropriate to say it like that, wouldn't you be considered the Empire's second genius, as she is certified? The jailer asked. I will be number one. Mint glared at him, her words resolute. However, seeing Renee's trembling, it seemed her inner demons hadn't been healed yet. Was someone as confident as Mint really that strong? Her attitude in speaking up for Mint earlier was also intriguing. Duke Sergio stepped onto the council platform. He was a man of about 30, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on the crowd. Upon taking the stage, he immediately emphasized his point. The punishment for Giza and the other 8 would be in the form of atonement money. The Empire had originally intended to severely punish these 8, but due to the Siren's attack on Imperial territory, damaging the Empire's prestige and causing losses to its coastline, the decision to impose further punishment was made to offset this. Not only that, Sergio also accused the fallen star Siren of ruthlessly persecuting the poor and innocent people along the coast. He claimed the sea closure had cut off their livelihood, and the fallen star Siren was using the incident to escalate their attacks, forcing countless ordinary people into the vortex. A series of swift and precise blows. Jiang He understood. This was, while I was wrong, your actions were still wrong. I admit the Empire bears 50% of the blame, but doesn't the fallen star Siren share the other half? Jiang He extended his hand. Without a word, Kesha immediately understood and handed him several scrolls he carried. This unspoken understanding suddenly made Fry's heart ache again. Looking closer, when did Kesha's tail start swaying to Jiang He's feet, its tip occasionally brushing against his trouser leg? These are messages in bottles left in the sea by the fishermen, ship owners, and those ordinary people you mentioned who were caught in the whirlpool. What do you think they said? Probably cursing the fallen star Siren's undeclared war. Jiang He handed the scrolls to Prince Sloane, requesting that he project them into the air above the council hall. Contrary to the Duke's guess. In the scrolls, the ordinary people of Gunnar expressed their understanding and support for the Siren in straightforward language, while humbly pleading for an opening to allow them to go to sea and make a living. There were no curses, only helplessness and understanding after learning the truth. Nothing could be more ironic. The coastal city-states already know who the culprit is who caused their sea blockade, and they know who they should hate for making their livelihoods so difficult, Jiang He sneered. It's not the sea monsters, it's the Empire's lustful desires that have led them to covet the sea monsters. The lower classes lack awareness, only succumbing to violence and compromising with the Siren. What does that prove? Stop your nonsense! Jiang He's roar stunned Duke Sergio, and made many others present shudder. Mocking the lower classes for lacking awareness, thinking they have no backbone. Aren't there suffering caused by you bunch of useless parasites? The cause and effect are so obvious, yet you still intend to make trouble. Is this the attitude of an empire that prides itself on being the overlord of the continent? Who scouted and selected suitable Siren girls for these 8 people, giving them the courage to plot and force a relationship? How many people in the Empire knew about this? Does the Empire's attitude tacitly condone and indulge this? The fallen star Siren didn't pursue the matter, it only ended with these 8 people. Yet you keep talking about atonement money, and everyone being at fault. I want to ask you now, Duke Sergio, what did the Siren do wrong? Wasn't her mistake in getting angry? The Siren has always been known for her kindness and gentleness. They, who dislike conflict, possess an endless, vast ocean and never hesitate to share this goodwill with land-dwelling species. But I think they're just too kind, which is why the Empire can shamelessly test them at every turn, mistaking the Siren's good temper for their weakness, and using it as the Empire's confidence to advance further. Now the Sirens have finally angered us, the sea has changed color, the Empire's shipping has been disrupted, and instead of solving the problem, you're just angry. You're angry that the easy target dared to strike first. From the moment we arrived in the Empire, you obstructed us at every turn, set up roadblocks everywhere. To us, as an envoy, you constantly talk about considering the bigger picture and the consequences. Jiang He's chest heaved with anger. Why should I care about your Empire's reputation? You dare talk about the Empire's reputation? The fallen star Siren invited the Empire as a guest, and you even protect the beast who planned to commit atrocities in its host's home. What continental overlord? I see you all as a bunch of rotten vermin. Every word was delivered with absolute force. Jiang He's genuine outburst plunged the council hall into an absolute silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds. Almost all the nobles present were stunned, including Renee, who had appeared languid and was merely there to watch the show. For the first time, she turned her gaze to someone other than Mint. Duke Sergio, standing close by, was trembling. Prince Sloan was also under pressure. Although he emotionally acknowledged Jiang He, the blasphemous words about the Empire were too grating, and he could only remain silent. Jiang He was convinced that the condition for passing the council was that the person in the thin veil dared to speak up, so he simply held nothing back. Let's speak frankly, you traitors of the Empire. We did consider amicable negotiations to reach a mutually satisfactory punitive solution. But now, I changed my mind. There's no point in talking to shameless people like you who only know how to repeat themselves. The 8 people from Giza, either castrated alive, or Jiang He's murderous aura intensified, die. If the Empire cannot meet our conditions, then we will use our own power to seek justice for the fallen star siren. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang He was surrounded by particles of light invisible to non-players. It was as if a sky full of starlight had poured over him. Jiang He's experience bar soared, and with a crisp ding, Cyber Potato reached max level. At this moment, the entire arena erupted in uproar. Outrageous. This is a blatant threat, an insult and provocation to the Empire. Pa! Traitor. What right do you have to represent the siren, you cowardly fox borrowing the tiger's might? Kesha precisely targeted the noble, who had insulted Jiang He as a traitor. Even without seawater, she nimbly and swiftly swam out. Her speed was so fast that the numerous high-ranking mages in the council hall couldn't react in time. A blue lightning bolt flashed through the air, followed by a flood of foamy afterimages. Before anyone else could react, Kesha's magical scales blazed with dazzling light. Water blade stop. High-ranking mages rushed towards the third-floor corridor from all directions. Their casting speed was like that of an infant compared to the siren. In an instant, a severed hand flew up and landed among the exquisitely made-up, glamorous nobles. Blood splattered from the severed wound like a fountain, spraying everywhere. A brief second passed before the terrified man screamed in horror. High-ranking mages surged into the third-floor corridor, shielding the fleeing nobles behind them. They too trembled. The magical aura emanating from Kesha rose steadily. This unassuming siren, the sole member of the Fallen Star mission, displayed 8th-tier power. The sea's races only dared to await the siren's natural decline. No one had ever dared challenge their dominant position. The land-dwelling species were no different. Kesha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking disdainfully at the man clutching his severed hand, trying to stop the bleeding. He said my lover wasn't qualified to represent the siren. I'm here to respond to him. Kesha surveyed his surroundings, every scale shimmering. Now, who else wants me to respond? Someone shouted, do the Fallen Star Siren want to wage all-out war against the Empire? Can you bear that responsibility? Kesha glanced at the somewhat dumbfounded Jiang He and grinned. His words are exactly what the Fallen Star Siren was thinking. Since there is no justice, the Fallen Star Siren shall seek justice for yourself. Chapter 178. Did they hear that right? Could a human's words represent the entire Siren Kingdom? A sense of inexplicable absurdity hung over everyone. Following this was anger. First, Greenus was angered to death, then he was rebuked by an unknown human, and now the siren had dared to injure someone in full view of everyone. This was blatant contempt. If this were allowed to continue, where would the Empire's dignity be? Seize them! Trial them! The crowd was inflamed. The guards and high-ranking mages, however, dared not make a move. With the Giza incident as a precedent, if another siren were to suffer an accident in the heart of the Empire now, their names would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of war. Before the situation escalated further, a royal messenger arrived hastily. His Majesty has decreed that the council is adjourned. The delegation will be summoned at a later time today. Members of the Fallen Star delegation are requested to remain calm and return to their residences to rest. Indeed, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Without the chaos in the council chamber, Emperor Kurian, hiding behind the scenes, would likely not have revealed himself so easily. Your Majesty, even if you don't punish the Siren Shah, this human who spoke so arrogantly and disrespectfully of the Empire's dignity must not be let off lightly. If he isn't dealt with, what will become of the Empire's reputation? Ksha yawned. Oh dear, so serious. In that case, I reluctantly pay some atonement. The nobles felt a lump in their throats, unable to swallow. The boomerang came a little too fast. Just as friction was about to escalate again, at this tense and critical moment, the area around each person at the boundary between reality and illusion suddenly darkened, except for the light shining down from above, which continued to follow them. Like actors in the center of a theater. Everything and everyone outside the council platform seemed to have frozen in time. Kesha continued playing with his tail. Mint, standing beside the boundary between reality and illusion, stared blankly ahead. Finally, it's our turn to cause a bug? The jailer exclaimed excitedly. Give us some exclusive compensation. As he rubbed his hands together in bed, preparing to pinch Mint's cheeks, a dusty gray key appeared in midair and slowly drifted down. The boundary between reality and illusion stared at each other wide-eyed. A dropped item, but why isn't it glowing? Jianghe reached out and grasped the key in his palm. Instantly, the key was enveloped in a soft white light, as if draped in mist. A dropped item not inside a sphere of light. This was the first time he's seen one like this. Key to fate. A key imbued with strange power, seemingly a special object prepared for those destined to be chosen. As if an electric current flowed through him, Jianghe instantly understood the key's purpose. We can choose again! Jianghe was overjoyed, while the bewildered boundary between reality and illusion tilted their heads. This key allows us to return to this very moment in the story's flow. Jianghe pointed to the motionless statues around him. This is the moment we were paused. The jailer rubbed his temples. Wait, I'm a little confused. French fries had already grasped the point. Let's call this part of the story the capital's turmoil. Extending from this story, players may achieve different endings, and the rewards for each ending will be different. Zhong Zemo also realized, normally, players can only receive the reward once, just like in the Great Snow Mountain. So, we can clear one of the endings, get the reward, and then return to this moment to advance another possibility? Seeing Jianghe nod, everyone was overjoyed. This was a story-driven dungeon far more complex than the Great Snow Mountain dungeon, and the game likely had different rewards for each ending. By the way, where did this key come from? Traditional drops are always wrapped in a glowing orb, and interactive objects in the scene will also briefly glow after being picked up. The key appeared by suddenly pausing the game, and the hints after touching it seemed like a hidden gift that met special conditions. The item description, a special item prepared for those destined to be chosen, seemed to confirm this guess. We're ahead in progress, we don't have a guide, and our choices affect the final reward, Orange Tea said. It feels like opening a blind box. Jianghe and French fries glanced at each other simultaneously as they pondered. Previously, with Kesha hovering around Jianghe, Fries was getting restless, so he simply focused his attention on the game's storyline. Now that Kesha was fixed in the distance between the two instantly closed considerably. Jianghe coughed lightly, pulling himself back from his wandering thoughts. My suggestion is that this round, we should follow the game's existing guidance step by step, and see what rewards we get under the current relatively normal process. With that as a reference, we can be more extreme next round. Fries agreed with this suggestion. The current progress is that Emperor Kurian wants to summon us. With so much trouble in the council hall, he definitely won't sit still. He might want to discuss compensation. The woman in the blanket looked left and right, chuckling strangely. Husband and wife in perfect harmony. Fry's face immediately flushed. Jianghe, on the other hand, was alright. With Xia's persistent and enthusiastic advances as a foundation, he had actually developed some composure. I'm analyzing the plot for you guys. Is this all you're paying attention to? Yeah. Everyone answered in unison. Even Orange Tea looked perfectly justified. The woman in the blanket emphasized, you're almost living together, don't be shy. Fries covered his forehead. Move the plot forward. Hurry up and move the plot forward. This was essentially asking Jianghe for help. The moment the keys were put into the backpack, the spotlight that had been focused on everyone slowly spread outwards. Under the light, the frozen, doll-like bodies regained their vitality, and lifeless eyes lit up one after another. After a rapid flash, ripples spread from the center of the platform in all directions. The frozen sound resumed its flow, and the silent theater instantly erupted in chaos. Ouch! The blanket standing in front of Mint paid a small price for her earlier attempt to pinch her cheek. Awakened Mint, still walking forward, leaned slightly forward, resulting in a perfect headbutt. Both fell to the ground. Mint covered her head, the blanket covered her chest. Poor Mint, completely unaware of how the blanket had teleported in front of her. In the distance, the calls for Jianghe's punishment surged. Unable to target the sensitive Kesha, these nobles decided to use this method to pressure the entire delegation. Human scum. Thud. Kesha, you dare. The high-ranking mage was too late again. The nobleman who had insulted Jianghe as a scumbag of humanity was lashed out by Kesha's tail, tumbling into the crowd, and knocking down several others, who had joined in the chorus of condemnation. The high-ranking mage stepped forward to examine the man and was horrified to find that the arm of the man she had struck was broken, the entire hand bent at an unnatural angle. Truly arrogant. A chilling blue light was deflected mid-air by the combined efforts of the Empire's high-ranking mages. This time, her target was a duke, the highest-ranking noble in the council hall. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Ksha, the fallen star siren, the Empire's patience has its limits. My patience has its limits too. Anyone who curses him will face more than just injury. If anything happens to him, the royal court will declare war. You fallen star sirens are insane. Declaring war for a human. Ksha gracefully flipped and landed on the council platform, completely ignoring the French fries next to Jianghe. She squeezed forward, wrapped her tail around him, and the coldness in her eyes faded, leaving only sweet affection. He is a distinguished guest of the fallen star royal court. He is also my lover, my destiny. To harm him is to harm the unborn child of the siren race. With that, Ksha swiftly reached out and embraced Jianghe, their lips meeting before anyone could react. The boundary between reality and illusion and the Anna nobles exhibited completely different reactions. Everyone, including Mint, gaped open, their mouths wide enough to fit 2 eggs. French Fries was completely stunned for a while, his ears ringing. No wonder she's a siren. She can easily say and do things that ordinary people can't. Jianghe's mind went blank. He only felt a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and when their lips parted, there seemed to be a lingering scent of dried fish on his lips. He's mine, Kesha proudly announced to everyone present. Even the jailer didn't dare look at the incredible expression on Fry's face. Wow, that's too much. Even someone with rich dating experience and a calm heart would be overwhelmed by this combination of moves. Sure enough, when the jailer looked over, Jianghe felt his well-hung composure shatter like sand, his face turning as red as blood. What's cyber potato? This is cyber tomato. The Anna nobles were also stunned. What did she just say, lover? Instantly many people's eyes turned red. The object of countless nobles' desires in the Empire, she had easily taken into her arms. Kesha's protectiveness towards him alone was priceless. He went mad on the spot for him, defying the Empire's pressure to help him vent his anger. And now he's even declaring sovereignty in public. Good heavens, is there any justice? They're showing off their affection in the council chambers. The more they look, the redder they get. Kesha's action of wrapping his tail around him, protecting him behind his back, makes countless male nobles feel a fire churning in their chests. Why? What does this kid have that he doesn't? But Kesha's reaction clearly says, my potato, everything about him is perfect. Chapter 179. Jianghe felt an overwhelming, almost tangible, hatred wash over him. For the first time, he could so easily read the jealousy on someone's face, an undisguised, twisted expression. Thinking this, Jianghe's hands acted before his mind. Kesha was held in his arms. Jianghe surveyed the people glaring at him with pride and contempt, laughing heartily. The mockery in his laughter ignited a fire within many now nobles. They wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, to teach Jianghe a lesson through the most primal and effective duel. But Jianghe's identity, as a siren envoy, and the obstruction of the Emperor's will, forced them to suppress their anger, their blood boiling and jealousy surging, constantly telling themselves to hold back. They were driven mad with rage. Before being led out by the Emperor's messenger, Jianghe led Kesha to the covered walkway. He ignored the noble's condescending gazes, casually stroking Kesha's hair. You siren, so eager to force yourself on me, actively pursued me. Isn't that right, Kesha? Kesha, who had already declared her ownership, nuzzled against Jianghe's chest. Fallen star siren are always very proactive when they meet someone compatible. Jianghe laughed. You all seem inferior to me. Countless fists clenched, cracking loudly. Strange, why was there still resentment and cracking sounds coming from behind? Urged by the messenger's urging, Jianghe didn't turn around to see if it was just his imagination. The Emperor's messenger personally led the illusory real boarder to the carriage, returning to the mansion, where the personal guards replaced the original guards. With her lips slightly pursed, looking like a kitten, she deliberately circled around to Fry's side, glancing at her seemingly icy face, and offered a reminder. Your current persona is that of a vibrant and energetic young woman. Don't be so serious. Fries took a deep breath, wanting to say something, but unsure how to begin. The moment they returned to the mansion, Kesha pounced on Jianghe, rubbing against her neck and acting all lovey-dovey. Kesha had seen that saccharine behavior on her parents before. She had previously told everyone that she wouldn't care about a game character at all, but a subtle annoyance. What on earth is this stinky fish rubbing against Jiang He for? Potato. Every word you said in the council hall today was the voice of the fallen star siren. It's so good to like you. When do you want children? How about tonight? Everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion gaped. Mint, who was drinking tea, spat it out. The jailer was ecstatic. He thought the fun was over when Fries and Potato confirmed their relationship, but now there was an even bigger surprise. He suppressed a smile and secretly glanced at Fries. Fries' lips twitched. Fries calmed down. For the sake of the storyline, it's just a game character anyway, the bed comforted him. I don't believe the proof of the stars can do those things. Orange Tea tentatively asked, those things you don't mean? Those things, of course, are those things. The jailer suppressed a laugh. It's okay, I don't believe that part exists either. It would have been censored during the review process. Jiang He reached out and covered Kesha's eyes, trying to create some distance between herself and the clingy Kesha. Ripples spread outwards from him, and in an instant, the entire mansion fell silent. The same scene as inside the council hall played out once again. Kesha and Mint froze, surrounded by complete silence. Jiang He stood up, blankly pulling out the key. What does this mean? This is also a crucial point, and the key is still coming out? The jailer looked around. What crucial point? Is it a major decision for Kesha and Potato regarding whether they have a child? Fry's heart suddenly clenched again. The key left Jiang He's hand and floated into the air, its halo shimmering, enveloping everyone. A hazy white light filled their vision. When they opened their eyes again, the 7 people at the boundary between reality and illusion looked around in a daze. Inside the council hall, the crowd dispersed. The remaining 50-odd nobles stood below the council platform. An elderly man in casual clothes, with white hair, sat upright on the platform, his chin resting on his hand. Beside him stood Prince Sloan. The old man's identity was self-evident, Emperor Kurian of the Anna Empire. The body of the primal being overlapped with that of a nobleman. He reached out to grab, but it was as if he were passing through a layer of mist, feeling nothing. Everyone present, including the Emperor's guards hidden in the shadows, remained unmoved by the 7 people who had suddenly appeared. Projection, Jiang He realized. Is the key showing us what's happening inside the council hall? Zhong Zemo clicked his tongue in amazement. Amazing. At this point in the game, story-driven dungeons don't seem to provide any godlike perspective information. What exactly is the content of our storyline? The lack of guidance in the Proof of the Stars quest design meant that most players wouldn't encounter a large section of the complete story, and even if they did, they wouldn't gain comprehensive information, leaving them feeling like blind men groping an elephant when completing the quest. The 2 pauses on the key, the first giving them a second chance to choose and gain another reward. This time, it granted them the power to access information from a godlike perspective. Emperor Kurian, though jokingly called the master of balancing by Mint, remained as imposing as ever. Sitting silently on his throne, chin in hand, a glint of light seemed to gleam in his eyes, like a lion slumbering in the shadows. No wonder some called Kurian the Lion King back then. Even outside the council chamber, just being within his line of sight conveyed a sense of oppression. Let's talk. For some reason, when Emperor Kurian spoke, everyone sensed a helplessness and weariness that contrasted sharply with his imposing manner. No one wants to speak first. Kurian's gaze swept across the crowd, calling out names. Then I start, Duke Sergio. Duke Sergio, who had debated with Jiang He and been relentlessly attacked, stepped forward. Since you already discussed matters with the Fallen Star Envoy, you may go first, Emperor Kurian asked. Do you think the Empire and the Siren can reach a consensus on this matter? Sergio looked troubled, but since the king had spoken, he could only answer reluctantly. I believe that given enough time and patient persuasion, the Fallen Star Envoy will understand the Empire's predicament, resolve the issue peacefully, and cease their aggressive punishment of the 8 Giza members. Emperor Kurian nodded, then looked at the 50-odd nobles he had specifically chosen to remain. What are your thoughts? You may begin to discuss. He was truly only responsible for initiating the discussion. Humph. The Emperor's words had barely faded when an impolite snort rang out. The voice belonged to an elderly man dressed in a mage's robe. Sergio, they said they only accept the options of castration or execution. Can you really make them offer a third option? By what right? By the fact that you're the Duke? Delos, in negotiations, disagreements should be resolved, and conflicts should be bridged. If you predict failure from the start, it only proves you're unsuitable for diplomacy. How long will it take to resolve the disagreements, to bridge the conflicts? The mage Delos pressed. 10 days, 20 days, or 100 days? Do you intend to drag this out until everyone knows, until the entire continent knows that the scoundrels of the Anna Empire have committed acts of treason that have enraged the Sirens? Seeing Sergio struggling to hold on, someone immediately stepped forward to counter. In that case, what brilliant idea does Lord Delos have to resolve this immediately? Delos replied decisively, punish Giza and the other 8 prisoners as requested by the Fallen Star Siren envoy. Delos, someone shouted, Giza and the others are nobles. The glory of their fathers at the founding of the nation still shines upon them. Watch your words. They did wrong, and I have to cover for them? I can't even call them prisoners, is that it? Someone from Delos' side immediately stepped forward. Don't forget your place. Don't change the subject. What we're discussing now is how to deal with Giza and the others. I support severe punishment to appease Fallen Star and calm the hearts of the coastal Sirens. A nobleman in magnificent robes immediately bowed to Emperor Kurian and declared loudly, Your Majesty, I accuse Her Satra of being cruel and oppressive, damaging the Empire's prestige, and appeasing foreigners. Slander. Their behavior shows they no longer consider themselves part of the Empire. Utterly shameless. To accuse someone of such a crime of dragging the Siren and the Empire into this mess is outrageous. I think you're deliberately delaying, tarnishing His Majesty's reputation, and forcing him to clean up your despicable mess. Jianghe stood before Emperor Kurian, noticing the weariness on the face of the Emperor of the Anna Empire. His hand rubbed his throbbing brow, his eyes closed, lost in thought. The debate grew increasingly heated, the nobles below the platform engaging in heated arguments. Those who represented the highest echelons of power in Anna, the continent's dominant nation, were now spitting and hurling insults without any regard for appearances. Their cursing and red-faced demeanor was no different from the thugs Jianghe had seen on the streets of Anna. Just before the conflict escalated into a full-blown brawl, Emperor Kurian's voice boomed like thunder throughout the council hall. Enough. He slowly rose, taking a deep breath. I understand your demands. This afternoon, I will personally summon you all, and we will discuss this further. After his guards escorted everyone away, Emperor Kurian seemed to have lost all his strength, letting out a long sigh as he sat back on the throne, a symbol of power. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's at first glance, now held only helplessness and self-mockery. The black-robed mage, who had remained hidden behind Kurian, slowly stepped forward, seemingly extremely close to the Emperor. Everyone is harboring ulterior motives. And I have no leverage. Emperor Kurian laughed heartily. Did you hear that? They are forcing me. Even my son, I suspect, gave me a push behind the scenes. As these words were spoken, Emperor Kurian's expression was one of profound sorrow. Have you found anything? He asked. Yes, we learned several names from Giza, the very names they provided regarding the Fallen Star Siren's reconnaissance. Who? Silence descended from beneath the black robes. Who? Kurian's voice roared like a lion. He was beyond fury. Prince Tiago. Emperor Kurian clearly realized something before the black-robed mage spoke. He seemed to be masking his fear with anger, afraid to hear a familiar name. Yet he heard it nonetheless. Those at the boundary between reality and illusion, who had been educated by men about royal family members, all paled. This was Emperor Kurian's eldest son. Even the usually jovial jailer couldn't laugh now. Although his father often teased him, Jailer knew very well that his father loved him, and that he himself was truly disappointing. What must Emperor Kurian be feeling now, betrayed by his child? Jianghe pieced together the limited clues, gradually realizing the true target of the entire scheme. Emperor Kurian made no ceremony, no announcement, and didn't even wait until the afternoon. After finishing his council session, he rushed to his temporary residence on the border between the virtual and real worlds. His guards searched him, and all his belongings were confiscated. Furthermore, Jianghe noticed that players' game accounts were also disabled, something he hadn't experienced in previous instances. Unlike his solemn demeanor in the council hall, King Kurian casually chose a chair in the mansion's main hall. After sitting down, he smiled and waved at the guards watching over them. They seen too much of Anna's bureaucracy, witnessed too much indifference and distrust. They shown enough disrespect. At least they deserve the respect they're due here. This was likely the first time, besides Prince Sloan, he had heard human speech since arriving in Anna from the reality/virtual border. I'm not one for formalities, and the Sirens despise the intricacies of land-dwelling species. In that case, let's get straight to the point. Lion King Kurian asked, really just castration and execution? Everyone from the reality/virtual border, Mint, Ksha, and others, turned their gazes towards Jianghe. The moment Jianghe explained the situation to them, He became the undisputed protagonist of this conversation. Is His Majesty truly troubled about how to punish Giza? Jianghe also decided to get straight to the point. What you're considering is what might be behind Giza, isn't it? Kurian raised an eyebrow, revealing no further emotional fluctuation. As the most outstanding emperor in Anna's history, even with a shelf life of only 30 years, his shrewdness was not something ordinary people could challenge. Jianghe continued to play his cards. I never understood why these people are so fiercely protective of Giza. Is it the entanglement of interests within the noble class, a filthy clique banding together? But just now, I suddenly understood. Kurian's eyes remained calm as he gestured for Jianghe to continue. They protect Giza, indeed for profit, but not for the reputation we superficially think we have, but for something deeper. To prevent His Majesty's hand from reaching them. The black-robed mage standing behind Kurian, whose mask had been shrouded in mist, suddenly emitted a terrifying red light. Kurian's hand, which was sipping tea, paused. If His Majesty were to use this incident to repeat the autocratic measures of 30 years ago, it would be tantamount to annihilation for all of them. Kurian laughed. A decent conspiracy theory, but somewhat vulgar. Jianghe also laughed. Surely these conspiracy theories wouldn't include the fact that His Majesty's son was behind all this, would they? Boom! Kurian's magical power erupted. Jianghe faced the oppressive force head-on, remaining fearless. It seems His Majesty isn't always so calm. Chapter 180. Young man, watch your words. These words are enough to send you to the gallows. Jianghe was very curious about the relationship between the black-robed mage and Emperor Kurian. He could freely interrupt when the supreme ruler of the Anna Empire was conversing. Hang Giza first, then threaten to put me on the gallows. Young people these days have astonishing audacity. You don't really think your envoy status grants you immunity from everything, do you? Jianghe bluntly replied, you can simply deny your immunity, then the sirens will seek justice for me. You overestimate yourself. The sirens have been dwindling in number for centuries, and even pure-blooded sirens have mostly abandoned their pride and supported hybrids. The black-robed mage scoffed, continuing, for them, the survival of their race is paramount. You are merely one of the breeders. Do you believe that sirens with diluted bloodlines would wage war against the Empire for a foreigner, wiping out their last bloodline? Kesha was about to speak when Mint stopped her, gesturing for her to just listen. The black-robed mage's intentions were extremely malicious. Following his words would only lead to the self-justification trap of I'm not a breeder, but someone truly in love. Jianghe sensed this, slowly stood up, walked around Emperor Kurian, and stood before him. Under the astonished gazes of the Emperor's guards, Jianghe took the black-robed mage's hand and pressed it against his chest. Then why don't you try? The air in the hall seemed to be sucked away with the black-robed mage's breath, a suffocating feeling enveloping everyone. Jianghe asked again, as long as you take action, you know whether the sirens will fight for me. Practice makes perfect. What, afraid to try? As the continent's overlord, the Empire should be able to afford the cost of this trial and error. The black-robed mage abruptly flicked his sleeve, the mist on his face churning, wisps of red light blooming beneath it. Young man, you're playing with fire. Using petty tricks to sow discord between me and the siren, between me and Ksha, aren't you playing with fire too? Jianghe sneered, you should be glad we're in the palace, otherwise I would have already drawn my sword. He patted Fry's shoulder. It's okay, it's just a game. I make up for it by giving him a good beating when we live together. Fries pouted. I didn't take it to heart. But the apple in your hand is about to crack. Jianghe ignored the trembling black-robed mage and turned his gaze to Emperor Kurian, who was clearly trying to appear calm. Your Majesty, if you still feel I'm testing you, then I believe those nobles who defend Giza will offer us a better price. I don't mind talking to them. Kurian narrowed his eyes. You come representing the sirens, yet you intend to talk to them? They protect Giza only to prevent your Majesty from having an excuse to consolidate power. But what will your Majesty do if they reach an agreement with Fallen Star first? To quell the situation, they shouldn't mind paying a hefty price. Jianghe's lips curled into a smile. Besides, they're not the only ones willing to pay a hefty price. Perhaps your sons would also be willing to talk to us. The Emperor's guards' magic surged, awaiting Kurian's command. All of you get out. Your Majesty, get out. The guards watching the boundary between reality and illusion released their grip, and the game restrictions binding each person were lifted. Kurian's audacity was truly extraordinary. He left only the black-robed mage and his personal guard captain behind. I want to know your source, Jianghe replied with only 4 words. No comment. He couldn't very well tell him it was a game, and they obtained the information through a game projection. Kurian tapped his forehead with his finger. I really underestimated the sirens. At this point, Kurian was quite frank and didn't hide anything. Currently, the only known fact was that the first prince, Prince Tiago, had instructed them to leak reconnaissance information to Giza and the others. But whether this proves the first prince's deep involvement is still under investigation by Kurian. However, as Jiang He said, even if it wasn't the first prince, the intention to direct the blame towards him, the most likely heir to the empire, would ultimately benefit his filial sons. In the initial stages of the incident, Kurian did indeed intend to use the scandal involving the nobles to weaken the increasingly powerful noble class and reconsider centralizing power. The nobles' sensitive nerves were once again stirred, and they reacted immediately. First, they sought to negotiate with Jiang He, then initiated a delaying tactic. They were pressuring Kurian to personally clean up the mess for the sake of the empire's reputation. Jiang He even suspected that some nobles in the council hall were deliberately feigning stupidity to make the farce even more unbearable, coercing Kurian to intervene as soon as possible. The moment the delegation entered the capital, the matter was no longer a simple matter of right and wrong, and gradually became unrelated to Giza and the siren. Some were thinking of consolidating power. Some were resisting the expansion of imperial power. Some were colluding with nobles for support. Perhaps even some were taking the opportunity to frame their brothers in order to seize power. At this moment, truth and reason were no longer important to either side. I'm 60 now. In the last 2 years, I felt increasingly exhausted. Before, I could still work until after midnight, but now... Kurian walked to the window, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the scene outside, and sighed. The empire should ultimately be handed over to the next generation. Before that, if, with my remaining influence, we can accomplish what our ancestors failed to do, then perhaps they will find it easier to wield power. Alas! These were words Kurian shouldn't have spoken to outsiders, but for some reason, he spoke them naturally. Aren't you afraid we won't keep our mouths shut? Kurian smiled. Just another conspiracy theory among the people. He only lingered in a moment of sadness, before his eyes sharpened again. Let's make a deal. What deal? 12 Stardust grains, do you want them? 12. The others on the reality virtual boundary, who had been watching the cut scene without a care, were all agitated upon hearing this. They had fought tooth and nail in the Great Snow Mountain, and only managed to obtain 3, and Kurian was offering 12. Anna was indeed the overlord of the continent. The reality virtual boundary acknowledged this. 8 grains will be paid to the sirens as compensation, and I want to pay the remaining 4 separately to those of you who are not sirens. Jiang He keenly sensed the key point. What do you want us to do? Hearing Kurian's plan, everyone on the reality virtual boundary exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he's been an emperor who has held power for decades. How is it? A friend of mine put it very well. You've been a master of impartiality for the past 5 years. The black-robed mage's robes fluttered even without wind. Mint looked flustered. You idiot potato, how could you spill everything like that? Is this something you should say to me? Unexpectedly, Kurian laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned. The people's opinion of me is quite accurate, but if this compromise is effective, isn't that good? Like now, you're satisfied, and presumably, they'd be forced to be satisfied later. At least on the surface, everyone's happy. Just as everyone thought they should accept the commission, Jiang He shook his head. We need more money. Kurian was taken aback. Still not enough? That's enough for the siren, not for us. Jiang He said seriously, the part we're going to do is risky and difficult, with only 4-star sands. Isn't that a bit? Young man, this generous reward is the result of His Majesty not using the national treasury, but only taking from the imperial treasury, the black-robed mage reminded him. You keep calling someone young man, you must be an old geezer. Jiang He's words made the other captain of the personal guards, who remained at the scene, break out in a cold sweat. To be able to spout such nonsense without consequence, this is the most valuable episode of the envoy's immunity. Kurian's lips twitched as well. In all these years, this was the first time he had ever seen anyone dare to speak to a black-robed mage like that. Even the rising stars of the Mage Tower, though arrogant in private and always talking about a bright future, standing at the pinnacle of the empire, had to restrain their arrogance and greet him softly when they encountered a black-robed mage. What did you say? Old geezer, old geezer, old geezer. Jiang He repeated 3 times. Can you hear me now? You keep emphasizing young people. Besides sounding like you're trying to act superior, all I can think of is that you have a deep-seated prejudice against them. Is it because there are too many promising young talents in the empire, who could threaten your position at any moment, hence your arrogance? It's common knowledge that hating young people, is one of the signs of getting old. Kurian laughed heartily. This stern Lion King, having just weathered the storm of suspicion surrounding his son's betrayal of the Empire, was already in a foul mood, but now he laughed genuinely. Did you hear that? I told you to change your way of speaking. Young people these days won't tolerate your rudeness. Be careful, or one day a genius from the Mage Tower will surpass you, and you be calling everyone old thing. The black-robed mage wasn't petty. He just gave a heavy snort. Seniors spurring on juniors is always the way. Always the way, so is it right? You? Kurian laughed even harder. He'd never seen anyone so completely restrain an old friend before, constantly being contradicted. The Siren Messenger, young and powerful, with a fiery temper, completely negated his age advantage. The black-robed mage was furious, breathing heavily. Stop bullying him. Tell me, what else do you want? A little more star sand? Kurian shook his head. I did use the Imperial Treasury's funds. I have plenty of star sand, but it's very useful. I can't give it away. His words were firm, and Jiang He didn't press the matter. He went to the side to ask for everyone's opinion. Asking NPCs for items was something they never done before, and no one knew what good stuff they could get. Based on everyone's opinions, Jiang He asked, does the Empire have any excellent equipment blueprints? Kurian glanced at the black-robed mage. He waved his hand dismissively, projecting 2 golden sets of equipment. The Lion King's proof set and the destruction fire set. The former was geared towards warriors, enhancing defense during physical attacks. The latter was geared towards mages, enhancing magical damage output. They were well-rounded sets for both factions, lacking a strong point, but excelling in balance. Considering the Siren set was more geared towards the mage and the team, Jiang He smiled slyly. It's just a set, still not worth as much as Stardust, is it? Kurian was magnanimous. You can still ask, it's still within my acceptable range. With the Lion King's proof set locked, Jiang He's next request was access. You're going to the Royal Mage Tower in the capital? Kurian asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, we're looking for someone. Give me the name, and you can see him as quickly as possible. But we don't know the name. Jiang He laughed awkwardly. Queen Jingxin had only mentioned that someone in the Mage Tower would know the demon's proof, but hadn't specified who. After a moment's thought, Kurian asked, when do you want to go? The sooner the better. Okay. He instructed the captain of his guard, give them the proof. It's so comfortable negotiating with straightforward people. Jiang He asked, is that enough? You can only make one more small request at most. The black-robed mage was already impatient, young. The moment Jiang He looked up, he immediately changed his tune. Don't mistake His Majesty the Emperor's leniency for your own audacity. His Majesty hasn't spoken. What's your hurry? The Imperial Treasury isn't yours. Kurian covered his mouth with his hand, hiding his upturned lips. Even if this trip was only for stress relief, it was well worth it. Since they were going to the Mage Tower to find someone, they'd probably bump into the most spirited group in the Empire. Given the temperament of the person in front of them, there would likely be plenty of hilarious news coming their way. Perhaps, this is the meaning of life. As long as you're alive, there will always be surprises waiting for you. For a moment, no one could think of what to ask for. How about we save this request for now, and come back to ask for it when the story is almost over? The jailer suddenly suggested. Beiwa was stunned. Is that even possible? Can we play like that? Proof of the stars, anything is possible. You have to play it like a game based on reality. The moment Jiang He uttered the request, the mist on the black-robed mage's face almost burst open. He never even considered asking the king if he could temporarily store his desires. Such an outrageous request had never been made in Anna's history. Contrary to his reaction, Kurian clapped his hands and laughed. Interesting. Storing your desires. Young man, you certainly dare to think and speak your mind. You dare to be so direct, so nakedly revealing their inner desires to me. Kurian praised, you're good, quite frank, unlike those who beat around the bush, afraid to reveal their true feelings, saying no while harboring entirely different thoughts. Just for your willingness to be so open and honest with me, to confront your inner desires, I grant you permission to store this last request. With that, Kurian stood up. I let you know when you're ready. This is unrehearsed. I hope you can complete it successfully and plunder my treasury. Outside the door, the black-robed mage finally caught his breath. Your Majesty, haven't you been too lenient with them? What else can I do? We're in the wrong. What should I do? Put on airs and talk about authority? Kurian retorted. Besides, judging from today's performance, that chairman codenamed Potato is at least better than my good-for-nothing kids. His words revealed a deep disappointment in the Emperor towards his children.